at the Academy of Supernatural Abilities. Ningfeng's voice echoed as if he were alone. Aren't you going to surrender? On the screen, the words appeared, you have defeated the enemy. Ningfeng smiled brightly and exclaimed, with such a huge advantage, how could I possibly lose? Just then, a hand reached out. Wang Yue harshly hit Ningfeng, making him dizzy. She crossed her arms and looked down. Ningfeng, what are you doing? The awakening exam is coming up. Are not you going to prepare? Why are you hiding here playing games? This is Wang Yue. Ningfeng smiled and scratched his head. Isn't it combining rest and study? Besides, I am already 18. At most, I will only awaken a normal 1 or 2 star profession. Then, he put his arm around Wang Yu's shoulder and continued. Young Miss Wang, you awakened a 5-star profession at 16, so why should I work so hard? I can just suck up to you in the future. She angrily hit him again. I will give you. Sucking up. Ningfeng's face turned pale, and he cried out in pain. The others sweated and muttered, look, is not that the goddess Wang Yue? It really is her. She must be back from special training. The people around them started to discuss. She awakened a 5-star profession at 16. There has not been such a genius in the province for years. She is beautiful, has a good family background, and high talent. Why is there such a big difference between people? They then talked about Ningfeng next to her. Who is that guy next to her? That is Ningfeng, the famous trash of the whole school. He is almost 18 and still has not awakened. Seeing Wang Yue dragging Ningfeng away, everyone was indignant. Goddess Wang Yue is a cold beauty. Why is she hanging out with this kind of person? I heard they are childhood sweethearts. Isn't he from an orphanage? How can trash like him be worthy of being Goddess Wang Yue's childhood sweetheart? This is Blue Star, a world where games and reality are merged. Here, as long as you are 16 years old, you have the chance to awaken supernatural abilities and become an adventurer. Supernatural abilities are divided into 4 types: strength, agility, magic, and support. Students, next I will introduce the exam rules to everyone. The words prominently displayed on the screen, the next awakening miracle, could be you. Ningfeng looked at those words below, puzzled. What is she doing? Why does that brat Wang Yue have to be so persistent? I have already taken the exam 3 times. Isn't she tired of seeing me as a rookie? At this moment the announcement rang again. Students whose names have been called, please proceed to the measurement area to be tested. Students who successfully awaken can claim a basic set of equipment for their profession and prepare for a practical test. He looked around, listening to the chatter. It would be great if I could awaken as a mage. I prefer the strength profession. A man should face his enemies head on. The agility profession is also cool. Killing people invisibly. You do not understand. The support profession is the best. Soon, it was Ningfeng's turn. Next, Class 12-2, Ningfeng. He quickly shouted, here! The scene of Ningfeng stepping up made the others curious. Isn't that the school's Class 12 legend? The guy who follows Goddess Wang Yue around all day. I thought he was some powerful character, but it turns out he is 18 and has not awakened yet. If he does not awaken in this lifetime, he will really be useless. He quickly walked up to Qi Wei and said politely, Teacher Qi. She responded with a smile. No need to be nervous. Start when you are ready. She instructed as Ningfeng stepped forward. Place your hand on the crystal and relax. His hand reached forward and slowly touched the crystal. A hint of surprise flashed across Ningfeng's face. His eyes widened as he felt something. The crowd and Ningfeng himself were surprised. Qi Wei thought to herself, the crystal is reacting, so he can definitely awaken. Blue light, representing the magic system. The people below whispered incessantly. Qi Wei's gaze never left him. As expected, awakening will automatically learn an initial skill. Next, let us see how many stars his profession can awaken. The crystal emitted a dazzling light, accompanied by an announcement. Awakened 1-star skill, mudslide. Qi Wei was slightly disappointed. Only 1 star. What a pity. The students below laughed even harder. I thought it was a miracle reversal of fate, but it is only 1 star. Get down here quickly. You are embarrassing yourself. By standing there, trash is trash. Does he think he can turn into gold? She walked towards him and said softly, Ningfeng, what skill did you awaken? When she did not receive a response, Qi Wei gently called out again, Ningfeng. He startled and replied shortly, Teacher Qi. Her eyes narrowed with sympathy. Looking at his appearance, he seems very affected. After all, he was silent for so long, and in the end, Ningfeng's back looked very pitiful in her eyes, and only 1 star. She handed him some items while explaining, this is your equipment. Change into it and go to the next stage. Ningfeng frowned, carefully pondering. Did I really not hear wrong just now? The system voice rang again, as if confirming. Awakening complete. Condition to activate system met. Ningfeng frowned, looking around. What is this system? System activated successfully. Host gains passive ability, Dark Source Energy. Bonus Mysterious Gift. Passive skill, Dark Heavenly Cave. You will be backlashed by the power of darkness. When using forbidden magic, you will be exempt from all the prices that must be paid. Passive skill. Mysterious gift. Your forbidden magic can be released once a week without any consumption. Ningfeng's face paled as he received this information. The power of darkness, isn't that the most evil power in this world? And forbidden magic, the highest level of magic. What do these things have to do with me? The system continued to announce, checking skill mudslide. Beginning transformation. Ningfeng frowned and asked in confusion. Transformation. What is transformation? An explanation quickly rang out. Transformation complete. Mudslide, blackened into forbidden magic. The name given by the system, defiled earth body. Ningfeng pondered gloomily. It has both blackening and forbidden magic. It does not sound good. I still have a practical test. Hopefully there won't be any problems. The announcement was made. 50 people per group enter. Everyone battles monsters in the secret realm to familiarize themselves with the skills they just awakened. Students are not allowed to form groups or attack each other. Drones will be monitoring. Chi Wei gently reminded, please confirm your skills as soon as possible. Don't worry, others won't see. The purple screen in front of Ningfeng displayed several lines of text. Active skill, defiled earth body. Dark forbidden magic, summons the power of darkness from another world, forming a protective shield, capable of crushing all approaching enemies. Ningfeng's gaze was fixed on it. He thought to himself, dark forbidden magic. These things look very dangerous. What if it is some kind of evil magic? I will be in trouble if others find out. The command was issued, students, enter. Ningfeng continued to ask, system, explain it to me. System, you damn system. He approached and stepped into the purple lights. The scene changed in an instant. The members of the team were struggling to fight the goblins. A powerful one rushed to attack them. Other goblins were patrolling. Ningfeng's figure loomed in the distance. He ducked to avoid their gaze. Then, he seriously pondered. The entire test area is monitored by drones. I do not dare to use that forbidden magic casually. But I do not have any offensive awakening skills. I can only hide first and look for opportunities. The remote-controlled aircraft slowly landed. Team leader Chu pointed and angrily signaled, everyone else is killing monsters and leveling up. What is that kid doing? Chi Wei replied in a low voice, Team leader Chu, that child awakened a little late. His health is not very good. The only activated skill is defensive magic, which is not suitable for fighting alone. He maintained his grumpy attitude and demanded, then, call him out. He does not need to take the test anymore. After all, he is only a one-star profession. He can't be a real adventurer. At this moment, someone interrupted. Team leader Chu quickly turned his head and asked curiously, what is wrong? The person wearing glasses explained with a frown, I do not know. It seems like the drone was attacked by something and then the scene was interrupted. His finger pointed at the screen. Monitoring measurement warning, detecting power fluctuations much higher than the average value in the secret realm. Team leader Chu loudly demanded, quickly go check it out. What happened? On the other side, the aircraft had already been smashed. A person, his legs weak, sat on the ground, trembling. Why? Why is there such a powerful monster in the test? In front of him was a vanguard goblin. It sneered, stand up, my tribesmen. Don't be enslaved anymore. Listen to my orders. Then he loudly ordered, all these intruders must be buried here. Another drone saw this scene. The vanguard goblin swung a punch forward. In an instant the aircraft shattered. It fell to the ground and created a large explosion. Ningfeng had a bump on his head and sighed with his eyes closed. Why did the drone fall down? He suddenly stopped when he saw dozens of goblins heading towards him. The vanguard goblin sneered. There is still a small bug hiding here. Ningfeng was exclaiming, why are there so many monsters? And there is an elite leader in the middle. He suddenly considered a possibility. Wait, there are no more drones. Good opportunity. It is the perfect time to test if that forbidden magic is real. Ningfeng pointed a finger at the sky. The aura around him changed in an instant. The vanguard goblin's eyes widened in shock. Strange creatures appeared from Ningfeng's body. Team leader Chu's subordinate spoke at this time. Report, all drones have lost connection. A force of darkness suddenly erupted in the secret realm. Suspected demon of king, level or above has appeared. He loudly suggested. Immediately call for reinforcements. Evacuate all non-combat personnel nearby. Chi Wei's eyes widened, and she exclaimed in surprise. A demon of king level or above. That is a disaster enough to destroy a city. Why is there such a terrifying existence in the test? On this side, the vanguard goblin was so frightened that it was sweating. Wah! What? In front of it were several bizarre monsters, summoned by Ningfeng. He looked at his hands and thought to himself, not bad, so this is forbidden magic. It looked sticky and a little scary, gave me a fright. At this time, the system voice kept ringing, reminding, kill goblin grunt, experience points plus 10. Reminder, kill goblin grunt, experience points plus 10. Reminder, Kill Goblin Grunt, experience points, plus 10. Vanguard Goblin jumped. The power of darkness is too strong. Isn't he human? How is this possible? Then he realized something. That is not right, my actions are slower. It screamed in horror, don't come over here. The piercing scream was the last thing heard. After that, there was only the system voice. Reminder, kill Vanguard Goblin, experience points plus 6000. Ningfeng's information was revealed. Profession, Mage, level 10, Strength 8, Agility 8, Spirit 20, Endurance 12. He exclaimed excitedly, I leveled up to level 10 at once. In the practical test of previous years, they increased 1 to 2 levels at most. But very quickly he frowned and thought, but the experience points of the small monsters are very low. It mainly depended on the elite monster just now. But speaking of which, why did an elite monster appear in the test? In front of Ningfeng at this time, were several items that had dropped from the monsters. His eyes widened in surprise. It is the loot dropped by the elite monster. Unexpectedly, both of them are orange quality. Observing one item, Ningfeng asked himself in confusion. Permanent attribute. Increase mark. I have never seen this before. This is Vanguard badge. Consumable product. Orange quality. Plus 10 agility permanently. His expression changed in an instant. But orange quality is already a rare treasure. It must be very valuable. Stroking the other item. Weapon quality orange. Level requirement, 20. Plus 13 strength. Plus 16 agility. Plus 10% attack speed. Plus 5% critical rate. 10% chance to trigger continuous attack. Can be used 3 times. And this claw, although I can't use it, but orange equipment sells for a lot of money. Ningfeng happily continued. At this rate, I can easily kill monsters and level up. I am finally going to get rich. Unexpectedly, the announcement suddenly rang. All students immediately stopped the assessment. Use the retreat scroll, Ningfeng muttered curiously. What happened? Ningfeng felt something again at this moment. He quickly glanced over and exclaimed in horror when he saw the scale of his power. It is all barren around here. Is this the power of the forbidden spell? It is all pits. It is too terrifying. The announcement continued to ring. All students immediately stopped the assessment. Use the retreat scroll to leave. Ningfeng quickly took out the scroll and used it. I will be dead if I get discovered. Let us go quickly. Not only him, but everyone used the retreat scroll. Blue light quickly appeared. Team Leader Chu's voice rang out. Don't stop here. Leave quickly. Return to the city. His expression was tense, and his teeth were clenched. A demon of king level or above. Even if we count everyone here, we can't resist it. I do not know if reinforcements will arrive in time. But after a moment, Team Leader Chu said in confusion, What? The source of the dark power suddenly disappeared. He stammered, Yes, that demon did not it run out of the secret realm. Ningfeng walked out leisurely on one side. Qi Wei frowned and seriously presented, This has exceeded the scope we can handle. I will report it immediately. Everyone must not speak loudly to avoid a large-scale panic. Activate the school's ceiling formation and only leave one door for irrelevant personnel to retreat. He asked curiously, Teacher Qi, this is... Upon hearing the voice, Qi Wei said anxiously, Ningfeng, are you okay? Ningfeng scratched his head and replied awkwardly, I am fine. She urged, then go quickly. The school is temporarily suspending classes. Don't come back if you do not have anything to do. Ningfeng told the story to Wang Yue. Teacher Qi was like she was about to meet a big enemy. What exactly is the situation? She slowly continued. I heard that an unknown source of power was detected in the test, and the whole school has been sealed off. These words made him confused. An unknown source of power. Is it that elite monster with an unknown origin? A bored expression was displayed on Ningfeng's face. It was hard to wait until awakening, and the test was stopped halfway through. It seems that this has been a big blow to him. Hearing this, Wang Yu continued. Defense-type magic can save your life, but it is not suitable for leveling up alone. Starting tomorrow, you can join our team. He waved his hand and replied, Thank you for your kindness, but there is no need to bother. I can level up on my own. He was planning something else in his heart. It is not that I do not want to, but I only know dark forbidden magic. I can't use it carelessly in front of others. She pointed directly at his face and declared loudly, No refusal allowed. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, West Gate. I will be waiting for you. Ningfeng tried to stop her. No, wait a moment. His face turned pale with panic. Why won't she listen to me? This domineering woman. When he was alone, Ningfeng muttered, I am doomed. Maybe I should pretend to be sick? After a moment he seemed to realize something and came to a conclusion. No, with that person's personality, I can escape today, but I can't escape tomorrow. There might be a way. I wonder if it will work. At the Far City Trading Center, Ningfeng stopped in front of this place, muttering to himself while looking up. Some equipment will come with skills. I can buy a piece of equipment with mudslide and pretend a little tomorrow. He walked in, still thinking to himself. but I hope the system will transform the equipment with skills into forbidden magic. And the loot I just got from killing monsters, it is a good idea to sell it? A girl appeared in front of Ningfeng and said gently, "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" He smiled and replied, "I want to buy a piece of equipment with mudslide, whether it is a weapon, jewelry, or tool." She smiled and introduced, "Are you a newly awakened student? Actually, for low-level magic like mudslide, there is no need to buy it specifically. We have a lot of equipment with high-level magic which is more suitable for leveling up. I can introduce you to some." Hearing this, Ningfeng quickly waved his hand and refused. "No need, I am just using it temporarily. So the equipment level does not need to be too high." Unexpectedly, her attitude changed in an instant, that, "Someone come here to entertain him." The woman turned around and left, not bothering to pay any more attention to Ningfeng. After all this trouble, it turns out he is a poor guy. I am too lazy to serve him. Let the newbie do it. Yang Jin was the one asked to welcome him. "Hello, you can tell me what you need." Ningfeng hesitated and replied, "I just want to..." Then she led him to see the weapons. Ningfeng tried one after another. His expressions were also very diverse when holding them. When he wore a ring, Yang Jin softly asked, "Mr. Ning, are you satisfied with this ring?" Ningfeng enthusiastically continued, "It is pretty good. Thank you for following me to so many shops." And then he did not forget to ask, "That is right. I also want to ask, where do you sell loot?" She replied with a suggestion, "Do you want to sell items? I will take you there." They quickly arrived at the appraisal and consignment place. The emotionless man mechanically said, "Come in." Yang Xian explained, "Master Wang, this gentleman wants to sell loot." Ningfeng also enthusiastically continued, "Please help me see how much this can sell for." The man immediately activated the appraisal skill, and then meticulously commented, "Orange weapon, agility system, level requirements are not high, has excellent attributes, very suitable for beginners, and it also comes with 3 socket inlays, which can be adjusted, according to the required attributes, to create an effect that is more suitable for yourself." He looked up at Ningfeng and asked curiously, "It is a good item. We may have a few customers who will be interested in this." "I do not know. In terms of price, what are your requirements?" "Price?" He scratched his head, and honestly continued, "Of course, the higher the better." The man changed his face, and replied with a smile, "Understood. Please wait a moment. I will go call and contact the customer. Xiao Yang, right? Entertain Mr. Ningwell." She smiled, "Yes." He quickly made a phone call. "General Zhang, are not you always looking for a son's fine equipment?" "Yes, I just happen to have one." Meanwhile, Ningfeng was warmly welcomed by Yang Xin. The door was pushed open. The person who entered announced, "Mr. Ning, the equipment has been sold." The other party agreed to offer 50,000 star coins, 8% discount for transaction fees. You can receive 46,000 star coins. The number surprised both Yang Xin and Ningfeng, 50,000 star coins. So much. They fell silent in unison, unable to say anything more for a while. He further suggested, "You can complete the procedures at my place, and we will transfer the money to your account. It is quite fast. I also want to buy some more equipment, so I will wait and introduce you to some. I guarantee you will be satisfied." On this side, everyone was surrounding the arrogant girl who had refused to entertain Ningfeng. "Don't you like handsome guys? Why did you let that fresh meat go just now?" She crossed her arms and replied, "I only like handsome guys with money and strength. That kind of poor trash is not even worthy of carrying my shoes." The people around her sighed. Does it have to be so realistic? At this time they saw Ningfeng walking with the man. "Isn't that the customer from just now? Why is he walking with Master Wang?" The news quickly reached their ears. "I heard that little handsome guy just sold a piece of equipment for 50,000 star coins, and now wants to go choose other equipment. 50,000 star coins. Isn't that enough to pay us for 3 whole months? That is right. Why did not I go to entertain him? Then the commission would be mine." This shocked her, and her face turned pale. The girl said loudly with regret, "Why, I should have been the one to entertain him. That commission should have been mine. Should have been mine." When she came outside, Yang Jin softly called him, "Mr. Ning, wait a moment. Next time you come, just look for me directly." She smiled and introduced, "My name is Yang Xin." The next day, Ningfeng was humming as he walked down the street. He seriously commented, "I tried it last night. The equipment that comes with magic is not affected by the system. I do not need to worry about exposure anymore." When he saw Wang Yue, Ningfeng greeted her loudly. Unexpectedly, someone's voice rang out from another side. "Yue, so you are here." Those who appeared included mages, shield warriors, and many other members. The red-haired person leading the way was a great axe berserker. The short-haired girl with a fiery figure was a holy priest. Wang Yue smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. These are all members of my guild." The girl waved at him. "Hello?" Ningfeng hesitated and continued, "Greetings, seniors." However, there were still those who did not like him. Ningfeng wondered in confusion, "What is wrong with these two? They look like I owe them 80 million. Zhao Cheng completely ignored Ningfeng, only focusing on Wang Yue. Yue, I remember you are about to become a second job holder. She asked, what is wrong? This information enlightened Ningfeng. Awesome, you can only complete a job change once every 30 levels. Wang Yu is about to reach level 60. No wonder she is a genius girl who awakened 5 stars. He continued to present, it is nothing, I just wanted to give you a gift. What was taken out was a consumable item of orange quality, permanently adding +3 agility. Zhang Shu and Ziting exclaimed in unison, it is a high-level potion that permanently increases attributes. It must be very expensive. Zhao Cheng arrogantly explained, expensive is a small matter, only 20,000 to 30,000 star coins. You are, and I still do not care about that. The important thing is that this kind of high-level potion is very difficult to buy even with money. My father asked many friends to get one like this with great difficulty. Unexpectedly, Wang Yu flatly refused. I accept your good intentions, but take the gift back. Ningfeng lightly chimed in. Don't, this potion is very valuable. Aren't you determined to get into a top university? She turned around and walked away. No need, we still have things to do. We will take our leave first. Zhao Cheng angrily pointed at Ningfeng and questioned. Wait a moment, do you really want to waste time with this waste? Wang Yue's eyes immediately became sharper. Zhao Cheng, watch your words. Zhao Cheng sneered and arrogantly retorted, what, 1 star is waste. He can't achieve anything in this lifetime. Ningfeng, who was caught in the crossfire for no reason, was constantly asking himself, why did they suddenly start targeting me? Who is this guy? Is he crazy? Should I just use forbidden magic to kill him? Ziting was the next to speak, wanting to ease the atmosphere. Zhao Cheng, let us go. Unexpectedly he snapped, directly demanding, step aside. This is none of your business. Zhao Cheng continued to attack Ningfeng. This kid, from top to bottom, can't even afford a bottle of attribute potion. Hurry up and disappear. Don't embarrass people anymore. But he was completely indifferent to him. Are you a mad dog? Do you like biting people randomly? A small potion adding a measly +3. You have the nerve to take it out and threaten people. This attitude made Zhao Cheng explode with anger. What are you, a poor ghost, talking about? Do you want to die? The person behind him continued. Such a big tone. Could it be that you have something even more powerful? Just show it to us. Zhao Cheng added, that is right. As long as you can take it out, I will kneel down and kowtow to you. His words were full of malice. But if you can't take it out, you will kneel down and kowtow to me. Ningfeng immediately used his own things, while reminding, then you should prepare yourself. Wang Yue gasped and remembered. Wang Yue, this is a gift I am giving you. Vanguard badge, orange tool, permanently increasing attributes. What is this? I have never seen it before. Zhao Cheng's group was no less surprised. How? How can there be a tool that permanently adds +10? Are you kidding me? Replying to them, Ningfeng just sneered and suggested, whether it is a joke or not, won't you know soon? Wang Yue hesitated. But he replied with a guarantee. Don't worry, I found this from home. I originally wanted to give it to you. Jiang Shu and Ziting shouted in unison, use it quickly, use it quickly. I can't wait any longer. But Wang Yue used the item. Everyone present was surprised, except for Ningfeng. She commented excitedly, the attributes really increased. Ziting was so excited that her face turned red. Zhao Cheng and the shield warrior next to him were shocked. Impossible. How could he have such a treasure? He must have stolen it. Ningfeng, who was holding a grudge, picked at his ear and suggested, remember to kowtow loudly. I am deaf. I can't hear clearly. He angrily wanted to deny it. I won't. But Wang Yue did not let him off easily, as young Master Cheng wanting to take back his words. He was isolated by his teammates on this side. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and kneel down as he had promised. Ningfeng's attitude was very satisfied when he saw this guy bowing his head to him. He and Wang Yu turned around and left. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. Once outside, she spoke again. I am sorry, But he stopped her. Stop. Our relationship is not about this. Ningfeng explained with a smile. Actually, you do not need to be with me. I would rather you complete your second job change and pass the exam for the best university. Besides, with you around, I can't level up at all. Wang Yue still replied confusedly, no, do not underestimate yourself. He lightly corrected, I am not. Then she took out an item. That is right, this is for you. The item in her hand was a skill book. Wang Yue explained, right after you level up to the corresponding level, you can learn them. Ningfeng examined the item and commented, they are all purple quality. They are not cheap, right? But Wang Yue only said softly, it is not much. It can't compare to the badge you gave me. He replied with a smile, then, I will accept it. At the same time, at the secret realm, perilous cemetery, outside, several bolts of lightning flashed towards one side, successfully taking down several monsters on that side. Ningfeng exclaimed at Wang Yu's attack, 666. He sat with his knees bent, dejectedly thinking. The experience points here are too low. But I can't tell Wang Yue that I am already level 10. What can I do? I am also very helpless. At this time, she saw something again. Then she gently picked up her phone. Hello. The voice on the other side came. Yue, I just received news that the great boss Fallen Magic Warlock is about to appear. Ziting suggested, this opportunity is rare. Do you need it? She softly asked. Yue, are you coming? Zhao Cheng angrily reminded on this side. You have to come. If you do not come, how can we go fight the boss? The Fallen Magic Warlock can drop rare mage items, which are extremely important to me. Wang Yu was silent for a moment. Ningfeng waved his hand at this time and continued, Go, it is okay. Anyway, we are all in this secret realm. It does not matter if I cultivate a little later. Wang Yu had no choice but to agree. Okay, then you go to the safe zone and wait for me. Ningfeng assured with a wide grin. Okay. He said after seeing her leave. Take care, everyone. Come here often when you are free. Wang Yue angrily scolded back. Shut up for me. At this time, Ningfeng's expression changed. Finally, it is just me left. Great boss, today is the day, he muttered. Fortunately, I prepared early last night and learned 2 more skills. Anyway, I can use them all for free once, of course, the more forbidden magic the better. The system then appeared. Passive skill, mysterious gift. All your forbidden magic can be released for free, once a week. Ningfeng stretched and muttered to himself. It is a pity that my level is only 3 skill slots now. The skill books the young lady gave me need to be used after level 15. The screen at this time displayed the number of skills he had. On this side, swarms of monsters were already waiting. The members of that team carefully observed. The great boss appears at the high tower, deep in the secret realm. We need to kill our way through there from here. We must be careful. This dungeon is very difficult. The monsters inside are extremely dangerous. Unexpectedly, before they could attack, they saw a pillar of fire flash past. The female cultivator exclaimed, Look, there is already an adventurer team rushing to the front. The person next to her said in panic, How did they get so far? Other members quickly recognized the person who appeared, that is Wang Yue and Zhao Cheng's Tusuk Guild. Even in the entire kingdom, they are super strong rookies. As expected, their reputation is well deserved. It seems that others have no chance. Zhao Cheng and Wang Yue's team were excited to fight the monsters. This boss is definitely mine. How can those trash teams compete with me? Several streams of power were continuously released. At this time, Ziting gossiped with Zhang Shu. Do you feel that Wang Yue is more powerful? He agreed. Indeed, after all, her agility increased by 10 points at once. At the secret realm, Perilous Cemetery, deep inside, a purple energy ball appeared. It was in the shape of an eye, carefully observing the surroundings. On this side, Ningfeng was still moving alone, as expected of forbidden magic level magic space. I arrived in the blink of an eye. The skill he used was Metamorphosis, active skill, Void Pilgrimage, Dark Forbidden Magic, tear apart space to enter the dark world, quickly teleport to the target location, lasting 1 hour. Several streams of eerie black gas appeared. They quickly formed the shape of a monster. Ningfeng waved and said, Hello, you are late. The monster violently threw a punch. An explosion was created by it, leaving residue on the ground, while Ningfeng's figure completely disappeared. At this time, it spoke. Foolish adventurers, how dare you appear here alone? But in an instant, he reappeared behind it. Ningfeng's expression was very strange as he announced, Because I do not want to share the spoils with others. The monster was instantly surprised. What? The skill used next was Metamorphosis, active skill, Heavenly Circle Transformation, Dark Forbidden Magic, summons fierce martial arts from the sky, creating huge area damage. Several martial arts strikes simultaneously targeted it. In an instant, it caused an explosion. Ningfeng's figure loomed behind the smoke screen. Several notifications appeared one after another. Reminder, eliminate Corpse Demon. Experience points, plus 200. Reminder, eliminate Corpse Demon. Experience points plus 200. Reminder, eliminate Dark Ghostly. Experience points plus 200. Reminder, eliminate Dark Ghostly. Experience points plus 200. Reminder, eliminate Yuke Armors. Experience points plus 200. Reminder, eliminate Yuke Armors. Experience points plus 200. Another notification appeared with a badge. Reminder, eliminate Fallen Magic Warlock. Experience points plus 5. Ningfeng exclaimed, level 30, I can do a job change. He looked at the items around him, muttering his assessment. The loot is indeed abundant. I need the jewelry and gems. It is a pity that the 2 skill books are not mage specific, but they are worth a lot of money. The drops include Fallen Magic Pendant, accessories, quality, orange, level requirement. Ningfeng muttered while controlling an item. I will absorb this myself. Although it will reduce stamina, I can accept it. At this time, the system notification rang again. detecting a special item, warlock badge. During job change, you can activate the hidden profession, necromancer, or activate the prerequisite tasks of the hidden profession, pan system magic god. He smiled smugly. Hidden professions are quite rare, and they're all innate. Humans can't interfere. Could it be that these badges are the key to activating hidden professions? His expression became more and more excited. Say no more. A real man does what he wants to do. Pan system magic god. Back to Wang Yu's team at this time. Their battle with the monsters was reaching a climax. What is going on? The magic fluctuations are so scary. Stop moving forward, retreat. Zhao Cheng exclaimed loudly. But the boss is still. But she questioned him. The situation is so dangerous. Do you want to harm everyone? Helpless, Zhao Cheng gritted his teeth and cursed in his heart. Damn it, what bad luck. Wang Yue herself was thinking on this side. Quickly informed Ningfeng. The text message on her phone contained the content. Sorry, something urgent came up. I am leaving first. Ningfeng himself had arrived at the job change hall. He muttered as he entered. Is there no one here? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a figure. Su Lan smiled faintly, raised her glasses and replied, Hello, are you here to receive the job change task? She quickly collected information from him. Okay, I will log in your data. Name, Ningfeng. Age, 18. Profession. Su Lan smiled friendly, but was secretly thinking, only a one job change at 18. His aptitude is a bit poor. Then she instructed, the first job change mages are on this side. Please follow me. Ningfeng obediently followed throughout the entire process. Okay? Once inside, Su Lan continued to instruct. Next, just follow the procedure. I will go out first. He politely replied, thank you. She was surprised behind him when she saw the figure entering. The person who spoke first was Su Lan. Is there something wrong? Team leader Chu still had a troubled expression, explaining, we just went to the scene to investigate. The perilous cemetery was severely damaged. The source of the power is still unclear, but the estimated threat level could reach king level or above. She asked with a faint smile, in just 2 days, there have been 2 king level threats. He nodded and confirmed, that is right, so the higher-ups sent me here. Su Lan's attitude became even more unpredictable, requesting Lone Shadow to take action. Along with the cold and dim eyes shining at him, suddenly, a system board appeared. Necromancer. Job change, task 1. Conditions. Enter the hopeless Ghost Ridge secret realm. Obtain the task item, Blood Soul Crown. Deadline, 3 days. Difficulty, Level A. Pan System Magic God. Prerequisite job change. Task 1. Conditions. Enter the Shining Sun Shrine secret realm. Obtain the task item, Sacred Badge. Deadline 3 days. Difficulty, Level S. Ningfeng casually selected and said, so there are 2 branches that can be chosen. It seems that Pan System Magic God is just a prerequisite task. I will choose it now. So Ningfeng pressed the Receive Task button, and the system board immediately continued. Receive the job change task successfully? Please check the relevant information. And after confirming, Ningfeng proceeded down the stairs. He muttered while walking towards the door with light. As expected of a hidden profession, there is even a Level S job change task. Fortunately, the deadline is 3 days. I do not need to be too stressed. He walked past a girl. She smiled and said, Take care, sir. Ningfeng waved his hand and replied with a warm face. Thank you. Suddenly he turned down, frowning, and thought, is not that the big sister from just now? The scene shifts to a desolate and dark place. Inside that cave, a group of people were discussing the person in front of them. I have never seen a person from Lone Shadow before. Even our outfits are not the same. Team leader Chu ordered, quiet down a bit. Then, he muttered, after all, the existence of this organization is a secret agency. It is said that all members of Lone Shadow possess a rare, hidden profession that can use the power of darkness to fight, specializing in performing special tasks. Su Lan at this time looked like she was uncomfortable with something, making her grind her teeth. She went over and said, the power of darkness is too strong. Even though it has dissipated a lot, it still affects me. No clues were found. It seems that the culprit caused the damage and then disappeared, making it difficult to understand the other party's purpose. Team leader Chu asked with a grim face, recently we have often received reports that there are abnormal signs in some secret places. It may be a harbinger of some kind of crisis. Is there any connection between them? Su Lan bluntly replied, I can't say. I will remind the higher-ups to increase the number of investigators. He continued to ask, even the famous Lone Shadow and the Madland feel a headache. At this time, Zhang Ji came over to inquire, sorry, is it clearly confirmed that the culprit is a monster? Could it be, is it due to... Su Lan looked at him coldly and asked, are you asking if the culprit could be a mutant like me? Hearing this, he stammered and apologized. I am sorry, I did not mean anything. Su Lan continued to explain boldly. The level of threat here has exceeded the king level. Wanting to control such huge dark forces, the price to pay is simply not something that human flesh and blood can bear. Zhang Ji tacitly understood something and continued to ask. In other words, there is an extremely powerful monster hiding in the city that may bring disaster at any time. She did not deny it, but confirmed. Exactly, it is probably hiding in the dark, and it needs to be found quickly. Shift to Ninfeng's house. He opened the window. Face laugh said, "This small and obscure environment makes people feel inexplicably comfortable." After reaching level 30, there are also 4 new skill columns. First, learn and try 2. 2 books Wang Yue gave. Suddenly there is a voice prompt, found that the magic shield skill can be merged with the forbidden art body of defiled soil. Automatic progress has been made. Having learned the passive skill defensive filth body, he placed his hand on the system, and the following text appeared. Passive skill defensive filth body, automatically activated. When attacked, 100% of the damage will be absorbed by the filth body. The absorption level will be equivalent to the damage caused by the filth body. After the attack ends, the filth body will automatically recover. Ningfeng finished reading and laughed with satisfaction, saying, "So forbidden arts can also be combined with low-level magic to create new effects. This way, I have another method of defense. Normal damage is completely ineffective against me. Let us read this next one." As he spoke, he looked at the system panel, which stated, detected that Luo Yan's spell can be fused with the forbidden arts, filth body, and heavenly cloud fire dance. Proceeding automatically. Received passive skill, earth element mastery. Passive skill, earth element mastery. All effects from earth magic plus 20%. So Ningfeng looked at his active and passive skills and said, "There are still 4 skill slots left. I will go to the exchange to buy some new books." After speaking, he went to the exchange building. Ningfeng calmly and slowly entered the building. Suddenly, a girl recognized him and thought to herself, "Last time." Then she approached Ningfeng with a warm smile and said, "Ning Xianxing." Ningfeng saw her and said, "Hello, I am looking for Yangxin Yang Xiaojie." She tossed her hair, leaned her body towards him, and gently replied, "Yang Xin is with another customer. Today let me show you around." But Ningfeng did not pay any attention to her, so he turned around and said, "Oh, that is all right, I will go myself." Stunned by his blunt response, she stared after him in disbelief. Her face darkened and she gnashed her teeth, thinking, "Is this kid even a man? He dares to reject me? Am I not as good as Yang Xin?" So unwilling to give up, she continued to approach him and said, "It is okay, Ning Xiansheng, this is my responsibility." Suddenly, there was the sound of hurried footsteps and a shout. "Ning Xiansheng." Seeing Yang Xin running over, Ningfeng asked, "Isn't this Yang Xin? Are you done with your work?" She replied, panting, "I was not busy, I was just having a quick meal in the back. My colleague told me you were here, so I came over as quickly as I could." Ningfeng, hearing this, replied, "Sorry, I bothered you during your break. I will make it up to you with lunch later." Yang Xin replied with a bright smile, "You are too polite." The other girl, watching them chat happily, cursed under her breath, "I am going to die of anger." The scene changed to inside the reception room, where 2 spellbooks were on the table. Ningfeng said, "I want to entrust you with selling these 2 skill books. Also, I want to buy some skill books for mages." Wang Dashi agreed, "No problem. Xiaoyang, you go with Ning Ji." She quickly replied, "Okay." At this moment, he frowned and thought to himself, "Last time it was an orange weapon, this time it is purple skill books. This guy's background is a bit interesting. I need to have someone investigate." A moment later, the 2 of them were chatting happily at the dining table. When they finished eating, Ningfeng raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Waiter, the bill!" Seeing his actions, Yang Xin stopped him and gently explained, "No need, I have already paid." Ningfeng, as if he could not believe it, widened his eyes and asked, "Didn't I say I was treating you?" Yang Xin laughed amusedly and said, "No, I have a reason to treat you too. Don't worry about it." Ningfeng continued to ask, "What reason?" Yang Xin gently pushed him and giggled, "It is a secret. Let us go." Then the 2 of them left the restaurant. In front of the large black car, Ningfeng gently waved goodbye. "Let me take you." But Yang Xin refused. "No need to trouble you. I have to go somewhere else. I can take a taxi myself." He did not insist and replied, "Okay then, be safe." After speaking, she got into the car. The driver asked, "Where to?" Yang Xin gently replied, "City number 2 hospital." Then she remembered her sick father in the hospital, and thought gratefully, "It is all thanks to Ning Ji that I earned so much commission. My father's medical expenses for this month have finally been taken care of." Just thinking about it brought tears to her eyes. Suddenly there was a shattering sound from the window. The mirror at the front of the car was completely shattered, and the driver did not have time to react. Seeing this, Yang Xin widened her eyes in panic. Before her eyes was a spatial gate, from which monsters poured out, attacking people and vehicles nearby. Frightened, she quickly released her seatbelt. Yang Xin opened the door and stumbled out. Due to her haste, she fell to the ground. She opened her eyes and, seeing the scene, wondered. What is happening? Are there monsters in a safe zone? At this moment, a monster appeared behind her. In the sky, from the spatial gate, a person emerged. He smiled mockingly. Suddenly, a booming explosion echoed through the area. Intermingled with the explosion was the roar of the monsters, screaming. Yang Zhen, while casting spells, muttered, "No, it is not working." The system panel displayed her status, attribute, 1 star, profession, first job change mage, level, 34. The monster did not hesitate. It pounced towards her, swinging its arm at her. Yang Jin screamed in fear. Before it could hit her, a burly man blasted it away with a single blow. It was Captain Chu who had arrived in time. He asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Jin stammered. I am all right." Captain Chu continued, "If you can move, find a shelter first. Everything around here has been smashed to pieces. The secret realm has begun to merge with reality. I have never encountered such a serious situation. These monsters are fundamentally not something a normal 1-star attribute person can deal with. In other words, there is an extremely powerful monster in the city that can bring disaster at any time. Could it be?" As he spoke, a sharp claw approached from behind him. He sensed it and quickly jumped away, dodging the attack. Landing, he saw its form and said in shock, "A human, you are a mutant." The figure replied with a sinister smile, "Mutant, I am not that kind of trash. I am a spring supporter of the power of darkness." Hearing what he said, Captain Chu's face darkened and he thought, "Spring supporter? What is that? I have never heard of it. Never mind, now's not the time to worry about that." As soon as he finished thinking, he lunged forward, swinging his sword at him. He was unfazed, and even punched back at Captain Chu, sending him flying. Hit by the blow, Captain Chu gritted his teeth and speculated, "Damn it, that bastard's strength is at least equal to a 3rd job change or higher." He did not give him time to react, and pointed his finger at the ground. At that moment, small, black lightning bolts flickered. He chuckled and said, "This is my territory. You chicken! You can't possibly fight me." As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported in front of Captain Chu, shocking him. Without giving him time to prepare, he struck with his palm directly into Captain Chu's abdomen. Blood spurted out, and because of that blow, he was sent flying far away. Having defeated Captain Chu, he laughed excitedly. "I am getting stronger, stepping onto this land. It seems a surge of power is awakening." Suddenly, a voice spoke, "Insignificant human, do not be so self-absorbed." Hearing this, he lowered his voice and replied, Pardon me." A crack appeared, and the voice continued, "Your power was given to you by me. If it were not for me, you would be just like your kind, mere reptiles." After speaking, the crack gradually closed. The voice continued, "Prove to me that you still have value in existing." Hearing these words, he trembled and knelt on the ground. The voice smiled with satisfaction and ordered, "Take all the people in this city as sacrifices for a king like me to come to this world." Hearing the order, he replied, "As you command." The scene changed to somewhere else, and a hand lifted a cloth. It was Ning Feng, who calmly lifted the curtain of the bathroom stall and walked out. Suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes widen. Seeing the scene outside where monsters were killing people, Ning Feng thought silently, "I just turned around to use the restroom. What happened?" Seeing his presence, a monster turned and pounced toward him. Small cracks appeared under the ground. Immediately, a sharp stake pierced through the monster's body. Ning Feng, while chanting a spell with his hand, continued, "Fortunately, I spent a lot of money to buy this weapon today. It comes with purple skills and enhances my earth magic." Then he took a step and pushed the door open. Before his eyes was the man dragging Captain Chu, who was covered in blood. Seeing him, he approached with his blood-soaked claws, saying, "Another bug slipped through." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up. Swinging his claws at Ning Feng, he shouted in panic, "Holy crap, what the hell is this?" Before he could react, he was grabbed, but he saw something that made his smile gradually disappear. It was the scene of Ning Feng using magic to protect himself, preventing him from crushing his body. Shocked by this, he stammered, How can you block my attack?" The voice reappeared and muttered, "Power of darkness. Strong, too strong. His power is much stronger than mine. No, that is not right. I sense from him an aura even more terrifying than death." Ning Feng calmly closed his eyes and said, "This guy seems very powerful. Does he want to cast a forbidden art in the city?" Saying this, he glared. A blow shattered his claws. Seeing this, he thought in surprise, "It is broken." Overwhelmed with panic, he begged clumsily, "Lie leader, great one." But the voice refused. "The one you call is no longer reachable. Figure it out yourself." Then a scene of bloodshed appeared. The monsters, sensing this, flew towards the gate, saying, "Hurry back, the gate is closing." And so they entered the gate, and it closed. As for him, He hugged his crippled arm, wondering, my power, my power. In the end, seeing his state, Ningfeng's face lit up with excitement. The so-called mutant is just someone who, during the awakening process, obtains the hidden profession of the darkness system. Just being able to use the power of darkness makes their strength far surpass professions of the same level. Therefore, once they lose the power of darkness, at this moment, his eyes widened and he roared, and he was stabbed straight through by Ningfeng's stake. He sighed in relief. That was difficult to deal with. Luckily, I could attack without defending. First, let us pick up the dropped loot, and then take advantage of no one noticing to run back. The scene changed to a ruined building. Sulan and another girl were examining it. She said, the monsters have retreated. The secret realm's invasion phenomenon has also disappeared. Sulan thought in doubt. Both times it was destruction magic. Each time the secret realm invades, it suddenly disappears. What exactly does the enemy want? Then Sulan asked, what about the other places? She replied, they are basically all safe, only the squad in the South District suffered serious damage. Their current situation is unknown. Sulan's voice turned cold, and she muttered, South District is the area that Captain Chu is in charge of. Let us go see what happened. The scene changed to where the man was killed by Ningfeng. A stranger was kneeling down, examining his situation carefully. He was Duan. Seeing this, he said, his things have all been taken. Suddenly, Sulan arrived, and seeing the stranger, shouted an order. Don't move, who are you? Duan calmly pulled out a badge and replied, don't be nervous. I am a member of the Cloud Beyond Mystic Realm. Sulan continued to ask, Cloud Beyond Mystic Realm is the unofficial organization formed entirely by martial artists. He replied, that is right. Without hesitation, Sulan repeatedly asked, I heard that you guys always act in secret. Why are you here? Duan frowned and glanced at him, replying, because of him. This guy was originally a member of our organization, but he betrayed us. He assisted the secret realm in invading reality, and led strange monsters to attack our camp. Except for the survivors, everyone else sacrificed themselves. Hearing this, they all remembered, and said, isn't that similar to what just happened? Sulan calmly continued to ask, could it be that because he died, the secret realm invasion stopped? Duan asked back, was it your people who killed him? Sulan immediately denied, no, we do not know who killed him either. Hearing this, Duan was stunned and thought, this bastard likes to hide in the secret realm space. He is extremely cunning. Every time I found him, he was able to escape. Sulan glanced at him and thought silently. Captain Chu, with his third job change strength, was still swept away. To directly kill the enemy and stop the secret realm invasion. Is there such a powerful character in Tandu City? Then Duan turned and left. Seeing him leave, Sulan asked, where are you going? He replied, looking for things. The scene changed to Ningfeng's house. His face was excited, and he had a radiant smile as if he had obtained something. Before his eyes at this moment was the system panel showing two items, Eternal Majestic Radiance, Armor Equipment, Accessory, Quality, Orange, Level Requirement, 120 and Eternal Majestic Radiance, Leg Armor Equipment, Accessory, Quality, Orange, Level Requirement, 120. Seeing these things, Ningfeng said with delight, the stuff that dropped from that guy unexpectedly has 2 sets of orange equipment for the martial artist profession. This is even more enjoyable than fighting a boss. I did not see him wearing it just now. He probably did not have enough level yet, huh? Otherwise I would only be able to use forbidden arts to win. Besides, there is also this pendant. It looks strange, but it does not have a quality. The information is also unclear. The system displayed the information of the necklace. Pendant, unidentified accessory. Ningfeng doubtfully flicked the ring and said, there is probably no ancient god hiding inside, right? The ring was silent for a long time. The scene changed to where the ring projected his image onto a jade. The monster saw Ningfeng's face and said, fortunately, I reacted quickly and closed the secret realm gate in time. I probably was not discovered. But at this moment his eyes were close, and he asked himself, there is probably no ancient god, right? It jumped back in fright. It shouted in panic, cut off all contact, don't reveal our location, quick. That damn brat scared me to death, how could he sense me? Time passed until morning. At the city hospital, Captain Chu, with bandages around his body, said in pain, a young martial artist saved us. As soon as the enemy saw him, he immediately opened a secret realm crack and ran away. Sulan also understood that the person Captain Chu was talking about was Duan, so she agreed. Indeed, I could vaguely sense that this person's strength was not inferior to mine. Zhang Ji then asked, a strong person like that could not catch the enemy, but then a mysterious boss killed the enemy, Sulan replied. That is probably the case right now. Maybe he was passing by, maybe he is living in seclusion somewhere. In short, this mysterious boss is definitely not registered. Apart from some common magic traces on the battlefield last night, there were no special discoveries. Captain Chu sighed, if the boss was here with us, that would be great. Just thinking about it makes me feel safe. Zhang Ji stammered. Well then, I have a rather bold idea. Sulan turned to him curiously. Zhang Ji continued. There must still be some traces of dark power left on the battlefield last night, right? Sulan replied. Of course, after all, the enemy was a monster from the secret realm. Zhang Ji continued. I am not too sure, just a guess. What if the mysterious boss is also a mutant? Weren't there no casualties among the staff in both appearances of destruction magic? Could it be that this mysterious boss... Hearing this, Captain Chu said indifferently. Impossible, you are thinking too much. Zhang Ji laughed. Sulan fell silent, thinking too much. The scene changed to Ning Feng, who was walking calmly. He approached and asked, Hello, I need to do the job change mission. Can I pass through? Entering the secret realm, a magnificent and beautiful fortress appeared. Ning Feng frowned, looking at it and said, Is that the Huiyang Temple? At this moment, behind him, was some man. It was Duan, frowning as he watched Ning Feng's actions. A few days ago, the trading area. She pointed at Duan and said softly, Wang Deshi, this gentleman has arrived. Wang Deshi smiled and shook hands with Duan, asking, Hello, I heard you want to buy a set of 4th-tier warrior equipment. She stood behind, secretly sizing him up. High level, handsome, and generous too. If I could latch onto him, I would not have to worry anymore. Wang Deshi chuckled. As it happens, we have a regular customer, who we have also invited. He is preparing to sell a set of 4th-tier warrior equipment, but he only has 2 pieces, the armor and leg guards. Upon hearing this, Duan frowned and asked, Where is he? Wang Dashi gave a forced smile. He seems to be unavailable today. Duan fell silent, speculating. 4th tier, 2 pieces of armor and leg guards. All the information matches. Although I have not seen the equipment myself, it is highly likely to be my master's relic. Then he bluntly asked, Can you tell me more about your regular customer? I can pay for the information. Wang Dashi hesitated. Well. He worried inwardly. Wait a minute. How could it be so coincidental? Just as Ning Feng said he wanted to sell the equipment, this gentleman came knocking, as if they would agreed beforehand. So he went over and stammered. I remember him saying he needed to go to the adjacent city to handle some matters. Let me call him, to confirm. Has that gentleman left yet? The voice on the other end of the line replied. He is gone. I already saw him out. Seeing him looking troubled, she asked, Wang Dashi, is something wrong? Wang Dashi said with a serious expression, I had someone investigate Ning Feng's background before. His parents were ordinary 2-star profession holders. They disappeared unexpectedly in his early years, leaving him alone. He went to number 7 high school in the city. He only awakened at the age of 18, and he is still only a 1-star profession holder. Hearing this, she blankly asked, He looks so powerful, but he is just trash. At the same time, she thought to herself, I knew there was something wrong with him. He looked so pathetic. Now, it is all exposed. But where did the things he brought here to sell come from? A 1-star profession holder can't possibly get such good things. Wang Dashi continued. That is the problem. Although he is friends with the young miss of the Wang Corporation has not helped him much. Then she thought of Duan's appearance and thought to herself, that big shot just now did not look too happy. Then she said, wait a minute. Ning Feng's equipment is not, it's stolen goods. Wang Dashi's face was beaded with sweat. He replied, Not necessarily, but I am afraid it is not anything good either. But this time, it seems he has messed with the wrong person. Hearing that, she smugly thought of the scene of Duan taking down Ning Feng. That is right. A 4th-tier expert is considered a top existence in Beishan province. As she spoke, she chuckled to herself. His stuff must be stolen. This time, there is going to be a good show. Cut to the present, with Duan still closely following Ning Feng. Duan looked at Ning Feng from behind a rock, thinking to himself, I still can't believe it. Such a young person was able to repel the secret realm invasion. Even an expert like my master was defeated by the boss of the secret realm. But based on the information, my master's relic might be in his hands. If he is not the expert, then someone else might be pulling the strings. In any case, it is better to be careful. Before Ning Feng's eyes was a chaotic scene. Ning Feng shouted something, causing his surroundings to flash with light. Duan thought to himself, he is changing equipment. From the equipment, I can judge his strength. At this moment, Ning Feng put on ordinary clothes, looking similar to the people fighting. Seeing those clothes, Duan's face went blank as he wondered. Are not these clothes too ordinary? He really looks like an ungraduated student. Is this a disguise? That is right. Given his age, starter equipment would not attract attention. It is easy to blend into the crowd. If he is deliberately hiding, he might be able to shake me off. But to avoid alarming the enemy, I can't follow too closely. To ensure safety, I will mark him with a skill. Then Duan's eyes flashed. He used an active skill, spiritual guidance, to mark the target in a self-aware state. without being noticed. After that, he also changed into the clothes Ningfeng had been wearing, thinking, I will use his ordinary uniform. Duan slowly walked past the crowd, fighting monsters. After entering the city, he wondered to himself, the level of the monsters in this secret realm is not high. What is he doing here? But at this moment, something rushed over, causing Ningfeng to widen his eyes. A huge monster attacked him with all its might, but Ningfeng quickly activated a protective shield. Seeing this, Duan thought in surprise, what? That thing, absolute defense, is a skill that can't be broken no matter what. The monsters were avoiding him. This person is definitely not simple. Ningfeng calmly walked in and closed the door. Suddenly, he stopped. Looking up, he said, great, luckily no one's here. Seeing this, Duan panicked, thinking, is he going to solo the final boss? But why would an expert want to fight this low-level boss? The huge stone statue did not move. Duan wondered to himself, that is strange. Why is not the statue moving? As Ningfeng walked, he glanced around, thinking to himself, the guidance mission said, it is this guy, right? Seeing that it was not attacking, he wondered, I will go around. This is the right way, Ningfeng said confidently. Before Ningfeng's eyes was a stone statue with a majestic halberd. It was clad in sturdy and imposing armor. Suddenly its eyes flashed. It soared into the sky. Seeing this, Ningfeng asked, why did this guy run away? Duan thought, in astonishment. Could it be a rare hidden boss? How did he know? At this moment, the system panel appeared. Omni-System Magic God. Requirement. Enter the Huiyang Divine Hall Secret Realm. Obtain the quest item Sacred Hui Mark. Defeat the hidden boss of the Divine Hall, Six-Winged Angel. Reading this, Ningfeng laughed wickedly, as expected of an S-level mission. If it were changed to a normal first-tier mission, who could bear it? The monster frantically flew up, shouting, this is terrible, this is terrible, this is my secret realm, where can I escape to? Outside, streaks of golden lightning flashed. The monster continued to fly up and run away. Below, Ningfeng raised his hand. His hand was enveloped in black-purple energy, as if increasing his power. He used an active skill, Thunder Strikes, D level, summoning a huge thunderstorm, bringing the power of the sky down. A large eye appeared in the sky above. It looked down at the running monster and shone a powerful beam of light onto it. Ningfeng made his move below. The city collapsed as a result. Duan, frightened by the move, collapsed to the ground, stammering, TH. The city was now in ruins. Duan, pale-faced, asked himself, this world-destroying magic is the first time I have seen it. It is really terrifying. This big shot's strength must be greater than my master's. Could he be a legendary 8th-tier expert? Ningfeng stood there calmly. Before completing the first tier, the level can't be increased. This experience is really wasted. Forget it. I have the badge anyway. I will go back and turn in the mission. As he spoke, he held up the badge. The system panel appeared with the words, Sacred Symbol, Consumable, Quality, Orange, Attribute, Permanent Spirit +8, Effect, Permanent Recovery +100%. Then he took out a scroll. I will go back with a teleport scroll. At this moment, Duan hurriedly ran over and shouted, Lord, please wait a moment. Seeing him, Ningfeng's face went pale. Where did this person come from? Did he see everything? Seeing Ningfeng's expression, Duan also thought awkwardly, crap, the big shot's expression might not be good. Then Duan bowed and said, Lord, please do not be angry. Let me explain. Suddenly, there was a sound. Ningfeng shouted, it is the alarm. Let us leave here first. We will talk later. Duan replied, yes. After teleporting to a desolate field. After everything was explained, Ningfeng asked, so, that is why you followed me. Duan continued to explain, I am really sorry. I did not mean anything by it. I just wanted to confirm a few things. After all, you look so young. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would not have dared to believe it. After all, a strong person like my master back then could only temporarily seal the invading secret realm, even at the cost of his life, and even let that traitor run away. These years, that traitor has been using humans as sacrifices to break the seal. I have been chasing him for a long time but have failed. Ningfeng thought in frustration, this person is a 4th-tier expert. If he had not voluntarily come out, I would not have discovered him. In the end, it is still, because my level is too low. If this continues, being exposed is only a matter of time. Duan saw that Ningfeng's eyes were still, and he thought to himself, the big shot suddenly fell silent. Does he want to kill me? To silence me? Then Duan spoke up, Lord, you helped me avenge my master. I am very grateful. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Ningfeng frowned, calculating. This person is high level, and even solos. If I can build a good relationship, it might be useful. Then he spoke up. Today's matter? I hope no one else knows about it. Duan quickly replied. Rest assured, I will definitely keep my mouth shut. At this moment Duan thought to himself, the big shot's magic is a huge dark power, but it does not harm innocent people, and even repelled the secret realm invasion, saving the entire city. Such a strong, humble man deserves my respect, no matter the reason. Anyway, there is nowhere else to go later. I will stay in Xinyu City for now. Then Ningfeng took a step and left, and Duan followed. Suddenly, a ringtone rang from Ningfeng's pocket. He answered the phone. Aunt Chi. The other side shouted, Ningfeng, where are you? He replied calmly, I am outside, just about to go home. Is something the matter? She continued. There are a few things I want to talk to you about. We can talk when you get back. After speaking, she hung up. Ningfeng wondered blankly, why did Aunt Chi suddenly call me? On Chi Wei's side, Talan asked with a cold face, how is it? Chi Wei replied, judging from his tone, it seems like nothing happened, and he is about to go back. Talan said coldly, muttering, a student who just awakened a few days ago suddenly reached the first tier. If we had not investigated in time, we might have missed him. Chi Wei went over and said, Ningfeng has a good personality, and studies very hard. I believe he is not a bad person. Talan replied, I did not say he was a bad person, but there are some things I want to clarify. Her eyes suddenly radiated a power, as if wanting to pierce through someone. She remembered reporting to her superiors. This is the preliminary situation. We will continue to monitor him, and we hope to receive attention from our superiors. Lao Fang asked sternly, is there anything else? Talan just closed her eyes and said nothing. Then she spoke up and replied, you said that 2 kinds of destructive magic appeared in Xinyu City. Was it done by a mutant? The 3 of them were silent. Lao Fang spoke up and asked, Talan, you are a mutant. How can you ask this question? Mutants using dark power require a price? The stronger the mutant, the higher the price. Consuming life, losing reason, even turning into a new monster. Even the most ordinary price can cause a mutant to fall into an irretrievable state. A mutant, with the power of a king, is fundamentally impossible. He said sarcastically, old friend, you are getting more and more off track. You are even imagining a king-level mutant. If you like writing scripts so much, you might as well become a screenwriter. Talan did not back down but retorted, I am just thinking of all the possibilities. Whether you listen is up to you. He laughed smugly. Are you still spouting nonsense? It is obviously because you people can't investigate it. If there really is a king-level mutant, then I will bring my head down for you to kick as a ball. Lao Fang coughed and said, we have sent an investigation team to Xinyu City. We hope your side can actively cooperate. If necessary, the investigation team will take over all the work. In addition, your request to add people from the Shadow Department has not been approved by the higher-ups. Talan gritted her teeth and asked, is it because you do not trust us? Lao Fang replied, it is not that we do not trust you. In short, just be patient for a little longer. After the conversation, Talan stretched and sighed. Her subordinate suddenly opened the door and shouted, Captain, there is new information. The Huiyang Divine Hall, secret realm in Longbow City, was attacked by destructive magic. There are temporarily no casualties. Hearing this, Chi Wei said in alarm, when Ningfeng passed the test, the registered training location seemed to be. Talan replied calmly, that is right. It is the Huiyang Divine Hall. This is going to be interesting. The entire vast city is covered in a protective barrier. Longbow City. The crowd is in a large house in the city. Seeing the protective barrier activated, they could not help but worry. Is this shield stable? What happened at the Huiyang Divine Hall? Oh my god, I am so scared my legs are going weak. Ningfeng and Duan were there, calmly observing. A person wearing a hat that covered his face came out to reassure them. Don't worry, the shield has been activated to the highest level. It will isolate the dark forces from the outside world, and will not spread to urban areas. Some of the people below thought it must be very safe. Many people were still very confused. What is going on? Seeing the situation, Ningfeng looked bored. The commotion just now was quite big and even directly activated the highest alarm. Now it seems that I can only wait for the alarm to be lifted and then take the car home. A black crack appeared outside the shield. From inside the crack appeared strange creatures with red eyes and sharp fangs, which were very scary. 2 huge monsters walked out of the crack. Their shapes were extremely strange. Behind them were wings with sharp thorns, and on their heads grew horns. Is this the world of humans? They approached the protective shield. One of them wondered, it looks like a magic shield. What are they using this for? The one behind him replied, never mind, it is normal for such weak humans to like hiding in a tortoiseshell. The crack widened more and more, and the small monsters came out one by one. The leader confidently announced, unfortunately, this thing can't stop us. He resolutely pointed forward to launch a war. Thousands of small monsters rushed up like a storm. He stood in the middle observing, with a large knife on his shoulder, his eyes full of murderous intent. In just a moment, the protective shield opened a large hole, and no one knew how the monsters had done it. Ha 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 ha. The people in the city stood there dumbfounded. Someone wondered, isn't that a little strange? One person was stunned for a few seconds. Ha. The person wearing the hat looked up and wondered, what is that? Before the people could react, the monsters poured into the city, madly slaughtering. The people then ran away in panic, and the monsters' growls mixed with the people's cries for help, creating an extremely chaotic scene. Ugh ugh rar ga save me ah. The people responsible for protecting everyone anxiously asked each other, why can the monsters break through the shield? But the other person could not understand the matter either. That is not right. The shield is not damaged, so how did they get in? A young man wearing armor and holding a sword loudly said, hey, do not push anymore. Be careful of my sword. The scene became more and more chaotic, and people pushed and shoved each other, trying to escape. It hurts too much? Contrary to the fearful people, Duan used the skill True Martial Aura, forming a protective layer for both of them. He turned back and asked Ningfeng, Lord, this might be a high-level secret realm invasion? Ningfeng was not surprised. Oh, it is not much different from the situation in Qinyu City last night. Right. Duan still looked at Ningfeng for instructions. Should we take action? Ningfeng looked at him with wide eyes and asked, do you have a way to solve it? Duan was about to answer, but in his heart he was thinking, wait a minute. The big shot can clearly solve it easily, so why ask me how to solve it? And Ningfeng behind him had a big question mark in his head, not knowing what Duan was planning to do. Duan's eyes lit up, as if he had just understood something. That is not right. How could the big shot ask me? What am I even thinking? The big shot's intention is clearly to test me. Duan valiantly stepped forward, his right hand clenched with determination, his left hand rubbing his neck, bending it to both sides, as if warming up for battle. I understand, Lord. Rest assured and leave it to me. Ningfeng did not understand his intention at all. But he did not care much. Whatever, there are so many people here, it is not convenient for me to take action, so let him do it. He answered perfunctorily. Okay then. Suddenly, a huge force descended from the sky, causing the ground to shake, scattering rocks and injuring quite a few people, and everyone screamed in panic, trying to run faster to save their lives. Why? The leader of the monster then rushed in, laughing maniacally. Immediately, a brave young man with a bow and arrow rushed to attack, and 3 ice arrows were shot out at the same time. The young man shouted, die! But before the arrows could touch the monster, they were chopped into dust. The person with the hat took advantage of the monster's inattention and rushed forward with a sword, but this intention was discovered by the monster. It gently chopped down with a knife, and a fierce force quickly flew over. The person only had time to scream before being immediately knocked far away. His sword was shattered, his shield was broken in half, and blood was constantly flowing from his wounds. The young man who had shot the arrow before was pale. How can this be? There is not even a scratch. The monster's knife touched the ground and caused several cracks to appear on the ground. The blade was covered in blood. The monster slowly stepped forward, holding the bloody knife and saying contemptuously, how disappointing. I thought there would be a few strong people among the humans. Compared to the monster, the people in the city were like a group of mice, lost in the wilderness, constantly yelling and running around. A monster is coming. Run, help. What do we do? At this time, a girl was left behind, and she fell into the monster's sights. It raised its knife, intending to end the girl with one blow. It shouted, a bunch of trash, and resolutely chopped down. But fortunately, a green light quickly flashed and blocked the monster's chop. At the monster's feet, Duan was not afraid. He used his small knife to block the monster's huge knife, creating an opportunity for the girl to escape. Seeing that someone had blocked the attack, the monster was quite surprised and squinted down. The 2 knives collided, sparking sparks. In his eyes, there was a strong determination. Although the big shot does not need me to protect him at all since I am here, I can't let the big shot do it himself. Duan's eyes shone with a cold look. In that moment, he decided to fight his best, so as not to disappoint the big shot's expectations. The big shot is here, just leave it to me. Ningfeng felt embarrassed when he heard him call him that. Can you not call me the big shot? It is a little embarrassing. The monster laughed mockingly. Not all trash, huh? Duan said nothing and swung his knife, causing both the monster and its knife to retreat. The monster spat out a mouthful of green blood and looked at him in surprise. Before it could finish speaking, it had to widen its eyes in fear as it looked ahead. Duan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he charged at the monster with 2 knives in his hands. The knives in his hand moved, like tearing the wind. You could only see countless green lights continuously slashing all over the monster's body, making it unable to resist. Only a few seconds later, Duan was seen stopping behind the monster. The people who witnessed this scene were agape in shock. What level of expert is this? The monsters did not even have a chance to fight back. looking at his skills. They are not ordinary at all, very likely a high-level hidden profession. Duan stood up, sheathed his knife, and walked away coldly. Behind him, the monster was blown into hundreds of pieces. He looked very cool at this time, with a determined look, a cold face, and a message board showing his resume. Name Duan, level 137, secret profession, martial artist, hidden 5-star profession. In Ningfeng's heart, he was extremely excited, his hands clenched tightly, and his eyes were like bright stars. Holy shit, that is really awesome. But on the surface, he pretended to be calm. Not bad. With the leader eliminated, the small monsters fled in droves through the space crack. At this time, the other adventurers launched a counterattack. The monsters' leader has been eliminated. Launch a counterattack, countless archers ambushed everywhere, continuously firing arrows to eliminate the small monsters. Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction at Duan. As soon as he returned, he asked, "Big Shot, what else do you want me to do?" Ningfeng closed his eyes with delight and gave Duan a thumbs up in front of him, acknowledging, "No need, you did a great job." Ningfeng happily praised, "Super great." Not far away, several people observed them and assessed. Such a powerful expert is so respectful to him. Just how amazing is this young man? The other person also speculated, could he be the young master of some large family who brought a bodyguard with him to train? Duan unhesitatingly gave Ningfeng all the spoils he had received from the boss just now. "That is right, these are the spoils from the boss, please accept them." Big shot. First, there were 2 orange quality items. The adventurers around could not help but be excited when they saw this. It is an orange quality item. An orange quality item, even if you can't use it yourself. Just flicking it away is worth tens of thousands of star coins. A girl's eyes turned into hearts as she looked at them. "Big Shot, are you missing a clothes rack? I will be the Big Shots." Next was a skill book. Ningfeng immediately had a plan. An agility-type skill book, just right to leave for Wanye, Fatal Pursuit. There was also a shield with a very unique monster face. If it is a shield, then let us think about it when it is time to sell it for money. Demon Bone Shield. The 2 adventurers who had fought selflessly before supported each other and came to Ningfeng and Duan, stopping them. "2 experts. Could we have a moment of your time?" After that, the mayor of Longbow City also arrived, bowing deeply to thank them. "Thank you, 2 experts, for taking action to save Longbow City." The mayor, with a round figure, smiled and introduced, "I am Tai Dongming, the mayor of Longbow City. You 2 look a little unfamiliar, not like locals." Ningfeng sighed and explained, "We originally came to work, but we did not expect to be trapped here, unable to leave for the time being." Such casual words, but in the mayor's eyes, it was an image of him darkening his face, looking at him with sharp eyes, blaming him. "Why am I stuck in this place? Don't you feel any remorse?" This imagination of the mayor made him so scared that he was covered in sweat. His face turned purple, and he could not cry out. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat pouring down his forehead, and stammered, in response, "Yes, it is because we activated the highest alert, so..." The person wearing the hat also stepped forward to apologize. "I am really sorry. It is all because our work had an oversight. Please forgive us." The mayor bowed again to apologize, and Ningfeng immediately waved his hand. Do not. It is okay." In his heart, he understood clearly. "Actually, I made it like this myself." The mayor turned his face to the assistant standing behind him and ordered, "Go get the flight scroll I just bought and compensate the Big Shot." The assistant quickly complied. "Understood." Ningfeng widened his eyes in surprise. "A flight scroll? Such a good thing? It is so difficult to buy one for myself. Although it can only be used once, it is extremely convenient for short to medium distance trips." Dongming smiled friendly. "Big Shot, we have a request. These days, there is chaos everywhere. Could I invite you 2 to stay here for a few days? You see, our defense force is a little weaker." Ningfeng scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed, but he still had to refuse. "I am sorry, I am not free during this time. I am afraid I can't agree to your request." In his heart, he was worried. The job transfer mission has a 3-day limit. If I miss it, I will never complete the first tier. The gentle refusal, but in the mayor's mind, it became extremely terrifying. "Does he think I am free?" Dongming wiped the sweat pouring down his forehead again. Indeed. It is our lack of consideration." At this time, the assistant happened to bring the item over. "Mayor, the scroll is here." Dongming happily smiled and handed the gift to Ningfeng. In addition to the flight scroll, there is also a card. "Big Shot, this is the highest level black card of the Yuancheng exchange. A small gift, a big gesture." The sparkling black card in front of him shocked. "Ningfeng, I heard that the highest level black card of the Yuancheng exchange is only given to a small number of successful people, and has many privileges. No wonder this mayor can buy a flight scroll. His identity must not be simple." Ningfeng grabbed Duan's shoulder and pushed him forward to receive the gift from Dongming's hand. Ningfeng stood behind, smiling happily. "Thank you. Seeing them accepting the gift, Dongming scratched his head and smiled, as if relieved of a burden. It is good that the big shot accepted it. I am no longer worried about offending people, Dongming stammered, asking Ningfeng's intention. So then, if our Longbow City encounters danger in the future, could we ask the big shot for help? Ningfeng smiled and replied, no problem, as long as I am free. Hearing this, everyone there cheered and applauded. The big shot agreed. Longbow City is safe. After that, Ningfeng and Duan quickly left, and only saw 2 beams of light shooting straight into the sky. They used the flight scroll to get to the next location. Both of them were happy on this journey. Flight technique. At this time, at Jinyu City, the job transfer hall, the doors of the hall were gradually opening. The people below looked up with very expectant expressions. Confronting happily shouted, Yue is out. Wang Yue stepped out first, followed by Zhao Cheng, who was smiling triumphantly. HMPH. It seems the job transfer mission went quite smoothly. Wang Yue's eyes changed, as if she had just discovered something. She looked after 2 beams of light that shot past, heading straight into the job transfer hall. Zhao Cheng frowned and asked what is wrong. Wang Yue touched her chin, thinking, a little unsure. Just now I saw 2 people flying over. One of them seemed to be Ningfeng. Zhao Cheng laughed loudly, expressing contempt. Did you see wrong? A flight scroll is worth thousands of star coins. How could a penniless guy like Ningfeng afford it? Even if he could, he just awakened. Why would he come to the job transfer hall? Wang Yue turned back and glared at him with sharp eyes. If you dare to speak ill of Ningfeng again, I will let you know. Zhao Cheng was so angry that he was trembling, his face darkened, and he gnashed his teeth. Damn it, why do you always defend that useless garbage? Where am I not as good as him? Confronting came over eagerly and asked, Hey, forget about those things. Have you 2 received your 2nd-tier mission yet? Zhao Cheng pretended to be humble. I got an A grade. Unfortunately, I did not get an S grade. Zhou Jiangshu encouraged. An A grade is already good. Only the lucky ones can get an S grade. A teammate gave a thumbs up, praising endlessly. 18 years old MFA completed the 2nd tier. Already at the top of the Super Rookie competition, an A-grade job transfer mission is a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. Jiangshu stood beside him, glancing at him without knowing what to say. Confronting was very eager to know. Wang Yu's mission grade. What about you? What about you? What about you? Wang Yue silently lowered her head, not answering. Her expression seemed a little worried. The group of people stared blankly at her. Confronting turned to ask Jiangshu, what is wrong with Yue's face? Could it be that she drew a C-grade mission or lower? Jiangshu was also very curious about this. Zhao Cheng turned his face away, smiling smugly. Haha, I did not expect that the genius girl that everyone praises would have this day. A job transfer mission that is too low directly affects the increase of attributes and the unlocking of skills. He patted his chest, pretending to be generous. Yue, you do not need to worry. You can catch up later with effort. After all, I am here to help you. But in his heart, he did not think so, saying that, but a C-grade mission or lower is not just a little bit behind. The teammate behind him also smiled smugly. Eyes shining with a cold light, she looked directly at him, expressing displeasure. If you do not care about an A-grade mission, then why should I care about an S-grade mission? Everyone present felt extremely surprised. At the same time, what? Confronting asked. Then why did not you say it just now? Wang Yue was also a little confused, because my situation does not seem to be the same as others. She was worried when she talked about her mission. My mission unlocks a hidden profession that no one has discovered. Chen Chang was uncomfortable. How can that be? Isn't the profession already determined at the time of awakening? I have never heard of a hidden profession being able to erupt during the job transfer. Yue, maybe you are mistaken? Wang Yue recalled the time when she was inside the job transfer formation. After she started receiving the job transfer mission, the system panel showed a notification, Profession Advancement. Discovered that the job changer possesses the key item Vanguard Badge. The initial profession Agile Shooter can be upgraded to Shadow Vanguard, and the job transfer mission will also change accordingly. On the system panel, there was also a symbolic image, Profession Before, Agile Shooter, Profession Advancement, Shadow Vanguard. The system continued to display a selection panel, Advance, Cancel. Falling into such a situation for the first time, Wang Yue was also very surprised. What is going on? Why is there this interface? The dazzling golden Vanguard badge appeared before her eyes, shocking her. The Vanguard badge. It is something Ningfeng gave me. I did not expect it to have this effect. She recalled Ningfeng's expression when he gave her this item. At that time, he looked very confident. Could it be that he already knew? But in reality he did not know anything at all. Wang Yue decisively chose to advance. Thank you for the gift. That is why when she came out, Wang Yue told everyone everything worriedly. That is how things turned out. Confronting was worried. Why did you make such a decision? Arbitrarily. Zhao Cheng shouted jealously. What Shadow Vanguard? I have never heard of it. Or maybe there is something wrong with the job transfer system. If you choose wrong, this lifetime is considered ruin. Wang Yue looked at him with cold eyes, her voice full of sarcasm. My business is none of your concern, causing Zhao Cheng to choke. But I just want what is best for you. Why are you? From Ting and Jiangshu surrounded Wang Yue enthusiastically. Ha ha ha, that is great. I did not expect a 5-star hidden profession to be able to advance. I also want a childhood sweetheart like Ning. Feng, Zhao Cheng stood beside them, clenching his fists, burning with anger, his eyes red and smoking. This group of people. These words were like hitting Zhao Cheng's self-esteem. He made a decision. No, I also have to send someone to find that badge or something. Even if it costs a lot of money, even if it is dangerous, I have to find it. At this time, inside the job transfer hall, Ning Feng took out another sacred badge. The system panel showed a notification, sacred badge, consumable item, quality, orange. Attribute, permanent strength +5, permanent spirit +5. The sacred badge flew into the sky, emitting dazzling golden rays. Ning Feng spread his arms wide, directly receiving the powerful light. The system notified again, S-grade mission, 100% progress. The system screen began to work, starting job transfer. Ning Feng smiled brightly and excitedly. Haha, not only did the attributes increase, but there are also new passive skills. Beast manipulation is correct. I wonder to what extent I can do it. The system showed a guide. Passive skill, automatically running. Your ability to control the power of darkness has increased significantly. You can accurately use forbidden curses. Duan stood outside, quietly waiting. Ning Feng was excited. It just so happens that I have to try it next time. A person wearing a white coat appeared in the hallway of the job transfer hall. Duan thought, isn't that the new martial artist I met before? Why is he with Ning Feng? He looks like he is guarding the door for Ning Feng. She observed Duan from afar. Based on the intelligence investigated, this person is young, but already has the strength of a 4th tier. Even considering the whole country, he is a rare powerhouse. Duan was suspicious. But according to what the staff said, when they entered just now, that martial artist was always with Ning Feng, and his attitude was extremely respectful. Duan used her earpiece to talk to Qi Wei. Your student is not simple. These words made Qi Wei confused. On Duan's side, Ning Feng walked out of the job transfer hall, and she informed Qi Wei, Teacher Qi, next. I have to rely on you. Qi Wei accepted the mission. Don't worry, I will confirm with Ning Feng. Qi Wei affirmed. I believe that he is definitely not our enemy. Leaving the job transfer hall, Ning Feng and Duan chatted leisurely. Haha, that is what I am saying, like that. Right? It is because... He heard a call from behind, so he turned around and looked. Ning Feng. Qi Wei's appearance here startled him. Teacher Qi. Ning Feng asked. That is right. You called me before. What was the matter? Qi Wei was also honest. Yes, there is something I need to talk to you about. Duan knew what to do and left. Big shot. I will wait on the side. This call from Duan made Ning Feng's face pale, fearing that his true identity would be revealed. Qi Wei could not help but wonder. Big shot. To avoid being discovered, Ning Feng scratched his head and laughed it off. Ha 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 ha. You do not need to mind him, he is just joking. Qi Wei went straight to the point. Ning Feng, you have completed the 1st tier, have not you? Being asked this suddenly surprised Ning Feng. Huh? Ning Feng remained silent, causing both of them to fall into a somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere. Ning Feng did not understand why Teacher Qi knew about this and came here, so he hesitated. Although I do not hope to keep this a secret, being discovered is a little too early, but she has always cared about me, and is one of the few people I can trust. Surely she does not intend to harm me. In the end, Ning Feng decided to confess. Yes, because explaining it is more troublesome. I do not want too many people to know. Qi Wei continued to ask. And there is another question that might be a little strange, but I still want to confirm. Have you been corroded by the power of darkness? Ning Feng was startled, sweating with worry. Why did she ask that? Crap. Has the fact that I have a system been exposed? Qi Wei was also very worried. You also know that recently the world has been undergoing abnormal phenomena, and secret realm invasions of reality are constantly increasing. Many people are being affected by the power of darkness, and are gradually becoming mutants. Ning Feng scratched his head and sighed in relief. So that is what it is. You do not need to worry. I am not a mutant. Mutants are the target of close government surveillance. I do not want to be involved with them. Qi Wei held out a dark crystal in front of Ning Feng. Then I hope you can cooperate with me in this test. The crystal in front of him shone, but Ning Feng did not know what power it contained, so he was a little worried. Qi Wei quickly explained, put your power into this crystal, and it will show the amount of dark power in your body. Hearing the explanation made Ning Feng even more panicked, and he pursed his lips tightly, with sweat pouring down his face. Qi Wei observed Ning Feng while waiting. Ning Feng's face was a little hesitant. Could it be? He forced a smile and reached his hand towards the crystal. Haha, this is the first time I have encountered this situation. I am a little worried for no reason. Ningfeng touched his finger to the crystal, transmitting his power into it. The crystal exploded immediately. Ningfeng, not anticipating this situation, was also shocked, his face changing color. Ah. Qi Wei's whole body was numb, her face green. Ah. It broke. It broke. Ningfeng scratched his head awkwardly and asked, Teacher Qi, what does this mean? Qi Wei trembled with fear, remembering what Tolan had said when she gave her this crystal. This is a magic crystal, because it is extremely sensitive to the power of darkness. Therefore, the government often uses it to test mutants. At that time, Tolan had also transmitted her power into the stone to explain it to her. When the power was transmitted into the magic crystal, it would vibrate. The magic crystal, when receiving Tolan's power, had also vibrated slightly. She said, the stronger the vibration, the higher the content of dark power. Qi Wei looked at the fragments in her hand, extremely flustered in her heart. But no one told me what it means if it explodes directly. Looking at the shattered crystal in front of them, both of them were surprised and awkward, not knowing what to do. Ningfeng scratched his head again unconsciously. Teacher Qi, I know it is a bit strange to awaken and transfer tears immediately. But you have known me for a long time, at least you believe in me as a person, right? Qi Wei was confused. Indeed, the kid lost his parents when he was young and awakened later than others. It is not easy to maintain such an optimistic and positive spirit. But no matter what, Qi Wei still had to fulfill her responsibilities. Personally, I believe in you, but as a responsibility, I still have to report today's events to the higher-ups. I hope you can understand. Ningfeng did not want to make things difficult for Qi Wei. I understand. Of course I understand. Ningfeng looked at the sky, thinking to himself, saying that, but I do not know how the government will react. The last option is to leave Jinyu City. Qi Wei called out, Hey, Ningfeng. Seeing her take out something, Teacher Qi, what is this? In Qi Wei's hand was a skill book. She happily gave it to Ningfeng. A gift I prepared for you. Congratulations on successfully completing the first tier. Ningfeng looked at his hand, also intending to take out a gift in return. A golden light emitted from his palm, surprising Qi Wei. Teacher Qi, thank you for taking care of me over the past few years. It just so happens that I have also prepared a gift for you. A glittering orange quality item appeared in front of her. The system panel also displayed the item's information. Holy winged belt. Quality, orange, level requirement, 30. Plus 20 spirit. Plus 50% stamina recovery and healing effect. Plus 100% dark attribute resistance. Holy radiance. The wearer does not need to chant when using recovery magic. Can be inlaid with 3 gems. Qi Wei looked at the gift in surprise. Orange equipment. The effect of not needing to chant can save countless people's lives in critical moments. Qi Wei waved her hand to refuse. This thing is too precious. I can't take it. But Ningfeng smiled. This is a spoil that I got while doing the job transfer mission. Do not be polite. Ningfeng gave the gift to Qi Wei and turned to leave. My friend is still waiting for me over there. If there is nothing else, I will go first. Qi Wei received the gift, still in a daze. Ah. She watched the leaving backs of Ningfeng and Duan. Qi Wei stood rooted to the spot, unable to understand, giving away orange equipment to others again. Ningfeng, just who are you? At the adventurer's office, Duan sat on a chair, listening to Qi Wei recount the events that had just happened. Talan's contemplative face was reflected in the broken fragments of the crystal. This is also the first time I have seen this. Qi Wei feared that everyone would focus on dealing with Ningfeng because of this. What if they see Ningfeng as a threat? Talan propped her hands up and stood up, sighing. Let it go. Let us stop here. Qi Wei did not understand. What do you mean by stopping here? Talan pushed up her glasses, looked at Qi Wei, and explained. Your student may have exceeded our current understanding. If he is really a powerhouse, then we should fight to befriend him, not dig too deep into this matter, angering the other party. The girl standing behind spoke up and asked, then do we need to report it? Talan stopped her. No. Suspend the investigation and seal all information strictly. Seeing Talan's actions which could resolve the worries in her heart, Qi Wei immediately raised her hand in agreement. I agree. After all, Ningfeng is still young, and does not have a prominent background, which can be considered a shield for him. Talan spoke her thoughts. If Ningfeng does not want to expose his secret, then we should focus on that martial artist. Anyway, now is the time to recruit people, so recruiting another strong person is not harmful. Soon it was evening, and the sky sparkled with stars, at Ningfeng's home. Duan spoke up and asked, Big Shot, you do not seem very happy. Ningfeng leaned back on the sofa and replied, the teacher just sent me a message saying that the higher-ups have cancelled the investigation into me. Duan was suspicious. This is a good thing, right? Ningfeng had other worries, but I am worried about leveling up in the future. Every time I break a secret realm, the commotion is too big. Now, I have been noticed by the government. If this continues, I will be discovered sooner or later. Duan bit his lip, feeling that he was shallow. As expected of the Big Shot, even his worries are different from ordinary people like me. Every time he breaks a secret realm, if I had not witnessed it myself, I would not know how to respond. Duan gave a solution. Actually, would it be better if you did not level up in the secret realms prepared by the government? Ningfeng's path was opened up, but he only replied indifferently. Oh, the entire forest trees were withered. In this world, mutations were occurring, and new secret realms were appearing. Evil forces also began to appear. Duan continued to talk about the current situation. Inside, there are some government officials who do not want to spend the effort and resources to deal with it, and some are occupied by evil forces. Ningfeng relaxed and lay on the sofa. This method is also good. Where did you get the information about this secret realm? Duan looked at Ningfeng and continued. There are currently 2. If the big shot needs it, I can go gather more. Ningfeng looked at Duan with a satisfied expression. All right, then I will have to trouble you. It will definitely be more convenient appearing as Duan than as me, a student. He took out the card that Dongming had given him earlier. I will go to the trading area tomorrow to sell the spoils and take this opportunity to rest for a while. Anyway, using forbidden curses to level up, I do not need to worry about my progress being left behind by others. Cut to a hotel, Express Inn. Duan walked into the hotel, intending, I did not expect to return from the big shot's place so late. I will stay at the hotel for a night today and find a place to rent tomorrow. As soon as he entered, a man wearing glasses greeted him. Hello, Mr. Duan did not know who this person was. Who are you? The two sat and chatted in the lobby. The man introduced himself. My name is Zhang Ji, and I am the mayor of Xinyu City. Thank you for taking action to save people during the last secret realm invasion. I want to know, do you have any plans to stay in Xinyu City? Duan sincerely replied, actually I do. Zhang Ji was overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure. Ah, that is great. We are very welcome to have an expert like you. He gave Duan a card. This is a special certificate for the top experts of the city, with very high authority. If you need anything in the future, just tell us, and we will definitely try our best to satisfy your requirements. Duan took the card, thinking for a moment. Seeing that he had not decided, Zhang Ji was very nervous. He heard that many other cities had invited Duan before, but they were all rejected. Xinyu is a small place. Would it be looked down upon? Duan put the card in his coat. Thank you for your kindness. Then I will accept it. Zhang Ji excitedly shook hands with Duan. Oh, you do not need to be polite. Do not need to be polite. Duan smiled and calculated in his heart. The big shot might be able to use this in the future. I will keep it first. Zhang Ji adjusted his tie, smiling so brightly that he was glowing, his heart bursting with joy. This is a 4th-tier expert. Ah, with him sitting in town, Xinyu City is even safer. Tulan's suggestion was really good. He did not know anything about Ningfeng. Although it was late at night, Zhang Ji became even more anxious. Are you looking for a place to live? Don't worry, I will arrange a place for you. Being taken care of so unexpectedly made Duan a little unaccustomed, but he still replied politely, thank you. Ningfeng was playing a game, winning. From the time Duan returned, Ningfeng had been lazily lying on the sofa, playing games on his phone until late at night. Ah, I did not know it was so late. I should sleep. As he was preparing to go to sleep, he received a message in the class group. Ah, it is already midnight. Why are they still talking in the class group? The conversation in the class group was very lively, mainly revolving around the issue of leveling up. Class group, Zhang Luo, how many levels have you all leveled up? What the heck? BA 26, Fang Yu 27, Chunana Mei 26. I guess everyone won't reach level 30, will they? Zhang Luo. What to do? The secret realms in the city are all sealed, and we are not allowed to go outside the city at will. At this rate, the level will continue to fall behind. Ma Xiaobai, I saw Wang Goddess and then went out of the city. Right, Fang Yu. Everyone went to do a job transfer mission. Do not say it. I want to have the ability to do it once too. You can also go out. Chu Nana, don't say it anymore. Do not say it anymore. I am starting to worry. Ningfeng lay down and read the messages, sighing in his heart. These people all awakened at 16 years old, and they have to reach tier 1 or above to participate in the exam. I did not expect that I only needed a few days to surpass them. A friend suddenly mentioned, Ningfeng, Li Daneng. We are worrying. But some people are in a better mood than us. Some people have been playing games until now. Dare you say, it is not Ningfeng, Zhang Luo. No way. Ningfeng looked at the message uncomfortably. Another admirer of Wang Yu. Did this guy see my account status? What does it have to do with you, that I am playing games? Chi Wei read the message on the group, and angrily spoke up. Li Daneng, mind your own business. You do not need to worry about others. Seeing the teacher reminding him, Li Daneng did not dare to say anything more. Li Daneng has withdrawn a message? Li Daneng has withdrawn a message? Ningfeng held his phone and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha! Teacher Qi is still the best. Suddenly, Ningfeng's eyes were attracted by a new message. Ma Xiaoba, Secret realm invasions have broken out in many places, causing heavy casualties. Chunana, I am so scared. Is the end of the world coming, Zhang Luo? It was the same last time. Then, I heard that it was a nameless big shot who defeated the monsters. Li, Da Neng, what? Ningfeng's expression was very ugly at this time. He had heard Teacher Qi and Duan talk about the mutated world before, but he did not expect it to be so serious. I have only lived happily for a few days. I must not let it be destroyed. He walked into the room, holding his phone and reading the messages, recalling the battle the day before, those defeated monsters, fearfully returning through the space crack. It is a pity that I let that kid run away, otherwise I would have butchered him to death. In another place, the monster suddenly sneezed. It frowned. Why do I suddenly feel a sense of fear? Warm sunshine shone everywhere. The Yuancheng exchange. Yang Xin had a small wound on her face. She came to work at the company as usual, but her face looked sullen. A colleague came over to mock. Really, someone with an unhealed injury has run off to work. She turned her face away awkwardly. I am not seriously injured. I am fine, already. The colleague still did not let go, continuing to mock. Oh, you say you are fine. But in reality, you are thinking about climbing the social ladder quickly, right? Yang Xin tried to explain. I did not. But the colleague did not believe it. She only wanted to trample others under her feet. Unfortunately, your high branch is a thief, who does not know how to live or die. Daring to steal from a tier 4 warrior? Now he has probably been crushed into pieces. Yang Xin angrily shouted. You are talking nonsense, mister. Ning is not that kind of person. Seeing her lose her temper, the colleague became even more proud. Ha ha ha, Teacher Wang has already sent people to investigate the cause. That surnamed Ning is just a useless person who only awakened at 18 years old, and even his parents died early. He is simply unable to obtain high-level items. She looked at Yang Xin with a look of contempt. Now that the tier 4 warrior has come to the door, if he is not a thief, then what is he? As soon as she finished speaking, something stabbed straight up from the ground in front of her, causing her face to turn pale. A sharp iron stake stood tall in front of her, causing her to panic and fall backwards, crying silently. Ningfeng slowly walked over from behind, coldly saying, Sorry, your mouth is too dirty. I almost could not restrain myself. Yang Xian's colleague turned around in surprise. Ningfeng. She angrily pointed at his face and yelled, daring to use offensive magic at the exchange. Guards! Guards! Yang Xin worried. Hurry up and leave, while the guards have not arrived yet. Ningfeng reassured. Don't worry. But Yang Xin could not rest assured. There are many powerful forces above the Yuancheng exchange. Ordinary people can't afford to offend them. If you get caught by them, things will get complicated. A crowd of people quickly entered. Teacher Wang led the guards over. Ningfeng, who gave you the guts to be so arrogant at our Yuancheng exchange? Ningfeng calmly questioned. Teacher Wang, I heard that you are investigating me behind my back, and accusing me of being a thief. He still thought that he was right, confidently saying, Whether you are a thief or not, you know it clearly yourself. Teacher Wang said sternly, You are not qualified to question me. As soon as he finished speaking, the two guards behind him immediately rushed forward. Ningfeng was not afraid at all. He raised the powerful black card. So this is how your Yuancheng exchange treats its customers. The two guards immediately braked hard, screeching. Teacher Wang and the staff member were both shocked. That is the highest level black card of our exchange. How is that possible? It is fake. It must be fake. Ningfeng smiled triumphantly, sandwiching the card with 2 fingers. The gift from Mayor Tai is also quite heavy. Teacher Wang still loudly said, That card? Where did you get it? Ningfeng ignored his question, putting the card back into his coat pocket. Didn't you investigate already? Then investigate it yourself. The colleague was now afraid. Teacher Wang, what should we do now? Teacher Wang immediately wanted to call to find out the situation, but he was still wary of Ningfeng. Watch him, I will call and ask. Outside the exchange, guards blocked all entrances and exits, guarding very strictly. The people outside, not knowing what was happening, began to riot. What happened? I do not know. The guards won't let us in. He quickly connected with the mayor, Tai Dongming, without letting him speak, angrily questioned. Teacher Wang, someone from headquarters told me that you are investigating the matter of me giving a card to Mr. Ning. What is going on? Teacher Wang's face turned pale at this time, realizing that Ningfeng was someone he could not provoke. Sweat poured down his face as if he had taken a bath. He quickly explained, No, nothing, Mayor Tai. It is just a small misunderstanding. Mayor Tai's father was one of the founders of the exchange. How could this kid Ningfeng fawn over Mayor Tai? The voice on the other end yelled so loudly that it was deafening. A small misunderstanding. How much effort did I spend to win over Mr. Ning? You would not offend him, would you? Teacher Wang was so scared that all his hair stood on end. How could that be? Haha, do not worry, I will resolve it properly. Dongming slammed his hand on the table, his heart burning with anxiety. You really offended him. Who gave you the guts, you bastard? You just wait for me, I am coming there right away. Teacher Wang held the phone, so scared that his face had no color, crying silently. What is the relationship between Mayor Tai and Ning Feng that he is so angry? He remembered Duan, trying to find the safest way to escape. That is right. I will call that fourth-tier big shot, and tell him that I have found the fighter's set. If he is there to confront him, even Mayor Tai would have to show some respect. In a corner of the Yuancheng exchange, in the waiting area, while Ning Feng was casually playing a game, Yang Xin was silently sitting next to him with an embarrassed expression. In the next second, Tai Dongming and Duan rushed straight in, Tai Dongming anxiously calling out, "Boss Ning, Boss Ning." Seeing their flustered appearances, he curiously asked, "Why are you two here?" On the side, Yang Xin saw the newcomers and felt very surprised, stammering, That is Mayor Tai and also the Tier 4 person from last time. How do they know Ning Feng?" At this time, the two, after getting closer, simultaneously turned to glare at Ning Feng's initial marketer, their eyes clearly showing anger. Facing their gazes, she fearfully retreated slightly, wondering, why are they all looking at me like that? At this time, she also noticed Teacher Wang on the side. Seeing his listless appearance, she was extremely stunned. After stabilizing her emotions, she looked at him with an unbelievable expression, asking, "Teacher Wang, what is wrong with you?" Responding to her was only his indifference. He muttered to himself, "I am finished. I am really finished." Tai Dongming approached Ning Feng, wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, and softly asked, "Boss, you really do not need them to apologize." He did not seem to care about them at all, calmly saying, "No need. I do not think they are the type of people who would apologize. They will repent." Knowing that he was very dissatisfied with the two of them, he then angrily pointed at the two of them and yelled, "You two, quickly pack up your things and leave this place." Facing his anger, the two were shocked, gaping their mouths. That. Immediately afterwards, Teacher Wang turned and slapped her hard. "It is all because of you, you bitch. You have made me miserable like this." Seeing the two of them revolting on their own, Tai Dongming embarrassedly covered his face and ordered, "Guards, drag them out, drag them out." Cut to a VIP room. Inside the room, Duan and Ning Feng were sitting next to each other. Tai Dongming was sitting opposite the two of them, and Yang Xin was now serving tea on the side. Tai Dongming looked at Yang Xin and Ning Feng happily talking to each other, thinking to himself, it seems that Boss Ning has a good impression of this girl. Finally, the goodwill of the exchange has not been completely destroyed. Yang Xin was also observing Ning Feng at the same time. Looking at his calm expression, she secretly admired, Ning Feng is really amazing. So young, yet he can chat happily, with such big shots. After a while of chatting, Tai Dongming looked at Yang Xin with a satisfied face, saying, "Yang Ning, you seem to have suffered quite a bit of injustice this time. Work hard in the future, and the exchange will not treat you badly." Receiving his sympathy, she was extremely happy, hurriedly replying, "Yes, I will definitely work hard." At this time, Ning Feng scratched his head embarrassedly, saying, "I am really sorry because of my affairs. Mayor Tai had to make a trip." Regarding his performance, he was also very satisfied, replying, "Not at all. Your business is my business. If it was not for the two of you taking action last time, I am afraid Longbow City would have been in danger." It seems that Mr. Ning was looking at the treasure catalog of the exchange just now. "Are you interested in anything?" Mentioning this, Ning Feng's face became happy. "Oh haha, I want to find something. Have you ever heard of Chengmo Didu?" Hearing the strange name, he could not help but ask, "What Didu?" Duan on the side also felt very curious. What Chengmo? Seeing that the two had never heard of it, he could not help but hastily excuse himself. "It is okay. I saw it online yesterday, and I thought it was something new." Cut to inside a room, Ning Feng now had a book hovering in his hand. Looking at this book, he muttered to himself, "The skill book that Teacher Qi gave me, used by mages to replenish magic power in battle. I wonder what it will turn into as a forbidden curse." Saying that, the book turned into a stream of light, merging into his mind. Information about the skill from the book was also notified on the system. Passive skill, Convergence of Darkness. Absorb the Chengwei Didu in the remaining dark power. Transform it into your own attribute. After carefully sensing the new skill, he pondered. This word is read as do. I have never heard of it before. The system can't explain it either. Where am I supposed to find it? Forget it. I am not in a hurry to use it anyway. Why bother? Cut to, Duan and Ning Feng were now seeing Tai Dongming off. Before leaving, he took the initiative to become friendly with the two of them. "This time I left in a hurry. Next time you must come to Longbow City. I will be the host." Saying that, he took out a flight scroll. Flight technique. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared. After he left, Ning Feng put his hands in his pockets, slowly walking, saying, let us go eat something." Duan also offered, "Boss, why do not you come to my place to eat?" Cut to, at Duan's villa. Observing the surroundings of the villa, Ningfeng was a little amazed. You kid, this is the place you found, he replied. It is said that it is rare to have someone tier 4 or above who agrees to stay in Xinyu. If boss likes it, why not move here? I can go find another place. Hearing that, he suddenly laughed loudly. It is not to that extent. I will earn some more money, and I can also buy a place. I will be your neighbor. Duan then said, if you need to use money, I also have some. Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted. No need to use your money. At the same time, in his heart, he secretly laughed. Buying equipment recently has cost a lot of star coins. If I convert it into money, buying a villa is not a big problem. But if that is the case, I won't have much star coins left in my hands. What if I need to use it later? It would be a big problem, but there is no rush. There is no need to make it so tense. He took the glass of water on the table and gulped it down. After drinking it, he relaxed his mind and burped, refreshing. Seeing that he looked hungry, he pointed towards the kitchen, saying, the villa area has a professional kitchen. I have already called them. They will be here soon. It is quite convenient. At this time, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He answered the phone, his voice serious. Hello, Mayor Zhang. A voice rang from the phone at this time. Mr. Du, I have something that I might have to trouble you with. On the other end of the line, Zhang Ji said with a serious face. The investigation team sent down by the higher-ups is investigating some of the accidents that occurred in the city. So there are some things that I want to ask you about. Duan listened to him silently. On the opposite side, Ningfeng now had a blank look on his face, not understanding what was happening. After listening to him, he pondered. Their investigation might affect the boss. I have to ask the boss for his opinion first. Thinking this, Duan coldly replied, sorry, I am not free today. Zhang Ji calmly replied, no need to rush. In the next 2 days, whenever you have time, just contact me. Ningfeng, sitting opposite Duan, asked curiously in a loud voice, the investigation team, I wonder what kind of people they are. The name of the investigation team had a dark face, saying in a low, cold voice, a ghostly place, like Xinyu City. With a mysterious boss. What the hell? Red, murderous rays shone in his eyes. Inside of a conference room, sitting in the center was Talon, surrounded by influential figures. When suddenly Chi-Wei's voice rang out. Have you guys ever met the mysterious big shot? Talon still calmly replied, number. Suddenly the name of the investigation team cut in, saying unhappily, if you have not, then how come there are rumors outside that the mysterious big shot saved Xinyu City? Her eyebrows furrowed slightly, mainly because the secret realm invasion this time suddenly appeared, and the mutant who helped resist the invasion was also eliminated, so, he said harshly, loudly scolding, are you kidding me? The danger level of a secret realm invasion has varying strengths. Before you can investigate clearly, you can't rely on that. Conversely, in the other 2 secret realm accidents, what did the so-called mysterious big shot do for the king-level attack in your mouths? Tulan did not reply, pondering silently for a long time. Chi-Wei looked worried, sweat constantly pouring down, and could not help but think, in order to protect Ningfeng, Tulan has used her authority to modify all information that may be related to Ningfeng, so all the pressure is falling on her. Suddenly, the door burst open, interrupting their meeting. Zhang Ji said anxiously, I just called Mr. Duan. He said that he does not have time today. The name of the investigation team could not help but sigh, pretending to be disgusted. The most annoying thing is these uncontrolled freelance adventurers, just a homeless dog without a guild, acting like they have so much to do. Suddenly, he stood up abruptly, slammed his hand on the table, loudly saying, forget it. I will fully take over the investigation work. You guys go do something else. At a secret realm, evil graveyard, the surroundings were dark and gloomy, with a strong smell of danger. A foot accidentally stepped on and broke a branch, causing a loud noise. A loud call rang out, who is there? Only to see that the person who appeared was the name of the investigation team. He slowly approached the secret realm. He said in a friendly tone, good evening, it is me. The 2 guards immediately recognized him and blurted out, ah, it is someone from the investigation team. The name of the investigation team pointed towards the secret realm, gesturing, I want to go in and investigate a little. The guard understood, and did not stop him, replying softly, no problem, please help yourself. Seeing this, he did not say anything more, just went into the secret realm. Inside the secret realm, although there was no one in sight, traces of dark power remained everywhere. The name of the investigation team could not help but gasp, although it is the first time I have entered. Seeing the state of serious destruction like this is still shocking. How much power would it take to completely destroy a secret realm to this state? Even the remaining dark power is pure and powerful. No matter what kind of garbage mysterious boss it is, if they face this existence, they would just be like ordinary ants. Suddenly, he burst out laughing maniacally. What an interesting place! Reaching his hand, filled with dark power, towards the opposite side. In the next second, a legion of dark armies rose from the ground. The name of the investigation team could no longer maintain his sanity, excitedly shouting, As expected of the threat of the king level, surrounded by a powerful force, all will be ours. Night fell. At Duan's villa, Ningfeng stared intently at the phone screen, constantly repeating the words of reminder to himself, develop secretly, do not be greedy. A system notification popped up, reminding, discovered Doom Relic. He was stunned when he encountered it. A thought suddenly flashed through him like lightning striking across Ningfeng's ears. It seems that something is connecting with me through the aura. His complexion sank, gradually becoming calm. If I sense it carefully, the connection will become clearer, and I can find its location. In the next second he grabbed the hoodie on the side. He immediately put it on, leisurely walking straight. Walking a few steps, he encountered Duan's gaze, blocking his way, asking, Big Shot, where are you going? He only solemnly replied, I am going out for a bit. He conveniently threw the phone that was in the middle of a game to him, and just ran off like that. Help me finish the game. Try not to let it. AFK. Duan took the phone, his face blank, stunned. Huh. On the highway, 2 cars sped through the night. Inside the car, Ningfeng held the phone with the map, seriously following, and said in a cold voice, according to the location, that thing is roughly near the evil graveyard. A thought suddenly flashed. Wait a minute, that thing, it seems to be moving already. Outside the gate of the evil graveyard secret realm, a monster appeared fiercely, and an announcement rang out. Warning, warning, an unknown monster has appeared in the evil graveyard. The 2 guards stood rooted to the spot, their eyes wide as they looked at the monster, and could not help but exclaim, what the heck is that? On the Doom Relic's body, the name of the investigation team had been lying on it since some point, but his soul had dissipated. Scary. His face was pale purple, crying and begging, I can't move, someone save me. Outside the city, traffic was busy, but they were all blocked, and 2 small bodies standing tall became even more prominent. One of them, his face covered, said in a deep voice, It is very dangerous ahead, no one is allowed to pass. Inside the car, the driver's voice rang out, Sir, it seems we can't go ahead anymore. Ningfeng, hearing this, did not stay long, and quickly left the car, still not forgetting to reply to the driver. It is, okay, I can get off here. His eyes were focused on something. That thing seems to have stopped temporarily. Cut 2, the name of the investigation team cried out miserably, Save! Save! The Doom Relic monster just went straight towards an exploration team. Leading was Lan, her face stunned as she stammered, What on earth is going on? Everything around them was being destroyed terribly. Not even a blade of grass could survive. Lan's body was seriously injured, unable to move, lying still, as Chi-Wei treated her. She opened her eyes with difficulty, struggling to speak, only to see Chi-Wei stunned, and could not help but think, luckily, I have the equipment that Ningfeng gave me, so I can reduce the time of chanting the holy hymn and provide support as quickly as possible. After gradually stabilizing, Lan struggled to stand up, turning to ask Chi-Wei, where is the monster? She could only honestly reply, it is heading towards the city. Suddenly, Chi-Wei remembered something, her eyes flashing with worry. Mayor Zhang has called Duan to ask for help. I do not know if he will make it in time. Lan sighed heavily, very helpless. Duan's strength is not inferior to mine, but relying on him alone, we fundamentally can't stand up against it. But that person behind him, maybe he is our last hope. A streak of death flashed across, cutting a mountain range in half. The fog gradually cleared, revealing the figure of the Doom Relic, its eyes full of murderous intent. A sharp voice rang out, well, this Doom Relic, even the head is too big. As soon as he finished speaking, both its face and the name of the investigation team were stunned, unable to help but be stunned. The owner of that sentence was Ningfeng. Since when had he been standing alone in the middle of the battlefield? His face became uncomfortable, tilting his head and asking, should I use another forbidden curse to take it down? In the next second, it did not say much, and attacked Ningfeng. The attack came rushing, but his face did not change at all. The attack got closer and closer, seemingly only a few millimeters away from touching Ningfeng. But immediately, the attack was completely blocked by the protective barrier around him. It immediately became stunned, sweat pouring down like a stream, thinking, how is that possible? His power is so strong. At this time, the system panel appeared in front of him, reminding, found Doom Relic, do you want to absorb it? He lightly reached out and chose yes, while wondering, it only notified me now, could it be that the requirement to absorb it is to be at close contact? Suddenly, his complexion slightly changed. From the ground at this time, a monster crawled out, and on its head was the head of someone. As soon as the monster appeared, it let out a roar. Then, he and the monster engaged in battle. After destroying it, the system's voice rang in his head. All attributes plus 100. Looking at the notification from the system, his mood immediately turned to joy. All attributes increased by 100. Even a 3-star profession from level 0 to tier 3 would not get this much. Added up. But, besides the attributes, it seems that something was also sucked in. There are so many strange images in my head. At this time, Duan ran over in a hurry, anxiously asking, "Big shot, what happened here?" He reached out and pointed at the monster behind him, saying calmly, "There was a monster just now, I killed it." Looking at the scene behind him, he asked, "It seems that everything has been taken care of, right?" Then, he thought, just now the mayor said that a monster had invaded. Could it be this guy? It is understandable that the big shot could eliminate it, but the aura nearby does not feel like the big shot used any powerful magic. How could the big shot do that? He walked over and patted him on the shoulder, happily saying, "You came at just the right time. I will leave the work afterwards to you." He replied, "Understood." Saying that, he immediately disappeared before Duan's eyes. He could not help but sigh. So fast. Isn't the big shot a mage? This speed has surpassed even the agility-based professions. Big shot not as a big shot. It turns out that I was narrow-minded. Cut 2. The prison in Xinyu City. Inside the room, a man was being held. The man was now handcuffed. A voice rang out. "That is right. The monster is this guy. He has confessed." According to him, he discovered a magic object in a secret realm that could control the power of darkness and turn it into his own power. So he took the opportunity to investigate, to enter the secret realm, and absorb the power of darkness. But he did not expect the magic object to lose control. Hearing her report, Zhang Qi could not help but become excited. That is great. There really is a mysterious big shot protecting Xinyu City. Looking at his happy expression, she could not help but smile and reply, "Yeah." On the side, Qi Wei was also smiling happily. Zhang Qi then turned to look at Duan beside him and asked, "Mr. Du, did you meet the mysterious big shot?" He said with a thoughtful expression, "Actually, I was lucky enough to meet him once." Hearing this, Qi Wei and Talan were shocked at the same time. Zhang Qi was also very happy at this time, continuing, "Please introduce him. If the mysterious big shot is willing to reside permanently in Xinyu City, then whatever it is, we can try our best to satisfy him." He lightly shook his head and replied, "The big shot is humble and rarely shows himself. You should give up this idea." Saying that, Duan secretly felt lucky. Fortunately, me and the big shot Ningfeng had prepared a countermeasure in advance, pushing everything onto a non-existent thing called the mysterious big shot. After all, there is no evidence. They also have no way to verify it. Hearing this, Zhang Qi could not help but pat his forehead, his face becoming depressed, saying, "What a pity. It seems that the mysterious big shot is also that kind of powerhouse. I do not know how many people want to risk their lives to curry favor with the big shot." Looking at everyone's depressed faces, Duan then continued, "The big shot has relatives in Xinyu City, so the big shot will definitely pay special attention to this place. You do not need to worry, but in return, the old man also does not hope to be disturbed." Tulan listened silently on the side, thinking, "Relatives, old man. No wonder." Qi Wei was also thinking at this time, the mysterious big shot, is he Ningfeng's elder? Cut 2, at Ningfeng's house, Ningfeng was taking a shower, when he suddenly realized something. It turns out that the so-called Doom relics are the relics left behind from the deaths of the secret realm, Demon Kings. The images that appeared additionally in his mind were actually fragments of memories from when the Demon King was still alive. It was also sucked in along with it. I do not plan to be a Demon King. What do I need these things for? Wait a minute, there are a few things that seem to be usable. The secret realms in a state of accumulating dark power will show stage-like strengthening. Once it is unable to resist the invasion of space-time, the end of the world will come. According to his space-time, the cultivation path of the awakened is incomplete. Very few powerhouses reach Tier 4. In addition, the profession of the awakened almost does not reach the best form. The information in the Demon King's memory is a little too little. If it continues like this, humanity will only have death. Even if I have enough strength to protect myself, I can't live alone in a world full of monsters. Fortunately, our space-time is not the only place being invaded by secret realms. Some other space-times have successfully repelled the invaders. As long as I accumulate a few more relics, pass down all the useful experiences, it should be able to create a great effect. But what to pass down specifically still has to be thought about a little more. After all, these experiences are outside of the current knowledge, and if not handled properly, can lead to unforeseen consequences. At this time, his phone rang. It was a call from Wang Yue. He answered the phone, smiling happily. "Great Miss Wang, what is the matter that you have to care for your brother?" At this time, before Wang Yu, the system notification appeared. S-grade mission, completion progress, 100%, successfully changed profession to Shadow Vanguard. She happily offered, "I will invite you out to eat tonight, you must come." Receiving the invitation from her, he happily agreed. Okay, how could I miss the invitation from Miss Wang to eat? Seeing that he had agreed, she continued, "Then, that is settled, wait for me to send you the location." He replied, "Okela." After hanging up the phone, she slowly walked towards everyone. Suddenly, she looked ahead, with some surprise. Her teammates were now shooting fireworks, saying in unison, Congratulations everyone on successfully completing the second tier. At this time, Zhao Cheng was walking arrogantly through the crowd, everyone looking at him and talking in whispers, wow, so young, and he has already completed the second tier, so amazing. He stepped in front of her, offering smugly, Yuer, I have booked a room at the best hotel in the city, let us go celebrate. Facing his invitation, she coldly replied, I'm sorry, I have other things to do tonight, everyone have fun, I will make dinner tomorrow night, and invite everyone over. Hearing this, he was a little dissatisfied. No, it is hard to complete such a difficult mission, you also need to rest a little. What, urgent business can't be put off until later. Still with a cold tone, she replied, this matter is quite important. Saying that, she did not pay any more attention to them, slowly leaving. Looking at her leaving back, Zhao Cheng's face was gloomy. She just completed the second tier and has already turned her back on her friends. Seeing that the situation was not good, From Ting stood up at this time to mediate. Don't say that, Yuer is not that kind of person. She must have something really important. He then continued. Do you all feel tired of pursuing her? Facing his sudden question, she was stunned, not understanding, huh? He continued. Now she has not only completed the S-grade job transfer mission, but also awakened a new hidden profession. The distance between everyone and her will become further and further. She then intended to speak up to help Yuer, but before she could finish speaking, he interrupted. I am afraid that one day, she will abandon and leave this battle team. Hearing this, an image of her walking forward alone could not help but appear in their minds. Cut to night at Old Song's whole roast lamb restaurant. Looking at the huge roast lamb in front of her, Ning Feng could not help but be excited. Wang Yue then spoke up. The roast lamb here is reasonably priced and tastes very good, try it quickly. He could not help but fawn. As expected, only by following Miss Wang can I eat all kinds of delicacies. She was also very happy at this time, replying. The main thing is to thank you for giving me the badge, it really helped a lot. At this time he was chewing on a piece of meat in his mouth and asked. You mean, that badge activated a new hidden profession? At the same time, he himself fell into a line of thought. In the Demon King's memory, I can indeed know that. The awakened ones in our space-time, their professions have not reached the best form. Could it be that those badges are one of the ways to upgrade? Hearing him ask, she did not intend to hide it at all. Exactly. Do you know where those badges come from? He replied. I am not very sure. Hearing this, her complexion could not help but be a little gloomy. It would be good, if I could buy them. I want to give them to you and my teammates in the battle team. Looking at her expression, he could not help but happily think to himself, Yuer is still the same. Every time she has something good, she always includes me. At this time, she touched her chin, saying to herself, It is okay, I will think of a way about the badge. You should not give up on leveling up either. It is so dangerous now. Having a little more ability to protect yourself is always better. Wait for me to find a suitable badge for you. Maybe you can also activate a new profession. Hearing her say that, he could not help but put on a lazy look, teasing, It is too troublesome to level up myself. It is good to have you protect me. Facing his indifference, she could not help but become flustered. Don't joke with me, I am serious. While talking, her head suddenly throbbed a little. Seeing this, he could not help but worriedly ask, What is wrong? Her face became a little pale, replying, Don't worry, I got a little injured while doing the mission. He asked further, Didn't you treat it at all? She replied, I treated it, but after all, it was an S-grade mission. The boss's damage was not low either. I will probably have to rest for a while. Hearing this, he could not help but ponder. It turns out that the difficulty of the S-grade job transfer mission is so difficult. At this time, his phone rang. As soon as he answered the phone, a voice rang from the phone. Hello, are you Ning Feng? He calmly asked back. Who is this? At the same time, he wondered, Who is this? Such a fierce tone. From the other end of the line, the fierce voice continued. You do not need to know who I am asking you. Where did you get that badge from? On the opposite side, Wang Yue could not help but curiously ask, What is wrong? He looked at her with an innocent look, some jerk with a fierce tone, asking where I got the badge from. Hearing this, she hurriedly asked, What is going on? I have not told anyone else. Seeing her expression, knowing that she was not related to this, he picked up the piece of meat and continued eating, happily saying, Forget it, eat meat, eat meat. At this time, his phone continued to ring. As soon as he answered the phone, the voice from before continued with a threat. Damn it, you dare hang up on me, I offer you a toast, but you want to drink a penalty. Hearing this, he could not help but ponder, Yuer is next to me, it is best not to be too flamboyant. Thinking this, he calmly pressed the button to turn off the call. After eating, the two walked out of the store, he happily sighed. Ha! I am so full. She turned to look at him, asking caringly, Really do not need me to see you off. He seemed not to care, happily replying, No need, it is probably just a prank call. Saying that, the two voices rang out at the same time. Bye-bye. Cut to, at Ning Feng's house. He reached out, gently using the key to open the door. As soon as he entered the room, he lazily yawned. Suddenly, He widened his eyes in surprise. Huh. Looking at the messy room in front of him, he could not help but sigh. Holy beep. At this time, a pair slowly stepped out from the room. A man wearing black tight clothes, blonde hair, looked at him with a mocking look. Young Master Ning is back. Looking at the comer, his face became somber. You are the new name called. He smiled and replied. That is right. I have reminded you. You do not want to drink a tosta. You drink a penalty. If you had honestly told me earlier, then nothing would have happened. He asked further, who sent you here? Hearing this, he showed a wicked smile, saying disdainfully, just some trash, who just awakened dares to talk to me with such a tone. Didn't you learn in class? When you meet a strong man, you have to maintain a respectful attitude. Just then, a hitman appeared, unexpectedly attacking Ningfeng from behind. He launched a punch at him, but he quickly dodged. Ningfeng immediately raised his elbow high. He punched him straight in the face of the hitman, causing his dagger to fall from his hand. With just one blow, the hitman was lying flat behind Ningfeng. The blonde-haired one witnessed the scene just now also felt surprised. What? Ningfeng adjusted his clothes and sarcastically replied to him, return this to you. When you meet a strong man, you have to know how to respect. The blonde-haired Kia, now face gloomy in his heart, secretly suspected. How can it be? The information clearly said on the little bastard. Just have job one sao only. He intended to pull off a petty trick. He took out a throwing star from his back. Moreover, he was a mage. How could he be able to kill a 3-star assassin with his bare hands? Ningfeng's body exuded a source of power. He himself had felt the change in himself, as expected. All attributes plus 100, even if the reaction or speed, are significantly improved. Even with magic, can also cope with countless different situations. Just then a throwing star flew to right in front of Ningfeng, but he quickly avoided it. Realizing his power on the blonde hair, quickly turned back to escape. The situation is bad, run quickly. He ran straight to the outside of the railing. His legs stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum to launch out. Ningfeng managed to grab his leg in time, preventing him from escaping. He ordered that blonde-haired guy to clear out everything he had set up for me. Noticing the damage in his room, Ningfeng also demanded, the cabinet is broken too, compensate me for it. The blonde guy and the assassin he hired were stripped clean. He pointed at the table, explaining, great sir, we have taken everything from them to compensate you, great sir. After being compensated, Ningfeng got straight to the point and questioned, then tell me, who sent you here? The blonde guy, with a bruised face, finally confessed the mastermind. It is Zhao Ting, the young Master Zhao from the Alchemist Guild. He said you have a special badge that can't be found anywhere, so he hired us to get information from you. Hearing that name, Ningfeng was not too surprised. He thought to himself, Zhao Ting is not that the mage in the guild with Yuer, no wonder. Ningfeng's eyes flashed as he raised his hand and declared, since you have dirtied your hands with me, I happen to have a forbidden spell I have not tried yet. I might as well test it on you. He then took out a book, Mind Disturbance, Metamorphosis, Active Skill, Soul Seizure, Dark Conspiracy, a dark forbidden spell. Use your own spiritual power to control the target's mind. It can briefly transform into a powerful clone. Both assassins had already been beaten, and the forbidden spell was used on their bodies. A car was slowly driving down the road. Inside, someone asked, Wang Yumo did not come. What is the point of inviting those people? Zhao Ting walked with his hands behind his back, complaining, it is best to end this soon, so we can go have some fun elsewhere. The shield warrior beside him added, I have sent people to find Ningfeng for information about the badge. If that kid does not cooperate, we will give him a taste of what it means to wish he were dead. The shield warrior beside him also wondered, what if Wang Yu finds out? Hearing that, Zhao Ting snapped back irritably, I do not care about that. Do you want her to keep leveling alone? The shield warrior scratched his head, admitting, that is true. But it is a pity the class advancement mission is not, like you said, teaching Wang Er a lesson. They intimidated Wang Yue by releasing their boss to fight her. They originally planned for him to release the boss a bit, to suppress Wang Yue's spirit and scare her. Then he would step in and become the hero who saves the beauty. That made Zhao Ting even more annoyed. He did not expect Wang Yue to risk getting hurt and kill the boss. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them. The blonde guy, with his mind controlled by Ningfeng, appeared right in front of the two. You bastard, why are you suddenly here? Zhao Ting was still unaware, so he casually asked, did you get the information I wanted? The blonde guy questioned, did you guys injure Yuer? The two were surprised when they heard him ask that. Zhao Ting walked over and patted the blonde guy's face, reminding him, you dare to be curious about my business. Are you okay? Suddenly, a cut appeared on Zhao Ting's shoulder. A flash of lightning appeared in the blonde guy's eyes. That energy immediately attacked the two in front of him. The blonde guy used his bare hands to strangle the two, lifting them high into the air. Ningfeng, standing outside, controlled the blonde guy's mind, making him do his bidding. You dare to hurt Yuer. You do not deserve to live in this world. But I can't let you die so easily. The blonde guy slowly drained the energy from the two. Their bodies gradually withered as their energy was drained. Energy radiated from them again. Soon, Zhao Ting and the shield warrior turned into dust. The blonde guy was also gradually disappearing. His body disintegrated into smoke and drifted away. Ningfeng felt relieved after dealing with them. They have all turned to ashes, so there should not be any evidence left. On the contrary, it is a good way to erase the traces of the bodies. His eyes were now full of determination. But this time, it really is a bit dangerous. Ningfeng also understood the danger here. His house was in a normal residential area, which could not stop high-level awakeners from coming and going. Although he was not afraid of them, with his strength, he could not stay at home 24/7. He felt relieved that he had not implemented his upcoming plans yet. He originally intended to create some important things based on the Demon King's memories, but fortunately he had not started. Or else someone might have discovered them, which would definitely cause no small amount of trouble. Ningfeng stood up, stretched, and looked around, starting to work. Let us clean up a bit, then go stay with Duan. After all, he is a strong self-transfer, and the security in the villa area is much better than here. Soon it was dark, and the lights in the villa were on. Duan was very angry after listening to Ningfeng's account of the incident. Daring to attack Great Sir, they really have the guts of a dog. Great Sir, think for a moment. I will quickly check if there is any other guy doing this damn thing. Behind, Ningfeng slumped in his chair, just wanting some information from Duan. There is no need to rush. Actually, I have something else I want to ask you. Do you know any trustworthy alchemists? Hearing him mention this, Duan wondered, what requirements do you have for the alchemist? After some thought, Ningfeng gave some requirements for the alchemist. A high level, someone trustworthy, preferably independent, the fewer connections the better. After hearing a few requirements, Duan had filtered out one person. I know an alchemist. His level is not bad, but they have joined a large guild. Then that won't work. Ningfeng, with a determined look on his face, thought to himself, in the memories I absorbed, the Demon King had killed some high-level alchemists, and the herbs they prepared had a more obvious effect than the herbs in our world. Unfortunately, I do not understand the specifics. I can only collect the scattered prescriptions and find an expert to discuss them. He still regarded Zhao Ting's group of 4 as flies. In his heart, he speculated, however, alchemists who join a large guild are often unable to protect themselves, and the risk of leaking secrets is high. Ningfeng immediately pressed and crushed the fly mosquitoes. With today's lessons, I do not want to attract greedy people early on. He also instructed Duan. A few things. If there is a chance in the future, can you help me pay attention? I will also ask other people. Soon it was morning, and the sky was clear today. A trustworthy alchemist, that is a coincidence. There really is one person. Ningfeng was calling someone, and he was surprised to hear the news. Really? Wang Yu, on the other end of the line, also introduced him to a reputable alchemist. Mu sighting from our team? Her brother is a pretty good alchemist. He was originally going to join our guild, but Zhao Ting and him did not get along, so they did not reach an agreement. If you are interested, I can introduce you to. Hearing that name, Ningfeng also worried about Wang Yue. It is that Zhao Ting, again, Yue being on the same team as him, is considered unlucky. Fortunately, I helped her resolve this disaster. Zhao Ting won't be able to cause her trouble in the future. Wang Yue, on the other end of the line, wondered. Right. What are you looking for an alchemist for? I just found some prescriptions at home, so I wanted to ask someone to help me take a look. The two chatted on the phone. You found them at home again. You are cleaning up the house, huh? Wait a bit, let me arrange it for you. Okay. Soon, Ningfeng arrived to meet the person Wang Yue introduced. Hello, I am Ningfeng. Ziwei on the other side also reached out to shake hands and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Ziwei. Can I see your prescriptions? Ziding stood outside, constantly kicking the tree, feeling unhappy that Ningfeng was meeting Ziwei. Damn it, I was still wanting to make friends with Ningfeng, but Big Brother kicked me out because she is too noisy. A sign hung outside Ziwei's room, working, please do not disturb. Ziwei sat at his desk, studying Ningfeng's prescriptions. The materials are not anything special, but I have never seen the method of refining before. It seems relatively complicated. Do you know the effect of this medicine? After some thought, Ningfeng revealed the effect of the prescription. I heard it can increase the experience gained by 100%. Ziwei's mouth dropped open in surprise when he heard the effect of the prescription. But he quickly regained his composure, pushed up his glasses, and explained. The highest experience potion on the market is only 40%, and it is already very expensive. If it is a medicine that is up to 100%, would not even 1 or 2-star occupations be able to level up quickly? Hearing that, Ningfeng revealed the reason he came here. Roughly like that. I am not sure, so I do not want to ask other people casually. That is why I came to you for guidance. Ziwei was very interested in this prescription, so he made a suggestion. Wait a bit, let me experiment. He then spoke loudly outside. Xiaoding, quickly come in and pour tea for the guest. White clouds were drifting across the sky. Inside the room, 3 people were chatting while waiting for Ziwei to experiment. At this moment, a noise rang out upstairs, immediately attracting the attention of the 3. The 3 said in unison, "What happened?" Ziding quickly ran upstairs to check the situation. "Let us go up and see." In front of the hallway, a drop of water was rushing out. The drop of water looked flustered as it ran away. Ziding already knew the history of that drop of water. "That is the slime that my big brother uses for experiments." Suddenly, a flame rushed over and hit the slime. All 3 were stunned when they witnessed that scene. Ziding entered the laboratory and called, "Brother." Ziwei, inside the smoking laboratory, exclaimed happily, "Success, success, it really is 100%. His finger emitted a source of energy, and he confidently declared, "It really is 100%. The 2 girls were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Ziwei happily walked over and called, "Ningfeng, Ning old brother." He walked over and placed his hand on Ningfeng's shoulder, recounting the events that had just occurred. "I drank a bit of the medicine in the prescription, and then used the slime to experiment. The experience really increased by 100%. Hearing this news, Ningfeng felt happy in his heart. It is good if it can be used, then the other prescriptions can probably also be used. Ziwei quickly demonstrated the effect of that prescription fireball technique. The energy he created shattered another slime. Seeing him like this, Ziding was also surprised. "My big brother loves this lab the most and won't even let me in. Why is he suddenly like this today?" Soon, the twilight appeared, and the birds began to fly back to their nests. Wang Yue and Ziding were very surprised after hearing the 2 recount the whole story. 100% increase in experience, really? Ningfeng smiled and nodded in affirmation to the 2. But Ziwei beside him signaled to the 2 girls, instructing them, "You 2, keep your mouths shut, and be careful to keep it a secret." The loudest mouth just now was you. He turned to look at Ningfeng and discussed the upcoming plan. "What are you planning to do next? If we sell it outside, we can definitely earn a huge amount of money beyond imagination. There are many dangers outside now, and no one will refuse something that can help improve their strength." Hearing Ziwei mention this, Ningfeng pondered for a while. Suddenly, the ringtone of his cell phone rang in his pocket. Ningfeng quickly took out his phone to check. "Wait, let me see the information first." A message from Chiwei popped up on his phone in the class group. "Everyone. The school is planning to organize all the 3rd-year students to level up in the secret realm of the neighboring city, starting next Monday. Because the training ground is quite small, the classes will be assigned hours and areas to use. I hope everyone prepares carefully and cooperates actively." Hearing this news, the class immediately became noisy. Ma Xiaoba also messaged, "That is great. If I do not level up quickly, I will definitely fail the graduation exam." Zhang Luo, "Is the training ground crowded?" Zhang Luo, "I heard that there are especially many people in the secret realm recently. There are not enough monsters to go around." Ma Xiaoba, "Why everyone everywhere is panicking right now. Many 1- and 2-star occupations have started leveling up to be able to protect themselves." Fang Yu, "I went to buy an experience potion, but they said it sold out a long time ago. It sold out in seconds." Zhang Luo, "If we do not have experience potions, won't we fall behind even more?" Zhu Nana, "Don't say anymore, do not say anymore, I am starting to feel anxious." Ningfeng silently read the messages in the group, and also noticed everyone's anxiety. At this moment, he had a new plan for his future. "With the experience medicine, I plan to let my family use it first, and then sell it after a period of time." Hearing this, Ziding quickly pointed at himself and wondered, "Great sir, am I family? Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Ningfeng acknowledge him as family, Ziding felt happy and excited. "Since Great Sir has said so, then Yue and I will be Great Sir's bodyguards in the future. You can use my brother at will. There is no need to be polite." The mouth there. Ningfeng was thinking about how to handle the 2 valuable items. Something so expensive would naturally cause a shock once it was released to the market. If they saw the huge benefits, flies like Zhao Teng would probably come swarming non-stop. He was thinking about the things he should do in the near future. "If I want to be at ease, I must first cultivate the people around me and consolidate my own strength. Then, if anyone has any ill intentions, I will deal with them." Ningfeng remembered someone who could help him. "That is right, the berserker in your team is called Zhu Jiangshu, right? The experience potion can also be counted as a portion for him." Hearing this, Wang Yue and Ziding were happy for Jiangshu. "Really, that is great. Big Shu was still worried yesterday that he would not be able to take the same university exam as us, so he was not very happy." In his heart, Ningfeng also valued Jiangshu. Zhu Jiangshu's strength is not bad, and his relationship with Yue is good. I can consider letting him use it. Ziwei turned to look at him and wondered, "Ning, old brother." "No, I should call you Ding." "Great, sir. Do you have any other prescriptions?" "Yes." Ningfeng quickly gave Ziwei some other prescriptions for him to study. After examining them for a while, he came to a conclusion. "Many herbs written on this I have never even heard of. Only the materials on these 2 pages I have seen. But with my current level, I can't make it. After hearing him say that, he has guessed in his heart. As expected. After all, it is a prescription from another world. It is already good if a few can be used. Wang Yu at this time also raised his hand to comment. If we are talking about this, then I have a suggestion. Wait for the first batch of experience medicine to come out. We will call Big Shu and go to level up. She also put her hand on Ningfeng's shoulder and asked, Ningfeng, can you come with us? He was very puzzled when he heard Wang Yue invite him to participate. Why is there me? Rest assured, the city just sent a notice, allowing the guild to organize the team to go out to practice. Following us is fine. Ziwei's two brothers also wanted to participate with Wang Yue. Count me too. If you want enough medicine for us, it can be made roughly by next Monday. It is not mainly me. Then we just decide to go next Monday and work hard for you. Do not be polite. After all, my brother is very skilled. Ningfeng supported his face with his hand. His face was not very happy. None of you are listening to what anyone is saying. It was soon Monday, and the sky was particularly clear today. Ningfeng had brought a suitcase of clothes and stood outside calling Wang Yue. I am here. You stand by the road and wait. We will come later. At this time, a bus had moved to the car to put up the sign, number 7 Middle School, Chindu City. It seemed that everyone in the car had seen Ningfeng. Hey, is not that Ningfeng from our class, right? Today, he went out to level up, and he did not go. Everyone in the same class as Ningfeng was discussing and teasing him in the car. What is he doing? Following to carry the bag. Finding a servant will not find him. Such a low level. Who is protecting? Who in the secret realm? The green light at this time had also turned on, allowing the vehicle to move. The bus passed quickly by Ningfeng, and they were still continuing to discuss him in the car. What are you talking about that waste? If you have time, sleep for a while. That is right. You do not know how long you have to wait when you get there. At the entrance of the secret realm, everyone had come to line up, very crowded. The car carrying the group of students in the same class as Ningfeng had also just arrived. Seeing everyone here, they were very puzzled. Here, why are there so many people? Zhang Luo turned to look at Qi Wei and pointed to the front and asked, Mess. Qi, when can we go in? Maybe we have to wait about 2 hours. A female student beside her was very surprised when she heard this. Do we have to wait so long? We are class 2. It is not bad that we can be in the first batch. At this time, Zhang Luo looked forward and discovered, is not that Ningfeng? Ningfeng had changed his clothes and joined the center team with Wang Yue. Why did he come here and go with Wang Goddess? Zhang Luo saw that they could quickly enter inside, and questioned, wait, based on what can Ningfeng go in? Do you not need to ship goods? Qi Wei next to him explained, when he witnessed this, Ningfeng has the Sushi Guild leading the team. It is estimated that he can directly enter deep into the secret realm, where there are few people, unlike you. Zhang Luo was so angry that he smoked when he heard this. How dare he go deep into the secret realm? Even a small monster can crush him to death. Where am I worse than that waste Ningfeng? I also want the Sushi Guild and Wang Goddess to lead. At this time, a person appeared next to him and asked, Zhang Luo, excuse me, is the Wang Goddess you are talking about Wang Yue? Is it Wang Yue, who is ranked 5th on the national superstar list? Zhang Luo heard this and turned to confirm with that person, that is right. Ji Yu Yunju and Mu Shu and Li Ke had also come here after receiving the news. Very good. It seems that we did not find the wrong place. Then let us go in. The group of 3 also quickly entered the secret realm. Zhang Luo at this time burst out of his anger. Who is it, doing things like a child? You do not recognize them. The short-haired girl next to him explained the origin of the 3 people. To him, the 3 people are like Wang Yu. All of them are new excellent people on the national superstar list. She also told the achievements of each person in the group. The business Mu Shu ranked 4th. Li Ke ranked 3rd. Li Ke is the one carrying the knife on his shoulder. The strongest person in the team is Ji Yu Yunju, who just asked for news from Zhang Luo, also ranked 2nd. Ji Yu Yunju. There were already a few people inside the secret realm. Zhang Shu felt excited when he saw the old bottle of medicine. Is this the 100% experience medicine? Seeing that he was yelling so loudly, Ziding next to him hit him on the shoulder to remind him, you speak a little lower. Are you afraid that others will not hear you? Sorry. Too excited? Holding the medicine bottle, Zhang Shu had a little doubt about it. This medicine, it must be very expensive. It is actually temporary. The materials are not considered rare. The refining method is also not considered complex. From now on, I am here to further explain the function of this medicine. But it is precisely because of this that it can show the valuable prescription. If you only spend the low capital and can improve the strength, I believe that no one will refuse. Ningfeng brothers only need to rely on this to become the honored guest of the top-level public households. Ziding heard the article and was very excited to praise Ningfeng. We this time have all been able to smell from the old age. The old thanks do not need to say more. What happens later? Directly, tell the younger brother a word. everyone is our own people, no need to be polite. Seeing that Ningfeng was surrounded by everyone, Wang Yue was happy for him. Ningfeng's personality is not good at communicating, so his friends have always been few. She also remembered the times when he was teased before, especially when he was 16 years old. After the first time he awakened failed, people in the school laughed at him, and he became isolated. Seeing Ningfeng so happy, Wang Yue also felt at ease. It is rare to see him talking so happily. I hope that from now on he can cheer up. At this time, Wang Yue also spoke to cut off the conversation of the four people. Everyone listen to me. She carefully instructed everyone before entering the secret realm. This time, we do not have a tank and a legal system DPS, so we must try to ensure safety in battle. Ningfeng, you do not need to make a move to avoid causing the attention of the monster. Wang Yue also gave the task to each person here. I am responsible for pulling the monster. The big tree is mainly responsible for resisting the monster. The small Ting takes the skill of buff and protection as the main. The Annai use the medicine to see the timing of work. Understood. Ningfeng was listening to everyone at work in his heart, leveling up so slowly, but for the sake of everyone, I will cooperate a little. Anyway, leveling up based on forbidden curses is very fast, and I am not in a hurry for a day or two. I will just find out the strength for everyone. Wang Yue's hand was slowly pulling the bow and arrow out. She shot the arrow straight ahead. Very quickly those arrows hit the monsters in front. The monsters, upon being hit by Wang Yue's arrows, immediately ran away in fear. Very quickly, they regained their composure and immediately rushed to attack. A staff was raised high. Confronting used all his might to absorb streams of power into that staff, while Yang Li cheered him on. Zhang Shu was also accumulating power on his saber at this moment. He quickly swung the saber towards the sky, preparing to attack. A red light emanated from where Zhang Shu stood, and the monsters, seeing this, charged in. Conway seized the opportunity and rushed forward as well. He used his power to slaughter that group of monsters. After taking down that group of monsters, Conway's strength also increased, and his experience points rose too quickly. If this continues, I will quickly be able to refine a new medicine. Zhang Shu and Confronting coordinated very well together on their side. The two of us have a chance to reach the second round before the college entrance exam, and enter a key university with Yuer. Everyone slowly moved inside, and at this moment, a sound came from inside the cave. Sensing something suspicious, Zhang Shu questioned, "Who is there?" A masked person inside the cave smiled mockingly. "Sorry, I did not mean to laugh, but I really could not help it." It turned out that Li Ke, Mu Qiu, and Yun Zhou had appeared inside the cave. They mocked, "Someone who has not even reached the second round is talking about getting into a key university so easily. How amusing." Confronting and Jiang Shu recognized the identities of the three people. "You guys are from the National Super New Star ranking." Hearing the two of them recognize him, Yun Zhou smiled smugly. "It seems our reputation is not bad. We have been recognized so quickly." Confronting and Jiang Shu were very puzzled by their appearance in the cave. They were not from near Qinyu City, so why would they be here? Wang Yue stepped out at this moment. She calmly informed the three, "We are leveling up. You guys need something." Jiyu Yunzhou suddenly appeared in this tense situation and said, "Wang Yue, we came specifically to find you. We want to ask something." Immediately afterward he proposed, "Are you interested in joining our team?" The words stunned everyone. Hearing this, Wang Yue calmly refused, "No need. I have my own team." Seeing her refuse, he did not give up. "I know. Your team also has a mage, Zhao Cheng, ranked 14th in the National Super New Star ranking. If he is willing, he can also come and try out. Although the ranking is a bit low, consider it giving you face." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu clearly became annoyed. "Was I not clear enough? I do not want to join another guild." Jiyu Yunzhou did not stop trying to persuade her. "Oh, do not rush to refuse. News in a small place like Qinyu City might be a bit behind. Let me explain a bit." He then began to introduce. Due to the continuous anomalies occurring in the mystic realms, the monsters are becoming increasingly difficult to deal with. The three key universities have all raised their admission standards. He continued to comment on the second school. This year, they are only recruiting elite teams or individuals with extremely favorable conditions, but the number is limited. An image of the third school, which had a high admission rate, appeared as Jiyu Yunzhu mentioned it. Suddenly, he extended his hand with a friendly smile. "This is a rare opportunity. The new talents on the ranking are all forming their own teams. We are no exception. The reason we chose to invite you is indeed because of your team." At this point he suddenly changed his attitude, and his words became somewhat threatening. "Don't forget, you are someone who has been identified as a potential powerhouse." Then Jiyu Yunzhu gave a cold look to the others. As for them, sensing the killing intent in his eyes, Confronting and Zhu Jiangshu were stunned. Jiyu Yunzhou's expression changed to mockery. "Weakness is the greatest sin." Unable to listen to any more of his words, Wang Yue took out her treasured sword. Seeing her like this, Ji-Yu Yunjo softened his tone. Don't get agitated. A ranged DPS, like you would not want to fight me in this place, right? Realizing that the situation seemed tense, Kong Ding stepped forward to persuade them. Let us go. Let us change to another place. To level up. Ignore them. Listening to Kong Ding, Wang Yu restrained herself, turned around, and said, let us go. Observing the scene just now, Ning Feng thought to himself, this guy is really asking for it. Yue Shi has awakened a new class. I wonder if she can beat him. As he was thinking, a powerful footstep came to a stop in front of Ning Feng. Li Ke pointed his finger down at him and asked, are you Zhao Qiang? Ning Feng denied it number. At this moment, he smiled evilly. Oh, then you can go. Trash. Li Ke's words successfully angered Ning Feng. His eyes were filled with annoyance and discomfort. Just then, Zhu Jiangshu stood in front of him. Hey, do not go too far. Immediately afterward, Li Ke released killing intent from his entire body and laughed excitedly. You think you can stand up for someone else based on your own strength? Immediately, he directly threw a blow at Zhu Jiangshu. Fortunately, he managed to block the blow. But, very quickly, Li Ke slashed again with another attack. Seeing Zhu Jiangshu falling into a disadvantageous position, Wang Yue shouted in panic, Dashu. Just as she was about to step forward to help, Ji-Yu Yunju blocked her path. Looking directly at him, Wang Yue impatiently shouted, get out of the way. Realizing her uncomfortable attitude and her willingness to risk everything, Ji-Yu Yunjo paused. Suddenly, Zhu Jiangshu's voice rang out, don't come here. I am fine. That is what he said, but he had already been hit by Li Ke's attack and knelt on one knee, thinking to himself, this is bad. It seems like several of my ribs have been broken. This guy is deliberately using heavy blows. Then, he still pretended to be fine and sternly ordered Ning Feng back away. In his mind, Zhu Jiangshu kept thinking, I can't let him get dragged into this. Seeing his appearance, Li Ke made a contemptuous gesture and mocked, trash. The anger within him erupted and focused into the fist in his hand. Suddenly, he took a step forward again and attacked Zhu Jiangshu once more. Behind them, Kong Ding and Wang Yue immediately took out their divine weapons to provide support from afar. At this moment, the fist was about to reach Zhu Jiangshu. In this desperate situation, suddenly a fist blocked Li Ke's attack. It turned out that the person was none other than Ning Feng. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded in disbelief. Wang Yu's voice rose, Ning Feng. Faced with his attack being blocked, Li Ke was confused. Why? Why can't I move? Isn't his class a mage? Why does he have such great strength? Suddenly, Ning Feng grabbed Li Ke's wrist. Then, he swung his hand forcefully. Because his strength was too great, even a strong and healthy person like him was shaken. Immediately, Li Ke was sent flying. The force was so terrible that the place where he flew out created a long path on the ground. Suddenly, Li Hai slammed into a rock, causing it to shatter and cover half of his body. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Ning Feng smiled excitedly. Trash. Seeing that he had been defeated by him, Ji-Yu Yunjo immediately panicked. Li Ke, from behind, Wang Yu had already drawn her bow. She aimed and shot an arrow. The arrow accurately hit Ji-Yu Yunjo's butt, causing him to jump up and down in unbearable pain. Seeing that humorous scene, Kong Ding could not help but cover her mouth and giggle. Ji-Yu Yunjo's face turned pale as he knelt down and cried silently. Seeing this scene, Chang Mukyu was stunned and covered her mouth. Sweat began to pour down her face, unable to hide her panic. A mage defeated a berserker with bare hands, and a close-range archer hit the meat shield. Am I dreaming? Ji-Yu Yunju and Li Ke are both elites among the supernovas. At this moment, Ning Feng indifferently said, I just wanted to live quietly, but one or two people keep forcing me to show my hand. A trace of impatience flashed across Ning Feng's face. So troublesome. Suddenly he turned around and said, Xiao Ding, do not stand there blankly. Quickly heal Da Shu. Kong Ding replied, Ah, yes. Kong Ding quickly healed Zhu Jiangshu. At this moment, Ning Feng asked, Da Shu, how do you plan to deal with those guys? He replied, I do not know. I will listen to your instructions. As he finished speaking, Ning Feng noticed something different. Everyone's attitude towards me has suddenly become respectful. Thinking about it, he came up with an idea. Well then, go strip him of his equipment. Consider it compensation for you. Zhu Jiangshu immediately agreed, yes. At this moment, Ji-Yu Yunjo was in pain from the arrow and was kneeling on the ground. His expression immediately turned pale. This is robbery. How dare you? Before he could finish speaking, a sudden attack flashed in front of him. It was a punch from Ning Feng, descending as fast as lightning, and his eyes were full of killing intent. What? Ji-Yu Yunju's attitude changed 360 degrees. His eyes were sparkling, and his face showed harmless flattery. Actually, the equipment on my body is not bad either. If you like it, just take it. Suddenly, he put his arm around his shoulder, raised his fist threateningly. Consider yourself wise. I am someone who hates trouble. If I find out you are retaliating behind my back, Ji Yu Yunzhou immediately confirmed. Impossible. We just did not recognize Mount Tai. We were just like that. Suddenly, Chang Muqiu's voice rose. Great Master, my equipment is all here. Please inspect it. Seeing her actions, Ningfeng was stunned and replied, You are quite understanding too. After that, Ningfeng shouted to everyone, Let us go ahead and level up. But he did not notice that Chang Muqiu's expression at that moment was shy and bashful. Everyone quickly replied with excitement, Yes. A moment later, the team had arrived at another place. Wang Yue spoke up. At first, I wanted to lead you to level up, but I did not expect you to be so powerful. Responding to her, Ningfeng said gently, You also know that I just awakened. Being too flashy will cause a lot of trouble. Seeing that he still did not intend to answer the question, she felt a little uncomfortable. HMPH. If you do not plan to say it, I won't ask anymore. Anyway, you have always been like that. Ningfeng smiled obviously, and replied, Yue still understands me the best. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yue slapped his shoulder hard, startling him. But then she said gently and affectionately, No matter what, I am happy for you. Hearing this, Ningfeng smiled and gave Wang Yue a like. At this time, Kong Wei asked breathlessly, Great Master, have you thought about which university you will go to? Zhu Jiangshu also chimed in, Great Master, have you thought about which guild you will join? But Ningfeng only replied casually, I have not thought about it yet. After that, Kong Ding exclaimed, That is right. Someone as strong as the Great Master does not need to rush to make a decision. Zhu Jiangshu also agreed, If only I could be like the Great Master, then I would not have to worry about exams. Kong Wei, behind them, breathed with difficulty. Everyone, do not go so fast. Wait for me. In fact, hearing those questions, a doubt arose in his mind. Universities and guilds are both places with strict management. If I am not careful, I will reveal my secrets to the outside world. For me, it seems like there is no need to join. After thinking it over, Ningfeng immediately returned to his energetic state. Everyone, I think we can go deeper and speed up our training. Each time Yue pulls more monsters, and I will take on the role of main damage dealer. The rest of you just need to clean up the stray monsters. Kong Ding exclaimed excitedly. Wow, the leader's carrying. At that moment he scratched his nose and smiled happily, thinking to himself, Although I can't use forbidden spells thanks to the added attributes and passive skills, using spells that come with equipment is enough. As soon as he arrived, a person ran out cheerfully. Great Master, you are back. Ningfeng greeted gently. Ha, long time no see. Suddenly, his mood fell slightly, and his face looked tired. It has been hard work for several days, and I have only leveled up once. If it were not for the new experience potion, this speed would be even slower. I am used to using forbidden spells to sweep through areas and kill monsters above my level. I have forgotten that this is the normal pace of leveling up. Leaning back in his chair, Ningfeng said absent-mindedly, Overall, supernovas like Yue can reach level 60 within 2 years and complete their second job change. For normal 1 or 2 star professions, it is better to take the normal college entrance exam than to rely on killing small monsters every day. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and said, Forget it. Let us not think too much. I will secretly relax for a few days at home. Otherwise, I will have to become stronger and compete with others again. Then what is the point of becoming stronger? In the following days, he stayed at home playing games with Duan. When he was not playing games, he would lie on the chair and cover his face with a book to sleep. The two of them even had a barbecue at home. To make the meat cook faster, Duan used his qi to increase the heat. Just looking at it made Ningfeng so hungry that he could not resist eating a piece to satisfy his craving. Suddenly the phone rang. He immediately answered the call. Yang Xin. The voice on the other end said, Ning Dalao, there is an auction coming up recently. I heard there are many good things. Master Tang just arrived and wants to ask you if you are interested in participating. Hearing that name, he asked, Master Tang? Is he the person who replaced Master Wang? Yang Xin confirmed. That is right. Ningfeng replied wearily. Anyway, I do not have anything to do recently. I can go take a look? Yang Xin replied. Then Master Tang and I will go over later. I will send you the list of auction items to look at first. Hearing this, he replied, Okay. Then, he took a bite of the delicious barbecue. In his heart, Ningfeng thought, so attentive, it seems that this Master Tang knows how to treat people better than Master Wang. The sun shone down on his house. At this moment, the two people sitting on the outdoor sofa had arrived to inform him, Hello Dalao, I am Tang Yikai, an appraiser from the Qinyu branch of the Yuanchang Exchange. Ningfeng stood up and extended his hand to shake his, Hello Master Tang, but Tang Yikai hesitated and did not dare to shake his hand. I would not dare. It is our first time meeting. I hope you will take care of us. After saying that, he smiled harmlessly, thinking to himself, before I came, Mayor Tai specifically instructed me to serve this young man well. Mayor Tai's intention is that even if the entire exchange surrounds him, it is fine. Tang Yikai turned to the assistant beside him and said, Xiao Yang, give the auction list to Ning Laodai to look over. She replied yes. Holding the list in his hand, Nang Feng secretly assessed it. Oh, there are only a few pieces of equipment and potions suitable for mages, but I do not use them at all. His fingers swiped continuously across the screen. Seeing those actions, Tang Yikai was worried. Oh no, Ning Dalao is looking at it so quickly, but nothing caught his eye. I have underestimated Ning Dalao's strength. I have made a mess of things. Suddenly, Ning Feng's gaze stopped on the screen in astonishment. This? Seeing that expression, he quickly approached to assess the situation. Ha! Your eye for things is really good. As expected, you have chosen this? Then, Tang Yikai pointed at the potion and said, this is the latest experience potion that can increase the experience gained by 100%. It is very rare, and most suitable for high-level leaders to level up. Suddenly, his memories flashed back to that day. At this moment, Duan came over to take a look, and was surprised. Dalao, is not this? Seeing those expressions on the two people's faces, made Tang Yikai confused. Suddenly, Ning Feng's expression darkened, and his deep voice rang out. Where did you get this thing? Hearing him ask this, he was flustered, and tried to force a smile. This is an item that the Shangrui Guild entrusted the auction house to auction off? Ning Dalao, what is wrong? Hearing that name, Ning Feng immediately thought of the tiger symbol, and secretly analyzed it. The Shangrui Guild is one of the top guilds in the entire country. Its strength is extremely strong. Could it be that Kong Wei secretly sold the formula to them? Or did someone do something to Kong Wei? Then, he asked, did they ever say where this potion came from? Tang Yikai smiled and replied, I heard they discovered a new type of mystic realm called the Trial of the Gods. It can only be cleared alone. The mystic realm seems to be divided into many levels. Each time you pass 10 levels, you will receive a corresponding reward. The potion is one of the rewards that their members receive. Duan chimed in. This is the first time I have heard of this kind of mystic realm. Could it be a type of mutated mystic realm? But according to government requirements, any mystic realm that starts to be cleared must prepare a plan. Basic information can be found on a special website. Hearing Duan's analysis, Ning Feng wondered in his heart. It is good that there is no problem with Kong Wei. The Trial of the Gods sounds like a very powerful place. Suddenly, a system notification arrived. Trial of the Gods task. Pass the Mystic Realm trial. Pass the Mystic Realm trial and use its power for your use. Time limit, 60 days. Failure to complete the task within 60 days will result in the host's obliteration. Receiving that unexpected notification, Ning Feng smiled meaningfully. Oh, this is the first time the system has given me a task. It seems that this Trial of the Gods really has something to it. At this time, Tang Yikai signaled to the assistant beside him, who caught the signal and said, Master Tang, I won't be attending this auction. Of course I have to thank you two for making the trip. He replied, no trouble, no trouble. In the future, if Ning Dalao needs anything, you can find me at any time. After saying that, the two gave perfunctory business smiles, thinking to themselves, these few bottles of experience potion were already considered trump cards. Many guilds were eyeing them, but unexpectedly, Ning Dalao did not care about them at all. At that time, Duan spoke up, Dalao, sit there first. I will go investigate information about this mystic realm. Ning Feng replied, I will go with you. His hands clicked the mouse continuously to search for data. Sitting in front of the computer screen, Duan was stunned. Oh, I still need corresponding login permissions. That is right, I can use the special credentials that the mayor gave me. At this time, Ning Feng came over with a cup of water and looked. Let me take a look. Duan seemed to have an idea. Got it. Looking at the image on the computer, Ning Feng assessed it. It looks like a tower. The image was zoomed in, and Duan said, the permission that the Shangrui Guild registered is unique, which means that the government allows them to manage it themselves. Without the Shangrui Guild's permission, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Hearing this, Ning Feng pondered, mystic realms that belong exclusively to large guilds are basically like that, but the task has already been issued. If I do not complete it, I will be obliterated. It seems I have to think of another way. There were always two people standing guard at the entrance to the Trial of the Gods mystic realm. Looking at the time circle, Ning Feng wondered, it is so late already, and the guards are still standing guard. Looking at them, the corners of his mouth turned up. The Shangrui Guild has released a lot of information about the Trial of the Gods mystic realm on their forum, which is used to attract more powerhouses to join. On the contrary, it helps me understand it better. If I use skills to directly rush in, maybe they won't even notice. Saying that, Ning Feng smiled meaningfully. Immediately afterward, he stretched out and stepped through the gate of space. Standing in a place where the guards could not see him, Ningfeng even taunted them. At this moment, he immediately flew into the entrance of the Trial of the Gods' mystic realm. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. His face showed unexpected panic. In an instant, Ningfeng was blasted out of the entrance of the Trial of the Gods' mystic realm. Because the explosion was too loud, it attracted the people around. The explosion was too loud. What happened? It is from the Trial of the Gods' mystic realm over there. Quickly go take a look and immediately report to the captain. Returning to the starry sky of the night, in the area where Ningfeng lived, a crack in space appeared in Ningfeng's room. Immediately afterward, he struggled to crawl out, and then his body lost gravity and fell with a thud onto the bed. At this time, Ningfeng's entire body was injured in the explosion. Streaks of blood splattered on his face. He could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes as he thought of the scene just now. As soon as I made contact with the entrance to the mystic realm, a powerful energy poured out from inside, completely shattering my mundane body protection. Then, he recalled the scene when the explosion occurred. Ningfeng kept wondering, what exactly was that? Suddenly, the system sent an emergency notification. Important warning. The system has resisted one probe, taking 3% damage. Accumulated damage, 3%. Then it continued to warn. Important warning. The system has resisted one probe, taking 4% damage. Accumulated damage, 7%. Looking at the display on the screen, Ningfeng could not help but exclaim, even the system suffered damage. What kind of probing skill is that? Suddenly, the system sent continuous warnings that filled the entire screen. On this side, at the Trial of the Gods' mystic realm, the guards were being healed. Then this person spoke up, Guild Leader, they are only unconscious from the shock. There is no damage to their bodies. The soldier who was being healed woke up at this time and suddenly called out, Guild Leader? This person was none other than Ha Shiyu, the Guild Leader of the Shangrui Guild. Then he spoke up. What happened just now? When asked about the situation just now, the soldier stammered, I do not know. The entrance to the Trial of the Gods' mystic realm suddenly exploded, and I fainted. Ha Shiyu began to suspect. Something like this has never happened before. Could it be that some kind of mutation has occurred in the mystic realm? The girl there spoke up, Guild Leader, how about using that to check? He replied, we can only do that. Receiving Ha Shiyu's consent, she immediately cast some kind of magic. Then, she ordered to reverse time. At this time, Ha Shiyu thought to himself, fortunately, this mystic realm has its own special magic formation, which can not only record images inside and around it, but also reverse time to conduct an investigation. The magic formation began to count down time, returning to the moment the explosion occurred. Suddenly, Ha Shiyu's eyes changed from stern to astonished. Before him was an image of what looked like a strange creature with a bizarre shape. He exclaimed, what is that? Unexpectedly, the guardian of the mystic realm appeared and angrily shouted, audacious evil god, how dare you invade my territory? After saying that, he immediately unleashed a move to stop it. Immediately, the evil god he spoke of was hit. The two people were surprised when they heard the name he uttered. Evil god. He stood there cursing, damn it, I let that guy run away again. I must quickly find his whereabouts. I can't let him destroy this world. Hearing what he said, everyone could not help but panic. Destroy the world. The image of the evil god was still present and was projected up. In the meeting room, the person sitting in the central position spoke up. Based on the recorded images of the Shangrui Guild, this is the first time we have confirmed the existence of gods. The person who just spoke was Liu Zhenying, the government guild leader of the Weiwu Guild. He continued his words. Although the identity of the god is unclear, the death magic formation that he released is enough to reach the level of a legendary forbidden spell. Ha Shiyu, the non-government guild leader of the Shangrui Guild, spoke up. That is right. There is such information in the mystic realm, but we did not expect that a god would appear in the literal sense. Feng Zhou, the government guild leader of the Jiwan Guild, replied, Guild Leader Ha, I remember you once announced that if you pass the trial, you can receive the recognition and blessing of the gods, right? Yu Lingwa, the government guild leader of the Chuanshu Guild, continued. The key issue lies in the level of the death laws, which cannot destroy the evil god. This is not good news. Lua Yueming, the non-government guild leader of the Wangshu Guild, agreed with that opinion. That is right. If the evil god intends to destroy the world, I am afraid we have no way to respond. Wang Bo, the government guild leader of the Shanju Guild, spoke up. If you can be blessed by the gods by passing the trial, then is there any way to deal with the evil god? For example, that forbidden spell? Zhang Yangchuan, the non-government guild leader of the Xian Guild, replied, maybe there is. We can try. After listening to everyone's opinions for a while, Ha Shiyu's face darkened, thinking to himself, these people have been eyeing the trial of the gods' mystic realm for a long time. It looks like they want to take this opportunity to force me to open the door for them. Thinking that, Ha Shiyu spoke up to clarify, I do not object to you wanting to participate in the trial, but I must remind everyone that the monsters in the trial of the gods' mystic realm are extremely powerful. With our current strength, we can't pass it at all. Then, he concluded, we are probably not qualified to receive the blessings of the gods. At this time, Liu Zhenying stroked his beard and said, Lao Feng, do you have any opinions? That person replied, what opinions do I have? What opinions can I have? You old men and women are not very capable. Ying Zhen comforted him, don't be angry. It is not a big deal yet, so I called you back. Hearing this, Feng Yi angrily shouted, in your eyes besides us, mutated. What else is a big deal? A spark flashed in his eyes, as if to burn down the entire room, accompanied by a fierce roar. My disciple reported that there was an anomaly in Qinyu City, and you still did not take it seriously. You even opened some kind of investigation team. In the end, what happened? The investigation did not get anything. And you even made a big deal out of it. If it were not for the mysterious Dalao of Qinyu City helping you clean up that mess, how many innocent people would you have harmed? Ying Zhen looked helpless. He continued to persuade him, Lao Feng, calm down. Your head is on fire again. At the same time, Yue Ning unconsciously watched Feng Yi. I heard that this senior Feng asked to retire in seclusion, because the price of the power of darkness was becoming more and more serious. I did not expect to meet him here. After a long while, Ying Zhen said softly, Lao Feng, my personal opinion is, can we let your disciple show the video to the mysterious Dalao in Qinyu City? With the strength of the mysterious Dalao, he might know something. When the suggestion was made, he became even more furious. You only remembered my disciple now, you guys. Seeing that, he quickly made up for it. I have 2 barrels of good wine. I will send them over to you later to commend your disciple's achievements. It is also about to be approved. Hearing this, Feng Yi unconsciously paused. The fire on his head also gradually receded immediately afterward. After a moment of silence, Feng Luo replied in a low voice, all right. The scene shifted to an extremely luxurious mansion. Ning Feng leaned back wearily. His heart was momentarily uneasy. The previous task has not been completed yet, and a new task has appeared. Then, Ningfeng reminded himself, it is okay. It is just a small matter. Look at the title. The system, although it was damaged, does not care at all. Thinking of this, his mind could not help but feel a little confused. But last night was indeed very scary. Could it be that I did something wrong? At this time, Feng Yi turned his gaze towards Ningfeng. We have a guest. He stood up straight and then made a guess. This is classmate Ningfeng, right? He put on a surprised and vigilant expression. Hello, may I ask who you are? At the same time, Feng Yi gave a friendly smile. Another person politely introduced. This is the former person in charge of the Gu Ying Bureau, the current director of the Adventurer Management Bureau, Senior Feng Yi. The group continued to shift their gaze, and the voice continued to ring out steadily. This is Senior Feng's disciple, the person in charge of Gu Ying in this province, Sulan. They want to ask the mysterious Dalao for help. Ningfeng almost shouted, Feng, you are the Crimson Flame Death God. He chuckled softly. A little bit of false fame, not worth mentioning. Even so, his heart could not avoid being confused. This old senior has made countless contributions, and participated in many large-scale mystic realm explorations. He has also crushed many evil adventurer organizations. He is known as the strongest mutated. Almost all the identities of the members of Gu Ying are kept secret. But Senior Feng is an exception. Because of his existence, he is a shock in himself. It must be said that he is an idol in the hearts of many young people. Senior Feng must be in the top 3. If anyone can meet him and talk to him for a few words, it is enough to boast about for half a lifetime. At this moment, Feng Yi pointed to a wooden box. He said in a deep voice, it is the first time we have met, and we did not prepare anything. I heard you are about to take the college entrance exam. This is 5 million star coins, and 200 bottles of high-grade experience potions. The government entrusted us to give them to you to wish you success in your studies. Ningfeng was momentarily stunned. His eyelashes trembled slightly, thinking to himself, 5 million star coins, that is a lot of money. Immediately afterward he appeared curious. May I ask, what is the matter that brought you two here? As soon as the words were spoken, Sulan unexpectedly took out an object. She spoke with hidden meaning. Mainly we wanted to invite Dalo to watch a video. Since we are here, why do not we take a look first? Before Ningfeng, a figure appeared clearly. He suddenly roared, audacious evil god, how dare you invade my territory? In that instant, he jerked back, his face as pale as a sheet. After a moment of shock, Ningfeng switched to a dumbfounded state, unable to believe it. I am a high school student, a 5 good student. How did I become an evil god? The essence within him roared. Small matter, my ass? Ningfeng could not help but feel a little doubtful. Is this guy deliberately deceiving me? Then, he closed his eyes tightly, his mind constantly telling himself, calm down, do not panic. No one knows that I am the evil god yet. I can't let myself be exposed. Ning Feng said in a gentle but responsible voice. I know. I will send the video to Dalao later. If there is any news, I will notify you in time. Feng Yi smiled faintly. Then I will leave it to you. We will go first and wait for good news. After that, if you need any assistance, just find Sulan directly. At the same time, Sulan carefully handed her business card towards him. Ning Feng stood aside, momentarily startled. His eyes swept over her figure. A pain suddenly flashed in his heart. I remember now. This is the older sister who was responsible for greeting me on the day I changed jobs. Thinking of this, Ning Feng helplessly slapped his face hard. I did not expect to be exposed so soon. The scene shifted to the next morning, where light covered the entire world. On this side, Feng Ya could not help but sigh. That Ning Feng kid is indeed, as you said, not a bad person. Humble and courteous, with a calm mind. The government's intention is, if there is an opportunity, no matter the cost, we must pull that kid onto our team. Sulan secretly glanced at him, her voice full of doubt. Master, do you think Ning Feng and the mysterious Dalao are the same person? Faced with the sudden question, Feng Yi suddenly said in a stern voice, Does it matter? He turned his deep gaze straight ahead, as if seeing through all the layers of disguise. If Ning Feng hopes that we feel he is a student, then he is a student. That is better for everyone. Giving 5 million star coins to a student, whether he cares or not, can't be criticized in terms of etiquette. If a student becomes a mysterious Dalao, then what standard should we use to treat him in the future? It won't be clear anymore. Feng Yi continued in a hoarse voice. The enemies are becoming stronger and stronger, and we, as Ha Shiyu said, want to receive the grace of the gods, but we do not even have the qualifications. But the mysterious Dalao is enough to become our strongest backing. In another development, he leisurely enjoyed a cup of hot water. Ning Feng narrowed his eyes and recalled, yesterday, based on the system's damage detection skills, perhaps that was when the god found out. The more he thought about it, the more vigilant he became. He was able to disturb my absolute defense with one move. Clearly, his strength has reached the forbidden spell level. This guy is extremely dangerous. In the corner of the room, the system screen lit up. Ning Feng was immersed in a jumble of thoughts. The task is urgent. Complete 2 levels. The cultivation system is indeed extremely important. In the end, I still have to rely on it. Clearing the trial is not necessarily hopeless. If the enemy's strength can't be used by me, it might become my enemy. Ning Feng curiously approached Duan. Didn't Mr. Feng give you any materials? He nodded quickly and replied. He did. Let me sort them out and send them to you. He slowly explained in a hoarse but firm voice. In reality, the trial of the god's mystic realm is a tower divided into many levels. You have to complete all of them to know what is inside. The monsters inside are very strong. They are much stronger than other mystic realms. The previous record was 42 levels, created by guild leader Ha Shiyu from the Shangrui Guild. In that instant, Ning Feng was silent, his eyes gazing into the distance, his mind in turmoil. I still do not know how the trial of the god's mystic realm works. If I accidentally activate the god's forbidden spell, my identity as the evil god will be revealed. Although the task does not specify that it is me, maybe I can push it to someone else. In the end, he asked, Have you seen Ha Shiyu's video? Duan quickly replied. I have seen it. Hearing that, Ning Feng continued to ask, If it were you, how many levels could you pass? He seriously gave his estimate about 35 or so. Ning Feng focused his gaze on Duan. He secretly affirmed, as expected, Ha Shiyu is close to the 5th job change. His strength is above Duan, but Duan is the type who goes alone. I can only rest assured if he participates. The corner of Ning Feng's mouth curled up, accompanied by a crazy idea. How about giving him a special training session? In a tall building, a shout came from inside. What? Feng Yi exclaimed in surprise. Dalao sent someone to the Shangrui Guild to participate in the trial. Sulan carefully reported in a low voice. Duan's recovery speed is like that. Also, he wants to borrow our training room. He clearly wants to practice hard for a while. He stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with suspicion. I remember he has not reached the 5th job change, right? She suddenly interrupted. That is right. Then suddenly, Feng Yi sighed. He spoke incomprehensibly. There is a problem here. A sharp glint flashed in Feng Yi's eyes. He explained gravely. Yesterday, the guild leaders of the 7 great guilds all came to challenge the trial of the god's mystic realm. Guess what? Even that old fox Liu Yingzhen failed. The words fell like thunder. Sulan almost shouted, Liu Yingzhen, the guild leader, is a top national powerhouse, and yet, the shock spread throughout the room. Feng Yi angrily growled. That is why I said I am very interested in Duan's trial results. The mysterious Dalao personally guided him. What can he ultimately achieve? After a long while he realized in a panic. The fire, my head. Meanwhile, Sulan could not hide her bewildered expression. The flames are a teacher recognized by the great world, but he keeps burning his life force. Is there really no other way? The scene shifted to the training room, where a group of people gathered. In the midst of this, Captain Zhu surprisingly pointed in one direction. That guy, surrounded by 4th and 5th job change powerhouses, has never appeared in Qinyu City before. The woman next to him spoke up. I heard that guild leader Liu from the Weiwu Guild wanted to come, but Senior Feng stopped him. Recalling what happened a few days ago, Captain Zhu sternly instructed. Others are here, killing monsters and leveling up. What does this kid plan to do? Thinking of this, he unconsciously felt relieved. It is good that I did not offend Yu Feng, or else it would have been terrible. Just then, Su Lan's voice rang out decisively. As long as the information provided is complete, the training room will accurately simulate reality. It can only be used by powerhouses above the 4th job change. Duan politely took a step forward. Captain Su, this is the detailed information. Meanwhile, Ningfeng burst out laughing. It is my first time here. What is this for? Seeing that, Feng Yi opened his mouth. If you want, we can arrange it even better. Su Lan's gaze stopped on the bright screen. She could not help but exclaim, it is really accurate. Even the weaknesses of the monsters are clearly pointed out. Su Lan thought to herself, what is even more impressive is that guild leader Liu just downloaded more than a dozen levels, but he already has the information here. Ningfeng smiled smugly. Of course, this mystic realm was originally a place that your lord once explored. I just need to take some information from my memories and bring it out. Who can compare to the Devil King in understanding the weaknesses of his subordinates better than him? On this side, Feng Yi offered a suggestion. Mr. Du, can you allow us to observe for a bit? He nodded without hesitation. Of course. I just want you to give me some pointers. He spoke up. You are so humble that you are almost lowering yourself. I would not dare to give you pointers. I am just learning. That is right, there is some more information we would like to know. Suddenly, Feng Yi's face turned serious. His voice rang out sharply. Did Dao ever say if the evil god really wants to destroy the world? Faced with the sudden question, Su Lan unconsciously turned around, her eyes showing obvious tension. Only the two of them, Su Lan and Feng Yi, were staring at Duan. At Duan's villa, he could not help but feel a little curious. Dalao, is the evil god really going to destroy the world? Hearing this, Ningfeng put on an indifferent expression. Just directly ask the evil god me this question. You also know how to find that person. He did not answer, but thought carefully. They are actually Duan's family. It would be too perfunctory to just say I do not know, but I can't explain too much. How should I answer? At this moment, Duan seriously recounted. I asked Dalao a similar question. Dalao answered me with 8 words. Feng Yi could not suppress his curiosity and asked, what are they? Ningfeng's voice seemed to be echoing from somewhere. As long as I am here, it won't happen. He could not help but chuckle. Before the invisible safety that he brought, it was perfunctory, simplistic, yet extremely overbearing. That is Dalao's style. In contrast to the group, Su Lan questioned with a tense expression, after all, what kind of warrior is Dalao, that he does not even put the gods in his eyes? In a small corner, Ningfeng laughed heartily. Luckily, I was quick-witted. The atmosphere immediately became serious again. Feng Yi quickly held his hand tightly. Du, the next trial of the god's mystic realm depends on you. After a while, the group simultaneously turned their gaze towards the frame. Inside was an old castle that began to collapse. At this moment, Duan's body fell straight to the ground, creating a shocking sound. Inside, the monsters were gradually approaching him. Only Duan's eyes lit up, as if he were living or dying with them. Immediately, the monsters rushed madly towards him. Duan stood still calmly. He opened his mouth and shouted. A series of streaks of light radiated around Duan. Realizing that the situation was critical, Ningfeng approached the microphone. Duan, do you want to come out and rest for a while? Duan calmly refused. It is okay. I will touch it again, and try a few more times. He secretly made up his mind. This is the opportunity that Dalao gave me. I can't let Dalao down. Su Lan's eyes turned towards Duan, where hope and fear intersected. These monsters have already exceeded the 4th job change limit. If it were me, I definitely would not be able to pass this trial. Meanwhile, Feng Yi stood silently in a corner, lost in thought. Hearing Su Lan say that Ningfeng only awakened at the age of 18, but completed his first job change in just a few days. Being able to do that, there must be some kind of miracle in Su Lan's body. Maybe Dalao can break through to the combat system, allowing Duan to exert even stronger strength. If that is the case, it can be compared to the grace of the gods. A trace of worry flashed through Ningfeng's heart. Crap, I was too simplistic, thinking that as long as I knew the weaknesses of the monsters, there would be a chance to pass the trial. But I did not pay attention to the fact that humans have limits, and so do their equipment and skills. If you know the weaknesses of the monsters, but you can't touch the right method, then it is useless. Suddenly, he shifted his attention to the screen. Ningfeng muttered to himself, if Duan can't pass the trial, then in the end, I will still need to complete it myself. With my lack of combat experience, I can only rely on forbidden spells. In that case, the risk of being exposed will be extremely high. As the meeting gradually came to an end, he softly opened his mouth. Senior Feng, Captain Su, I am going back first. Classes start next week. I have to prepare a bit. Ah, okay. If there is anything you need help with, just tell us. Coming outside, Ning Feng focused on calculations. Taking advantage of the opportunity before school starts, I will quickly raise my level. It is best to get some good equipment or skills to replace Duan. Suddenly, his body paused for a moment. Ning Feng tightened the staff in his hand, his heart secretly making a decision. If I want to go out without being caught, the best way is the flying scroll. Immediately afterward, Ning Feng raised the object high into the air. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I asked a Yuancheng exchange to help me buy a batch, which is almost enough for short-term use. Before long, a streak of light suddenly shot straight into the air. In the blink of an eye, Ning Feng teleported to another dimension. He glanced around at the surrounding scenery. Then Ning Feng stared at the crystal, and unconsciously exclaimed, I am here! Ning Feng grinned. This is one of the two wild mystic realms that Duan mentioned, which can't be controlled by the government for the time being. But as Ning Feng got closer, the smell of smoke and broken traces appeared. He could not help but wonder, why do the surroundings seem to have traces of someone fighting? Then he indifferently ignored it, his body moving straight ahead. Never mind, I will go in and take a look. Immediately, Ning Feng's entire person disappeared in an instant, only to see a foot stomping hard on a man's head. Another person appeared vigilant. Leader, do you see that light? Jiyu Wang immediately reacted. It seems to be a flying scroll. On the opposite side, the mysterious person curled his lips into a faint smile. Could it be another fool who wants to come and destroy us? The group laughed contemptuously. Relying only on these people? Isn't that the same as seeking death? Jiyu Wang bluntly challenged. It must be said, the more of them that come, the more sacrifices will be offered to Lord Demon King. He was so excited that he laughed. Thanks to them, Lord Demon King has accumulated enough power. Today will be the day Lord Demon King descends. The group behind him cheered madly. Jiyu Wang sneered. This day has finally come. In another development, the man's body slumped under a tree. At this moment the badge on his chest suddenly lit up. Immediately, information was immediately transmitted to the earpiece. The woman was momentarily confused. The Demon King is descending. Isn't that another mystic realm invasion? Immediately afterward she hurriedly announced, Captain, those mutated said that a mystic realm invasion will occur in the mountain's mystic realm today. He gritted his teeth. What? The faces of the entire team were shaken when they heard the report. The youth put on a fearful expression. Mystic realm invasions will directly attack the nearest city, which means our Changling city will be in danger. The person next to him became even more confused. What do we do now? Faced with a series of questions, the captain said in a deep voice, Squad 4 has been completely wiped out. Even if we go up, there is no way to stop the mystic realm invasion. As soon as the words were spoken, he became even more worried. The monsters in that mystic realm are very strong. The magical protection circle in the city is not effective in stopping them. We basically have no way to defend it. The atmosphere in the camp was heavy. He suddenly ordered everyone return immediately and notify the government to urgently evacuate the residents. Save as many as you can, the man said in confusion. Captain, what about you? He turned around, his eyes resolute. We do not have monitoring equipment. I do not know when the mystic realm invasion will occur. I will stay here and report the situation to everyone at any time. Hearing this, the man became even more worried. How can we let you stay alone? He sternly shouted. Don't waste time anymore. Hurry up. Immediately the group turned their backs and ran away. The captain's eyes stopped on the smoky sky, and then he said in a choked voice, Why did it have to be today? In the moment of silence before the storm, the captain calmly dialed a number. His voice softened when he picked up the phone. Hello, my dear. There might be an emergency drill later. Don't be afraid. Be obedient and listen to Mom, okay? You know, a child's gentle voice asked, Dad, where are you? He tried to force a thin smile through his rough voice. Dad's at work, okay? I am a bit busy and can't say much now. Immediately afterward, the captain decisively hung up the call. The phone screen lit up again. The child's choked voice rang out. Dad, why did you hang up? The captain chuckled softly. I have one more sentence I want to say. What do you want to say to Dad? After a moment of silence, the child's soft voice, like an innocent wish amidst the catastrophe, said, Dad, happy birthday. At the same time, the man leaned forward and whispered, The power of darkness is really strong. Has the mystic realm invasion already begun? Saying this, the man said in a choked voice, Captain is over there. Back to the captain, tears were already streaming down his face. At the entrance of the mystic realm, where the light was dazzling. In that instant, Jiyu Wang laughed like a madman. The power is so great, Lord Demon King will definitely give us even more grace. In another development, Ningfeng walked silently in the mystic realm. At this moment, the frost began to change. He gently tapped the ice and laughed. The experience points of the monsters here are not low. In an instant, I reached level 37 and learned a new skill. Ningfeng paused slightly. He focused on thinking and decisively learned this scroll. The sky gradually turned dark, carrying a bit of magic. In a fleeting moment, the crystal suddenly flashed. At the same time, Jiyu Wang's group knelt down, their voices ringing out loudly, respectfully welcome Lord Demon King. From within, a pair of crippled legs stepped out. Ningfeng turned his gaze towards the group of strange people. He calmly walked step by step towards them. As soon as he came to his senses, Ningfeng exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is going on?" On this side, Jiyu Wang loudly questioned, "Where is Lord Demon King?" A mutated voice was hoarse, as if echoing from the bottom of the abyss. "I, this king, am very cold." A series of thoughts flashed through Jiyu Wang's mind. He does not know us, so he is not an incarnation of Lord Demon King, nor is he another dependent. But this guy is covered in newbie equipment. Why would he dare to appear alone in this place? Thinking of this, he was awakened. That is right, it was the flying scroll just now. This guy might want to take the opportunity to be loyal to Lord Demon King, but he was scared away by the power of darkness. Jiyu Wang sneered, "Little brat, are you here to rely on Lord Demon King?" Faced with a series of questions, Ningfeng replied flatly, "Number." He angrily shouted, "Then what the hell are you here for?" He calmly ignored him. "That is none of your business." The atmosphere erupted. Jiyu Wang gnashed his teeth. "Your tone is too arrogant. Do you know who my father is?" Immediately afterward, he pointed to himself and boasted, "This old man's name is Jiyu Wang, a Class A criminal who has killed more than 200 people. Ningfeng said at this time, "How annoying." He angrily roared. "What?" He brazenly beckoned provocatively. "If you want to fight, then fight. If you do not want to fight, then get lost." Hearing this, Jiyu Wang became even more angry. He snarled, "Stupid, do you want to die?" At the same time, the group behind him shouted madly, "Kill him! Kill him!" The sound suddenly stopped immediately afterward. The group stared blankly upwards. Another person said shyly, "Leader, why is the sky suddenly so dark?" Jiyu Wang said in a low voice, "I do not know." Suddenly, a huge black shadow appeared. It smiled sinisterly. Then screams rang out everywhere. "What the hell is that? It is so scary. Save me." In contrast to the group, Ningfeng smiled coldly. "My newly released forbidden spell lets you taste the fresh taste." Immediately afterward, the appraisal technique changed rapidly. He calmly analyzed Jiyu Wang's weaknesses on the opposite side. The wound on his shoulder immediately fell into Ningfeng's attention. Seeing this, he could not help but be surprised. I did not expect it to analyze the weaknesses so skillfully. All the weaknesses of the enemy will be revealed when facing this skill. At this moment, an object suddenly pierced his shoulder. On this side, Ningfeng calmly explained in a gentle voice, "In the illusion, you can rely on your own will to continuously attack the weaknesses of the people who are surrounded, just like a demon playing with his prey. No wonder it is called Ling Nue Shijie Torturous Vision World." He continued to add, "Although this person's torture skills are relatively perverted, being able to see the weaknesses, it seems that you can also think of ways to make use of them." In another scene, where the sun was setting behind the mountains, at the same time, the captain picked up the phone with suspicion. It is really strange. So much time has passed, but there has not been a mystic realm invasion on the mountain. Maybe I should go up and take a look, he said in a low voice to reassure, "It is okay. Anyway, if something really unexpected happens, I can't run even if I want to. Dying on the mountain, or under the mountain, is just a difference of a few steps." Immediately afterward, the captain quickly left. Back to his side, a shrill shout rang out. "What is going on?" The captain's voice trembled, as if he could not believe what his eyes just saw. "Class A wanted criminal. Yu Ji Ren desires enduring. Jiyu Wang and his subordinates have all been wiped out." The woman put on a stunned look. In order to pursue Jiyu Wang, 4 adventurer squads sacrificed themselves. "How did they end up like this?" the man asked worriedly. "Captain, what is the situation in the mystic realm?" He hurriedly transmitted the information. The inside of the mystic realm is like it was sealed off by a snowstorm. There is not a single monster alive. Hearing this, the man continued to ask, "What about the trial scene, boss?" The captain hesitated before speaking. "I broke it." In that instant, the captain accidentally saw the corpse. He was both confused and curious. "I saw the boss frozen. I wanted to confirm if it was dead. Who knew that as soon as I touched it, it fell apart?" The man asked anxiously. "Is it dead?" He reported in a low voice. "There were no dropped items and no experience points, so it is probably completely dead." After a moment of hesitation, the man carefully spoke up. "So, is the mystic realm invading today? Is it invading anymore?" Standing before the corpse, the captain suddenly fell silent. A voice rang out, "Duan, are you still in the training room?" Go back and rest first. Duan hesitated a bit. Dalo? I am stuck on the 45th floor. My abilities are still weak. I am ashamed of Dalao's trust. Ningfeng put his hand on his shoulder and smiled brightly. No need to rush. Just rest for a few days. Before, it was mainly for you to understand the situation of the trial of the gods' mystic realm. Wait until next week, and I will arrange a devilish, special training for you. Duan teared up when he heard Ningfeng's words. It turns out Dalao has not given up on me yet. Ningfeng then affirmed firmly. Of course not. Duan immediately became cheerful again. Dalao, what do you want to eat tonight? I will do it right away. Receiving the answer, Duan quickly took action. Devilish special training. Devilish special training. Ningfeng suddenly realized his important task. Taking this opportunity, playing a game for a while, is fine. So he entered the game immediately. Suddenly, Duan received a notification that they had exchanged WeChats. He suddenly realized, it is a message from Senior Feng Yi. He received a message from Senior Feng immediately afterward. Are you ranking up? Let me go with you. I am a good tank. Ningfeng could not believe his eyes. This is Senior Feng. Was his account hacked? Senior Feng then replied. It is the real me. Are you playing duo? Ningfeng secretly rejoiced. Old Feng seems serious on the outside, but I did not expect him to be so cute. He is also very methodical when he speaks. A moment later, the game ended, and the result was victory. After the game, Ningfeng exclaimed, Senior Feng, I did not expect you to be so good at playing games. After that, Senior Feng also sent Ningfeng a voice message. Haha, I used to play with my grandson all the time, but now he is busy with the high school graduation exam, so he does not play as much. Speaking of which, you two are the same age. Ningfeng then came up with a suggestion. Then in the future, if we have the opportunity, let us play in a team of 3. Senior Feng then confirmed. Okay, let us set it up. Ningfeng thought to himself, Senior Feng is an upright person with a high status in the government. If I can build a good relationship with him, it will be easier for me to do anything in the future. On this side, Feng Yi realized that there was still something he wanted to say. That is right, during this time the 3 key universities are preparing to organize a supernova training camp, selecting outstanding students to participate. Then, based on their performance during that time, those who excel will be exempted from the entrance exam and will also receive abundant training resources. I still have 2 spots left here. Do you want to go? Ningfeng then fell into thought. At first, I felt that since I had a forbidden spell in hand, I did not really care about going to college. But if I become an enemy of that so-called god in the future, then I will have no combat experience at all. I am afraid I will lose a lot. Thinking of this, his head lit up. He happily informed Feng Yi, Senior Feng, I want to go. He then confirmed the deal. Then I will leave the remaining 2 spots to you. If you have any teammates you know, you can sign up together. Ningfeng was very happy and excited. Thank you, Senior Feng. Feng Yi then exclaimed, you 2 kids are quite alike. Maybe you will become good friends. The scene shifted to number 7 high school in Xinyu City. In the 3rd-year classroom, class 2. Inside, the students were gossiping with each other. This year, let alone the key universities, even the passing score for the combat majors of ordinary universities is much higher. I heard that many students have had their graduation delayed or have simply switched to non-combat majors because they did not meet the standards of the assessment. Then, are we 3-star awakeners no different from 1 or 2-star trash? I am really not reconciled at all. At this time, the loudspeaker in the classroom rang out. The teacher smiled and introduced. Students, we have a new transfer student in our class today. I hope everyone can care for each other. The new student also spoke up. Hello everyone. As soon as the new student's voice rang out, the male students below all blushed shyly. The female student gently introduced herself. My name is Chang Mukyu. Ningfeng seemed to have recognized her. He thought to himself, is not that the person who was picky at the mystic realm last time? The students in the class immediately discussed, animatedly. Chang Mukyu, is that the person ranked 4th in the national supernova ranking? Isn't she at a key high school in a big city? Why did she run to a small place like ours? Chang Mukyu made a suggestion to the teacher. Teacher, can I sit next to Ningfeng? The teacher then agreed. Sure. Chang Mukyu was a little apprehensive as she walked to her seat, while Ningfeng was quite surprised. The male students immediately felt extremely dissatisfied and uncomfortable. Why is it Ningfeng again? Why do all the beauties keep liking Ningfeng? Ningfeng looked blankly at Chang Mukyu. An incomprehensible thought rose in his heart. The scene shifted to the principal's office. Principal Zhang had hurriedly come to meet with Principal Fang, expressing his anger. Fang, what tricks did you use to snatch Chang Mukyu from my school? Principal Fang then waved his hand to calm him down. Principal Zhang, do not get excited. I do not know anything either. Principal Zhang was still not over his anger. Not only did Chang Mukyu leave, but she also took a spot in the training camp. It affects our university admission rate. You understand, right? Realizing that his attitude was so intense, Principal Fang secretly rejoiced. No wonder Principal Zhang ran thousands of miles to come here to question me. Is this the real Dalao? I only usually see him on TV. This year, there are only 4 spots for the provincial training camp, and 2 spots are already from our school. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Principal Fang's thoughts. He then replied, "Come in." The assistant reported in a panic, "Principal, someone wants to see you," saying that they can't get through to your phone. Principal Fang was curious. "Who is it?" "I am talking to Principal Zhang. My phone is on silent." As soon as they heard the caller's name, both principals were shocked. From the Adventurer Management Bureau, it is Senior Feng Yi. After that, Principal Fang hurriedly ran out to greet the distinguished guest. Feng Yi then introduced himself. "Hello, Principal. I am Feng Yi." Principal Zhang thought to himself, "Now that we have Chang Mukyu, does not that mean we have one more spot?" Feng Yi introduced a young man. "This is my grandson, Feng Rui." Feng Rui appeared with a handsome and cool appearance. "Hello, teacher." Principal Fang smiled brightly. "Director Feng, I do not know how I can help you." Feng Yi put his hand on Feng Rui's shoulder and spoke up. "Mainly there are 2 things I need to trouble you with. First, my grandson wants to transfer to your school, to study." The 2 principals were shocked again. Principal Fang immediately realized something. If I remember correctly, Feng Rui is ranked 12th in the national supernova ranking. His profession is a dark blood origin knight. I heard that he is afraid of losing control of the power of darkness, so he does not use his full strength to fight, otherwise he could kill the top 5 of the ranking. Principal Zhang felt extremely uneasy. He thought to himself, why did Director Feng's grandson choose a school with no reputation to study at? Moreover, almost all those ranked on the supernova ranking are guaranteed a spot in the training camp. Isn't that the same as saying that Principal Fang's school has one more spot? Feng Yi's next words caused the 2 principals to have opposite emotional reactions. Second, our management bureau has 2 slots to participate in the training camp, intending to assign students from your school. Principal Zhang's mouth dropped open when he heard this. He felt unwilling, thinking to himself, based on what, it is just a backward province, but it already has 3 or 4 slots. You guys, why do you value this school so much? Principal Fang said goodbye with a joyful smile, full of challenge towards Principal Zhang. Principal Zhang, excuse me, you see we are quite busy here and can't entertain you. Assistant Liu, please see Principal Zhang out. The assistant then obeyed. Yes, wait. Now only the discussion of the 3 people remained in the principal's room. Principal Fang was a little surprised. You mean these 2 slots are for the 3rd year Class 2 student Ning Feng to distribute at will, if I remember correctly. Ning Feng only awakened not long ago. Can he also go to the training camp? Feng Yi then declared with certainty. This is the arrangement of the management bureau. You do not need to ask more questions. Principal Fang then smiled and replied, I obey, yes, yes, yes. Then we will fully cooperate. Principal Fang was a little skeptical. The Management Bureau is a specialized organization responsible for supervising adventurers, independent of the failed guilds. It has very high authority, plus the influence of Senior Feng. Whoever can receive their support, their future is immeasurable. How can Ning Feng obtain these things? The scene shifted to the 3rd year Class 2 classroom. Ning Feng was a little dazed. The classmates were all smiling. Ning Feng felt very puzzled. You 3, why did you transfer to our class? Kong Ding waved his hand to greet Ning Feng cheerfully. Ha ha ha, actively relying on the leader. I heard that the school contacted Zhao Cheng, but Zhao Cheng chose to give up his spot, so he transferred his exam spot to me. Big brother, you gave Dashu another exam spot. This year the people representing the school to participate in the training camp are all here. Chang Mukyu seemed to be uncomfortable with that blonde girl. The red-haired boy cheerfully came to greet the new student. This is Feng Rui. I have long heard of your name. Feng Rui was a little shy and polite. Please take care of me in the future, brother Feng. And everyone else. Chang Mukyu thought to herself. So I am not the only one attracted to Ningfeng Lao Dai. It is really troublesome. I must work doubly hard and not be disliked by Dalao. That is right, I still have a gift prepared for Dalao. I must find an opportunity to give it to him. Suddenly, the group burst out laughing. The group on this side were extremely stunned and surprised. How is Ning Feng so well connected with the supernovas? If you do not count Ning Feng, this lineup would be considered quite luxurious even if it was placed in high schools across the country. Quadruple A, I wish I was the one chatting with them. Feng Rui thought to himself, it is suddenly more lively around here. But what happened that made Zhao Cheng give up? Does no one care about his disappearance? The scene shifted to Zhao Cheng's house. Zhao Cheng was sitting down to rest. A servant came to report, Master, there is still no news of the young master. Can't we really report it to the police? I have contacted a powerhouse to help investigate. I am sure there will be information soon. Wait a little longer. Zhao Cheng stood up abruptly. How's the situation at school? The man then replied, I have helped the young master apply for a long leave of absence, saying that he wants to participate in special training. The principal felt that it would be a pity to give up the opportunity to participate in the training camp, but he did not ask much. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Cheng left. I will go to Xiao Cheng's room to take a look. Don't bother me unless something happens. The man then obeyed. Understood. After that, Zhao Cheng walked up the stairs. He walked towards a room and reached out to open the door. Then Zhao Cheng entered the room and observed the things that Zhao Cheng had left behind. He went to see the photos of his son. Then Zhao Cheng put his hand on a photo. Suddenly, a burst of light was emitted, and the door was opened. He closed his eyes. Then he went deeper inside. In the classroom, a boy took out a pink ball, emitting sparkling spiritual power. The boy was Feng Rui. He stared at the ball without looking away, then exclaimed, "Brother Feng, this skill book is a recent trophy of mine. See if it is useful." Ning Feng was also no less impressed. Is it a summoning magic, he thought to himself. Summoning mages are extremely dangerous professions, so this type of skill book is also very difficult to buy. It is extremely valuable. Cheng Muchu seemed a little shy and hesitant when standing before Ning Feng. Then she also offered a pink, sparkling ball. Dalao, she thought to herself, I was preempted in giving a gift. This kid is too enthusiastic. Ning Feng was taken from one surprise to another. This is a battle mage skill, he thought to himself. Battle mages are also rare professions. This type of skill book is also very rare. I can't temporarily learn these two skill books, because before I start learning, I have to go to the second wild mystic realm to level up. I did not expect that he had received a notification from the system that he could not enter. The mystic realm requires a team challenge. The minimum number must be 5 people. Ning Feng was still immersed in his thoughts. Because the intelligence I collected was not enough, I made a trip in vain, so I have not opened the new skill slot yet. But these 2 skill books are indeed relatively attractive to me. I also need to win over some people as a source of intelligence in the future. Thinking of this, Ning Feng exclaimed, I am very grateful for your kindness. I also have gifts in return. Then he took out 2 small fireballs, causing Feng Rui and Cheng Mukyu to be stunned. Ning Feng smiled and said, there are 40 high-grade experience potions inside. Let us split them in half. Cheng Mukyu thought to herself, I heard that this is a prized possession, exclusive to the Shangrui Guild. Only internal members who are focused on cultivation can receive it as a priority. Feng A also fell into a state of contemplation. This is a very expensive thing at auction houses and is very difficult to buy. Yet Dalao is generously giving away 40 bottles at once. The 2 immediately realized the truth. We must hug such a thick thigh tightly. His friend Wang Yue also came to Ning Feng and spoke. Dalao, I also have a gift for you. Ning Feng did not seem to be very enthusiastic. Miss Wang, that is enough. Tell me, what is it? Miss Wang hid a gift behind her back and said, Hey, actually Kong Wei has refined a new type of medicine and asked me to give it to you. After that, she presented the gift. Ning Feng seemed surprised by this unexpected gift. The scene shifted to Ning Feng's house. Duan smiled to welcome Ning Feng. Dalao, why did you come back so early today? Ning Feng returned home with an excited mood. He told Duan all the students participating in the training camp can arrange their time freely. Since there is nothing to do at school anyway, I left early. Duan felt a little hesitant in his heart. Dalao said that he would conduct devilish training for me this week, but he has not mentioned it again to this day. Could it be that he has forgotten? Suddenly, Ning Feng took out a gift and smiled, calling out, Duan, this is for you. Duan still could not make out what the gift was. Dalao, what is this? Ning Feng exclaimed. This is the new type of medicine that Kong Wei just successfully refined. It is called nourishment medicine. It can heal the long-term injuries that have accumulated in your body. Drink 1 bottle first, and then we will start the devilish training. Hearing this, Duan happily received the gift. Thank you, Dalao. I have put you to so much trouble. Ning Feng then waved his hand. No need to be so polite. After that, Duan directly drank the bottle of medicine. It seemed that a glow radiated from his body afterward. Ning Feng asked curiously, How do you feel? Duan then smiled and replied, I feel very warm and much more comfortable than before. Ning Feng secretly rejoiced. It is really good medicine. Before I was hit by the forbidden spell, I also suffered some internal injuries. After drinking 1 bottle, I have almost fully recovered. Ning Feng continued. Then next, it is time for devilish training. Don't be so nervous. Just follow my instructions. Duan then decisively said, Understood. Ning Feng had something to advise. At any time, if you feel that you can't bear it anymore, you must quickly tell me. Duan seemed to feel a little nervous at this warning. It seemed that Duan had been energized. Torturous vision world. Ning Feng wondered, he is recovering. Is it the effect of the nourishment medicine? The system showed a notification. The injured part of the lung is recovering. The accumulated internal injuries when using the skill overloaded the source power, causing damage to the lungs. Strength reduced by 2%. Physical strength reduced by 2%. Skill effect reduced by 11%. Ningfeng exclaimed, Duan, I am now going to tell you the weaknesses on your body. After that, I will start a private training course for you. Duan seemed very serious. Please guide me, Lao Dai. Ningfeng then continued. First, overloading the source power. This skill is not suitable for you. It will only cause more damage to your lungs. Second, incorrect skill coordination. You can't combine Crescent Moon with Lunar Meteor Fall, but you still use it that way time after time because of your habits. Third, Duan stared in surprise. Dalao really has sharp eyes. Seeing through all of my problems, the special training began. Duan was in a ready position, preparing to fight. A cautious look. Suddenly Duan squatted down, causing Ningfeng to worry. What is wrong, Dalao? I can still fight. Ningfeng then fell into thought. Fortunately, there is that group of guinea pigs, helping me get familiar with this skill, not to the extent of damaging Duan's consciousness. Although pain is inevitable, the effect seems to be not bad. In this world, it seems that only Dalao is the person who can help me become stronger. I must never let Dalao down. Duan on this side was in position. Continue. The training room. A monster bared its huge teeth. Duan quickly retreated backward. The monster continued to deliver a powerful blow. Duan also quickly blocked its attack. He took the opportunity to stab it. The monster then opened its mouth wide. Then it struggled violently to stand up. Duan coughed up blood and said, Next wave. Sulan then told him, There is no next wave anymore. The information about the monsters that you sent is only that much. Duan then shouted loudly. Then he lay down on the ground to rest. Duan teared up. Dalao, did I succeed? Feng Yi felt very excited. In just half a month, he trained a fourth job change adventurer to this level. It is too magical. Our management bureau must establish a good relationship with the mysterious brain. The man on this side was overjoyed and exclaimed, Ah, the fire is erupting again. Sulan looked worried. Master, your body. The man then sighed wearily. Don't worry. Being a mutated who can live to this age like me is already considered very good. Actually, the day I brought my grandson to Qingyu City to study, I already had the idea of entrusting him. Do you think Dalao has a way to help you delay the cost of the power of darkness? The man with the skull face was silent for a moment. Then he exclaimed, We will talk about it later. I have to take Duan to participate in the trial of the gods' mystic realm. The scene shifted to the Shangrui Guild. Duan and Feng Yi had entered inside. A bearded man came forward and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Du. I am Liu Yingzhen, from the Weiwu Guild. These are all the guild leaders of the 7 great guilds. It is a pleasure to meet you. Duan thought to himself, these guild leaders are all 5th job change or nearly 5th job change powerhouses. In the past, even if it was my master, there was no way to make them appear at the same time. It seems that the appearance of the god has indeed made them panic. Only Dalao is calm when encountering gods, so that is why I say, he is worthy of being Dalao. Thinking of this, he unconsciously smiled. Ha Shiyu showed extreme discomfort, thinking to himself, I recently broke through to the 5th job change. Why do I have to make such a fuss to run here to welcome a 4th job change? And that old Feng, what is with pretending to be mysterious? Why do not you just tell everyone what is going on? And those old fogies, taking other people's mystic realms and running over to build relationships themselves? How shameless! The group was standing at the foot of a giant stone wall. Hashiyu finally spoke up. Mr. Du, everyone wants to admire the style of a powerhouse. I hope you can give us a chance to allow us to watch directly through the magic formation of the mystic realm. Duan then replied, Okay, it just so happens that I also. A camera mounted on a tripod appeared before them. The group then went to see it, everyone curious. On the other side was the phone. Is that the mysterious Dalao? Is he using the excuse of the opportunity to appear on camera and build relationships with people? But if I anger Dalao, the ending will be terrible. The scene shifted to Duan's villa. Ningfeng was sitting in the living room enjoying the TV. While eating snacks, he realized, oh, it is starting. That was fast. It turned out that he was watching Duan's performance. The people on this side were also watching Duan through the screen and exclaimed, His skills are really amazing. The speed is several times faster than me. Is he really a 4th job change? Duan successively sped through the levels, floor 30, floor 40, floor 50. The referee then shouted, He has exceeded the number of floors that the guild leader cleared. Duan was facing another monster. His eyes shone with cold indifference. Before long, Duan had defeated the monster. The system panel then appeared. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. On this side, the group was very nervous. Did he succeed? Duan was quite stunned by the reality before him. A sparkling halo was shining on him. The system panel appeared. You have received the grace of the gods, the reward for the first person to pass. You have received the grace of the gods, the reward for the first person to pass. The content of the reward was the forbidden spell of the gods. Everyone was shocked to witness this scene. A forbidden spell? The grace of the gods is actually a forbidden spell. Ha Xiu showed extreme jealousy, thinking to himself, the grace of the gods, and it is still a reward for the first person to pass. Doesn't that mean that the people who participate later no longer have the opportunity to receive it? Damn it, this is my mystic realm. The reward for passing first should also be mine. On this side, Duan was surrounded by a blue light. The system then issued a notification that made Duan very bewildered. Checking the adventurer's profession. Incomplete. You cannot learn the forbidden spell. The old man with white hair frowned, his blue pupils widening. What is going on? Ningfeng was surprised, carefully looking at the phone screen. That is right, it was shown in the Devil King's memory that the professions in this world have not yet reached their peak form. Could it be that you can't receive the reward like that? The system panel suddenly appeared. The reward is adjusted to Grace Badge. Duan's tall back stood still. The space around him suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared inside the system. You have 3 different career paths. Please choose a direction to advance. Your career belongs to the strength system. The gods here are the true origin holy spirits of the 12 main gods. Duan reached out and chose an option with a sword image. The system panel showed a description. Below the short sword, career path, Great Spirit Sword Lord, is a powerhouse who manipulates swords. Decisive in killing, when facing a strong enemy, they will unleash stronger combat power than usual. Below that was an image of a shield. Career path, Martial Extremity Fighting Saint, does not use external objects, wholeheartedly explores the limits of their own combat. Every punch and kick exudes unparalleled power. Following that was a wristband with sharp claws. Career path, Martial Dao Military Immortal, specializes in being able to use many types of weapons to attack opponents, and can observe and comprehend the skills of enemies during combat. Strength system. Duan frowned, his face serious. My weapon is a short sword, so I should choose Great Spirit Sword Lord. The blurry image of the shield from the system was gradually colored. Its official form was a shield with a gold border. You have received the Spiritual Energy Coagulation Badge. Spiritual Energy Coagulation Badge, consumable item, epic quality, permanently increases strength attribute by +4, permanently increases constitution attribute by +4, permanently increases spiritual energy recovery speed by 80%. Duan reached out, absorbing the power from the golden shield into his body. Grace Badge, condensed by divine power, containing the original principles of the universe. You do not need to be afraid, just focus on absorbing it. Yan Chuan exclaimed in surprise, causing Wang Bo next to him to also be startled. Quick, look! Through the gray clouds, beams of dazzling sunlight shone down, illuminating the large door with carved images on the front. What is that in the sky? The system notification panel appeared again. Completed the trial of the gods, the ruins become a laurel crown. World level +1, drop rate, Grace Badge, 0% to 1%. Outside the city, all the people simultaneously raised their heads, watching carefully in the sky. The curious crowd quickly took out their phones to record. Hey, do you see anything? These words suddenly appeared. Ningfeng had his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless as he looked down from the high room. He looked up at the sky, and the system panel appeared. Task, Trial of the Gods. Pass the Mystic Realm trial. Turn it into your strength. The content on the virtual panel changed, and the red letters gradually wrote out a complete sentence. Completed. Ying Zhen's eyes widened, his pupils contracting with surprise. World level +1. Fang Dan shook his head, reaching out to make a phone call. Did everyone everywhere see this news? It seems that this is a worldwide announcement. The white-haired old man stepped out of the giant space door. Duan is out. He clenched his palms tightly, walking back towards Ying Zhen and the others. He pursed his lips, his eyebrows furrowed. His strength can no longer be judged as a fourth job change. Or it can be said that the strength system of the entire world will be turned upside down because of him. Ying Zhen squinted his eyes and smiled. Mr. Du, I do not know if you are interested in joining our Weiwu Guild. Fang Dan also ran over. The conditions of our G1 Guild are also very generous. Guaranteed to satisfy you. Wang Bo also chimed in. Mr. Du, would you mind listening to the conditions of our Jianzhu Guild? Duan tilted his head and smiled apologetically. I am really sorry. I do not have any intention of joining any guild for the time being. Warm sunlight shone on the buildings in the residential area. Duan pouted and cried tears of happiness. Dao, I succeeded. I did not fail your expectations. Ningfeng chuckled, nodding his head and giving him a thumbs up. It is mostly your own efforts. That is very important. He sat on the long chair, leaning over to draw something on the paper. I can't see clearly on the phone. Ningfeng held up the paper with a drawing of a pair of shoes. Is the Grace Badge you talked about like this? The other person quickly confirmed. Yes. The appearance is the same, except for the pattern on the badge. Duan's eyes widened in surprise. Do you also know about this type of badge? He curled his lips and smiled. I received one when I was running a dungeon before, and gave it to Wang Yu. As soon as Ningfeng finished speaking, the atmosphere around the two fell into silence. Duan frowned, suddenly serious. I did not expect Dalao to receive the grace of the gods and give it to others at will. It seems that my efforts are still far behind. Ningfeng pursed his lips, his face gloomy with thought. Duan said that the grace badge is condensed by divine power. Could it be because I also have divine power that I was able to receive the badge in the dungeon, although I do not want to admit it? After all, the evil god is also a type of god. He narrowed his eyes. Besides, there is one more thing that I am quite concerned about. Ningfeng suddenly gritted his teeth angrily. The 12 main gods. Could it be that the threat that I am about to face is as many as 12? Duan lowered his head, his face full of thought. In order to obtain the divine blessing, the 7 great guilds have begun to take action, searching for more trial mystic realms. I believe that before long all the guilds will have to join. Ningfeng pursed his lips. He glanced at the system panel and secretly calculated, Duan has completed the trial. The system evaluates that the task is completed, which means that as long as I can control the people who have passed the trial, I can use this power. The task of the trial of the gods, by passing the mystic realm trial, to use its power has been completed, but the problem is, what if the person who passes the trial is my enemy? He rubbed his chin, imagining the scene of himself being surrounded. The divine blessing badge is a small problem. The biggest headache is that after passing the mystic realm trial, you can learn a forbidden spell. Once the forbidden spell falls into the hands of the enemy, it will definitely pose a threat to me. If my existence is exposed because of this, then there will be even bigger troubles. Ningfeng opened his mouth and sighed. Is there any way to make the people who pass the trial all be my own people? It feels very difficult to achieve. Duan stammered. Dalao, actually, there is one more thing. I do not know if I did the right thing. He lowered his head slightly, his eyes hazy. At that time, at the Shangrui Guild, Shi Yu squinted his eyes and smiled, a little embarrassed to say this, but according to our contract, our guild will take back the reward that Mr. Stay Du received from the Mystic Realm trial, so please forgive us. Duan handed him 3 orange magic balls. I am sorry. The divine blessing badge has already been absorbed by me. The rest is all here. He was calm on the outside, but his heart was roaring violently. No, you have to leave the divine blessing badge for me, or else do not even think about leaving here. Sai, I really want to say that. A group of people crowded around to see orange equipment, high-grade gems, and Shi Yu smiled and held a scroll with a small container in his hand. The formula for Oblivion Potion. His eyes darkened cunningly. This medicine can erase a designated skill and return the skill slot to its blank state. Because it is not easy to advance, the skill slot is an extremely precious thing. It can even be said that a person's choice of skills will determine that person's future. With this potion you have more choices. Shi Yu smiled even wider. Like the high-grade experience potion, this is a kind of spiritual medicine that can change the world. As long as we monopolize these 2 medicines, our Shangrui Guild will definitely attract more powerhouses to join us, and our strength will soon surpass the official guild. The only problem is to shut that Du person's mouth and not reveal the formula. He narrowed his eyes, his face cunning. Mr. Du, according to the contract, you must keep this formula secret. You can't reveal it to others. As compensation, we are willing. Before he could finish speaking, Duan interrupted him. I need to make something clear, he said seriously, pointing at the other person. I have seen this formula in the hands of the mysterious Dalao, exactly the same. Shi Yu and the group around him were startled, their faces turning pale. What? He continued. So even if I do not reveal it, Dallas will also be able to make this medicine. He glared, gnashing his teeth angrily. We previously investigated the reward for the first person to pass the trial of the gods, and they were all things that appeared for the first time. We could not even find any materials before. You said that the mysterious Dalao has had this formula for a long time. Do you have any evidence? Duan closed his eyes, remaining silent. He smiled mockingly, revealing his evil eyes. There is nothing left to say, right? Don't think about using the mysterious Dalao to pressure me. No one can take what belongs to Shi Yu. Duan slowly spoke up. I do not have the qualification to prove anything for Dalao, but if you want evidence. What he said next completely petrified Shi Yu. Actually, Dalao also knows your high-grade experience potion formula and has been refining it for a long time. The person who heard this had his pupil's contract in surprise. How is that possible? The people around him also spoke up, one after another. Dalao actually knows what is in the Trial of the Gods mystic realm. Duan is so amazing. Could it be that he used that medicine a long time ago? He got blessed by being close to the emperor. Suddenly, Ying Zhen saw Feng Yi's meaningful smile. He turned around and shouted loudly, What are you laughing at? The other person lowered his head slightly, stroking his beard. I remembered something happy. What happy thing? What does it have to do with you? Ying Zhan clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger. Damn old man. Feng Yi frowned, suddenly thinking seriously. No wonder Xiao Rui said that Ningfeng casually took out 40 bottles of experience potion to give away, because he simply does not put this thing in his Sayers' eyes. It seems that Xiao Rui transferring to another school was an extremely correct decision. Duan waved his hand. If there is nothing else, I will go first. Feng Yi rolled his eyes. I will go with you. The two of them left the group of guild leaders, turning their backs and leaving. Feng Yi turned to look at him and spoke, Mr. Du, I want to ask something. Does the mysterious Dalo have other medicines? Because my body is being eroded by the power of darkness and is getting worse and worse. He wrinkled his face, his eyes darkening. But I still want to live a few more years to be with my grandson. Duan opened his mouth. I can help you ask. Feng Yi smiled and clasped his hands together towards him. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. He sat back down opposite Ningfeng, speaking seriously with him. I am sorry. I should not have made that decision on my own. The other person said softly, you did a good job. No need to apologize. He pursed his lips, secretly calculating in his heart. If it is Senior Feng, then I can help a little. I just do not know if the nourishment medicine is effective for him. Ningfeng spoke. Find some time to go and deliver a few bottles of nourishment medicine to Senior Feng. Tell him to try it out. Duan agreed, okay? He arrived at the tall building where the new guild was. Eh? Senior Feng is not here, Sulan replied. It seems that there is some kind of important conference, so he went back to the bureau to open the conference. He widened his eyes. I have some medicine here, to deliver to Senior Feng, she murmured. Oh, he might be here. I will transfer it to him later. She stood in front of a door with a red character pasted on it, reaching out to ring the doorbell. Sulan wondered, oh, Xiao Rui is not home, he just came to Qinyu and does not know anyone. Where did he go? She turned her back to leave. I will just have to come back tomorrow. Behind her, from under the gap of the wooden door, black, strange objects crawled out, one after another. Xiao Rui inside the house collapsed to the ground, shaking as he embraced himself, being clung to by unclean things. Cold sweat covered his face, and a voice from the void continued to transmit. Don't you really want to save your grandfather? I can help you, as long as you agree to submit to me. Xiao Rui struggled to breathe. I am the grandson of Feng Yi. How can I betray humanity and make such a devilish transaction? The voice from the void still rang without end. His eyes suddenly turned bright red and widened. Weak creatures like humans always like to use strange rules to bind themselves. Well then, let us see how long you can stay stubborn. Wait until your grandfather dies before your eyes. I hope you can still say that. At a deserted stadium, a lonely figure sat on the bleachers. Xiao Rui pursed his lips, his eyes dimly looking into the distance. Suddenly, Ningfeng ran over from here. Why do I feel like your condition is not very good? The other person was startled. Brother Feng. He squinted his eyes and smiled brightly, shaking the phone in his hand. Do you want to play a game to lift your spirits? Xiao Rui changed his mood, gently refusing. Sorry, my grandfather does not let me play games at school. Ningfeng smiled. Then okay. When Senior Feng comes back, we will team up as a team of 3. Senior Feng's skills are really unspeakable. It scared me a lot back then. Xiao Rui lowered his head, his eyes sad. Grandfather learned to play games for me. Half of his face was shrouded in darkness. In his mind, the image of him as a child, always hugging his pillow on the bed, reappeared. When I was young, my parents sacrificed themselves during a mission. I was greatly traumatized and became someone who did not like to talk, locking myself in my room every day. Feng Yi was filled with burning determination. Grandfather did not know how to comfort you, but he remembered that you used to like to play games, so he secretly went to learn on his own. Xiao Rui raised his face, looking at the sky aimlessly. When I was the most uncomfortable, grandfather was always by my side, pulling me out of the darkness, so I am very grateful to him. He squinted his eyes, laughing unconsciously. Sorry, brother. I suddenly said some nonsense, making Brother Feng laugh. Feng Yi sat at the center of a large meeting. An image of a man with a cold face and dark blonde hair appeared. This person was called Bang Xia, a 4-star profession, 3rd job change. 8 years ago, he was arrested for intentionally seriously injuring others in the mystic realm and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. But during the time of serving his sentence, he suddenly disappeared mysteriously in the prison 6 years ago. Next to him was an image of a man with deep-set eyes and shaggy black hair. This person was Ji Yu Ying, a 4-star profession, 3rd job change. He was once a mutated person under surveillance. He disappeared mysteriously from prison 5 years ago. A camera recording of their appearance was shown. A few days ago, these 2 people appeared at Bangxia's old house in Xingyuan City, using cruel methods to kill 2 adventurer families with no survivors. The man next to him handed Feng Yi a document. The two adventurer families who sacrificed themselves were all members who arrested Bang Xia that year. Bang Xiao's purpose is revenge. Another person at the meeting table spoke up, but the document says that those two people were all fourth job change warriors. How could they lose to two-third job change and even watch their whole family being killed without resistance? The person presenting slowly replied. The surveillance camera in one of the houses of the adventurers recorded the scene during the battle at that time. Through the recorded image, two men holding weapons faced each other in the house late at night. The name Jiyu Ying bent down, avoiding the sword that the other person swung. The weapon in his hand changed in an instant. The man wearing armor was hit directly in the chest and fell backward. Feng Yi's eyes widened in surprise, and the people around him were also stunned. What? Dozens of slashes were unleashed in the air at the same time. As soon as Jiyu Ying's two-bladed knife stopped, the man wearing armor was bleeding all over, his eyes rolled back, his mouth wide open and unable to close. The man who just spoke in the meeting room twitched his eyelids. That name, his strength has clearly exceeded the fifth job change. Feng Yue's face was pale, and his eyebrows furrowed. If I faced him head-on, I am afraid I would not be his opponent. A third job change, suddenly surpassing the fifth job change. What has this guy experienced in the past few years since he lost contact? At the same time, dusk was gradually falling at Zhao Cheng's house. The man stood blankly before the door, his hand clenching tightly. Zhao Cheng pursed his lips, his eyes darkening, his face uneasy. The door next to him slowly opened. Jiyu Ying and Bang Xia entered the room at the same time. Sweat ran down Zhao Cheng's face. He said softly and cautiously, "The two Dalos have worked hard. May I ask if you have discovered anything?" Bang Xia frowned. "Boss Zhao, we did not find any clues about your son, but—" He gnashed his teeth, his pupils turning red, his face darkening. "Just now, when I was searching for the whereabouts of your son, I sensed an extremely strong dark power." Zhao Cheng wrinkled his face, stammering, what does this mean?" Bang Xia growled, associating the spring of the dark power with what he was thinking. If you are a low-level guardian, you can only use dark power through the grace of Lord Demon King, just like the dead guy in Qinyu City not long ago was just a pawn of some demon king. He grinned sinisterly. But the real guardians, like us, will be summoned by Lord Demon King to be personally taught. In other words, we will lose contact with the outside world and cultivate in the mystic realm for a long time. Jiyu Ying sneered, his pupils lighting up with murderous red light. Bang Xia frowned, serious. Zhao Cheng's son's situation is somewhat similar to our previous situation, so I suspect that he may have been favored by some demon king, receiving the qualification to enter the mystic realm for cultivation. Hearing this, his face turned pale, his pupils contracting in horror. I only know that Zhao Cheng is performing some kind of ritual. Is what you are saying related to that ritual? Bang Xia rolled his eyes, his expression thoughtful. I am not sure, but I checked the dark room that your son used for sacrifice. It is indeed a God-communicating ritual, and there is nothing wrong with the layout. As long as you persevere in the sacrifice with his talent, he should be favored by some demon king. Hearing this, Zhao Cheng could not hide his joy, exclaiming, "That is great. I knew it would be like this. What will that Wang family from the Wang Corporation use to fight with me in the future?" Bang Xia gave him a small piece of paper. "That is right, Boss Zhao. After dinner, please send us to this place." Zhao Cheng took it from his hand and carefully looked at it. "This place? Are you looking for someone?" he simply replied. Bang Xia and Jiyu Ying's faces darkened, full of scheming and evil. "We want to visit our future junior apprentice." At the funeral of Feng Rui's parents, two portraits were placed next to each other. White chrysanthemums were scattered around the large altar. "Mr. Feng, your son and daughter-in-law have sacrificed their precious lives to seal the entrance to the out-of-control mystic realm. Thanks to them, the entire city was saved from disaster. On behalf of all the people, we express our sincere gratitude and condolences to them." Feng Yi painfully lowered his head before the spirit tablet of his child. He gently patted the head of his young grandson, who was covering his face and sobbing next to him. Feng Rui stared blankly at the night sky through the large window. Suddenly, from behind him, a knock on the door rang out. Feng Rui twisted the doorknob, asking, "Who is it?" The wooden door slowly opened inward. Bang Xia and Jiyu Ying stood tall, appearing. Feng Rui looked up at them, wondering, "Who are you looking for?" Bang Xia sneered, looking down with an uncomfortable expression. "May I ask, are you Feng Rui?" He confirmed softly, "Yes." He pointed his finger. "Ha, then let us go inside and talk." Feng Rui frowned warily. "Who exactly are you people? These two people are not right. It seems that there is a dangerous aura." Bang Xia sneered, his eyes lighting up with calculation. "I am visiting you on behalf of your master. In the future, you have to call us senior apprentice." He widened his eyes in surprise, his mood unable to hide the panic. "Who is my master?" What he said next made him completely frightened, his face turning pale, his teeth clenching. Last night, you must have met your master, right? Bang Xia and Ji Ying smiled sinisterly, emitting a dangerous killing intent. Behind them was Feng Rui changed his form, quickly drawing his sword vigilantly. You guys! Before he could finish speaking, Bang Xia reached out and pinched his face. Feng Rui was thrown backward, slamming hard against the wall of the room. Bang Xia glared. So you actually attacked your senior apprentice, how impolite. Feng Rui mustered his strength, lifting a large rock. You bastard. Before he could launch his attack, Bang Xia had already rushed over, his large hand pressing tightly on his face. Feng Rui painfully widened his eyes, blood spurting out under the pressure from his magic. Bang Xia radiated a chilling aura, grabbing his face and lifting him into the air. Your master said that you are being unreasonable, so he told me to come and persuade you. I feel that doing this can calm you down. He glared, threatening in a deep voice. Your master values you very much, willing to grant you great power and save your relatives. As long as you nod your head, you can become a top powerhouse. Feng Rui gritted his teeth resentfully, his blue pupils shining with an unyielding look. Dream on! Bang Xia showed helplessness, sighing softly. Ji Ying stepped forward from behind the two. Senior apprentice, I went inside the house to take a look. Director Feng is not home. He rolled his eyes. What a pity. I was planning to greet the old senior a few times. Feng Rui trembled all over, unable to move, saying with difficulty, You are not allowed to harm my grandfather. Bang Xia's face darkened, releasing his hand, and letting him fall to the ground. Feng Rui lay prone and motionless on the cold floor. He threatened in a deep voice, I heard that sacrificing relatives can unleash a stronger dark power. Senior Feng's life is now in my hands. I will give you 3 days to think carefully. If you agree to worship the master, then we won't mention the old things again. Bang Xia grinned evilly. If you refuse, then senior apprentice can help you out. 3 days later will be the anniversary of that old man's death. On the table next to him was a photo frame of the two grandsons, happily taking a photo together when he was a child. I feel that photo. Feng Yi in the photo squinted his eyes, smiling gently and kindly. It is quite suitable to be used as a memorial photo. The scene shifted to a dangerous mountain path, a wild tribe, a copy. A horse monster was angrily swinging its axe forward. Ningfeng sneered. He held a sword and a purple amethyst staff. The jade on the head of the staff lit up under his control. Ningfeng waved his hand, and a large explosion caused a fire to erupt, enveloping the horse monster and causing it to scream in pain. Ningfeng frowned, his face annoyed. These days, I have not found a suitable place to level up. I have to accumulate combat experience in ordinary mystic realms. Suddenly, the system panel appeared above his head. Task, no problem, small scene. Reach job change 2. Complete system recovery. Time limit. The sentence is cut off. The penalty for failing is obliteration of the host. If this continues, I have to take action against the nearby mystic realm to complete the task. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his hip bag. Ningfeng picked up the phone. Duan, what is the matter? His voice transmitted through the phone. Boss, Senior Feng has something, wanting to ask me to try and ask. He was stunned, his face blank, wondering. Duan's tone seems hesitant. Is it a difficult matter, tell me? Duan frowned, in his mind, reappearing Feng Yi's face when he was talking to him. Senior Feng wants to worship the mysterious boss as his teacher. The scene shifted to a modern, high-rise building, the city's number 2 hospital. Feng Rui sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. Brother Feng, thank you for visiting me. Ningfeng smiled and asked, How do you feel about your recovery? Feng Rui's face was brighter, and he replied softly, There is no major obstacle to my health, but I need to monitor whether the dark power is out of control, so I still have to stay in the hospital for a few days. The two of them chatted. This is a specialized ward for mutated. I have not seen it before. He burst out laughing. Ordinary people won't be here. Feng Yi lowered his head sadly when facing Duan, recounting the story of Bang Xia and Ji Ying. These two people are extremely dangerous and have seriously affected social order. The country also attaches great importance to them, but there is no reliable solution. I relied on Boss's help, as well as hugging the last hope, but I did not expect Boss to agree immediately. Duan explained, Senior Feng, Boss has specifically instructed me that this is not about taking you as a disciple, but just finding an opportunity to help you train. After all, Boss likes a quiet life and does not want to see evil rampant. He replied softly, I understand. But I do not know what Boss requires. He recounted the words that he instructed. Boss wants a separate training space. Not too big, but it is important to be discreet, so that he can use it himself and conduct special training for you. Feng Yi quickly agreed. Okay, I will quickly meet Boss's requirements. Suddenly, a loud scream came from the hospital room, shocking the two of them. Hey, what are you people doing here? Feng Yi panicked and quickly ran towards the sound. Feng Rui raised his hand to block Ning Feng in front of him as Bang Xia and Jiu Ying approached. He glared, smiling loudly, lifting a basket of fruit. I blame my senior for not holding back that day, causing my junior to be hospitalized. Senior has always been worried, so I must hurry over to see him and atone for my crime for my brother. Feng Yi ran over, calling out loudly, "You people!" He gritted his teeth, transforming into a fiery being in an instant. Bang Xia glanced at his back, asking, "Ji Feng, you won't attack me in this place, will you?" Hearing this, Feng Yi was silent. Seeing that he had no opinion, he said happily, "If you do not attack, then I am leaving. My brother has 2 days to think about it. Don't forget that matter." After saying that, Bang Xia brushed past Feng Yi, heading forward. As soon as the two of them stepped out, they met Duan at the door. He suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva at him. That thing stuck directly on Duan's clothes. After finishing, they continued to leave, snickering softly. He did not make a fuss, only silently observed. Feng Yi witnessed everything, and could only say embarrassedly, "I am sorry." But Duan quickly spoke up to reassure him. "This is not your fault. There is no need to apologize." In another place, Ning Feng looked longingly at the fruit basket before him. "Hey, do you want to eat fruit?" Feng Rui responded in surprise. "Huh." He continued to entice Feng Rui to eat. "It looks fresh and delicious. Don't waste it." In the blink of an eye, night had enveloped the entire space. Inside that luxurious villa, people began to gather. Bang Xia and Jiu Ying excitedly played with the girls next to them. He suddenly remembered something, and then said, "That is right, the daughter of the Wang Corporation. I heard she is not bad either." Hearing this, Zhao Cheng immediately understood, and then replied confidently, "You are talking about Wang Yue." Originally, Xiao Cheng wanted to leave her as a sacrifice. "If you want her, then she is yours." Hearing this, Bang Xia laughed with satisfaction. At the same time, a thunderous sound rang out. The villa was now enveloped in a hazy mist. As the mist gradually dissipated, Duan and Ning Feng silently entered inside. The joyful atmosphere was destroyed, causing him to be extremely annoyed. "Who is it?" He did not bother to explain, only growling, except for Bang Xia and Jiu Ying. The other, unrelated people leave quickly. Hearing this, the two then revealed their strength. "You have come to find us." Bang Xia calmly sipped the wine, letting Jiu Ying rush forward first. In the blink of an eye, he had approached Duan, and sparks flashed in his hand. Jiu Ying swung his hand directly, delivering a blow towards him. But Duan did not show any fear, quickly drawing his sword. In just an instant, the blade took the brunt of the attack. This quick reaction stunned him. After witnessing the move just now, Jiu Ying realized that Duan was not easy to deal with. This guy's strength has indeed surpassed the 5th job change. If it was not for Dalao's special training for me, and letting me obtain the blessing of the gods, I would have been killed by him in an instant. He could not believe it with such terrifying strength. How is it possible this guy blocked my attack? Jiu Ying turned pale as he guessed their attack plan. So that is it. This guy is only blocking me for a moment, and the mage behind can take the opportunity to attack. Do you think you can defeat me with tactics? However, the next second, his speculation was rejected. On the other end, Ning Feng was leisurely sitting down. He calmly sat there, not bothering to participate in the battle. Without any hesitation, Ning Feng gently took out a bag of candy. This situation caught Jiu Ying off guard. "What?" Seeing him being negligent, Duan immediately stepped forward, punching him. "Where are you looking?" His strength was so strong that he sent Jiu Ying flying backward. Realizing that the situation was not good, he immediately activated his skills. Fully armed, after being wrapped in a solid armor, Jiu Ying hurriedly rushed up. He was like a wild beast, fiercely charging towards Duan. Both of them unleashed their strength, the blue and red light colliding fiercely, causing the space to shake violently. The others only dared to stand outside and watch the match. The girls who had witnessed this earlier exclaimed in fear, "Didn't you say to let us go? What do we do now?" They did not dare to go over there at all. During the match, Bang Xia in a corner was radiating a rolling killing intent. He was like a starving beast, ready to swallow the people present here. Seeing Ning Feng sitting and playing there, Bang Xia unleashed his strength, slowly approaching. The taste of these melon seeds is really not bad. Without a word of warning, his blade slashed straight down at his head. But with a quick reaction, Ning Feng pulled out his sword in time to block it. The two blades collided, then were pushed away due to the fierce thrust. Bang Xia quickly retreated, then strengthened his armor. By now he was equipped with a strong layer of armor. Ning Feng also immediately activated his skills, and another weapon appeared. Possess sharp blade, passive skill, materialistic, dark forbidden spell. When using magic weapons and melee weapons, at the same time, all attributes will increase by 100%. Bang Xia realized in horror the level of the person in front of him. Is he a battle mage? How can there be such a strong battle mage? Suddenly, Cracks appeared in the ground. Unexpectedly, a huge rock rose from the ground, rushing straight to attack him. Ningfeng also charged up at the same time, launching a barrage of attacks. Bang Xia quickly came to his senses, using his sword to block the blow. While fighting, he was profiling his enemy. This guy's moves are not very powerful. It feels like he is a newbie, with no combat experience at all. However, the next second, Bang Xia rejected that thought. No, he is deliberately doing this. There must be a conspiracy. I have to be more careful. After saying that, he accumulated energy, launching a counterattack. At that time, Ningfeng's blade was also burning in a fiery red glow. The two of them engaged in fierce combat, move after move, the sound of swords clashing echoing throughout the space. At that fierce moment, Ningfeng keenly discovered Bang Xia's weakness. Immediately, his sword pointed straight towards that direction. Seeing this, he hastily raised his sword to block it in time. Ningfeng continued to press forward without mercy. He gained the upper hand, and constantly launched attacks. Bang Xia thought in panic, I knew there was a trick, but this guy is getting stronger and stronger as he fights. Seeing that the situation was not good, he loudly begged, wait a minute. Hearing this, Ningfeng also paused. Bang Xia quickly said, negotiating with him, I do not know who you are, but we can sit down and talk nicely. You and I are both powerhouses. There is no need to fight to the death. Ningfeng refused bluntly. No, my purpose is, he solemnly announced to him, you die, I live. Seeing Ningfeng being so arrogant, Bang Xia angrily shouted, ridiculous, don't be so arrogant. In the eyes of my master, you are just a worm. Hearing this, Ningfeng asked blankly, your master, is it that demon king from the mystic realm? That is right. Seeing that he had recognized it, he took advantage of the situation to threaten him. My master originally possessed power that no one in this world can imagine. Don't talk about the human adventurers. Even the demon kings in the mystic realm have died countless times at the hands of my master. What my master likes most is to turn the bones of powerful enemies into exquisite jewelry. Hearing this, Ningfeng still calmly asked, has your master ever killed a demon king and likes to collect their bones? Thinking that he was afraid, Bang Xia burst out laughing. That is right. Thinking about the remaining bones made him extremely excited. Where is your master? In another place, at a high-end apartment building, Feng Yi silently listened to his subordinate's report. The location of the battle is on the top floor, which is the real estate enterprise of the Zhao family. Someone personally saw the picture and believed that Bang Xia and Ji Yuying may be above. After obtaining the information, he opened the magic ball. Feng Yi threw it high and activated the magic appraisal technique. The ball kept spinning in the air. Then it slowly revealed the image of the area over there. After confirming the exact location, the ball stopped spinning. The image of Ningfeng's fierce battle appeared. The group observed the situation and commented, that person is indeed Bang Xia. Judging by his appearance, he does not seem to be relaxed. They were quickly attracted by Ningfeng's strength. In addition, the person wearing the mask has magical fluctuations on his body. It must be a type of disguise technique. Back to the battle. At this moment, Bang Xia was scared pale. With every move that Ningfeng made, the power in him exploded even more. All attributes plus 20%, all attributes plus 40%, all attributes plus 60%. Ningfeng's talent made Feng Yi exclaim, how amazing, simple and natural moves, pure attributes that can suppress the opponent. Where did this powerhouse come from? Unable to endure any longer, he began to unleash his true monster form. All attributes plus 80%. Bang Xia's sharp teeth swallowed him whole. At this time he transformed into a giant monster, his body strong and full of pressure. Seeing that he had dealt with Ningfeng, Bang Xia said triumphantly, you actually forced me to use this move. It is really troublesome. This move requires me to pay a price. Feng Yi also turned pale at this sight. What? On this side, Duan also fiercely launched an attack. Seeing the advantage tilting towards him, Ji Yuying sarcastically said, hey, your teammate was just swallowed. Aren't you worried? He did not waver at all, firmly replying, I am not qualified to worry about Lao Dai. After saying that, Duan coldly swung his sword, piercing straight through Ji Yuying. He decisively pulled out his sword, sternly saying, you do not have it either. Everything happened so quickly that Ji Yuying could not resist. Witnessing this scene made Bang Xia's blood boil. Just as he was about to rush forward, something caught his attention. Zhao Cheng's father excitedly praised Bang Xia. I am very sorry, mister. Bang! These trash are not your opponents. As soon as the words were spoken, he had directly swung his hand, slashing his body apart. Bang Xia gnashed his teeth. You are the trash. Saying that, a fiery red aura wrapped around that huge body. Since I have already transformed, just as he was about to rush forward again, he suddenly discovered the tracking ball. Why do not I swallow a few more people? Feng Yi saw Bang Jia glance in this direction, his face turning pale. Not good, I have been discovered. Realizing that he was being watched, he laughed wildly. Bang Jia showed no mercy, causing the ball to explode. Suddenly, a force surged out from inside his stomach, shocking Bang Jia. Ningfang's fatal blow immediately caused Bang Jia to kneel on the spot. What? He slowly stepped out of his stomach. Ningfeng looked back at the remnants, commenting inwardly, it took so long to come out. I am still a little inexperienced in actual combat. At this moment, Bang Jia's huge body was only a dried husk left. Ji Ying was horrified when he saw his brother being defeated. Senior apprentice. Seizing the opportunity, Duan then swung his sword hard, launching the finishing blow. In just a moment, fresh blood splattered, staining the ground red. And so the battle ended, and everything returned to silence. After witnessing everything, the two girls immediately fled. Run. Ningfeng bent down to speak to Ji Ying. Hey, do not die yet. He continued his request, I have something I want to ask you. In the Misty Blood Abyss, Mystic Realm. The subordinate respectfully reported to his master demon god, an intruder has been detected at the entrance of the Mystic Realm. Hearing this, he then mobilized his forces. Report to everyone to retreat. The enemy may be coming for me. The demon god silently looked at the broken glass orb in his hand. The soul energy of Bang Jia and Ji Ying has shattered, which clearly means that they are dead. Before dying, Ji Ying activated his soul energy. I faintly heard a few sentences. He suddenly recalled what he had heard. Tell me, where is your master? My master is in the Yuzu Mountain Mystic Realm. He will avenge us. The demon god turned to warn his subordinate. The enemy can kill Bang Jia and Ji Ying. You will not be his opponents either. Let me personally take the field. Understood? He silently watched the other person leave, sighing softly in his heart. Although my subordinates are loyal, they can only rely on my energy. Only special races, like humans, can continuously level up on their own and dedicate more power to me. After saying that, suddenly a red aura surged out from the demon god's chest. They gradually gathered, turning into a bright red skull right in the middle of his chest. The demon god slowly picked up the skull. Many years ago, I was just an ordinary demon king. I accidentally obtained the legacy of a high-level demon king. It not only allowed me to obtain great power, but also taught me how to enslave humans. He kept reassuring himself before the next battle. With its help, I will once again defeat my enemies, turning them into spoils. This time, it is just increasing my collection. The demon god triumphantly raised the skull high. A terrifying beam of light immediately descended to the place. On Ningfeng's side, he also activated his skill to find the place that was indicated. Active skill, Thunder Demon Descent, Dark Forbidden Spell, summons a giant thunderstorm, submerging the power of heavenly tribulation. As soon as he arrived, Ningfeng complained. What kind of mystic realm is this? The fog is so thick I can't see the direction at all. He dissatisfiedly said, and there are no monsters at all. What did they say about practicing actual combat? Suddenly, the system showed a notification. Reminder, discovered the Twilight Legacy. Seeing this, Ningfeng cheered. As expected, they gave a reminder. It seems that the Twilight Legacy does not exist. After observing for a while, he finally decided to take a step. According to the aura that leads to this direction, in just a moment, the aura showed Ningfeng what he wanted. I found it, the thing in the hands of that black statue. Without hesitation, Ningfeng then released his power. That aura split into countless small rays of light, rushing up to smash the statue. Clearly there is only one legacy. Where did countless come from, liar? After completing the task, he happily exclaimed, all attributes have increased by another 100 points. Now, even if I do not use any skills, I can suppress most of the adventurers. Seeing his level badge made Ningfeng even more satisfied. My level has also broken through 40. I can learn a new skill. After saying that, he summoned the book containing the secrets. However, there was still one thing that made Ningfeng hesitate. This type of summoning forbidden spell won't create a great demon king or something like that, right? Wouldn't I be seen as an evil god by others? But then, he decided to try it out. First I will learn it, and then talk. Information about the first skill immediately appeared. Metamorphosis, active skill, Dark Gate, Dark Forbidden Spell, opens the gate of darkness, and summons dark creatures continuously for 12 hours, or summons a high-level demon lord at any time. After reading it, Ningfeng indignantly exclaimed, is this wanting to conquer the world? This skill disappointed him very much. I knew I could not use it at all, but the next second, another piece of information appeared, or summon a high-level demon lord at any time. This made Ningfeng change his attitude immediately. High-level demon lord, no time limit. Isn't this quite interesting? I must try it when I have the chance. Elsewhere, Duan was handing over work with Feng Yi. These two guys are very difficult to deal with. To ensure safety, we did not leave anyone alive, so it is likely that you won't be able to investigate anything He gratefully shook his hand. Thank you very much, really very grateful. You and Lao Dai saved our lives, and we do not know how to repay you. Duan said humbly. Senior Feng is too polite. Sulan also breathed a sigh of relief at this result. Fortunately, the officials were willing to believe in the master's judgment, and tried their best to show goodwill to the mysterious Lao Dai. Some of the suspicions were also extinguished. Otherwise, I do not know how much damage Bang Xia and Ji Yu Ying would have caused. After a while, Feng Yi also delved into the main issue. In fact, the country also attaches great importance to this matter, and I heard that Dalao wants to find a training location, so we immediately selected some locations. The materials are all in here. First, let me introduce them to you. He approached the large screen, presenting in a loud voice. What we are looking for are training facilities carefully built by the state, with a good environment and infrastructure, without any intervention from irrelevant personnel. Hearing this, Duan was silent, considering. The training space that Lao Dai said is just a cover, not wanting to reveal the real training methods. Because of this, I still have to bring these materials back and let Lao Dai personally choose. At the vast training base, Ningfeng could not help but exclaim at its grandeur. This place is too big. Duan introduced to him as he entered. This is a newly built exploration base of the country, codenamed 051. It has not been put into use yet. Senior Feng said that if Lao Dai likes it, he can directly hand it over to you. After hearing it, Ningfeng replied in surprise. The whole thing. That is right. He began to lead him to visit each place one by one. The training area, the entire building, has 10 floors. The space inside includes a training area, office area, entertainment area, and living area. It has a capacity of about 2,000 people. Next was the rest area. Duan gave an introduction to its structure. The infrastructure is very complete and has a complete intelligent management and control system. Then they moved to the luxurious dining area. There was also a roof garden here. He assured Ningfeng, if you want, you can live here for 1 or 2 years. There is no problem at all. After looking around for a while, he excitedly thought, I am just preparing to cultivate and nurture my strength. This place is very suitable. Not to mention how to use it, just thinking about it makes me excited. A moment later, Duan also led Ningfeng to meet Feng Yi. He was delighted after hearing his choice. As expected, Lao Dai chose Base 051. I also think it is a very good place. You have saved Chenyu City twice and Longbei City once, and you have eliminated 2 major threats, Bangxia and Jiyu Ying. The government specifically announced that the country is willing to strongly support heroes like you, so the base will not charge any fees. Just sign the confirmation document. Seeing everything going so smoothly, Ningfeng could not help but be satisfied. I did not expect the government's attitude to be so friendly to such a large base. They gave it to me as soon as I asked. Duan next to him quickly took the paper, starting to complete the procedures for him. Lao Dai does not like to solve these trivial matters, so the management of the base will be handed over to me and Senior Ning to take charge of. Feng Yi continued to offer Ningfeng, if Lao Dai has the idea of establishing a guild, then I can also help. Hearing this, Duan also spoke up. Just talking about this, Senior Feng, is there a way to get more timely information without establishing a guild? You can understand that Lao Dai is not good at using the internet or anything similar. He then offered a way for them. This is easy. For national-level powerhouses like Lao Dai, our government can arrange a special information channel. It is just that there is no high level of confidentiality. All information can be shared with the government simultaneously. Ningfeng also thought silently about this plan. National-level powerhouse. The government is positioning the mysterious Lao Dai with this name. Compared to me and Duan collecting intelligence with great difficulty, the information channels of the Bureau are indeed more effective. Of course, I will not only rely on pure sources of information, but will still develop some other channels in the future. He kept thinking about other things, and about establishing a guild. There are too many things to manage. After all, there is no shortage of high-end resources. Perhaps building the base into another model would also work. After discussing the work, they also decided to take a stroll and talk further. Senior Feng, the special training course for you is planned for next week. I will notify you in advance. Thank you very much. And I am sorry for all the trouble. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting the conversation. A subordinate announced loudly to Feng Yi, Hello, Director Feng. Upon investigation, we found some mysterious disappearances, very similar to the situation of Bang Jia and Ji Yu Ying. This made him extremely vigilant. I am afraid those guys will appear again in the future. Everything was so pressing that Feng Yi was helpless. Even if Lao Dai provides special training, I can't deal with the enemy alone. It would be great if there was a way to quickly nurture powerhouses. And then the night came. Feng Yi wearily returned to his house. Feng Rui happily welcomed him. Grandpa, you are back. Seeing the suitcase on the floor, Feng Yi asked him in confusion, Where are you going? Feng Rui said excitedly, Because the supernova training camp is about to begin. Brother Feng has helped us arrange a special training course. He just called and said that he will come to the training base the day after tomorrow, so I have prepared some things. Feng Yi asked. Xiao Feng's special training. Is it just a few of you? Feng Rui pointed to himself, adding me. There are 5 people. Feng Yi was furious. Lao Dai, is he willing to nurture others? Feng Rui was surprised. Grandpa, you are on fire again. Feng Yi waved his hand. Don't worry, I have taken the medicine that Duan brought, and my body has obviously improved. It is just that the dark power is not well controlled yet. I am asking you, who did Xiao Feng invite? Feng Rui replied. Probably some friends he has a good relationship with. Besides me, they are all people who have known Brother Feng for a long time. Feng Yi thought to himself, then it proves that Lao Dai will take care of the newcomers. He quickly packed the suitcase for him. Come here, let me help you prepare. Feng Rui was dazed. Feng Yi instructed. Remember to listen to Xiao Feng. This opportunity is hard to come by. You must grasp it well. Feng Rui still did not understand anything. Feng Yi turned away. What, Remember to balance between work and rest. If you can do 3 parts, then just do 3 parts. Also, do not forget to call me. He still did not understand. Training base. Wang Yue and Kong Ding had arrived, with Jiang Shu behind them. The place that Ningfeng mentioned is actually here. I did not expect this place to be surrounded by a forest. Suddenly, a circle appeared under their feet. It brought them to Ningfeng and Feng Rui. Hello. Jiang Shu greeted. Feng Rui, you arrived early. Feng Rui replied. Hey, just a few minutes earlier than you. Kong Ding whispered to Wang Yue. Fortunately, it seems that Ningfeng did not call Chang Mukyu. Kong Ding exclaimed. Wow, this place is too big. Jiang Shu also praised. Even the main bases of the 7 great guilds can't compare to this place. Wang Yue asked, Ningfeng, how could you find a place like this? Ningfeng replied, the owner of this place is an elder in my family, so he lent it to me. Wang Yue thought to herself, an elder in his family? I have never heard Ningfeng say that before. Since he awakened, he has become more and more mysterious. Ningfeng introduced another person. This is Duan, he will be the main person in charge of this special training. Duan waved his hand. Hello everyone. Feng Rui spoke up. Hello Senior Du. Wang Yue imitated him. Du, Senior, hello. Duan turned away. Let us go, I will take you to the training room. Jiang Shu asked, Feng Rui, do you know this Senior Du? It feels like you are very nervous. Feng Rui said, don't you guys know, it was this Senior Du who passed the divine trial during the previous celestial phenomenon. His strength is much stronger than guild leader Liu from the Wei Ning Guild. Everyone was surprised. The scene shifted to another place, the training area. Everyone had a serious expression. Duan was surprised. Oh, why do I suddenly feel like everyone's willpower has increased a lot? Ningfeng looked down. If I use the forbidden spell in this place, there is no need to worry about the disguise of the training room being exposed. He smiled happily. Not establishing a guild, but only nurturing powerhouses. There are no restrictions on the surface. But as long as I have the resources and power in my hands and choose reliable members, then I can create an alliance. Wang Yu had changed into combat gear. Suddenly, a dark shadow attacked her. Wang Yu screamed, holding her arm. She tried to endure the pain. This kind of terrifying and oppressive feeling is too real. If it was not training, but an attack, it could definitely destroy a person's will. Wang Yue remembered Ningfeng. Could it be that Ningfeng has become so strong because he has passed through such cruel tests? Both Jiang Shu and Kong Ding were also full of will. We are not supernovas. We have never expected that we can surpass other people's talents through hard work, but Ning Lao Dai has given us a hope. Feng Rui held his sword seriously. I can't always rely on my grandfather's protection. I also want to protect the people who are important to me. Kong Wei clamped 2 bottles of medicine tightly. Ningfeng smiled. Everyone's performance is not bad. Training base. Everyone collapsed to the ground. It is like being tortured for hundreds of years. I felt like I was about to die. Duan came out. He waved his hand. Today's training is over. Everyone, rest well. Starting tomorrow, I will guide everyone to conduct targeted training. The scene shifted to the VIP room. Everyone gathered around the table. Wang Yue spoke up. Although this special training has just begun, the gains today are more than the past few years combined. If I only relied on my own understanding, I simply would not be able to discover the weaknesses I have. Feng Rui thought to himself. The dark power in my body today is somehow strange. Although I used all my strength at that time, there was no sign of losing control. Kong Ding collapsed on the table. Ningfeng asked, what is wrong, Zhao Ding? Wang Yue said, during this time, Xiao Ding has been under a lot of pressure because our school has a lot of places to participate in the supernova training camp. So there is a lot of discussion on the internet. Feng Rui took out his phone to check. There is such a thing, where is it? Let me see. Wang Yue showed it to him. There were countless discussions on the internet. Everyone was very curious. One comment was noticed. It is not like what you people are saying at all. If you do not understand, do not talk nonsense. Ah, it is really scary in here. You only know how to hide behind the computer, scream and spout abuse at us. 2 comments refuted. User 1,212,456. Who are you? You talk as if you know everything. User 1,020,100. Aren't you that trash called Kong Ding or Ning Feng? The identity of a student was made public. Student card, Chin Yu City number, 7, middle school. Name, Chang Mu Chu. Student card number, date of issue, validity period from month, year to month, year. One comment said, isn't that the person who is 4th on the supernova list? You just said we are trash? Why do not you dare to show your face and confront us? Feng Rui read the comment. So it is Chang Mukyu. The time of the post seems to be today. Wang Yu also looked. I did not expect her to be willing to stand up for us like that. Kong Ding looked up. Everyone, do not read these comments anymore. At first, I was accepted into the training camp, but I was very worried about embarrassing Ning Laodai. Thanks to this special training, I am no longer worried. I am so happy that I want to cry. Feng Rui laughed. Haha, you just need to practice with peace of mind. In a few days, I will bring everyone a gift. Wang Yue asked, oh, what is it? Feng Rui refused to say, secret, provoking Wang Yue to be angry. Night fell. Ning Feng was alone in the room. He had something on his mind. Last time I absorbed the memory of the Demon King, and I found news about me and the evil god. Ning Feng remembered the evil gods. In fact, there are a total of 7 evil gods, born from the power of darkness, and they are the gods that all the monsters in the mystic realm believe in. But me, this evil god, is not among those 7, and there are other people. On the contrary, me, this evil god, was once one of the 12 main gods, also known as the omnipotent law god. Together with the other 11 lord gods, I led my dependents to destroy the 7 evil gods, causing all the monsters to no longer dare to invade the world of light. In addition, there is another supreme god. Unexpectedly, the omnipotent law god, who was freed from the threat of darkness, was obsessed with studying the power of darkness, falling into a state of madness. Fortunately, the other 11 discovered it in time and fought with the omnipotent law god. Unable to resist, the omnipotent law god took the opportunity to escape and became an evil god. From then on, Ning Feng thought to himself, this legend has been passed down in the world of light, and everyone believes in this. However, there are completely different legends among the dark demon race. Memories of him as a child and that god were intertwined. According to the demon race, when the dependents of the gods were freed from the threat of darkness, they gradually lost their sense of danger. From then on, their faith gradually weakened, and they no longer relied on the gods. This made the gods very angry, so they created their own dependents, wanting to receive more power of faith. 2 factions were formed, so the gods began to encourage the dependents to attack each other, using them as tools to have fun, and then using them as sacrifices. Even the monsters hiding in the darkness began to emerge, with the tacit approval of the gods. This is also the origin of the mystic realms. Only one person stood outside. Only the omnipotent law god was calm and composed, not caring about the amount of faith, so he did not participate in this game. A war broke out. Unexpectedly, one day, the war spread to the dependents of the omnipotent law god. Because they had no ability to defend themselves, the entire tribe was almost wiped out. Then there was another battle. The omnipotent law god angrily begged the gods to stop this nonsensical drama, but was ridiculed by the other gods. The conflict between the 2 sides continued to escalate, and finally, a war broke out. The omnipotent law god took action this time. The omnipotent law god, who had never argued, erupted with powerful combat power. 2 of the 11 main gods were killed, and 6 were injured, before the omnipotent law god was pushed back. The omnipotent law god has not appeared. No one knows where the omnipotent law god has gone. There are rumors that he has gone into a void space, neither light nor darkness, and disappeared since then. Worried about being retaliated against, the gods have tried everything to smear the image of the omnipotent law god, while trying to find the whereabouts of that omnipotent law god. Ning Feng closed his eyes. That is really amazing. Even dozens of them were able to escape unscathed after killing 2 gods. No wonder, the system often said things like, it is okay, it is just a small drama. Wasn't I scaring myself and making myself worry? That evil god inside me has probably been smeared. His expression became serious. The information in the memory ends here. It is a pity that I do not know the outcome of the omnipotent law god. Highs, after all, this is just a legend. It is hard to tell the truth from the false. Still, I have to level up. Taking my life to play around is not my style. Ning Feng went outside. The next day, a light flashed. Ning Feng went to the front of a door. He entered that space. The Adventurer Management Bureau can collect information on a national scale. It is really convenient. There are many mystic realms that no one is managing, and they can all be found inside. As soon as he entered, 2 bulls rushed towards him. The head of the staff lit up. Ningfeng pointed it at the 2 bulls. He opened the system to take a look. The experience points of these small monsters are not low, which proves that the drop rate of good items from the boss is very high. An iron armor bull demon that was even bigger rushed over. Ningfeng chuckled softly. The sword emitted light. It pierced straight into the middle of the iron armor bull demon's head. More than half of the sword was shattered. Ningfeng indifferently looked at the broken sword. He remembered the exchange list. In reality, my level is not high, so the weapons that I can use are not as good as those used by 4th and 5th job change adventurers. After continuous high-intensity battles, I did not expect that the weapon could no longer hold on. Ningfeng looked up. The iron armor bull demon triumphantly laughed at him. Ningfeng threw away the broken sword. He used magic to attack it. The iron armor bull demon panicked. Immediately after, it collapsed. Ningfeng's level increased. From level 43 to 47, the experience points of this guy were not that much, and it broke one of my swords. New skill, is it this one? The system notified. Discovered the sealing art skill, hacking and transforming into the Cthulhu devouring wind, winding the sealing art. Transformation, active skill, Yin Eater's Wind, dark forbidden spell. Includes a violent storm of the power of darkness, rotting all light. Ningfeng crossed his arms. Of course, the more forbidden spells, the better. Otherwise, I would be worried about not having enough firepower. But relying solely on forbidden spells won't do. Without suitable weapons and equipment, I can't even beat a boss, let alone fight with the gods. He left. Where's the next mystic realm? Well, let us go to the city nearby and buy some new weapons to use. At a city, Gao Daishi said, Sir, all the orange longswords in our exchange are here. Please feel free to choose. Ningfeng replied, There are only 7 of them. Forget it, how much is it? In total, I will take them all. Gao Daishi did not expect this. Who is this? He looks so young. Not only does he have the supreme black card of the exchange, but he is also buying all 7 orange swords at the same time. I have taken out all the heavenly frames with the highest attributes, but he does not waver at all. His expression is like he is looking at a pile of low-level blue equipment. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in! The employee went in and said, Master Gao, there is something. Please come and help me deal with it. Gao Daishi refused. I am entertaining a distinguished guest. Talk about it later. The employee hesitated. But. Outside there was a commotion. Everyone has supreme black cards. Why should he get priority to buy? Do you think the young master of the GU family is not worthy of this sky frame? Many people came over. It was GU Yunzhou. Gao Daishi was surprised. Oh no, this is the GU family of this area. If there is a conflict, I will be the first one held responsible. Ningfeng quietly sat to the side. Yunzhou was astonished. Ning Leota. Ningfeng indifferently asked, Who are you? In his heart, Yunzhou cursed. You robbed all my equipment, and you do not remember who I am. But on the surface, he was cautious. I am Xiao Jiyu, Jiyu Denzhou. Ningfeng did not pay much attention. Oh, it is you, from last time, Yunzhou said with a smile. Isn't this a coincidence? He frowned angrily. I sent people to investigate Ningfeng's background, but always encountered strange obstacles. It seems like someone is deliberately interfering. The information online is also chaotic. Some people say he is 18 years old and just awakened his profession, while others say he is a reincarnated god. One is more exaggerated than the other, and it is impossible to believe. To make the GU family feel helpless, this guy's background must be extraordinary. Ningfeng asked, Are there any swords here that you like? Yunzhou waved his hand. Ha, I was just messing around. Anything will do. If someone suddenly has the strange idea to rob me again, I would rather not buy anything. Gao Daishi and everyone were extremely surprised. This is the second-ranked person on the supernova list. GU Deshao does not take anyone seriously. Ningfeng replied, Okay. At the restroom, Yunzhou vented inside. Damn it, so embarrassing, I have to do something, or I can't swallow this anger. He took out his phone. Yunzhou performed each step, opened the forum, logged in with a fake account, and successfully posted. User 7,175,269 commented. I always feel like this Ningfeng is not right. I suggest a serious investigation. Someone retorted, It is not like what you guys are saying. Don't talk nonsense, if you do not understand. Yunzhou shouted, This account, it is Cheng Mukyu. I did not expect you, big-eyed bastard, to betray me too. People outside the restroom could also hear his voice. I must go to the secret realm trial, and then find Ningfeng, to take revenge. Ningfeng, you wait. Ningfeng left the store. Sir, take your time. Welcome to come again next time. He went outside. Ningfeng sighed. He slashed horizontally. Then he continuously unleashed a series of slashes. His level increased to 60. Ningfeng said, Finally reached level 60. Can now undergo the second job change. Without using the forbidden curse, it still took a lot of time. There was a rock in front of him. Huh, it is an altar. Ningfeng thought to himself, these monsters used to believe in different evil gods until all the evil gods were destroyed by the 12 main gods. He then thought of the monsters. Now these monsters are not only invading the human world, but their purpose is to revive the 7 true evil gods. Of course, there are also a small number of powerful monsters who have the idea of becoming evil gods themselves, but those main gods do not protect humans. Instead, they see fake evil gods like me as enemies. Ningfeng's expression became serious. Thinking about it, the legend of the all-knowing magic god of the monsters is very likely to be true. In the eyes of most gods, we humans, as well as other races, are just toys for entertainment. Ningfeng pointed his spear at the altar. An explosion occurred. No one benefits. Ningfeng's pocket vibrated. It was a phone notification. It is Wei Gei's message. Perfect timing to go back for a trip, and also receive the second job change quest. Training headquarters. Zi Ding said, my older brother got a laboratory in the headquarters. It looks very impressive. She curiously picked up a bottle of potion. Wow, this potion is pink. It looks delicious. Zi Wei quickly stopped her. Hey, do not drink it randomly. He reminded, this bottle is called the Forgetfulness Potion. It will make you forget a skill. I just refined it. If you do not want to become an idiot, then do not even think about it. Zi Ding and Jiang Shu were astonished. Wang Yu asked, is the gift you mentioned this potion? Ningfeng replied, it is related to this potion, but the gift is something else. Wang Yue exclaimed, ah. Inside his palm were super small books. The other 3 were all gaping. Skill, orange color. Ningfeng introduced, 1 silent wind arrow for the archer, 1 linked healing for the priest, 1 giant's blade for the berserker warrior, and 1 heavy wall shield for the shield warrior. Jiang Shu happily accepted it. Normally you can only buy purple skills on the market. This is the first time I have seen an orange skill. Ziding's eyes sparkled, and she was speechless. Wang Yue asked, are these things dropped in the secret realm? Ningfeng replied, that is right. These are from very high-level secret realms. Wait until you guys level up, then you can go fight them. Feng Rui could not believe it. What is the drop rate for orange items in the secret realm? Feng Gei's strength is already far beyond us. Ningfeng encouraged them, don't be so stunned. After leaving the training facility, hurry up and master your new skills. They left the laboratory. They happened to run into Feng Yi. He was with Duan, Grandpa. Wang Yue spoke up, you are Feng Qianbei. Feng Yi greeted, hello everyone. Wang Yu was endlessly surprised. Even though I have only been with Feng Rui for a few days, I can't help but be excited to see a big shot like Feng Qianbei here, right in front of my eyes. This is something I would not even dare to think about. Feng Yi maintained a serious expression. These people are Ningfeng's friends, right? To be able to receive guidance from Laoda at such a young age, you guys have limitless potential in the future. Ningfeng smiled. Today is a new week. It is a good thing Feng Qianbei wanted to come to conduct special training. Fortunately, there is more than 1 training room, so everyone can proceed simultaneously. Feng Yi asked, Xiao Rui's performance has not been bad lately. Has he caused any trouble for everyone? Ningfeng replied, how could he? Feng Qianbei has come at the right time. Would you like to see the results of Xiao Rui and the others? Training. Feng Yi agreed. Oh, can I see? That is great. Training room. Inside were monsters. Wang Yue shot an arrow, silent wind arrow. Feng Rui created a shield, heavy wall shield. Jiang Shu held an axe and swung it, giant's blade. Ziding supported them, linked healing. All 3 focused their attacks. Feng Yi observed from above. The skills of these young people are really powerful, but why do they seem a bit unfamiliar? Duan replied, haha, because they just learned these orange skills. Feng Yi asked in disbelief, orange, orange. Duan said, that is right. They are all spoils from high-level secret realms. Feng Yi was furious again. The military has long organized strategies for the high-level secret realms, but unfortunately, it has not been successful yet. Everyone is speculating about the spoils inside, but this is the first time I have seen these orange skills. He asked, Du Sheng, can I report this matter to the military? Duan replied, no problem, it is not a secret, everyone will know sooner or later. Feng Yi thought to himself, the levels of these kids are not high yet, but level can be made up for with time. Plus with the support of Laoda, they will soon surpass us old guys. 1 step faster, each step faster, the future main force will be placed on the shoulders of these kids. Job Change Hall? Ningfeng waved goodbye. Sulan was surprised. Oh, you are not you already? Ningfeng laughed. Sulan watched his back as he left. Sure enough, he came to do his sister's job change. What others have to spend 2 years of hard work to complete, only takes him 2 months. System notification. All-knowing magic god's second job change quest. Prerequisites. 1. Enter the secret realm. Glacier Ice Field, and obtain the item, Elemental Emblem. 2. Collect 20 conversion stones. 3. Collect 100 undead essences. Time limit, 7 days. Difficulty, level S. Ningfeng was also surprised by the quest. 200 conversion stones. How come ordinary second job change quests only require 1? He thought, this thing does not drop from killing monsters, but is mined from crystal ore veins. The yield is very low. Maybe I should go to the exchange first to see if I can buy them. That would be the best. Yuanchang exchange. Tang Daishi said with a smile, I am really sorry. Recently the number of people changing jobs has increased dramatically, and the demand for conversion stones has begun to exceed supply. Please give us 3 days, and we will definitely find enough for you. He thought to himself, 20 stones. I wonder what this Lyota wants to do. Ningfeng calculated, I can do the emblem quest first, to save time, and I should also buy the undead essences from the exchange to be faster. He said, oh, that is right, I still have some miscellaneous spoils that I have not sorted out yet. I will take this opportunity to ask you guys to help me. Tang Daishi replied, no problem, sir. Ningfeng interrupted him. Oh, wait a minute, let me see if I still have them. He dumped a pile of spoils on the ground. Tang Daishi was so shocked he could not speak. You call these miscellaneous spoils? There are more than 10 purple skill books for different professions, plus a pile of orange equipment. In the current situation of national level up, there is basically no need to worry about selling these good items. My year-end performance report will definitely be better than anyone else's. Tang Daishi burst into tears of happiness. No wonder Mayor Tai urged me to serve Mr. Ning well. Thank you for the mayor's blessing. I am really going to make a fortune. At the Glacier Icefield secret realm at this time, everyone had gathered together to fight the boss. There is an abnormal shift. A rookie priest is here to help. The pretty girl with the sweet voice is obedient and listens to instructions. Mr. Priest, stop talking like that. It is disgusting. Team leader Zhu suddenly came in front of him and bowed his head. I am sorry, your situation has never happened before. I need to ask for instructions from my superiors. He smiled without difficulty and said, okay. Suddenly at this time, a warrior ran over in a hurry. Team leader, he asked, what is wrong? The warrior immediately reported, there is a young man over there who wants to enter the secret realm alone. Team leader Zhu was shocked when he heard this. Are you kidding me? The Management Bureau just issued a regulation that entering the secret realm must be led by a regular guild, with at least 5 people acting together, otherwise they won't be allowed in. Did you forget? The warrior hesitated. I know, but... The next second he showed Team leader Zhu a plate. That young man has a special certificate issued by the Management Bureau, saying that he is allowed to enter the secret realm alone. Hearing this, he was even more stunned. What? Team leader Zhu opened it immediately, without hesitation. He did not dare to stop him anymore, and bowed his head in agreement. Thank you for cooperating with us. We have checked your credentials. You can go in now, he politely replied. Thank you for your hard work. Team leader Zhu watched Ningfeng's back and could not help but marvel. What kind of background does this young man have? The time the certificate was issued is approximately the same as the time of the new regulations, as if it was prepared specifically for this person. Suddenly, another person appeared and said something that startled Team leader Zhu. Could it be that the superiors sent a special envoy to inspect us? I am just saying, casually, it is not possible. Team leader Zhu was now frozen, stiff, and speechless. He did not let everyone stay like this anymore and urged loudly, quick, everyone cheer up. Let us assume there really is a special envoy. Hurry up and see if there is anything that has not been done. Hurry up! Ningfeng slowly stepped out of the vortex and thought, fortunately, I mentioned it to Feng Chanbi beforehand and got this special certificate, gaining the right to enter the secret realm alone. At this moment, Ningfeng walked to a bridge, and the signboard nearby attracted his attention. He then went towards it to take a look, but just as Ningfeng was there, an arrow flew towards him. With his quick reflexes, Ningfeng managed to jump away in time. He immediately realized a danger was lurking and prepared to start a fight. Without hesitating any longer, Ningfeng leapt from one block of ice to another. Then he finally landed safely on the ground. The next second, Ningfeng looked up again. It seemed quite high. Suddenly, something happened immediately after that startled him. In front of Ningfeng, now was some entity approaching him. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also very excited. Is this the hidden boss? Awesome. At this moment, Ningfeng was completely ready to deal with him. Come on, let us fight quickly. Han Yin did not attack him, but instead asked him with respect, God Lord, have you personally descended? Hearing this, Ningfeng showed a stunned and bewildered expression. Before his frozen state he continued, although this subordinate cannot see, I can always feel that you are the God Lord. Perhaps you no longer recognize me. This subordinate is your loyal kin, Archmage Han Yin. Ningfeng immediately turned on alert mode. At this moment, what God Lord? Who is he talking about? Is it a misunderstanding? But the hidden boss called me God Lord. Could it be that I really have the style of an evil god? He immediately asked back with a lack of words, how did you become something like this? Han Yin lowered his head and hesitated for a moment. Sorry, this subordinate can't explain clearly either. Originally, we were attacked by other kin, and casualties were serious. This subordinate was also killed by the enemy in battle. But I do not know when this subordinate appeared here, and strange whispers kept ringing in my head, like some kind of cruel mental torture, stimulating uncontrollable killing, intent in my heart. Until you appeared, this subordinate seemed to wake up. After hearing the matter clearly from Han Yin, he fell into contemplation. I remember the all-knowing magic god's kin encountered a sudden attack. Could it be that the God Lord is the title of the magic god? Although he still had not said anything, Han Yin had already speculated and rejoiced. God Lord, are you here to rescue God? Hearing this, Ningfeng also hesitated and looked away. No, I can't say that well. When he saw Han Yin suddenly become like a soulless shell, he was very surprised. Why did he suddenly become so lost? Seeing that he was seriously misunderstanding, Ningfeng clarified, sorry, but I am not the God Lord you are talking about. I am just a student who received a mission to kill you. Hearing this, Han Yin hesitated, as if he could not believe his ears. Kill me? Who would have thought that he would be such an optimistic lord? So you came to help me end this suffering, right? Even Ningfeng now did not give him an exact answer. I do not know. Han Yin said, with a faint sadness. This subordinate does not know what happened to you, but it seems you have lost a part of your memory. But this subordinate will not admit mistake. Even if you are not the God Lord, you also have an extremely close relationship with the God Lord, the great Lord of myriad laws, the respected all-knowing magic god. Suddenly Han Yin shouted in a resounding manner. Before his violent reaction, Ningfeng froze. He then hesitated, so to speak. My job is indeed the all-knowing magic god. Han Yin now accepted the ending without resisting. This subordinate said there was no possibility of mistake. Please, act. Ningfeng did not rush to act, but asked him, I need an elemental emblem. Is there any other way besides killing? Han Yin also regretted having to answer, sorry, this subordinate is not very clear. If you are worried about killing this subordinate, please do not worry. Death for this subordinate is a relief. Hearing this, Ningfeng just pondered for a moment without saying anything. Immediately afterwards, he also expressed his intention to help him fulfill his last wish. Is there anything you want me to fulfill for you? Hearing this, Han Yin felt very satisfied. It has been a long time since I saw you. If you can say a few more words to this subordinate will close my eyes without regret. There was nothing difficult, so Ningfeng also agreed to him. Okay then. Tell me about the past. Han Yin immediately explained clearly. When recalling, at that time, you often transformed into human form and came to the world to play with us. We knew that you were the God Lord, and we had to pretend not to know on the surface, enduring until it was very painful. Hearing this, he could not help but laugh. It does not sound like a god at all. Han Yin then added with nostalgia, it should be said that you escaped casually. In fact, we were extremely willing to be together with you, like now. There is no pressure at all. God Lord, can you say something about your current situation? Before his suggestion, he also shared, there is nothing special, just going to school, leveling up, and playing games when I have time. Suddenly, Han Yin stood up and suggested, come here. I will teach you to play too. There is no network connection below. At this moment, Ningfeng was standing right in front of Han Yin. He also stood opposite him with a serious expression. Ningfeng said softly, Han Yin, if there is a chance in the future, I will play games with you. Han Yin then calmly replied, a promise is a promise, like before, when you came to the world to find us. As soon as he finished speaking, Ningfeng directly took action. When he had completed the assigned task, Ningfeng also stood still for a moment. At this moment in front of him were the energy balls he had collected from Han Yin. On the other side, a tense meeting was taking place. After a period of assessment, Yan Chuan drew a conclusion. So there are mutations inside the secret realm, which are indeed of a higher level than skills, but based on our current strength, there is no way to attack. Fang Dan followed the situation and asked, in that case, can we invite the mysterious big shot to lead everyone in attacking the secret realm? Ying Zhen became serious and fell silent. I already asked, but the big shot does not want to cooperate like that. Fang Dan felt a little concerned and asked again. At this time, should not the big shot be standing on the same boat as everyone else, acting completely based on his own preferences, without any restrictions? Do you all really think that is not a problem? Feng Yi did not want to waste time and concluded, all right, Lao Fang, I will resign later. This director position is yours. If you have any management methods, feel free to use them. However, he felt this was inappropriate. Lao Feng, you should not say that. Suddenly, Feng Yi stood up and slammed his hand on the table. When Ban Ha and Jiu Ying appeared and threatened my family, you all said there was nothing you could do. I was ready to die, but in the end, the big shot and Tuo Xiansheng helped me. Now that it involves benefits, some people can't sit still. I hope you all remember, Lao Da does not owe any of us anything. Hearing this, Ying Zhen frowned, thinking to himself, only Lao Feng can say these words, because everyone understood his personality, that he absolutely had no ulterior motives. Otherwise, those below would have already been in an uproar. He could not hide his curiosity and immediately asked, Lao Feng, I heard you were going to conquer a high-level dungeon in a few days. He did not deny it and confirmed, that is right. Hearing this, Ying Zhen quickly made a suggestion to Feng Yi, save a spot for me on the team. Ling Hua and Yan Chuan naturally could not miss out either, and raised their hands. Do you need a cleric? Count me in. Senior Feng, do you need a porter? Ying Zhen suddenly recalled a previous memory, demon training. The big shot is really strange. My old bones took about 2 weeks to recover, but the progress was very obvious, like heaven and earth, compared to my old self. To say this old geezer has no selfish motives, even if he has a little idea, it is all reflected in this head. At the transfer hall, an important event was also taking place. The system panel appeared before Ning Feng. Transfer complete. Passive skill, mysterious barrier, immune to all detection skills. Suddenly, Ning Feng fell into contemplation for a moment. The memories I received from Zhongwei Yidu are basically correct. The all-knowing magic god is not an evil god at all. He is just like me, wanting to live the way he likes best. He suddenly remembered what Han Yin had said before, and pondered. Han Yin said that my feelings and the all-knowing magic gods are exactly the same. Is it because of the system? So what is the relationship between the system and the all-knowing magic god? And Han Yin died long ago, so why did she become a hidden boss in the secret realm? In Ning Feng's hand at this moment was the necklace he had collected from Han Yin. The system panel displayed some information. Han Yin equipment, orange quality, can be upgraded. Spirit plus 12. Casting speed plus 15%. Magic crit plus 5%. Additional magic. Solid ice wall, ice seal burst. Han Yin's soul is protected by divine power and has not dissipated, but is in this pendant. Not long after, the most anticipated event of all took place, the Supernova Training Camp. This time it was divided into the high school division and the university division, gathering nearly all of the most outstanding young adventurers in the country. Among them, there were a total of 180 people in the high school division, including 32 people on the current Supernova rankings, along with 148 people from 4-star specialties. Everyone was talking excitedly about the benefits. Not bad, this time not only are the 3 key university presidents here, but even people from the 7 great guilds in the Adventurer Management Bureau are here. This is truly unprecedented. I heard that outstanding performance can lead to direct contracts with the big shots. Not only enjoying the resources provided by the contract partner, but also directly joining the big shots forces after graduation. The starting position is at least a team leader. All eyes were on the brave guy in front. I really want to greet the big shots and at least leave some kind of impression on them. Otherwise, with so many people, they won't remember us, right? Someone actually went to greet the big shots. It seemed he was familiar with them, and everyone knew his identity. I will go, you dare compare to him. This is the #1 on the Supernova ranking, Ha Shixiang, the heroic son of Han Zheng, the president of the Shangrui Guild, Ha Shiyu. Everyone continued to exchange information. I was just kidding. I heard that after Ha Shixiang awakened, he did not team up with his peers to level up. He always has his guild's elites with him. Comparing people is really frustrating. Do you know that the secret realm of divine trial was conquered not long ago, so what? When mentioning Shi Xiong's strength, everyone had to use the most beautiful words. That person completed the strength advance. His main specialty is head-to-head, the same specialty as Ha Shiklong. Some people say that Ha Shixiang received guidance from that powerhouse, and has made tremendous progress. Moreover, the Shangrui Guild monopolizes high-level experience, potions. His strength is probably beyond our imagination. Suddenly, a bus appeared. One of them pointed towards the bus, drawing attention. Hey look, the delegation from Chindu number 7 high school is here. Everyone was curious and eager to see the faces of the rumored experts. Are these the people that everyone was speculating about online before? I wonder what they look like. Ning Feng was the first to step off the bus, his gaze unwavering and stern. Following him were the other members of his group. Everyone was serious, and exuded the aura of true heroes. Their appearance sparked various opinions among those present. This aura is a bit strong, is not it? It feels like a well-trained combat team, just putting on airs. Being scrutinized like this made them a little concerned. The whole school is watching us, as expected. Tall trees catch the wind. Looking at their eyes, it is as if they are treating us as imaginary enemies. As soon as Ning Feng stepped off the bus, he seemed to realize something. At this moment, Ning Feng was surrounded by comments. Through this, he could see that many people were paying attention to him. Everyone suddenly became annoyed because they could not get any information from him. I can't even detect that person's level. Is his strength above 2nd advancement? He is also a high school student, right? I do not remember this person being on the Supernova list. Fang Dan was no different from everyone else, sweating profusely. Why can't I detect Ningfeng's level? Both Linghua and he were extremely surprised by Ningfeng's hidden abilities. He is Ningfeng? How could his level be higher than Lao Feng's? Could it be that someone gave him some props to shield him from being detected? It is really possible. Seeing that he was stealing the spotlight, Xixiong felt a little jealous. This Ningfeng attracted everyone's attention as soon as he arrived. I wonder how strong he is. I have watched the video of Duan conquering the secret realm, and simulated it countless times with the guild's powerhouses, but Duan's strength is beyond my imagination. It is impossible to imitate. If Ningfeng's strength is also very strong, then they must have a special training method. This is what my brother and I need most. Feeling confused, Fang Dan turned to the person next to him and asked, Lao Liu, are not you going to investigate? He rejected it. Forget it, it is rude. The next second, Fang Dan waved hello to him with a friendly expression. Ningfeng then noticed him and turned his head. Everyone witnessing this scene from afar was very surprised. Oh my god, Director Fang is greeting them. Between Lao Liu and Feng Yi, the next second, there was a tense exchange like a taut string. Lao Feng, are you so arrogant? Afraid we will steal people? We are all official organizations, and our conditions are no worse than yours. Come on, let us hurt each other. You are getting old. Stop learning these witty remarks online. At the inspection area afterwards, the proctors reminded, team leaders, please bring your team members and register in order. Team leaders and students who have completed registration, please move to the location. We will introduce the arrangements for the training camp to everyone later. Everyone soon gathered in the hall. Dongxi stood before the students and began to speak. As we all know, the secret realms have undergone unprecedented changes in recent years. To adapt to these changes as soon as possible and find new directions for human development, we need to train and select more elites. This training camp has received widespread attention from all sides. Principal Zhang suddenly turned and asked him, with a resolute attitude, Principal Fang, is that Ningfeng High School's secret weapon? Why is he so secretive and not letting others check his level? Principal Fang just laughed. Modesty, modesty. Although he answered like that on the surface, he thought differently in his heart. Ever since Chang Muchu transferred from their school to our school, this Principal Zhang has been spying for information. Thanks to my strict guarding, he has not been able to get it. So he does not like me and speaks strangely. But I, Lao Fang, am generous and too lazy to argue with him. Principal Zhang changed his attitude 180 degrees and became eager. Today, all the principals want to witness the quality of teaching at Kindu No. 7 High School with their own eyes. After all, it is the prestigious school that can attract supernovas. The people sitting around also turned around. Don't disappoint us. Principal Fang was also reassuring himself. Some time ago, Wang Yue and the others all went for special training. Unfortunately, I do not know much about the results of the training. In fact, Wang Yue, Feng Rui, and Chang Muqiu do not need to worry. After all, they are outstanding students at the top of the supernova ranking. I just do not know if Ningfeng and the others can survive such harsh tests. Dongxi did not keep everyone waiting long and revealed more about the format and rules. This training camp adopts a free team formation model. Each team has a standard of 5 people. In the end, everyone's results will be based on individual accumulation points and team accumulation points. A comprehensive assessment method will be used. The top 10 members of the high school division will follow the university division to train together to ensure that everything goes smoothly. She had prepared an experience for them. Before the official start of the training camp, we will use a secret realm to understand everyone. This secret realm allows entry with a condition of 3rd advancement or below. Next, a special team will perform for everyone. Suddenly, one of them pointed forward with a dazed expression. That is, Ningfeng's group gradually appeared under her introduction. All eyes were on them. No wonder, only they can perform on this occasion. They have all been at the top of the supernova ranking for the past 5 years, the elite of the elite. Ningfeng's group was now heading into the secret realm. Suddenly he smirked and asked, later, do we need to hold back a bit? Don't put too much pressure on the younger students. The person next to him felt confused. What nonsense are you talking about? This training camp has many big shots. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to perform, although everyone is just a temporary team. If anyone gets in the way, do not blame me for turning my back on them. Enter. The system panel appeared. Peak temporary team. Enter the secret realm. The space inside then opened up. A gloomy atmosphere appeared. He and the blonde girl were the first 2 to enter. The miasma is really thick. I will take care of it. Bright blue lights then appeared under their feet. From above the sky, giant spiders then revealed themselves. They were as hot-tempered as cream and immediately charged up without hesitation. Everyone then counterattacked immediately with quick reflexes. The others then focused on their every move. Oh my god, their speed of advance is too fast. Xixiong then rushed up with burning enthusiasm and swung a slash. Especially Ha Xixiong. Compared to the others, he does not fall behind at all. You can't tell that he is just a high school student. The others had to admit it, even if they were not willing, although I do not want to admit it, that Ha Shixiang is not on the same level as us. Feng Yi observed them so intently that he did not blink. I heard that these 5 young people have been training together recently. If we nurture them well, can they conquer high-level secret realms? Very quickly, very likely. The elite group then continued to advance without losing momentum. Look, they hit the elite monster. It seems like they can't rest and have to keep going. The boss appeared. In front of them now were not small monsters, but the final boss. Not only was he not afraid, Shixiang smirked with amusement. All of them charged up together, without hesitation. In just a moment, they achieved a convincing victory, succeeding in the attack. The record leaderboard now also confirmed a new record. Peak temporary combat team, 48 minutes and 18 seconds. The other warriors then could not help but marvel, worthy of being in the top 5. It would be great if we could also get on the leaderboard. Suddenly, a girl walked up to him and asked, "Hello, are you Ning Feng?" She gently introduced herself. "My name is Tai Yuchen. Mayor Tai Dongming is my 3rd uncle." As soon as Wang Yu heard this, she realized, one of the top 5 in the peak combat team. Yuchen then showed her goodwill. "I heard my uncle mention you before, so I came to say hello." "Oh, I see." The others then looked towards them. A high achiever from Beijing University, Tai Yuchen. Why is she talking to someone from the high school division? That boy seems to be Ning Feng from Chengdu No. 7 High School, again with Ning Feng. The granddaughter of the founder of the Yuancheng Exchange. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Yuchen was very happy to be acquainted with everyone. She then made a suggestion, hoping to help Ning Feng. "During the training, if you have any needs, you can tell me directly. I will have the exchange deliver it." "You are too kind." Zhu Ting then spoke up. "You should value Ning Feng. All the beauties he knows are far superior to others in terms of family background and strength." In Yuchen's heart, she was secretly admiring Ning Feng. "My uncle indeed often mentions Ning Feng, but he is not very clear about his strength. I might as well take this opportunity to carefully understand him." He walked up and suggested, "Let us find a place to rest for a while." But she refused. "No, I want to stay and watch for a bit." Hearing this, he showed his displeasure on his face. What is so good about watching the exam? The strongest are all here. Shixiang actually intended to help Yuchen. "I also want to stay for a bit." If they wanted to stay, then he had nothing to refuse. All right then. After the peak team completed their task, the tasks for the rest of the students were then assigned. Each 6 combat teams will enter the secret realm at the same time. You will all receive corresponding assessment tasks. The final score will be based on the situation of completing the tasks. In contrast to the peak team, the others' faces turned pale when facing the boss. Even the proctors then expressed their dissatisfaction. This secret realm is too difficult for high school students. If it continues like this, I am afraid that even one combat team from the high school division won't be able to pass. Since Ha Shixiang, no combat team has been able to get on the leaderboard anymore. They can't even see the boss's face. It is already very reluctant just to deal with the small monsters. How can they get on the leaderboard? The proctors then became very worried about the students inside the secret realm. The students' morale is getting lower and lower. Some people are clearly acting abnormally. It can't continue like this. The peak team members then watched and yawned. I said there was nothing to watch. They are all a bunch of noobs. Forget it. I am going back to sleep. Ning Feng's combat team was now about to enter the secret realm. "Hello, teacher. We are the next combat team to enter, here to receive the assessment task." Soon after, they entered the secret realm, Iron Alligator Marsh. The system panels then appeared before everyone. Some necessary information was then revealed. Professional combat teams are generally divided into 4 types according to the profession they undertake. The Conquest team is the most important combat force, responsible for conquering new secret realms or becoming the vanguard against powerful enemies. The Research team needs to conduct research on secret realms, clarifying the knowledge contained within them for human use. The responsibility of the Guard team is to guard secret realms that are under control or protect non-combat members in the event of an emergency. The Support team supplements the strength of the battlefield, enhancing combat sustainability and reducing member casualties through buffs, emergency treatments. Each type has 10 tasks assigned. In addition, there are some other things to be noted. There is also a core task. The system panel immediately appeared before him. Unique 50 points. Defeat the final boss. Pass the secret realm. Wang Yue then asked Ning Feng for his opinion. Which type of task do you want to choose? Without thinking much, he immediately chose research. Worthy of being the top student in the theoretical department. Before her praise, he thought to himself, mainly because there are still too many things that I have not clarified. Gods, affiliated races, world levels. If I also want to take care of practical combat training, then research is the most suitable. Zhu Ting and the other members of the team also agreed very much. Then we will all choose research anyway. We have a big shot leading the team. I have no problem. Agree. Wang Yue suddenly paused for a moment. Wait, the last part of the 2 research tasks has a capture task. If we bring the sample to fight the boss, we have to pay more attention to preserving it, which is relatively troublesome. Research task 10 points. Capture a deep marsh horror to meet the needs of research. Ningfeng did not hesitate and immediately made a decision. This is easy. We will go and fight the boss. The other proctors in the meantime were very worried about the students. Suddenly, one of them looked forward in surprise. Look quickly. Whose combat team is that? The speed is too fast. Ningfeng's group attracted everyone's attention as soon as they appeared. Everyone had their mouths open in surprise. It seems to be the people from Chindu number 7 high school. How is that possible? Even the peak team from before could not help but be confused. This speed of advance is really too strong. It is clearly 100 times faster than us. Chen Yu also understood why Ningfeng was so highly praised. No wonder the third uncle highly praised Ningfeng so much. Lao Liu stared blankly at the surreal scene before him. That Lao Feng is orange skill. Ningfeng's entire team had now made everyone's eyes shine. Before their top skills, both of them could not help but be astonished. Are orange skills so powerful? Not entirely. The children's own strength is not ordinary. Xu Ting raised her staff high and immediately created a glow. Yes, skill coordination. And Ningfeng seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to gain the upper hand. Time to strike. Teamwork. The members do not fight alone, but coordinate with each other very rhythmically. They are all at an extremely high level. This is indeed not a realm that the students can reach. His eyes then immediately turned to Ningfeng, especially that child. Ningfeng then appeared like a true savior. It looks like he did not use any high-level skills, but an ordinary blow can completely make the enemy lose their fighting power. Read the next chapter as soon as possible. He is unimaginably strong. The 2 men muttered in disbelief. Principal Fang, do not speak, do not care. On the other side, there was also a monster appearing. Wang Yue's team's weapons were activated at the same time. They rushed to her as the vanguard. Before them at this time was the target monster. The members moved in an instant, according to the pre-arranged formation. Wang Yu drew her bow and arrow. Zhang Shu raised the axe in his hand, powerfully. The demon beast roared threateningly. Then it started to move while Wang Yue's team was still standing still. The system panel displayed. Record passed. Peak temporary combat team. 48 minutes 18 seconds. New record. Jiangnan 5 Devils combat team. 1 hour 24 minutes 46 seconds. Flying Dragon and Rose combat team. 1 hour 40 minutes 6 seconds. Bedrock combat team. 1 hour 45 minutes 28 seconds. Endless Starry Sky combat team. 2 hours 0 minutes 27 seconds. Several members who observed the notification were astonished. Ningfeng turned to ask Wang Yue, have everyone's tasks been completed? They replied in unison, completed. Ningfeng satisfied, okay, return to hand in the task. They quickly came outside. At this time, everyone's attention collided. Mu Qiu greeted them with a smile and a burst of applause. The others also began to follow suit. Very quickly, surrounding Ningfeng's group was a series of praises. Mu Qiu spoke, gently explained. They are very good people. We get along very well at school. On the other side, Yunju was also actively stirring things up. At that time, someone insulted Ningfeng on the internet, and I confronted those people one by one. Really, I hate the most people who speak ill of others behind their backs. Deng Yuanhui smiled kindly, continuing his words, and the morale of the students was immediately boosted. This was the charm of the strong, like Liu Yingzhan and Feng Yi back then. At this moment, the loudspeaker announced again, the senior high department exam has concluded. The crowd started to discuss animatedly. The top 10 is about to be announced. Actually, there is nothing to worry about. Tanju 7th High has already taken half of the spots. Plus, there is He Hong, so there are only 4 positions left. The names of those on the list rang out. Number 001, He Hong. Number 031, Ji Yu Yunzhou. Number 032, Li Ke. Number 95, Chang Mumu. They all looked at each other with undisguised confusion. At that moment, Yunzhou raised his hand. He and the others asked curiously, did you hear the names? Wang Yue, Feng Rui. No. Teacher, may I ask, did not Ningfeng and the others get in? Lu Bing was the one who explained, oh, they are not taking up spots for regular students. He explained, the organizing committee decided to give them the treatment of teaching assistants. The regular students could only gape in astonishment. The next day, a booming voice rang out, welcoming Ningfeng's team. You must be Team Sushi, right? I am here to pick you up. The guide gently introduced, the leading professor in charge of the research group is not here these days, so I have arranged for you to stay here first. This is a guest house, specially for teachers. The environment is very good. You do not need to go to the student dormitory. They stopped in front of a room numbered 604. The whole group quickly went inside. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside. They replied concisely, Come in. The person who appeared was Feng Yi. The group was surprised, thinking, this is Director Feng of the Explorer Management Bureau. Following behind him was Ying Jian, also with a similar smile. Oh, and there is Chairman Liu, the head of the 7 major guilds. Not only them but almost everyone had come. The scene shocked the bespectacled young man. Someone softly replied as they took the cup from him. Thank you. The young man hesitated. You are welcome. His mind was desperately doubting his life. Am I dreaming? The top experts in the country are all here? Deng Yuanhui was the one who spoke. Hello, I am Deng Yuanhui, the president of Beijing University. I wonder if you are interested in studying at Beijing. Following him was a woman. I am Tongxi, the president of Xilian University. Xilian has the most outstanding research team in the country. You are very welcome to join. The third person to speak was a man with a chubby face. I am Wu Sen, the president of Chongwu University. Actually, Tanzhou is closest to Chongwu. The bespectacled young man could only silently watch them. The presidents of 3 key universities are personally snatching students. If the rumors spread, how many people would be jealous and admiring? Ningfeng, on the other hand, was startled when he realized something. This is bad. I am the least good at handling this kind of thing. Unexpectedly, when he turned to the side, he met Feng Yi's gaze. He seemed to recognize Ningfeng's difficulty, and spoke on his behalf. The 3 presidents should not be too excited. It is making things difficult for the youngsters. How about letting them participate in the training camp first? We can talk about other things later. Since Feng Yi himself had spoken, the other 3 could only agree. That is right, the kids have been working hard all day. In their hearts they thought together, we must not let the other 2 snatch them first. The conversation that followed went very smoothly. The next day arrived. Ningfeng yawned as he woke up. His gaze turned to the side with surprise. Everyone woke up so early. Why do I feel like your complexions are not quite right? Jiangshu explained, with a pale face, I received several phone calls early in the morning, all from family members, asking which university I wanted to study at. I heard that 3 key universities contacted them. Feng Rui added to his words. I could not sleep because of his phone calls. Ningfeng quickly turned his head, murmuring as he speculated on the situation. The girl's side is not. Kong Ding sleepily pointed to Wang Yue behind her. It is not. Yue is still on the phone, she continued. But now my dad is very happy, and he is directly throwing a 3-day banquet. Zhang Shu added excitedly. Relatives and friends are coming to my house non-stop. It is the first time my parents have come to visit me. Feng Rui added. It is okay to have grandpa supporting me anyway. I will follow Feng's choice. Hearing them mention their families, Ningfeng could not help but feel a pang in his heart. My dad, my parents, my grandpa. At this moment there was another sound from the other direction. Ningfeng quickly answered the phone. Hello Anqi, Ningfeng. How is the training camp? Are you adapting well? Qi Wei gently explained. There is something. 3 key universities have contacted me and want to ask you about studying at university. The corners of his mouth curved into a smile. So they contacted you? She did not intend to hide anything. Yes, I know you like to sleep in, so I am calling you now. Ningfeng spoke to Qi Wei in a corner. You know me best. That is good. I also want to hear your opinion. A voice rang out in front of the students who were standing in a row, university department students, and the 10 senior high department students. Good morning, everyone. The discussions below had already started. This time, the senior high department is too monstrous. They directly killed 5 teacher-level people. What is even more strange is that among these 5 people, 3 are not even on the supernova list. A serious-looking man announced, From today onwards, we will carry out the first stage of special training, conquering secret realms. I need to remind everyone that the secret realms we have explored before have never been fully explored, and may contain various dangers within them. Therefore, I hope everyone can follow the instructions and act according to their ability. The students below listened seriously. Before setting off, please confirm your team assignments with the teacher. 10 students from the senior high block will each follow a university block team. Mumu suddenly approached someone and spoke. Hello, teacher. I am Chai Mumu, number 095. I want to ask which team I am in. He pointed while guiding. You are Chang Mumu. Your team is over there. Following the direction of his finger, she saw Ningfeng waving enthusiastically. This is an unnamed secret realm. Dozens of monsters were moving together. Ningfeng carefully recorded while murmuring, this is a new subspecies of lizard man, estimated to be over 2.5 meters tall, with a body weight of about 800 to 1,000 kilogram, and tough skin scales that can provide high defense. Meanwhile, the other members were fighting them off. One of them was knocked toward Ningfeng due to inertia. However, Ningfeng's hand reached out and stopped the approaching monster with a single blow. He continued to record the parameters, body weight of about 800 to 1,000 kilograms, tough skin scales that can provide high defense. Mumu observed the overall situation, thinking to herself, this is the abyss in the secret realm. Our speed has surpassed the fastest rating team. We are hitting all the way through. The experience points are increasing rapidly. It is equivalent to everyone helping me level up. Her eyes turned to the other members. Compared to the first time we met, Wang Yue and the others have indeed improved dramatically. If I can be recognized by them, I wonder if I can be like them. At this moment, Ningfeng spoke. Aunt C said that the research team at Xilian University is indeed quite strong, but the management is very strict. She is afraid I won't be able to adapt. On the other hand, the research group at Beijing University has more freedom, which might be more suitable for me. Wang Yu put her hand on his shoulder and commented with a bright smile. As expected of Aunt Xi's favorite student, she even thought of this for you. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Kongding frowned and seriously pointed at the phone screen. Everyone, look at the news in the class group. Ningfeng and Wang Yue quickly took out their phones to check. The group read a few lines of text. Where's Aunt Xi? Is Aunt Xi still in the secret realm and has not come out? Ningfeng reached out and pressed the button to play the audio file. The voice that played was rushed, causing his expression to become horrified. The entrance has also mutated. Quickly find someone to rescue us. Hurry. Lightning struck, whitening a patch of sky. A young man frowned as he read the information. The training secret realm suddenly underwent a monster mutation. The level increased dramatically, and approximately 100 people are trapped inside. Currently, the magic power fluctuations at the entrance are extremely chaotic, making it impossible to enter. On the other side, several members were running away with all their might. Someone appeared, angrily grumbling, "Hey kid, do not run around here." The young man was like he met a savior, pointing in one direction and strenuously reported, "Captain, our teacher is still trapped in the secret realm. Please save her quickly." Unexpectedly, he yelled loudly at the boy, "How can we save her? Don't you see what the secret realm has turned into? We have already reported it. Wait for the big guild to help." The young man tried his best to question, and used all his words to call for help. "But, you have to do something just now. It was because you said there were not enough auxiliary professions that Aunt J followed you in to rescue us. Now that you are here, you are letting our teacher..." And then he was met with a cursing from this guy, annoying to death. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "I can get out, is my business. She can't get out. She has to blame herself for being unlucky. No one forced her to participate in our rescue. She volunteered." This attitude left the other students speechless. At this moment, a voice of salvation rang out, "Zhang Lei Zhou Nana." They were overjoyed when they saw him. Ningfeng is here." Ningfeng frowned and spoke. "How is Aunt Xi?" A vague explanation sounded. "She is trapped in the secret realm." They cried and recounted. At first, the school organized everyone to level up, and suddenly a secret realm mutation occurred. Many people were trapped inside. Aunt Xi and Lin Yi protected this side, and we ran out. The security team said there were not enough people, so they had to call for volunteers to help. These words stung the green-haired guy, and he raised his neck to refute. "Hey, do not talk like your teacher was killed by me." This guy's eyes glared at them and then growled out each word. "I have already said it. She volunteered." A hand suddenly reached out from behind. Ningfeng angrily pressed this guy's head to the ground. A young man pointed his bow at him, questioning, "Who is it?" Unexpectedly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, causing his face to turn pale with fear. "Don't mess around," Jiangshu replied gloomily, but his appearance was enough to surprise him. Ningfeng released this guy. After punishing him, the young man's face turned pale and thought, Who is stopping them?" At this moment, Ningfeng stopped when he saw someone. In front of him at this moment were Lu Bing and a girl. Ningfeng only looked at him, but the crowd below could not stop sighing. That is, Vice Chairman of the Era Guild, Lu Bing. Did he come to help us? That is great. Finally, someone can teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Lu Bing asked with a smile. We arranged things for the students and rushed over. "What is the situation?" he replied curtly. "It is still unclear." He continued to ask, "Do you need manpower?" Ningfeng still used concise, even blunt answers. "Definitely need it." Lu Bing suggested, "Then we will go with you." One person's attitude became surprised. "Huh?" Ningfeng and Lu Bing each grabbed a leg of this guy. He was curious. "What happened to the guy on the ground?" he replied concisely. "He came out of the secret realm. I need him to lead the way." When they arrived at the entrance, several guards raised their hands to stop them. "The secret realm has been sealed off. Do not go forward." Lu Bing used his authority at this time, presenting a card and explaining, "I am the Vice Chairman of the Era Guild, Lu Bing. I have the right to handle emergency events. I hope everyone will cooperate." The others gaped, thinking he is a strong person from the 7 major guilds. Lu Bing successfully cleared the way for Ningfeng. "Let us go, we are going in." They could only curiously watch him. No one dared to ask much. "Who is that young man? It seems like Chairman Lu respects him very much." Ningfeng calmly entered. Purple aura emitted from the cave as soon as they stood at the cave entrance. Adverse effects appeared on them all at once. Stamina 2, attack power reduced by 15%, Attack power, reduced by 15%. Stamina 2. The mage girl turned pale and sighed. Team leader Lu, this is a domain effect. A domain effect is a positive or negative state that is continuously effective within a fixed range and usually cannot be removed. Lu Bing now looked serious and spoke, I know this secret realm. It did not have a domain effect before. It probably emerged after the mutation. He looked at the person in front and thought, Ningfeng does not seem to be affected. On this side, Ningfeng himself was calculating. My basic attributes are high enough. Even if I am affected by the domain, it is not too serious. But the others are afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. I hope nothing happens to Aunt Chi. At this time, they turned to the guy who was still unconscious. Quickly wake him up, ask him where to go. After saying that, water was poured on the guy's head. He woke up, flusteredly explaining, the place where those people got lost from us is very far from the entrance, and the road is full of ferocious monsters you can't get through. I do not want to die, please let me go. Ningfeng coldly replied, you ran into me, you are unlucky. Either take me to the teacher, or I will leave you here. They continued to move, and sighs rang out here and there. There are so many forks. Which one should we take? The scene shifted to deep inside the cave. There was a demon standing tall in this place. One person was hiding. Not just one person, but a small team was hiding. Chi Wei was doing her best to treat their injuries. One person with a battered face looked at her and spoke, Girl, you are very tired. Take a rest. She replied softly, her hand always continuously treating their injuries. It is okay. I can rest later, but your injuries can't last. The person with blue hair could not help but feel touched when he heard this. Thank you very much. However, there were also those who felt injustice. What is the point of saving those people? This place is full of adventurers below 3 stars. Even if you add them all up, they are not opponents of the monsters. At this time, the injured person spoke, I feel better. Another person asked in confusion, It has been so long. Will someone come to save us? The person next to him continued, You are very optimistic. There will be, definitely. At this moment, suddenly a loud noise rang out again. The monster instantly appeared in front of them. The members in this place were all surprised. It rushed over, opening its mouth wide with the intention of attacking without wasting any more words. The figure of the man suddenly disappeared. In an instant, he was seen rushing over with the intention of confronting the monster. The little blue-haired girl called out loudly, Dad! The man roared. The monsters also responded with a threatening attitude. Chi Wei pulled the little girl away, while they watched from behind. The monster lunged forward. In an instant, its claws almost touched the little girl. The little girl's expression became panicked, her face pale with fear. Suddenly, a wall of ice was erected, preventing the monster from attacking them. At this time, Chi Wei gaped in surprise. The green-haired guy who came with Ningfeng and Lu Bing also had the same expression. Ningfeng was the one who erected the wall. He slowly moved forward. Wang Yue and her teammates observed on one side. Lu Bing and the girl were on the other side. The cave was still deep without seeing the end. Kong Ding and the mage girl began to provide large-scale healing for them. Chi Wei and Ningfeng quietly observed on one side. When the little blue-haired girl cried beside the man, the mage girl explains to Lu Bing, including the dead, there are only 20-some people here. I do not know where the others are. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone suffered adverse effects, along with a loud noise, and another monster appeared again. Jiang Shu fiercely chopped down on the tentacle with one blow. Unexpectedly, not only was it not cut off, but it also had the ability to recover. It completely returned to its original appearance in just a few seconds. He gaped in surprise. This tentacle will heal itself. The other members commented when they saw the tentacles blocking the way. The way out is blocked. One tentacle rushed to attack Chi Wei. However, Ningfeng quickly cut it off. He loudly signaled to the crowd, Everyone follow me! The other members had also begun to take out their weapons. Some used their left hands, while others used their right. Ningfeng powerfully chopped off several other tentacles. Lu Bing exclaimed in shock on the side. The tentacles that Ningfeng cut off completely lost their ability to regenerate. They moved for a while when someone shouted, There is light ahead, we are out. Several exhausted members stammered, Finally! Finally! However, their eyes quickly widened in horror. When the main body of the tentacles appeared in front of them, Lu Bing and the girl next to him gaped in shock. The monster is too big, what is that? Wang Yue herself was no less surprised. She looked at the person in front of her and shouted loudly, Ningfeng! He had already begun to move while reminding, Everyone, do not mess around. Ningfeng seriously thought, this guy is probably the mastermind behind the secret realm mutation. Directly eliminating it is the easiest thing to do. A tentacle suddenly rushed to attack. Ningfeng hurriedly raised his weapon to block, only to see it shattered into many small pieces from the force. Lu Bing exclaimed in surprise, Ningfeng's sword is broken. Fortunately, The sword in Ningfeng's hand was actually still intact. He counterattacked, directly cutting the tentacle in half. The monster was furious at being repeatedly repelled. It counterattacked, but Ningfeng's ice shards had already appeared to repel it. He seriously swung his sword. Another full-force strike was unleashed. The monster was cut into many pieces. Several golden and purple pillars of energy appeared as items fell out. Outside the gate of the secret realm, ambulances and people had gathered in large numbers. They encouraged those who came out from there. Don't be afraid, do not be afraid. It is okay. Several others were emotionally breaking down. Lu Bing turned to talk to Ningfeng. Thanks to you taking action, the secret realm was once again brought under control. Otherwise, the disaster would definitely have been even more serious. His eyes suddenly caught something. Qi Wei was in the back, her face not very happy. At this moment, Ningfeng brought an item in front of her. Aunt Qi, this is for you. The item simultaneously surprised both Qi Wei and Lu Bing. Heal wounds, consumable material, orange quality, attributes, permanent stamina +5, permanent spirit +5. All healing effects are permanently plus 50%. Lu Bing unconsciously froze when he saw spiritual power on Ningfeng's hand. Could this be the legendary god medal? Hearing this, he confirmed. Yes, the monster exploded just now. Suddenly he was hit with a double whammy and thought, since the secret realm trial was broken through, this is the first time someone has obtained the god medal. But looking at Ningfeng's appearance, he does not seem surprised at all. Qi Wei was very flustered. Such a precious item. I am only a 3-star occupation. Is it too wasteful for me to use? In response, Ningfeng only smiled and told her to accept it. What are you saying? Hurry up and take it. Hearing this, she quickly accepted the spiritual power from him. He observed and thought to himself, it seems like I have to quickly arrange a special training for Aunt Qi, so that she can have more self-protection abilities. It is just that training camps strictly prohibit leave, but it will be more than 2 months before the training camp ends. Or should I ask Teacher Lu first? Thinking of this, Ningfeng immediately asked, Teacher Lu, can I ask for a short leave this weekend? Lu Bing immediately agreed. No problem. If you want to rest a little, a few more days is fine. Hearing him say that, he said, haha, then there is no need. Then he thought to himself, my classmates all said that Teacher Lu is two-faced and unreasonable, but actually he is not hard to talk to. Next, Lu Bing turned his back and told him, the work here is done, we can go back now. Before he could take another step, he was confronted with a microphone. Hello, may I ask, who is the hero who defeated the monster? He pointed back without hesitation. It is this young man. His action made Ningfeng gape, Immediately, he was surrounded by microphones, causing his face to turn green. Everyone asked him questions one after another, looking at how young you are not you still a student? Hello sir, can I interview you? Can you tell everyone how you defeated the monster? Ningfeng's face was pale, and he did not know how to answer. Suddenly, Feng Rui asked Wang Yue. Feng Ji seems very nervous. She quickly replied, Ningfeng is not good at speaking in special situations, especially when being interviewed. Wang Yue continued, when he was young, he would avoid even school interviews if he could. She also added, but in this regard, he will definitely have to slowly adapt later. These words all reached Ningfeng's ears. This I actually also do not. Training camp, teacher's apartment. Ningfeng muttered. What the hell is with this sudden interview? Then he raised his head and realized something. Oh, it seems like I forgot something important. Immediately he summoned the Fox Soul Protective Book. Active skill Soul Guardian, prevents the user from a fatal damage once, requires a longer cooldown time. Next, Ningfeng clenched his hands to feel the source of spiritual power. A life-saving skill. I wonder what kind of forbidden spell it will become. Suddenly, it transformed into a passive skill. Undying in Tribulation. Each accumulation of 100,000 points of faith power can obtain 1 opportunity to revive. Faith power, 4,243 out of 2 million. Each level of world level adds 1 million points of faith power accumulation. Suddenly, he unconsciously asked, faith power, is not that what the gods get from the Chun tribe? Ningfeng muttered again. The ability to revive is very important to me. I also understand how to upgrade the world level. It is just how to harvest faith power that I still need to find out. Then he realized, that is right, there is one thing that I can let Duan do. At the city, at this moment, one person was turning purple and about to suffocate. Tian Yu was sitting on those people. Suddenly, 2 people appeared in front, standing on the village road. They were so scared that they trembled, their faces turning purple. Feng Yi asked in a low voice, what is the situation? He quickly replied, Director Feng is here. He was amused when he heard the information they exchanged. That person is named Tian Yu. He disappeared 5 years ago and recently reappeared. Just now, because of a conflict with others, he suddenly launched an attack, affecting more than 10 passers-by and 8 guards. Initial judgment. This person's strength, clearly exceeds the fifth transformation," he said in a deep voice. "Sounds a lot like Peng Jia, Ji Yu Ying." Hearing this, he could not help but wonder. "Who?" Feng Yi immediately replied. "It is not important. I will go meet him." Then Tian Yu discovered that he was in front of him. He could not hide the excitement within him. "Aya, is not this? Senior Feng, back when I was still in school, you were always my idol. To have you personally take action is truly my honor." Suddenly, the ringing of a phone attracted his attention. Feng Yi answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Yu." His interrupting action made him burst into flames. "Calling a cell phone at this time is too disrespectful to me." But he still ignored it and continued talking on the phone. "Does the big boss have something to find me for? Okay, I will quickly finish things on my side and go to the base to find you." Tian Yu began to unleash his internal energy, preparing to strike. "A guy who has no one in his eyes dares to look down on me." He threw green mucus forward. "Really think you are the most powerful?" A large hand was pouncing towards him. But Feng Yi calmly hung up the phone. Then he unleashed his internal force, raging flame serpent dance. Feng Yi's move immediately cut off his hand. This surprised Tian Yu. What? Behind that calm expression were his thoughts. This person's strength is no less than Ji Yu Ying's. But I have been specially trained by the big boss. I am no longer the same as before. I can't keep Mr. Du waiting for too long. Quick battle, quick victory. Tian Yu began to rage and accumulate spiritual power. Then, his entire body was surrounded by green spiritual power. Feng Yi was no different. The two huge sources of power began to collide. "Oh my god, Director Feng is unexpectedly so powerful. This clearly exceeds the fifth rank too." Sweat began to pour down his forehead. "I do not believe it. I am a disciple of the Demon King. How could I lose to an old man like you?" Suddenly, Tian Yu froze. A huge ball was rushing towards him. It immediately created a large explosion. Feng Yi calmly turned his back. "I have something to do. I have to go first." "Yes." At the base's living room, Feng Yi asked with a surprised expression. "The big boss's meaning is willing to publicly release the preparation methods of all high-level potions to the country." Duan slowly confirmed. "That is right. The big boss's verbatim words are, I want to make public all the preparation methods of high-level potions to the country. If possible, it is best to hand this matter over to the Explorer Management Bureau for connection." Before this, he began to recall everything. Our world is currently in a state of imbalance. The degree of danger of the secret realms is constantly increasing. However, the strength of the explorers cannot keep up. At the same time, if explorers want to improve their strength, they need to conquer even more dangerous secret realms. It is like a dead cycle with no way to solve it. Feng Yi's eyebrows furrowed. Something as important as high-level potions can completely change the existing power system. Currently, it belongs to the most important strategic materials. The big boss must have conducted a rigorous investigation of us, so he agreed to hand this matter over to the Management Bureau. Then he said in a low voice, "Thank you very much for the big boss's trust. This is an affirmation of the Explorer Management Bureau. I do not know if the big boss has any other requirements regarding this matter." Duan put his hand on his chin and asked softly, "The big boss only mentioned one sentence to me. It seems that there are no other requirements, only mentioning contribution, not discussing benefits." This is the posture of a big shot, perhaps in the eyes of the big boss. Being able to make more people stronger is more important than anything else. Then he remembered Ning Feng's appearance and said, "That is right. This is also the point that I admire the big boss the most. The small things in the eyes of the big boss can always become big things that save many people." Hearing this, Feng Yi also said, "Well, the big boss can be generous and magnanimous, but we can't take advantage of it and feel at ease. I will report this matter up above and set out a reasonable plan. We can't let the big boss give it away for nothing." At the Shangrui Guild, "What did you say?" That person slowly said, We discovered that high-level experience potions and forgetfulness potions are being sold on the black market. Although the packaging is different from our guild, the effects are the same." He asked, in a deep voice. "The high-level potions of our guild are all personally made by me and personally supervised by the chairman. The users are also limited to within the guild, and it is almost impossible for them to be leaked outside. So where did these potions come from?" Hishiwu said with a very tense face. "In this world, besides me, the only other person who knows how to make high-level potions is that mysterious big boss. Could it be that the potions were smuggled from him into the black market?" Then he immediately ordered, "Immediately send people to investigate the mysterious big boss." Hearing this, he roared, "Of course, investigate the black market, yes." At the teacher's apartment, Wang Yu, with a pensive expression, pointed to the phone in her hand. "Do you want to watch the interview clip of you?" Ning Feng quickly refused. No. Then, she added, "Actually, it is good. Many viewers are praising you." The comments below were all full of praise for him. Suddenly, he fell into deep thought. In recent days, the power of faith has been increasing rapidly. It must be because of these interview clips. It seems that I have to learn to adapt to interviews in the future. Then they left step by step. Suddenly a young man waved his hand excitedly. Assistant teacher, Ning Feng, immediately raised his hand in response. Good morning. Wang Yue observed him from behind and smiled. Since Ning Feng showed his strength, which is far beyond normal recognition, no one has said anything strange anymore. Now even the seniors of the four greats will sincerely call him Assistant Teacher Ning. Everyone on campus also began to greet him. Hello, Assistant Teacher Ning. Hello, Assistant Teacher Ning. A group of people followed behind him and her like a gang. People began to whisper. That is Ning Feng, how impressive. If I had half of his strength, that would be great. At Tanzhou City, Captain Zhou looked at his phone and said, this time, Tanzhou City is also famous because of friend Ning Feng. Jiang Ji began to scratch his head and sigh. Seeing this, he inquired, Mayor Zhang, why are you sighing? Sulan turned and left. I will go outside to answer the phone. Sweat on Zhang Ji's forehead poured continuously. Friend Ning Feng, he definitely has to go to university, right? If he leaves like that, I am worried that the mysterious big boss will also leave. In recent days, Duan has contacted me, wanting to return the villa arranged for him because he rarely stays in our Tanzhou City now. He continued, without a strong person protecting us, I am afraid Tanzhou City will return to its original state. 2 secret realm mutations. 1 secret realm invasion. Just thinking about it makes me unable to sleep well. She also came back. Suddenly, Su Lan was stunned, causing Captain Zhou to panic slightly. Captain Su, what is wrong with you? Her face showed obvious anxiety as she replied, just now my master called and said that the mysterious big boss is willing to conduct special training for me. Am I dreaming? Zhang Ji said with a firm tone, Captain Su, we are counting on you from now on. Captain Zhou also chimed in, I am buying dinner tonight. I hope Captain Su will protect me in the future. Hearing this, she panicked. What is wrong with you two? A question rang out from outside. Old Feng, is what you said true? Feng Yi confirmed, yes. The mysterious big boss is willing to make public all the high-level potion formulas to the state. I plan to apply to the higher-ups to open a potion-making factory under the name of the state and cooperate with the big boss. They listened attentively to his speech. Because only the Shangrui Guild currently holds the formulas. It has created a lot of pressure on us. If the state can produce high-level potions, both the price and quantity will be guaranteed. This is very good news for everyone. He Shiwu closed his eyes tightly. Heh, you can't say it is good for everyone. Then he began to speak. Of course I unconditionally support the big boss's willingness to make the formula public, but is there a possibility that the big boss's motives are not as great as we think? Liu Yingzhen vaguely realized something. Chairman He, what do you mean? He quickly replied. These are the high-level potions that we discovered in a black market. The effect is exactly the same as the potions our guild makes, only the packaging is different. After that, He Shiwu said loudly, I have counted them all. No potions from our guild are missing. As for the potions entrusted to the trading company for auction, the quantity is not large, and I also used tracking magic and did not find any situation of resale to the black market. So where did these potions come from? Then He Shiwu remembered the image of Duan and felt uncomfortable. Everyone should remember that during the breakthrough of the Secret Realm trial, Duan once said that the mysterious big boss already knew the formulas of these high-level potions. Fang Dan immediately continued. The black market has a huge underground trading network that is always outside the control of the law. Many shady transactions are conducted there. If, without our knowledge, these high-level potions have already fallen into the hands of dangerous elements, it would be a very terrible thing. Regardless of whether this is the intention of the mysterious big boss, in reality, this is helping the enemy. Feng Yi could not help but get angry. There is such a thing. I will immediately send people to investigate. After Sulan completes her special training, let her go. In addition, I still have to tell the big boss. Fang Dan continued. I have said before that a strong person who completely acts based on their own interests, without being subject to any restrictions, is a very absurd thing. No matter how Director Feng handles it, our Kiwan Guild will also send people to cooperate with the Shangrui Guild to conduct an investigation. He continued. In case we discover that these high-level potions are indeed related to the mysterious big boss, I hope Director Feng will handle it according to official business, and do not use words like, I am favored by him anymore. Seeing his concerns, Feng Yi reassured him. Don't worry, if this matter is confirmed to be related to the mysterious big boss, I will definitely bear my responsibilities. In some secret realm, people standing in the cave began to exchange with each other. My brother's management of the potions is very strict. All ins and outs are recorded, and nothing unusual or leaked was found. My potions are managed by me and him. The two of us have to frequently compare. I count the number of potions every day, once in the morning and once at night. Ning Feng pondered. What? I have never thought much of these potions. I did not expect everyone to value them so much. But thanks to that, I can determine the movement of the potions. He began to mutter. If it was not smuggled out of our place, and the Shangrui Guild also denied it, then how did the potions in the black market appear? Could it be that besides me and the Shangrui Guild, someone else knows the formula for the potions? In the black market at this moment, in the club there was a gaze, intently observing a corner. This person began to mutter, I did not expect that because of a bottle of potion, the 7 great guilds have all sent investigators out. Don't worry, the people in this low-level world do not know our existence. Anyway, I have already checked in front of them. Then this person continued to observe, oh, there are customers coming to buy potions again. A group of people approached this person. This damn place is hard to find. The bald man spoke first. Sir, these two are here to buy high-level experience potions. But she retorted, we are not buying potions, we are looking for someone. The person carrying the weapon began to speak. A week ago, a white-clothed swordsman came to you to buy potions, but has not been seen since today. She then asked, do you know him? This person then announced in a low voice, Lord, they are here to cause trouble. Tentacle-like strings began to emerge from that person. It wrapped around his mouth, including her. The parasitic demon tightened its grip on both of them. 2 tentacle-like strings carrying poison-soaked needles were raised. It stabbed straight into his neck, and she was no exception either. The faces of both of them were now turning purple. Then, they slowly collapsed. The bald man, who had been observing all this, began to sweat. Lord, I am sorry, when we were outside, they tricked me into buying potions. The parasitic demon then said, it is okay, the reason I chose this place is to cope with this situation. Missing a few people in the black market won't attract too much attention. Both corpses were thrown on the ground. Take them down. Yes. The door was gradually opened. In that room were human bodies preserved with a purple liquid. Her body was placed down into the pit. The number of people this time is enough. Everyone rest for a while first, wait for the next warrior to wake up, and then start a new plan. Purple spiritual energy began to wrap around her. At that time, we will become the new masters of this world. The parasitic demon continued, I can't leave for too long, I will go back now. It began to move out. Then it stabbed straight into a house. Old Huang, who was reading a book, was immobilized. The parasitic demon crawled straight into his skull. Immediately, it dominated this body. A few days later, Ningfeng asked with a slight surprise, oh, you have not found any clues yet. Duan, hiding in a corner of the alley, reported. There were a few people who were advertised to buy high-level potions in the black market, but afterwards, the person who advertised the potions could not be found anymore. I do not know if the other party heard something, so they temporarily ran away. Hearing this, he said, is that so? It is okay, let me know if you have any news. On this side, he thought, if I can't even handle this little thing, then I won't have the face to follow the big boss anymore. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Duan quickly answered the phone. Captain Su, did you find anything on your side? Sulan, who was wearing a mask, reported over the phone, we have not found anything yet. The house gradually became dark as the sky gradually darkened. The torch began to light up. The bodies gradually went off, and the purple soaking water also changed color. The hand of one of them was raised. They came to life after being soaked in that strange water. Early the next morning, at the classroom, everyone was eating together. Captain Zhou thought, Assistant Teacher Ning's personality is very simple and approachable, and he does not have the slightest arrogance and coldness of a young, strong person. After this period of contact, everyone has become relatively familiar. Ningfeng thought, this place is full of the most outstanding young people in the country. In the future, when I upgrade the world level and obtain the power of faith, I should be able to receive a lot of help from them. So Wuchen excitedly asked, Assistant Teacher Ning, may I ask if you have considered joining any guild? Someone as outstanding as you must have received many invitations. Ningfeng replied, I do not intend to join a guild for the time being. Then Captain Zhou asked, then are you preparing to establish your own guild, or is it the Sushi Team's guild? He quickly replied, the Sushi Guild is Yuer's guild. We just used the existing name? Everyone pondered. The Sushi Guild seems to be just a small local guild, without any reputation in the entire country. But with such a group of elites, the future prospects are bound to be boundless. Assistant Teacher Ning calls Assistant Teacher Wang, Yuer. Do we need to say more about this relationship? He excitedly asked. Assistant Teacher Wang, I want to apply to join the Sushi Guild. May I ask if there are any requirements? Wang Yu gaped with blushing cheeks, huh? She was quite shocked when the other person continued. I am graduating from university this year, and I also want to join the Sushi Guild. Me too. Everyone walked out of the campus together. Ah, an ordinary lunch, it has really become a recruitment scene. Looking at everyone's resumes, it is getting more and more impressive. Suddenly I have the illusion of becoming a big guild. Everyone laughed and joked happily together. Suddenly, Ningfeng thought, I only wanted to find some candidates worth training at the training camp, but the effect is even better than expected. Anyway, since there is no more Zhao Cheng, Yuer's guild is determined by her, and can completely be my reserve force. Then he recalled the scene at that time. As for Zhao Cheng's disappearance, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. First, his father colluded with Ji Yu Ying to torture others. Then, during the government's investigation, they found an evil magic array in Zhao Cheng's home and his servants. Currently, the government has issued an arrest warrant for Zhao Cheng and his father. Yue also removed their names from the guild, saving me a lot of trouble. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was a message sent by Duan. He sent him the pits, containing purple water. Duan, big boss Su Lan, discovered this place in a building in the black market. There is potion-making equipment here, as well as some bottles of high-level experience potions. The packaging is similar to the type that the Shangrui Guild found. We suspect that the potions were leaked from here. Seeing those images, Ningfang could not help but be surprised. This is... Su Lan observed the pit and softly asked. Measurements have detected residual dark power. Could it be another special type of mutated person? Duan stepped forward and asserted, no, this is a type of demon we have never seen before, a parasitic demon. He recalled his words and recounted. Generally speaking, demons cannot leave their secret realm habitat for a long time, but parasitic demons are special. The terrifying images of the people being like that immediately appeared. They need to parasitize on other creatures to reproduce and completely control the thoughts and actions of the creatures. If there is no special method, it is very difficult to distinguish the difference between a normal life form and a parasitized life form. The purple-black pits began to swell. Parasitic demons in this stage are extremely weak and need to hide. These pits on the ground, called parasitic layers, are used to incubate parasitic demon eggs. Su Lan panicked. Then now, Duan confirmed, that is right, the parasitic demons here must have successfully hatched. She bit her lower lip. Doesn't that mean that a group of parasitic demons, with an unknown number, have infiltrated humanity? Seeing this, he said, that is not the most important thing. At the Shangrui Guild, Shi Wu sat down on his chair and said, so many days have passed, but we have not investigated anything. Suddenly, a foot stepped in. Old Huang, with a raging aura, seemed to want to oppress this place. Seeing this, he asked, Old Huang, what is wrong? He did not say anything, but grinned. Then Old Huang, with a tentacled body, rushed towards the two people. He wrapped the two of them with tentacles. Shi Wu's face turned green at this scene. He is not physician Old Huang, what is he? A needle stabbed straight into his neck. Shi Wu's eyes quickly turned white. Immediately they obeyed, under Old Huang's feet. He then laughed madly. Lao Huang chuckled slyly, originally thinking there would only be Xia Xiu. Unexpectedly, there is also Chairman Fang of the Kiwan Guild. What a pleasant surprise. 2 rank 5 powerhouses, enough to greatly enhance my strength. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to add a few words of disdain. Being able to evolve the race for me is the greatest honor of lowly creatures like you. In another scene, Su Lan and Duan were chatting. The Great Elder said, a few parasitic demons are not powerful, but they have a special talent called Swarm. Duan was explaining clearly, as the number of parasitic demons increases, they gain a collective bonus, and their overall strength becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, the king responsible for nurturing the parasitic demons can receive an even higher bonus than the ordinary individuals. Su Lan's face showed seriousness, asking again to be sure. So from the beginning, they hid in the black market to accumulate strength, right? Duan nodded in confirmation. That is right. After all, human medicine does not work on them. It is very likely just bait to lure hosts. Her eyes were full of sharpness as she asked, so how do we deal with parasitic demons? But Duan's face was the opposite, the Great Elder said. When the strength of the parasitic demon reaches a certain level, using a dark energy detector or magic can detect anomalies. If you want to eliminate parasitic demons, you need a God-given artifact. Speaking of that, Su Lan was curious. What is a God-given artifact? Duan explained simply, it is roughly something given by a god, or an item blessed by a god. Hearing this, she roughly understood. I see. I will tell my master right away. Quickly think of a way to find one. Su Lan secretly calculated, although she did not know where to find a God-given artifact. If the Great Elder had already given a hint, she would definitely find it. Besides, Ningfeng was also wondering about this. A God-given artifact. What exactly is it? He rummaged through his memory. In the memory of the previous life's demon king, there were indeed some things related to parasitic demons, so he knew roughly parasitic demons coexist with their hosts. When faced with too much damage, the parasitic demon will transfer it to the host to share the burden. This is also their survival advantage. Ningfeng pondered in calculation. Only a God-given artifact can suppress this characteristic, accurately separating them. But I have thought it through very carefully. It seems that there is nothing in this world that fits the conditions. One thing that made his head ache: parasitic demons act secretly. Once they are allowed to develop, they will cause great disaster. How can they be eliminated? Suddenly the phone rang. Ningfeng picked up the phone. Duan, what is wrong? He announced an important piece of information. Great Elder, the Shangrui Guild has appeared with very strong dark energy fluctuations. Very similar to the situation you said. Duan's voice was quite urgent. At present, all the people in the guild have lost contact, including the chairman He Shiyu. In addition, there are some adventurers with strange behavior gathering towards the Shangrui Guild. Ning Feng put on his coat and left immediately, instructing him, "Do not let anyone get close to avoid danger. I will go there myself to take a look." Not long after, at the luxurious building of the Shangrui Guild, Lao Huang and his companions have appeared. Finally, no need to hide in the dark anymore. Many people there wore the appearance of darkness. Lao Feng in the back announced, "King, all the clan members have gathered fully. This makes him very satisfied." "Very good." Suddenly Lao Huang turned around blankly. A small black figure came over. Ning Feng stood before countless dangers in front of him. He opened his eyes wide and faced them bravely. Lao Huang looked surprised. "It is the young man in the video. What is he doing here?" Ning Feng said nothing, seriously assessing the situation. As the number of parasitic demons increases, they gain a collective bonus, and their overall strength becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, the king responsible for nurturing the parasitic demons, I wonder if the weapon I use can be considered a God-given artifact. At this time Lao Huang spoke with contempt. "Kid, why are you the only one here? Is it because the others do not dare to come, so you are calling people to be a hero?" Ning Feng only asked indifferently, "Are you the king here?" He smiled cunningly and said, "Oh, you even know how to call me king. Are you here to join me?" Then that smile became more and more insane. "It is a pity. I won't accept your kind from the lower world to follow me. However, your strength is very strong. A stronger warrior can definitely be squeezed out of your body." He began to burst out his power. Ning Feng did not fall behind and countered back. Now Lao Huang realized that the situation was not good. His face tightened. He roared like a madman, "I admit you are very strong, but you can't kill me like this. The difference between you and me is like that between mortals and gods." Ning Feng held the weapon firmly in his hand, his attitude still calm. As expected, the attacks of ordinary weapons are ineffective. Lao Huang smiled cunningly, showing complacency. He has confirmed it. This world basically has no God-given artifact. What he is holding is just an ordinary weapon. Ning Feng closed his eyes and gathered his strength. Lightning bolts began to appear above Lao Huang's head. He shouted with disbelief, What is this?" The system displayed a notification, active skill, Dark Gate. Open the Dark Gate, summon endless waves of dark creatures, lasting for 12 hours, or summon a high-level demon lord, lasting indefinitely. It gradually became stronger, the cracks became more and more obvious. The smile became more bizarre than ever. Lao Huang laughed so heartily that he went crazy. "No wonder you have strength surpassing ordinary people, so you are just a minion of the Demon King." The spatial rift became larger and larger. "What is wrong? You feel like you can't beat me, so you want to summon your master to appear. Didn't he tell you?" Greed has blinded his humanity. A high-level existence forcibly entering a low-level world. Their strength will be severely weakened, unless I descend in my divine form. Otherwise, I am invincible, if I do not fight in a low-level world. Yet Ning Feng was still not anxious, observing what he would do next. The so-called high-level demon lord is just a low-level servant of the demon god, often bestowed with treasures by the demon god, which can just deal with parasitic demons. Anyway, it is a forbidden summoning spell. It won't be weakened much. Just do not know what kind of guy will appear. It is best not to be too exaggerated. Suddenly, there was a strange red thing inside. It seemed to be a pair of eyes of a demon. Ning Feng stared at that strange entity. A blank-looking capybara crawled out of that gap. Lao Huang also stared blankly. Ning Feng also could not have guessed. This is a high-level demon lord. Its footsteps slowly moved, slowly approaching everyone. It was gradually regaining its balance to stand on two legs. But in the end, it failed and fell to the ground. Lao Huang laughed contemptuously when he saw this. "What kind of toy is this? I can't even feel a trace of dark power on it. You are counting on it." But before he finished speaking, his face twisted. His head was slammed straight into the ground. The power of man was so strong that everyone around was staggering. Lao Huang could not control it. What is going on? Suddenly, I just want to lie down leisurely like this, not wanting to do anything. Man slightly raised its head. It viciously bit down hard. Deep inside its throat, there was another strange mouth. Ning Feng stood outside and slowly observed. That guy directly eats the parasitic demons hiding in the dark. This seems even easier than a God-given artifact. Lao Huang could not escape. No, impossible. I thought at most it would be a demon king. What kind of terrifying thing did he summon? I am completely suppressed. Suddenly Ning Feng came over and asked, "Hey, low-level world, you are invincible, right?" Lao Huang hurriedly said, No, I was bragging, please do not take it seriously." Then he gave the order. "Then just help me film a research video." The parasitic demon kept shouting, "I am sorry, I was wrong, please spare me." He stepped on it and interrogated, "First tell me, how did you sneak into our world?" Lao Huang now honestly replied, "Earlier, this person and his party fought in my secret realm, so I took advantage of him not paying attention and attached myself to him, coming together to your world." Ning Feng asked indifferently, So you are what, in the secret realm, a hidden boss? He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, according to you, that is exactly it. Lao Huang told everything in fear. At first I was quite weak, so I could only hide in the black market, because even if someone goes missing, it won't attract attention. Until the recent period of time, my strength was increased. I could skip the incubation stage, directly rely on pouring larvae to control humans, so I dared to attack the Shangrui Guild. Suddenly, Man slowly walked over. Somewhere, in the meeting room, everything had been witnessed. Please, do not eat me. Liu Yingzhen seriously commented. Because of the lack of necessary safety measures, we can't conduct the detention and preservation of parasitic demons, so we can only hand it over to Ningfeng to handle. Although I do not want to admit it, as a low-level world, at times when demons are constantly appearing in front of us, we really have a hard time moving. Wang Bo and Zhang Yangshuan said in unison, but each had a different opinion. If it was not for classmate Ningfeng, the Shangrui Guild would have completely ended. No, the 7 major guilds would have died, and we could not have helped. He gently appeased everyone. Everyone does not need to be too negative anyway. The mysterious Great Elder and Ningfeng are still on our side. If the matter belonging to the high level has been investigated, clearly, there is no relationship with the mysterious Great Elder, then the two sides cooperate. They all agreed. I agree. I have no objection. I agree. Again, in another place covered with nature, Feng Yi was reporting a problem. The National Professional Association established a company to produce and sell various high-level potions, and 80% of the profits will be shared with the Great Elder. Ningfeng knew that this was very beneficial to him. He could receive 80% without having to worry about anything. This was very sincere. He also mentioned extremely rich benefits. In addition, the country will commend Xiaofeng's 2 recent heroic acts. The ceremony will be held at the closing ceremony of the training camp, and many academies have asked me, hoping to interview Xiaofeng. This made him quite interested, an opportunity to accumulate faith power. Of course, he could not miss it. Immediately, Ningfeng signed his name. Anyway, please trouble Senior to arrange it for me a bit. Feng Yi replied politely. Do not be polite. He said while playing with Man, I still have to go back to the training camp. This guy is entrusted to you to take care of. It seems to only eat demons. He immediately listened to the instructions. Do not worry. I will take it to the secret realm to find food. Duan stood aside and muttered to himself. The Great Elder's pet can easily handle parasitic demons. I am afraid its strength is still above me. It seems I have to work harder. He rubbed its head, showing interest. This guy's skill seems to be a field effect that makes enemies completely lose their fighting spirit. Usually, it does not have any effect, and I do not need to hide it. Suddenly, Man slightly touched him. Ningfeng gradually felt curious. This kid always likes people must be blind. Could it be that it also has something to do with darkness? He rubbed its head again. If you are always not in a hurry, then your name is Man. After finishing everything, Ningfeng stepped out, the training camp, the teacher's apartment. Suddenly, someone kept calling someone continuously. Where's the great hero? Where's the great hero? A petite girl came close to him from somewhere, making him confused. A child. Xie Yan slightly pressed against Ningfeng and asked, Are you the great hero? Ningfeng, he did not seem to like this title very much. Great hero? Feng Rui waved to him from behind. What? Professor Xie? Long time no see. He replied politely. It is Xiao Rui. It has been a long time. This title startled both of them. Professor. Feng Rui introduced the girl to Ningfeng just now. This is Xie Yan, a special professor at Beijing University, honorary advisor of the 7 major guilds, was a classmate of my father in those years, and now, many theories and techniques related to secret realms have research results from this professor. Hearing this, Ningfeng also had to admire. Really amazing. Xie Yan was very confident in her ability, but rained praise on Ningfeng, wanting to say amazing. Classmate Ning is really amazing. You captured so many people. I was doing research in the secret realm earlier, and could not get back in time. Last night was just right. The training camp welcomed the glory of classmate Ning, so I wanted to see what our great hero looks like. Ningfeng scratched his head shyly. After hearing this, you are too kind. I remember now. The training camp introduced a professor with the surname Xie, who is the chief person in charge of our research team. I originally thought it was a serious old man, but I did not expect the professor's personality to be so enthusiastic. Xie Yan pulled Ningfeng's hand. Everyone has not had breakfast yet. Let us eat together. On the table were all strange dishes. These are all delicacies, made from the materials on the monsters. Quickly taste them. But everyone ate heartily. This is so delicious. This taste is also not bad. Suddenly they realized something was wrong. Teacher Li did not come to call us this morning. That is right. He usually gets up very early. Meanwhile, there was a man, gloomily. He was fiddling with something in the office. Professor Xie, super workaholic, just came back and made us work all night, but she repeatedly did not call Ningfeng. Some of them even said something about letting the great hero rest. He coldly commented, the treatment between people, the gap is too big. Xian smiled brightly and said to Ningfeng, Classmate Ning, I watched the video of the competition. Your on-site operations can be said to be perfect among people of the same age. Wang Yue told her some information. Professor Xie, you may not know, Ningfeng is our current academic leader. His theoretical achievements have always been #1. Xie also felt it was easy to understand. No wonder. Xie smiled happily and said, "It has been a long time since I have seen a genius with a solid theoretical foundation who also knows how to fight. But this time I brought back some special things from the secret realm. You can also take a look." Ningfeng was a little puzzled when he saw this. Is there anything special? At this time, someone at Teacher Li's place was preparing to enter. Xie led Ningfeng and Wang Yue to visit a little. Is this the first time you have come to the research of the training camp? Because it is a temporary place, so it is relatively messy. He was a little startled. Professor Xie said softly, "You go do your work, I will take them to visit." He was skeptical in his heart. Obviously they are several assistant teachers, but they have a feeling like upper-level leaders are coming to inspect. But indeed, there were many people sticking close to his place. Then the necklace on Ningfeng's neck shone brightly. He felt doubtful. The Hanyan necklace suddenly appeared with weak energy fluctuations. Is it affected by something? At that moment, Xie turned to ask for his opinion. Ningfeng, what do you think these things are? Ningfeng then gave his comments. Judging from the processed stone parts next to it, it is like something artificial, such as statues or fragments of sculpted statues. She completely agreed. That is right. A look of concern appeared in Xie eyes. According to previous discoveries, only the civilization or ecology of the monsters themselves exists in the entire secret realm. But in this secret realm, we seem to have discovered a lost civilization. Ningfeng suddenly noticed a lost civilization. Xian explained that these things were discovered in the canyon of the secret realm. Because the monsters are very strong, we did not go in too deep, so we only brought back these things, but I guess there may be a city buried in the canyon. He began to feel a lot of strangeness. Could it be that Professor Xie discovered the world where Hanyan once lived? It is not so coincidental, is it? Ningfeng wanted to investigate more carefully. Professor Xie, can I see the details? Fortunately, Xie also agreed. Okay. He raised it in front of him, observing carefully. The energy fluctuations came from the spar of this fragment. The Hanyan pendant seems to be absorbing the spar in it. Could it be that these two things really have some kind of connection? She immediately asked, "How is it? Any thoughts?" Ningfeng vaguely replied, "It is still not clear. I probably have to go to the secret realm in person to take a look." Xie did not make it difficult for him. No problem, I will arrange it. The scene quickly switched to the secret realm. Xie led the team to introduce, "This is my research team. After entering the secret realm, they will fully cooperate with you." The research team was very happy to welcome them. "Assistant Instructor Ning, it is a pleasure to meet you. If there is anything you need, just tell us. May I ask if we can take a picture with you after the exploration is over?" Feng Rui then felt very favorable towards them. These people are all elites among scholars. Randomly pulling one in any university would be a professor-level figure. It is rare to see them admire someone so much, but Brother Feng has done it. Tiwei Lu showed an uneasy expression. "Such an important project. Is it really okay for me to participate?" Wang Yue next to him gently said, "We are a team. Of course we have to act together." Without hesitating for a moment, Xie shouted loudly, "Let us go!" After setting off for half a day, until dusk, they still kept searching. Suddenly something rushed over. A centipede with a huge mouth attacked. Xie widened her eyes in surprise. A hand held a blade firmly. Zhu Jiangshu decisively slashed in a quick and clean manner. Ningfeng then reassured everyone, "Do not worry, everyone continue." This boosted the confidence of the research team. Heavens, such a big demon. Is it solved in one move? These young people are really reliable. Zhu Jiangshu announced below, "Professor, there is a discovery. Under the pit, there seems to be something strange, as if someone had built there before." Xie knew immediately when she touched it. Yes, it is indeed the traces left by a certain civilization. Could it be that the residents were destroyed after being occupied by demons? If our world is occupied by monsters, could it also become a part of the secret realm? Ningfeng put his hand on his chin and pondered. He had faith in Xie. Professor Xie's guess is probably right. I remember the secret realm trial of the Shangriyu Guild. It was also once a world with civilization. Something was shining. Ningfeng turned his head to look unconsciously. He felt that it was both strange and familiar. Again, this kind of spar fragment. It generates magic fluctuations. When it gets close to the Hanyan pendant, I do not know if more can be found deep in the ruins. In the distance, people were calling to announce, "Professor Xi, intense dark power fluctuations were discovered ahead." The stones formed a circle into a matrix. Xian knew clearly, dark power is emanating from the top of that high platform. Ningfeng said and thought, this kind of feeling is very similar to the evil god summoning formation, but it is more oppressive than what I have encountered before. Where did this strange, half-human, half-monster creature come from? And with so many lackeys in tow, He opened his bloodshot eyes wide, emitting a red glow. The whole group of goblins seemed possessed, screaming wildly. Zhu Jiangshu, standing next to him, was already in a fighting stance, yet still had the presence of mind to warn. Xiao Rui, there are too many monsters, and they are incredibly fast. You have to be careful. Feng Rui, standing beside him, was full of determination. It is okay, after all, we have Feng Ge backing us up. This will be a test for us. Zhu Jiangshu decisively attacked. Don't even think about breaching our defensive formation with your divine abilities. This touched the monster's rage. The research team inside was discussing. These monsters are simply endless. Do we want to help? If we go out, we will just become a burden. Xie Yan looked worried. The kids must be under a lot of pressure. Wang Yue looked around and asked Ningfeng, I want to see if I can kill the boss in the air. Ningfeng casually replied, sure, you guys can go together, just leave this place to me. Ningfeng stood before a pile of corpses, his power surging. The research team exclaimed in surprise, what? Assistant Ning can single-handedly block the flood-like waves of demonic creatures. Ningfeng, focused, thought to himself, let Yue personally direct the battle. It is like a practice round. Seeing Ji and Ji working together, having received my special training, they have created such a strong team. Even without me and the Song Wushi's team, they won't collapse. The goblins started trembling in fear. The research team also clearly saw the difference. Those monsters seem to be afraid of teaching Assistant Ning. Are young people today all this strong? Maybe I should consider retiring early. Wang Yue and Feng Rui ran towards the monster. Wang Yu bolstered his spirit. Boss appeared. Pay attention to healing and boosting strength. Feng Rui complied. Understood. Frenzied slashes rang out. The monster unleashed a flying sand bewildering palm to confuse them. Sandstorms raged across the battlefield. Suddenly he realized something. An arrow of gold, full of domineering presence, shot towards him. It pierced the monster without mercy. Let us rewind time a bit, to a few minutes earlier. Cries for the remaining people. Is there anyone else in this secret realm? They actually found the entrance. Shrill screams. Get in quickly. We must seize it before they find the heart of the world. The ground began to crack. Life signs detected at the exit ahead. It could be the enemy. Prepare for battle. But unexpectedly, there was a membrane blocking them. It began to show signs of cracking. It is dangerous. The secret realm is being destroyed, and it is starting to reject us. Colorful matrices gradually appeared on the ground. Wang Yue seemed to hear those words. Did you hear something? It sounded like someone was talking. Ning Feng was focused on something else. I did not notice. He was focusing on the power of the necklace. Just now, the Hunyan pendant was absorbing the energy of the crystal. All my thoughts were focused on it. Xie Yan also shared her thoughts with Wang Ye. I seem to hear it too, from the direction we just came from. But there are people guarding the secret realm outside. No one else is allowed to enter. Feng Rui suggested from behind. Want to go check it out? Let us go. Ning Feng nodded in agreement. Let us go over there together. They walked and investigated bit by bit. Jian reached out and cast a spell to test it. She discovered strange footprints. This made her even more suspicious. These are not our footprints. There really are intruders. But when the footprints get closer to the exit, why do they disappear? One member told Ji Yan, I asked the team responsible for guarding, and they did not detect any intruders. Xie Yan looked at the footprints on the ground, puzzled. Then how did the intruder enter and leave? The investigation team was still diligently researching to find the truth. Xie Yan analyzed. The footprints first appeared near here. The opponent may have entered through the secret realm's entrance, or other traditional methods. The corpses of those monsters must be the work of the intruders. And Zhen also came closer to examine them. The attack was extremely clean, with no signs of struggle, indicating the intruder is very strong. The dropped spoils were not taken. It is as if Feng Yi's expression turned serious, his voice cold. Speedrun. Speedrun is a method of conquering secret realms, meaning to clear the level quickly, using the most effective combat to eliminate monsters, taking only the most important spoils, and abandoning everything else. This requires a high level of strength and teamwork. Wang Bo was astonished. If you want to speedrun such a difficult secret realm, apart from Ning Feng and the others, I do not think anyone else can do it. Xie Yan questioned. Could it be an adventurer from another world, catching Wang Bo by surprise? Oh. She frowned, speaking seriously. Although that is just my speculation, it is not impossible. We have discovered relics of other worlds from this secret realm, so there must be many worlds like ours, or even at a higher level than us. Is it possible to communicate with each other? Ning Feng silently pondered in his head. What Professor Jie said is right. At least I have seen some different worlds from the memories of the Demon King. It is just that I have not thought about the possibility of different worlds traveling through each other. Speaking of this, Xie Yan became worried. If the other party has a friendly attitude or only makes brief contact, it will be easier to talk. But if the other party has malicious intentions, it means that in addition to the monsters, our enemies have also increased. Moreover, the other party disappeared very strangely. We do not know what their purpose is, and we are not sure if they will appear again. Wang Bo unconsciously sighed. Troubles just keep coming, one after another. Even Feng Yi and An Zhen looked at each other meaningfully. An Zhen turned to Wang Yue, student Wang Yue. We have something we want to ask your opinion on. Is the Shaoxi Guild interested in replacing the Shangrui Guild and becoming part of the 7 Great Guilds? An Zhen's words really surprised Wang Yue. An Zhen lowered her head and sighed. I am not afraid of being ridiculed by young people. Because of the parasitic demon incident, both the Shangrui Guild and the Qiwan Guild have encountered major problems. The chairman of the Qiwan Guild, Feng Zhou, has voluntarily resigned, and a new person in charge has not been determined. The Shangrui Guild has seen a large number of members leave and is applying for demotion. Wang Yue waved his hand embarrassedly after listening. But I am just a high school student, and the Shaoxi Guild is just a small guild. No. An Zhen reassured her. Don't worry about this. We have discussed this issue once. All the chairmen welcome you to join. Wang Bo chimed in from the side. That is right. Wang Yue did not know what to do, so he turned to look at Ningfeng. Only to see him give a gentle smile, he encouraged Wang Yue. Make a decision according to your own ideas. No matter what, I will support you. With these words from him, the older generations were more at ease. Ningfeng's promise would definitely help Wang Yue gain a firm foothold in the 7 Great Guild. Based on the relationship between the two of them, what high school student or small gang is completely not a problem. Wang Yue accepted An Zhen's proposal. I am willing to try the challenge. If there is anything I do not do well, please give me some advice. Making everyone overjoyed. Ha 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 ha, that is great. Jiang Shu turned to ask Shu Ting. I have a slight question. When going out and entering a secret realm, why did it suddenly become the 7 Great Guilds? She replied in some kind of jumbled language that only the two of them understood. Ningfeng's eyes became even more determined. At this moment, Rudier being able to join the 7 Great Guilds will take my plan to cultivate my forces a big step further. Thinking about it, I feel quite satisfied. Suddenly, somewhere, a whisper echoed in Ningfeng's ear. God, Lord, Master. His eyes widened in surprise. Ningfeng saw everyone still attentively talking, and understood. No one else reacted. Could it be that I am the only one who can hear it? The crystal on his body glowed, making him suspect. It seems like it is Han Yin's voice. Outside the secret realm, everyone was being reminded to raise their spirits. Everyone, please try to speed up the progress of your work and never act alone. No one knows if the intruder will appear again, so everyone must be vigilant. Once a special situation is discovered, immediately notify Professor Xie or Teaching Assistant Ning. They worked and admired that Teaching Assistant Ning is the hero who was interviewed not long ago, right? That is right, with such a strong person sitting here. I feel much more at ease. Teaching Assistant Ning looks so young. Who would have thought that he is actually a top-level powerhouse? Inside the makeshift tent, only Xie Yan and Ningfeng were there. Ningfeng was still immersed in thought. The pendant stopped absorbing the energy of the core stone inside for no apparent reason. Thankfully, the appearance of the core stone has not changed. Otherwise, this would definitely attract attention, and this voice just now, could I have misheard? Just as he was thinking about that voice rang out again. God, Lord, Master. This caught Ningfeng's attention. Is that Han Yin? That voice immediately responded to his thought. God, Lord, Master. It is this subordinate. It is wonderful to be able to talk to you again. Ha 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 ha. This subordinate is extremely excited now. The two continued to communicate telepathically. First, do not get so excited. What exactly is going on? This subordinate does not understand either. It seems like I suddenly regained consciousness. Ningfeng was puzzled. The pendant you left behind before, along with absorbing the energy of this crystal stone. Is there any connection? Han Yin immediately understood, so that is how it is. This place is the heart of the world, making Ningfeng even more surprised, huh? Han Yin explained. The heart of the world is the core of a world, formed by the fusion of the laws of the universe. If a world encounters disaster, as long as the heart of the world is not damaged, it can gradually repair itself. Once the heart of the world is destroyed, that world will be completely destroyed. The laws of the universe contained in the heart of the world are actually the source of power for the gods. In the past, the gods also used the heart of the world to revive their favorite kin. But suddenly, Han Yin hesitated when he spoke to this point. He was flustered. I am really sorry. This subordinate's memories seem to be missing a part, making Ningfeng speechless. But he did not blame Han Yin. Don't rush, just slowly remember it. While Han Yin sobbed, this subordinate is incompetent. I have disappointed God Lord. This subordinate is trash. Ningfeng's expression darkened in an instant. Han Yin's, but really makes me worry a lot. Could it be that this method of revival has some serious side effects? At this time, a member of the investigation team was reporting to Xie Yan, Professor Xie. The excavation of the site has basically been completed. Except for some abandoned buildings, nothing more valuable has been found. On this side, An Zhen suggested to Wang Yue. Because unidentified intruders may appear in this secret realm, I advise you not to stay here. Wang Bo also agreed. I agree, evacuate everyone as soon as possible. And then, we will close this secret realm. Feng Yi looked at her with a smile. Chairman Wang, what do you think? Making Wang Yue embarrassed and stutter. Ah, me, he said in a kind voice. Now you are already one of the 7 great guilds. Closing a special secret realm is a decision that requires at least 3 guild chairmen to approve. Wang Yu understood after listening. Ah, yes, I also agree with Chairman Liu's opinion. After the decision was made, the closing was completed soon after. And Zhen, congratulated. The secret realm has been successfully closed. It has really been hard on everyone. Back to the training camp, teacher's apartment. Ningfeng happily whistled as he prepared to take a shower. Just as the water poured down, Han Yin's voice rang out again. God Lord, I have remembered it. Making him freeze. Then a piercing scream echoed from the bathroom. Ah, the water's too cold. Han Yin apologized profusely. I am really sorry, master. Your subordinate deserves to die 10,000 times. Ningfeng coldly wiped himself. It is okay, but what did you remember just now? Han Yin recalled. Oh, that is right, it is about that matter. Please execute the subordinate immediately. Ningfeng was speechless. It is just that you sprayed me with cold water. I already said it is okay. Han Yin was sweating cold. No, it is not about this. It is about the revival of this subordinate. Han Yin's eyes were sharp. In the past, the gods would also use the heart of the world to revive their kin. But, because the heart of the world also contains the power of darkness, the gods would have to endure extremely powerful backlash when they had a connection with their kin, and could even become evil gods. In the end, the gods had to personally execute their kin, who were being revived. Then he sobbed. This subordinate is not afraid of death, but this subordinate can't let it affect God, Lord. Only to see Ningfeng smirk cunningly. Evil God. I was originally like that, but he thought again, if I say the truth, then Han Yin will be even more devastated. Han Yin asked anxiously. God Lord, Master, do you feel any discomfort now, or do you see anything wrong? Ningfeng replied with a pensive expression. It seems like there is not. Suddenly, he remembered something. Could it be that, before, the system panel once showed, passive skill, origin of darkness. You will not have to endure the fierce backlash of the power of darkness, and will avoid paying the price when using forbidden magic. Ningfeng suspiciously asked, Han Yin, does your revival only affect me? Does it have any effect on yourself? Only to see him hesitate, this subordinate is not clear either. Ningfeng was extremely confident after hearing the whole story. If you have already been revived, then just continue to live. If there is any effect, then we will solve it together. Han Yin cried even louder. You said these words, just like back then, but this subordinate really can't implicate. Ningfeng abruptly cut him off. His face darkened. Han Yin, there is something. I have been thinking about it for a long time, and I still should tell you. Who knows what Ningfeng said that made Han Yin shocked? You are an evil god. About the incident thousands of centuries ago, the conflict between the two factions broke out. The tense war between the forces of darkness and the gods was recounted by Ningfeng to Han Yin. Ningfeng only remembered what was passed down by word of mouth. According to legend, it was roughly like this, but that god called me an evil god. Moreover, all the magic I master will automatically turn into dark magic spells. Unexpectedly, Han Yin vehemently retorted, No, you are not an evil god. Those people are the evil gods. Because of their personal desires, this subordinate and his clansmen died in a meaningless war. Then he became resentful. No one cared about our lives. Only you demanded justice for us. If they are your enemies, then this subordinate will resolutely stand on your side. Even if I am crushed to pieces, I will not refuse. Ningfeng was satisfied. Thank you for your trust. I will also try my best to protect everyone from being hurt again. Han Yin was really a crybaby, crying after hearing every sentence. Hoo, God Lord Master, it is so happy to be by your side again. Making Ningfeng coax, do not cry. Ningfeng went to bed, but his heart was still full of worries. To be honest, I am still very confused now. For example, what exactly is the concept of world level? Han Yin continued to analyze. Simply put, the world level is the degree of recognition of the gods towards a world. There are many worlds in the universe, but not every world is taken care of by the gods. Only when a world gives birth to intelligent life will it be noticed by the gods, but it is only attention, just like occasionally discovering a beautiful worm. Unless it passes the gods' assessment, this world can be taken care of by the gods, receiving powerful strength and civilization. Simply put, the more assessments it passes, the more gods take care of it, and the higher the world level. Han Yin crept closer to Ningfeng. You said that the experts in this world are only around level 150, and the highest skills and equipment are orange, which shows that the world level is very low. and can almost be considered not taken care of by the gods. Ningfeng squinted. That bad. But Han Yin affirmed. Isn't there you here? Their future will get better and better. That is right about your equipment. This subordinate has a suggestion. The equipment in this world is quite backward and can't meet your requirements. Therefore, you need to quickly change to God-level equipment. Ningfeng immediately sat up. God equipment? Han Yin added. God equipment is usually responsible for refining or forging by our race, and then you bestow divine power, which can be continuously upgraded, making Ningfeng understand. I remember that Han Yin pendant seems to have the words can be upgraded. He exclaimed, that is right, that pendant was once the embryo of God equipment. As long as you reactivate the divine power in it, it will officially upgrade to God equipment. Ningfeng was extremely curious. What should I do? Han Yin diligently guided. Place your hand on the pendant. Draw the rune representing divine power through consciousness. Ningfeng gently placed his hand on the pendant. Light began to flash. Runes appeared on the pendant along with a beautiful aquamarine light. At this time, Ningfeng was surprised. It is really useful. Han Yin quickly replied, of course, you are God, Lord Master. The rune is transformed from the origin of the world. Only a true God can activate and use it. Besides that, even the representatives personally selected by the gods can't. He thought to himself, it seems that God, Lord, Master is always worried about his identity. This time he can rest assured. After activating the God equipment, the system panel also immediately updated. Han Yin's whisper, accessory, God equipment quality orange, can be upgraded. Attribute spirit +1, 200. Casting speed +100%. Mana recovery +100%. Magic resistance +50%. Magic crit +20%. Eternal existence. The equipment ignores durability consumption. Freeze normal attacks. Add water attribute. 20% chance to cause freeze effect. Water walk. Can move freely underwater. Combo not activated. Attached magic solid ice wall. Ice storm burst. Frosty snowflakes. Torrential cold tide. Ningfeng was stunned. 200 spirit points. Now, all my attributes combined are only about that much. Not only that, but it also adds other powerful attributes. The erudite Han Yin said, but the quality is only orange. Wait for this subordinate to find suitable materials, and then help you upgrade. As for the remaining parts of the set, you need to find other kin to complete. Ningfeng praised. Talking to you, I feel that the things I do not know are getting more and more, but Han Yin only respectfully said, it is this subordinate's honor to answer your questions. The sky was gradually getting bright. Han Yin still followed Ningfeng closely. God Lord Master, good morning. Ningfeng looked at him blankly. Your state is good. He smiled smugly. As long as I follow God Lord. This subordinate is full of hope. Ningfeng brushed his teeth while pondering. Yesterday, I unconsciously talked to Han Yin for a long time. It is a pity that his previous world is different from mine. There are many experiences that can't be used, but as my assistant he is not a problem. In a certain place, in an unknown secret realm, the place was dark and blazing like a volcano. A fire dragon was roaring fiercely. Immediately after, an icy attack from somewhere struck it directly, causing the fire dragon to fall down immediately. Everyone who saw it was stunned, their mouths agape. The person who attacked it was Ningfeng. He smiled triumphantly. 200 spirit points have been buffed. It is really refreshing. Lu Ping and Xie Yan, one before the other, one cheering, one nodding. Teaching assistant Ning, you are too terrifying. That is right. Before we were still planning to fight the boss, now we killed it with just one move. That is right. Professor Xie, please do not learn from me. Ningfeng energetically asked Lu Ping, Teacher Lu, are there any other secret realms today? But Lu Ping shook his head. That is it. Originally, our progress was faster than other teams, and today it is even faster than usual. Because of this, the committee has a headache. Ningfeng was stunned. Oh, why is that? Lu Ping slowly explained. You also know that those who can participate in the training camp are all people who work hard and throw themselves in. Because we finished early, the team members actively ran to the secret realms of the training camp to train themselves further now. Our team members, their level and strength are higher than other teams. Students from other teams have jointly signed a request, starting next month, requiring each team to take turns. Xi Yan was curious. Do the other teachers have no opinions? Lu Ping was sweating profusely. If the organizing committee did not restrain them, the other teachers could not wait to come to our team. Some teachers mixed their names in the students' joint application and were discovered. Xie Yan laughed loudly after listening. Well done, no one can snatch our teaching assistant Ning. Making Ningfeng only embarrassedly smile faintly. Ha. Suddenly Han Yin appeared. God Lord, Master, your magic. Ningfeng was blank. Is there a problem? Only to see Han Yin hesitate. No, there is no problem. This subordinate just feels. the technique you use to unleash the magic is very exquisite. You seem to be able to use all kinds of conditions at the right time to control the effect of the magic within the required range. Ningfeng smiled with satisfaction. Oh, you said this. Coincidentally, there are a few classes tonight. Do not hesitate to listen. Suddenly it was time for the evening class. The lecturer was attentively lecturing above. According to the problem description, the total damage caused by skill can be divided into two parts: fixed damage and continuous damage, where the fixed damage is M1A. The continuous damage needs to consider the situation of continuous activation. The total damage of the first activation of continuous damage is M1BT. The continuous damage after the second activation increases by C points per second. The total damage is... Han Yin curiously asked, Ningfeng, God Lord, Master, this is... Ningfeng propped up his chin calmly. Very interesting, is not it? This is the subject I like the most, called Computational Tactics 1. In addition to real combat examples, it also popularizes content on arithmetic, physics, biology, and topography. Perhaps because the world's level is too low, and people have no better choices, they can only try every means to make the best use of the resources they have. How to use limited magic to deal the highest damage. How to expand limited skills into more uses. How to seize fleeting opportunities in an almost hopeless battle. Not everyone needs to master these theoretical parts, but the training system we receive is based on this, and it has indeed produced many outstanding adventurers. Han Yin exclaimed, to be recognized by God Lord Master, you must have extraordinary knowledge. This subordinate will study hard. The bell rang, and the lecturer announced, that is all for today's content. Class dismissed. Ningfeng and Wang Yu walked back to the dormitory together. Shi Xiong, passing by them, noticed them. He frowned and called out hesitantly, teaching assistant Ning. Ningfeng noticed, student Ha. He thought to himself, is he coming to find me? Normally Ha Shixiang at the training camp basically does not say a few words to me, and I do not pay attention to him either. Why does he seem a little nervous? Only to see Shi Xiong quietly bow. I came here to thank you. Fortunately, you lent a helping hand and saved my brother in the Shangrui Guild. You are our great benefactor. This made Ningfeng freeze, feeling embarrassed. Aha, it was just a chance encounter. No need to thank me specifically. Shi Xiong secretly blamed himself. In the past, because of his relationship with his brother, he distanced himself from teaching assistant Ning, and also disliked those classmates who were close to him. Thinking about it now, the most foolish person was himself. If he could have established a good relationship with teaching assistant Ning earlier, then the Shangrui Guild definitely would not have ended up like today. Ningfeng noticed his strange expression. Does he still have something to say? He and him are not close. There is really nothing to talk about. Then, Shi Xiong took out a glittering luminous ball. In order to express my sincerity to you, I have prepared a small gift. It is nothing much. Inside the ball was indeed a shining aquamarine spirit stone. Ningfeng and Han Yin were both stunned when they saw it. Oh, another fragment of the heart of the world. Last night, Han Yin and Ningfeng discussed that, generally speaking, after a world is destroyed, there may be fragments of the heart of the world floating outside. As long as those fragments are found, the entrance to that world can be reopened. Ningfeng gradually understood, so that is how it is. Professor Z also inadvertently used a method like this to open the secret realm. It is just that the principle was still unclear at that time. So, those vanishing intruders were also... Han Yin agreed, that is right. The heart of the world is an important resource of high-level worlds, so they will specifically look for fragments of the heart of the world. However, God Lord Master is leading the conquest of the secret realm, so those intruders have been rejected by the laws of the universe and sent back to their original world. Shi Xiong said timidly, this is a trophy that my brother obtained from the secret realm, and he has never used it casually. Hearing Professor Xie say that you have just conquered such a secret realm, I thought this item would be more suitable to give to you. Ningfeng seized the opportunity to take the spirit stone and looked at Shi Xiong. Thank you very much for your gift, I like it very much. The next day, everyone set off again for another secret realm. Xie Yan exclaimed, the place the fragment indicates is right here. Teaching assistant Ning can understand how to use it so quickly. If we discover anything later, I will contact you as soon as possible. Ningfeng was smug. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Han Yin said beside him, this subordinate's current state is still unstable and needs to absorb more energy from the heart of the world. He absolutely trusted Ningfeng. As long as God Lord Master is not affected by the power of darkness, he won't have to worry anymore. Then, Ningfeng gathered his strength, and a violent surge of magic power was released, quickly helping Han Yin recover his strength. He can also have more help. A moment later, Xie Yan, Ningfeng, and Wang Yuke arrived at another secret realm, which made them all exclaim. It was a lush green meadow, full of flowers and sunshine. Ningfeng was endlessly amazed. This is a secret realm, Wang Yue blurted out. This place is so beautiful. Even Han Yin was curious. What is going on? It is completely unlike the appearance of facing destruction. Ningfeng whispered. Is this also the first time you have encountered this kind of situation? Han Yin, who was focused, was also surprised. Yes, it is. Xian took the lead. Let us go inside and take a look. The three of them arrived at an old city. This place still had intact buildings. Ningfeng was curious. A city inhabited by humans. Zhu Ting pointed inside. I am not mistaken, those are ordinary humans, right? Wang Yue wondered, did we travel to another place? Han Yin was vigilant. Not necessarily. A fragment of the heart of the world only leads to the corresponding world. Ningfeng agreed. Even if it is an illusion, this is too real. Everyone entered inside and was stopped by the city's guards. Stop. Where are you from? Ningfeng scratched his face, stuttering. We are... The guard angrily became vigilant. You are adventurers from another world, right? Huh? Ningfeng replied to him. How do you know? He did not avoid the question. Looking at the way you dress, plus your stuttering appearance, it is very easy to guess. Xie Yan squeezed in from somewhere and asked, do adventurers from other worlds often come? The guard solemnly said, occasionally, but there are not many little devils like you. Her face flushed red after hearing that I am not a little devil. The guard told them, it is okay if you want to stroll around in the city, but it is best not to cause trouble, otherwise I can't guarantee you can survive to return. Also, watch out for children, do not let her run around. This sentence of his was aimed directly at Xie Yan. Xie Yan at this time really transformed into the appearance of a little devil. I said I am not a child. Ningfeng looked around. This world also has adventurers. No wonder they are not too surprised by the appearance of adventurers. Everyone went to the front of a monument. Oh, there is a statue. Let us see what is written on it. Brave Alita, heaven's chosen one, the guardian god of the empire. Ningfeng thought, that is strange. I have clearly never seen this kind of writing, but I can read it. Han Yin explained, this is the heart of the world establishing a connection, and it can also prove that we did not travel to another place. Xie Yan went to the bottom of the monument. There are also heroic deeds engraved here. It was written, in the year 537 of the Lishi Jingyao calendar, the demonic tide was fierce, rolling in. The world was buried by darkness and fear. A desperate doomsday loomed. Only the brave Alita opened the gloomy sky. The demons, dirty sharp points scattered. The Wang Yue understood. So this world was indeed attacked by demonic creatures. But thanks to this brave warrior fighting alone bravely, defeating the demonic invasion and restoring the world to peace, Xie Yan agreed. I think the inscription should have this meaning. Zhu Ting exclaimed. So powerful, one person can defeat a large army of demonic creatures. Jiang Shu also pretended to admire. Are adventurers from other worlds also powerful? Feng Rui suddenly looked at a large tree and shouted, wait a moment. Jiang Shu asked worriedly, what is wrong? Only to see Feng Rui's stutter, I just now. But because he did not see anything, everyone returned to the statue. Only Feng Rui continued to watch attentively. He discovered strange writing on the tree. On it was written, run away, which made Feng Rui terrified. Feng Rui immediately reported to Ningfeng. He asked back, you said that you saw the words, run away, and then those words disappeared. He frowned. That is right, it was under that tree? Ningfeng unconsciously looked around. The residents in this city are a bit strange. Their whole bodies are filled with killing intent as they head towards them. He became vigilant. These passers-by are not right. Suddenly the statue from before vanished, and a dark scene appeared, enveloping the entire city. The people from before also vanished, leaving behind a group of ferocious and murderous wraiths. Ningfeng immediately understood. Unexpectedly, it was all an illusion. Han Yin stared at them intently. Wraiths, how was it done? I did not detect any wraith energy at all. Immediately the wraiths pounced to attack him, only to see Ningfeng summon the god-level equipment that he had just comprehended a few days ago. A swing of his sword sent the head of the wraith flying. Even Jiang Shu and Feng Rui worked hard to fight. Jiang Shu suddenly shouted, oh no, my axe! He paled in fear. Orange skill. Blocked it. This is not an enemy I can deal with. A tall wraith with murderous eyes was swinging his sword, preparing to slash down on Jiang Shu. Before the sword could slash down, icy energy from somewhere rushed over and enveloped it, immediately freezing that wraith in an instant. That was the power of Han Yin, who at this time also regained his complete form, bravely rushing out. Facing Ningfeng was a group of monsters with malicious intent, aimed at him. Han Yin spoke up. God Lord Master, these wraith adventurers seem to be from a higher-level world. You're humans. I am afraid they are not their match. Ningfeng frowned and asked, then what do we do? Han Yin replied. This subordinate can use the remaining energy to materialize for a short time and help eliminate these enemies. Ningfeng smiled slightly when he heard this, trusting him. All right, thank you for your trouble. The two of them saw something and exclaimed in unison, what? This is... Ningfeng gently explained, don't be afraid. This is my assistant, summoned from another world. Han Yin enthusiastically waved from behind. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Then he looked at the demonic beings. He raised his scepter high to cast a spell. Quick, help everyone calm down a bit. Small, sharp ice shards appeared, and were launched. It pierced straight into the demonic beings, causing them to fall. The two of them saw that powerful force and praised it wholeheartedly. The magic is so powerful, this power has far exceeded the orange skill. But from among the demonic beings, a hand crushed the ice shard. A woman with murderous eyes stood proudly, staring intently at them. Jiayan felt that she looked somewhat familiar and guessed, this woman seems to be the statue from before. She asked, in a cold voice, Strange mage, you seem to be the strongest among these people, but unfortunately, before my sword, your strength is not worth a cent. Han Yin bluntly replied, Don't talk nonsense, I am not the strongest, but dealing with you, I alone is enough. She was furious, channeling her power into her hand, and asked, A mage dares to fight a warrior one-on-one, who gave you the courage, the gods? Han Yin quickly replied, That is right, that is right. She angrily asked again, another foolish religious believer, really thinking that those gods with only empty names will glance at you a little more. Han Yin at this time glanced down with an eye full of trust. Ningfeng did not disappoint him, but also responded to that trusting gaze. Seeing the two of them like that, she was provoked and charged towards Han Yin, saying, Fool, you still dare to be distracted and look elsewhere. Han Yin at this time used his staff to cast a spell, causing water to surround his body. Those currents of water advanced to control her. She recognized the strangeness and secretly thought, My speed has slowed down. Is it the slow effect of some water system? Knowing that, she clenched her hand tightly and transferred her strength to focus on it. Then she lunged forward again, her hand tossed away those currents of water, and shouted loudly, But only that! Han Yin, standing there, still calmly cast his spell and saw something, so he secretly thought. So, that weapon is the source of her power. Then he unleashed a burst of ice straight at her, with the frosty ice rays, ice storm burst, and torrential cold tide. Unable to dodge, she furiously shouted, No way, I clearly have a divine weapon. How can the difference be so big? Damn it, I will kill you. Suddenly, something flashed in the middle of her chest, so she stared blankly, and asked herself, What? A finger snap was made. Immediately, the light in the middle of her chest shone brightly, causing her to scream in pain. After being eliminated by Han Yin, she vanished, leaving the armor to fall to the ground. Jie Yan and Wang Yue, seeing this, both gaped in disbelief, thinking to themselves, So terrifying. Just looking at it, I feel like I can't breathe. Han Yin went to the place where the piece of armor fell and thought, This weapon is indeed very powerful. It is a pity that the woman could not control it. Then he placed his hand on that piece of armor. A strange breath flew over and slammed into Han Yin, causing him to be stunned, and a thought suddenly appeared. What about this? It was Alita. She had transformed something, making herself transparent, but she still smiled triumphantly. This foolish mage does not understand how terrifying the divine weapon is at all. The divine weapon will absorb your power and help me revive. As long as the divine weapon exists, I am forever undying. Seeing the strangeness from Han Yin, Ningfeng stared and asked, Han Yin. He immediately replied, God Lord Master, I am okay, it is just that the weapon suddenly absorbed the subordinate's energy, so this subordinate has no way to maintain materialization. Ningfeng then said, Is that so? I will go check. Han Yin hurriedly reminded, Please be careful. After speaking, he grabbed that piece of armor. Ningfeng sensed something, so his eyes widened. Alita smiled with pleasure and said, It is really a bunch of fools, actually vying to offer energy to me. If it is like this, I won't need to absorb the energy of the wraiths anymore. Seeing her disgusting smile, Ningfeng asked in a cold voice, What are you happy about? Seeing that he could hear her voice, she was stunned. Alita asked in panic, You can see me. Ningfeng indifferently replied, So what? She worriedly thought to herself, That is not right. From just now onwards, the divine weapon has not absorbed energy, and moreover it has been trembling all the time, it seems to be, very afraid. The system panel appeared, mentioning the content, reminder, the final remaining part has been discovered, start absorbing, yes, no Ningfeng, then silently thought, when I touched this weapon. Unexpectedly, this weapon is actually the end of the line, but the matter is still unclear, so do not rush to absorb it. Then he put away his smile and coldly asked, Speak, what exactly is going on? Jie Yan on that side asked, Ning teaching assistant, what is the situation over there? Wang Yue observed the wraiths and said, Those souls are not moving. Alita at this time answered Ningfeng. As you can see, this was once a beautiful country. Although there were often monster invasions, we have always protected the country from harm. Then she remembered her past memories when she had eliminated all the monsters and she shouted loudly in praise, Well done, everyone! But seeing that some people did not have any reaction, she anxiously asked, Taelong, what is wrong with you? His face was stunned as he replied, Don't you all see? There is a box in front of me. On it is written. Then the system panel appeared with the words, A god is paying attention to you. Alita was surprised when she heard this and asked back, Could it be that Taelong is recognized by the gods? The other teammates, hearing this, were frustrated and shouted, I can't see anything. Taelong looked increasingly worried at the words, A god is paying attention to you. The god is very satisfied with your performance. You have received the approval of the gods. You can choose a gift from the god. At the moment he chose, a halo shone, causing everyone to admire him. He said goodbye from high above. Everyone, goodbye. I will be by the side of the gods, eternally paying attention to everyone. After he left, Alita lowered her head, looking extremely regretful. At this time her friend came over to reassure her. Alita, do not be too sad. Taelong has gone to the gods because he has been noticed by the gods. He will definitely care more about our country. Moreover, if we continue to work hard, we should also be able to receive the attention of the gods. Hearing this, Alita forced a smile and replied, You are right. Sometime later, that land was attacked, causing many lives to be left behind. The beasts' feet trampled on their bodies. Alita then gritted her teeth and glared at it with hatred in her eyes. Behind her were her teammates, who were still fighting against it. Her tears streamed down along with her thoughts. Why? The monsters' attacks are fiercer than ever, but the gods do not appear. Taelong does not appear either. We are forgotten. At this time her teammate anxiously asked, Alita, are we going to die? Alita, with her steadfast eyes, resolutely affirmed, No, we still have a final hope. Saying that, she opened the stone door. She went to the place where that weapon was stored. Back in reality, Ning Feng, after hearing everything, asked, So you use this demonic weapon to drive back the monsters, but also cause the entire country to be cursed? Alita did not deny it. That is right. After driving back the monsters, I borrowed dark power to restore the country to its former state, but I did not expect the dark power to gradually erode my consciousness, causing the country to turn into a terrifying secret realm. And then occasionally adventurers from other worlds would come here to explore, and they were all turned into wraiths by me. After listening, Ning Feng looked at that weapon and thought, Dark power, there is finally a price to pay. Suddenly, something cried out, causing him to glance down. Someone with a halo was walking towards Ning Feng. It was Taelong. He came to him, extended his hand, and said, Hello friend, that gauntlet is mine, can you give it back to me? Seeing him, Alita excitedly asked, Taelong, why is it Taelong? Ning Feng, holding the weapon, smiled sarcastically and refused, Sorry, this is my trophy. Taelong was provoked by his voice, so he smiled awkwardly and replied, There may be some misunderstanding in this matter. This weapon was specially left here by me to be refined, so... Hearing his mention, the two of them wondered, Refined? What does that mean? Taelong's face was dark at this time, but his faint smile was still there. Putting away his smile, he glared at Ning Feng threateningly. Is there something wrong with your ears? I said. That weapon is mine? Or are you saying, you also want to become the material for my weapon, refinement? Han Yin sensed a familiar aura, and said this is the divine power of the primal origin Holy Spirit system. Alita knelt on the ground and begged, Great powerhouse, please forgive my offense. I want to clarify the truth of the matter. Can you help me? Ning Feng frowned and replied, Why do not you ask him yourself? Alita was stunned. When she heard this, Taelong stood there. Seeing Ning Feng smile, his face darkened and he wondered, Why is this guy smiling? Alita was still confused, and Ning Feng understood her meaning, so he explained, I have a skill that can temporarily give you a body, but after that, you will completely dissipate, and nothing will be left behind. Alita did not flinch and replied, I am not afraid, please grant me a body, I am willing to pay all the price. Ning Feng continued, Raise your head, and she replied yes. At this moment, he used the active skill, Soul Reaper's Whisper, a dark forbidden spell, using his own spiritual power to control the target's mind, which can transform into a powerful temporary clone. After using it, Alita appeared. Taelong was horrified when he saw her, and asked, What? Alita sensed the power within her and said, The dark power is too strong. Ning Feng stepped forward and said, I will not control your mind, so you can personally manipulate this body. Hearing this, Alita gratefully replied, Thank you for your kindness. That Taelong, seeing her, had a stiff face and stammered, You are Alita. Why did you suddenly appear? Alita's face turned cold and she glared with murderous eyes. Taelong, I did not understand what you just said. You better honestly explain it again. Taelong ignored her and asked instead, Alita, have you been controlled by an evil god? What did that guy do to you? Ignoring his words, Alita jumped up. She used that weapon and pounced, unleashing a palm strike at him. But he also managed to shield himself in time and cursed, You are crazy. But because that attack was too powerful, it caused him to vomit blood. Not missing the opportunity, Alita continued to unleash another strike, causing him to fall to the ground. She pulled back and bluntly asked, "Taelong, tell me, why did not you appear when the demonic creatures invaded the country? Why did you appear today? And also, what does refining mean?" Taelong got up and said in a panic, "Alita, I did not abandon everyone. Please believe me. It is just that I was participating in another training at that time. That training was very important to me. By the time I paid attention to this place, it was too late. You do not know, after I left this world, how hard I live. Even though I am already the most elite powerhouse in this world, but under the gods, I am still just the weakest existence. This kind of pressure, the feeling of having no one to help, you must understand." Alita, without changing her expression, continued to ask, "Don't avoid the important and seek the light. You have always been paying attention to the demonic weapon, God's remnant, right?" He was even more horrified after hearing this and loudly replied, I just left a magic mark on God's remnant. When the mark disappears, I will feel it." Alita, do not blame me. I just hope to become stronger with God's remnant. Otherwise one day I will be abandoned by the gods. When I left the mark, you were already dead. Everyone was dead. At the same time, in his mind, damn it, if it was not for the fact that I could sense the divine power getting weaker and weaker, then just relying on you, the respected God. Your believers are threatened by evil. Please, in consideration of my loyalty, do not abandon me. Please send down divine punishment to destroy this place. But at this moment, Alita stabbed straight through him. This bloody scene made everyone gasp in horror. After resolving Taelong, Alita went to Ningfeng and knelt down, saying, "Great powerhouse, thank you for giving me this precious opportunity. I and my people can finally escape this endless nightmare." Ningfeng took the weapon and replied, "I want to know where the heart of the world is in this world. In addition, my companions probably have a lot of doubts in the remaining time. I hope you can help answer them." Alita quickly replied, "Yes. I once thought that Taelong, being chosen by the gods, was an infinite honor, but I did not expect that we would still be forgotten. Only then did I know. No matter what, Taelong is also a person from this world. Let him be freed with us." When preparing to enter the gate, Ningfeng turned down and asked, "Yue, what is wrong with you?" Her face was full of worry as she replied, I was thinking, even if Alita's world received the care of the gods, it still could not escape the fate of being destroyed. Is there any chance that we will also have this day?" Ningfeng smiled lightly and reassured her, "No, do not worry. I am still waiting for you to take me to eat delicious food." Wang Yue smiled after hearing his words. "That is you. Professor Jie, can we go back after we eat?" Jieyan immediately agreed. "Of course, you can." Wang Yu continued, "Then let me find out if there is anything special nearby." Switching to another scene, another land. A space crack was slowly opening. Someone's feet were slowly entering. It was Taelong from somewhere that he appeared. His eyes flashed and muttered, "One step too late, that familiar aura is gone again. But in the memories of this body there is still the appearance of the opponent. Omnipotent magic god, is it him? Anyway, it is in this world, he can't escape. Let us investigate first." Switching to the scene in the conference room, where Wang Yue was sitting, her face was pale, and she did not dare to utter a word. Du Linghua spoke up at this time. "Based on the report submitted by Professor Shi, it is possible that the gods have chosen some lucky people they are pleased with in different worlds and bestowed blessings on them, and even allowed them to ascend to higher-level worlds. But this kind of blessing is only because they want more people to worship them. In the eyes of those gods, the lucky people are just tools and pawns." Luo Yuaning said, "So even if you get the blessing of the gods, there is still a risk of being destroyed. In the end, everything still has to rely on yourself." She continued, "In this secret realm, the enemy's strength has far exceeded us. It was all thanks to Ningfeng being able to defeat the enemy, but in the not-too-distant future, enemies, so strong that they cannot be resisted, are likely to appear more and more. Although Ningfeng always stands on our side, if we are like a bunch of parasites, placing all our hopes on a child like that, I feel very ashamed." After hearing everything, the entire auditorium was silent. At this time, Wang Yue raised his hand and asked, Can I say a few words? Everyone probably knows that recently Ningfeng summoned a powerhouse from another world. That powerhouse studied combat tactics and compared the strength between us and the demonic creatures, and then came to a conclusion. If judged by common sense, our world would have been destroyed 30 years ago. Everyone panicked when they heard this. Luo Yuining asked back, "What does Chairman Wang mean by that?" Wang Yue calmly explained, 80 years ago, reality and the secret realm suddenly merged. We humans suffered unprecedented severe damage. Under this environment, the first adventurer was born. Even so, when humans faced the demonic creatures, they were still in an absolutely bad situation. It was all thanks to generations of predecessors. including the ones sitting here, sacrificing and testing countless times that humanity was able to resist the powerful demonic creatures. And last, until today, that powerhouse from another world said that the demonic creatures we have to face have long exceeded the level that this world can bear, but we have not been destroyed, and we are still fighting tenaciously. This is a miracle. I think that as long as we are given the opportunity, we can continue this miracle. The predecessors have protected this world for 80 years, and later we will also continue to protect it with you. Everyone was surprised and warmed by these words from Wang Yue. Seeing that they did not say anything, she smiled awkwardly and asked, Did I say something wrong? But they did not criticize her, but instead applauded and cheered for her. Dulingwa smiled gently and said, Chairman Liu, being able to invite Chairman Wang to join is indeed a correct decision. It seems that I have regained the fighting spirit of my youth. Wang Bo turned to look at Zhang Yangshuan and asked, Does that mean that the monsters are getting harder and harder to deal with because they have long exceeded our limits? Yangshuan laughed and replied, Saying it like that suddenly makes me a little proud. Luan Zhen stroked his beard and smiled. Chairman Wang's opinions are probably agreed upon by everyone, so the next question is how to deal with encountering the gods next time. After all, this incident has taught us a lesson. Gods are not necessarily our hope. At this time, Talong was strolling in the neighborhood and muttered, Omnipotent magic god, so you have been hiding in this place all along. A low-level world won't attract too much attention, and the gods can't directly descend. He is indeed a cunning one. I can sense that this world has my trial secret realm just right. I need a place to stay, so let us choose that place. Switching to the scene at the Shangrui Guild. Inside, He Shishong was lost in thought. The guild that his brother had worked so hard to build, yet it collapsed overnight. He must try to become stronger in order to rebuild the glory of the Shangrui Guild. At this time, something suddenly pierced the space he was standing in, causing him to startle. Talong entered with the question, So there is someone here? He Shishong, seeing him, took a defensive stance and loudly asked, Who are you? How can you come in here? Talong smiled smugly and replied, Don't be afraid. I am the master of this secret realm, which is to say, a god. Shishong asked blankly, A god, and then thought to himself, I remember that this secret realm does not allow two people to enter together. A certain aura appeared on Talong's body. He saw it and muttered in surprise, I have seen the appearance of this god in a video, and he can also mobilize the power in the secret realm. Great God, may I ask if you have heard my prayers, so you have descended? He asked back sarcastically, Prayers? That is what the weak need. You have to prove to me your strength and faith in order to be worthy of my blessing. He Shishong confidently replied, Great God, please just give your orders. I will definitely do my best. At this time, countless calculations were in his mind. The omnipotent magic god is very cunning. Before clarifying his details, I should not act rashly. Anyway, the power of the avatar also comes with the main body. It is true that I also need some assistance. Then he said, Very well, your first task is to help me find this person. Seeing Ning Feng's image appear, he asked in surprise, Why is it him? Then he explained the whole matter. After listening, he said, Unexpectedly, you know him. This also saves me a lot of work. Shizang replied, Sorry, I am not close to him, so I can't provide you with more information. He did not blame him. No need to worry. Later you will be responsible for monitoring him, and report to me immediately if anything is unusual. Remember, do not stir up trouble. His true identity may be an evil god who has destroyed many worlds. Hearing this, Shishong was stunned, and asked what could it be that at that time he implicitly understood what Shizhong was saying, so he thought in silence. At that time, I was discovered that the secret realm of the trial was being invaded, and immediately launched a search in the divine realm, but was hindered by a strange power. Perhaps it was the omnipotent magic god, playing tricks to conceal his whereabouts. Then he asked, That is right, who were the adventurers who completed the trial here? Shishong stammered, It is a friend of the evil god. Hearing this, he said in a cold voice, It is a pity. That was originally the glory that belonged to you, but it was snatched away by the claws of the evil god. But it is okay, I can help you get it back. Therefore, show your loyalty to me. Shishong quickly replied, Yes, sir. Later, he arranged to meet Ning Feng and explained the whole story. Ning Feng asked in surprise, There is still this kind of thing? Shishong then replied, That is right. Teaching assistant Ning, that guy claimed to be the incarnation of the primal origin Holy Spirit, and specially sent me to secretly probe your information. Han Yin appeared after hearing this and asked, An incarnation? I remember that incarnations can only exist for a short time. Ning Feng then explained, Ordinary gods will borrow their believers to be incarnations. Because the two sides, hearts, are connected, there will be no reaction, so they can exist for a long time. Ning Feng at this time thought silently, I still thought that the gods were like me, and could casually find someone to be an incarnation. Then he spoke up and asked, "Aren't you afraid of being discovered by him if you do this?" Shishang then replied, "I have probed a few times. That guy does not seem to be omniscient and omnipotent, unless he is deliberately disguising, so I still have to remind you to be more careful." Han Yin then explained, "Newly developed believers like He Shixiang originally have very low points of faith, and the time they have been in contact with is not long. Even if we do not talk about trust, it won't be easy to see through." Then Ningfeng patted him on the shoulder and smiled and thanked. "Thank you very much for telling me such an important thing." Shixiang replied, "You are our great benefactor. What I did is nothing." At the same time, he thought to himself, even when facing the gods, teaching assistant Ning is not flustered at all. Indeed, his identity is not ordinary. To be honest, my brother investigated many things related to teaching assistant Ning before, and I find it hard to believe that this person is an evil god. On Ningfeng's side, his face was cold as he thought, since confirming my identity, my mentality has become much calmer. If those gods are here to target me, then I will receive them to the end. Ningfeng frowned slightly. His eyes flashed with worry. He Shixiang can temporarily stay by the side of the primal origin Holy Spirit, but if he stays for a long time, he will eventually encounter danger. I still have to quickly resolve the primal origin Holy Spirit. Hearing this, Han Yin continued, "God Lord, Master, in fact, in this world we have many advantages when dealing with other gods." He blinked, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Why do you say that?" He said in a calm but compelling voice. "High-level existences, when entering a low-level world, their own strength will also be limited. This is determined by the laws of the universe. Even gods cannot violate it. They want to increase their influence in this world, they must expand their faith, but you are different from them. You are originally in this world and can exert your strength to the fullest. As long as you do not let their faith grow strongly, they won't be strong enough to become a threat to you." He continued, "However, the trial secret realm is protected by divine power. Previously, the attacks that you suffered there actually surpassed time and space, directly causing a conflict with the divine realm, where the primal origin Holy Spirit exists. If this time the primal origin Holy Spirit just hides in there, we can't do anything to him. It is best to think of a way to lure him out of the trial secret realm." Finally, Han Yin put forward a plan. "Then we will make a plan in this direction. I will report all the information I know immediately." In Ningfeng's heart, thoughts churned. According to Han Yin's words, this world seems to be his home court. He has mastered dozens of types of forbidden spells, so dealing with battles at this level is not a big problem. It is just that the enemy has a skill that makes him quite worried. The system suddenly announced, "Active skill, Powerhouse's aura, releases a powerful spiritual pressure, causing targets with a lower level than you to temporarily lose the ability to act. The greater the level gap between the two sides, the longer the target loses the ability to act." In his chest, Ningping's heart beat faster and faster, because he clearly understood that based on the description, this is a control skill that relies on level suppression to exert its effect. His strength is quite low, and once the enemy catches his opening, he may not have time to use the forbidden spell. Thinking of this, Ningfeng secretly made up his mind. To be safer, I need to learn magic that can defend against spiritual attacks. But this kind of magic is very rare, and finding it will be very troublesome. Immediately afterwards, Ningfeng suddenly sat up. "Han Yin, I want to go back to the base once. You are sure that place will not be exposed, right?" He was half certain, half hesitant. Of course, that place originally has. In a corner, a small creature tilted its head back and took a deep breath. At the same time, Han Yin gently stroked it. This little guy's true form is a monster from the dark world, with the real name of Chaos Fear Beast. Speaking of this, he did not forget to emphasize, it can create a powerful chaotic force field around itself, blocking all detection effects. Duan spoke up at this time. "It sounds really scary." Han Yin chuckled lightly. "That is right, it is a high-level demon lord. Its strength surpasses most of the bosses in the secret realms, and it can easily destroy a world." Hearing this, he gaped in surprise. What did you say?" Seeing this, Han Yin immediately reassured him. "Don't worry, since being subdued by Godlord, Master, this little guy's mood has been very stable, and even the aura of dark power is no longer clear." He suddenly recalled a distant memory, his voice carrying a rare bit of warmth. "Before, there were many hot springs in our tribe, so it liked for me to help it take a bath. We were very close, and you can also do that later." Meanwhile, Duan paused for a moment, his eyes half believing, half doubting. I can too." Although he had felt that this little creature was very strong, he did not expect it to be this strong, and this powerhouse named Han Yin was clearly not an easy opponent to deal with either. Just at this moment, Ningfeng presented a crystal. A dazzling light burst out, along with a confident smile. "That is right, this is a trophy that I just obtained from the secret realm. It will definitely be useful to you." Shadowblade Storm, active skill. Shadowblade Storm. The user immediately enters a high-speed state, holding short knives in both hands, spinning like a storm, causing multiple high-damage attacks to the surrounding targets. During the skill's effective time, all types of resistance of the user are increased by 100%. Unbending Fighting Soul Ornament. Orange quality. Level requirement 60, plus 25 strength, plus 50% attack speed, plus 10% crit rate. Unbending Fighting Soul. When the wearer attacks, there is a chance to activate a special effect. Summoning a Fighting Soul clone to assist in combat for a short time. Can be inlaid 3. Afterwards, Duan raised his head, his black eyes sparkling with steadfast light. His voice trembled, but was full of determination. Thank you for your teaching. I will definitely strive to become stronger and become an invincible weapon in your hands. If that god intends to oppose you, I am willing to use my life to protect you. On this side, Ningfeng seriously observed him, his eyes somewhat fluctuating. Fortunately, with Arista's secret realm as a lesson, everyone's attitude towards the gods has changed. Just like Duan, when he talked about the primal origin Holy Spirit descending, he did not waver at all. In this way, it won't be as easy as before for the gods to slander me. He silently calculated in his mind, the security measures for the dedicated line in the base are the best. I will go check to see if I can find magic that defends against spiritual attacks, or related information. Switching to the scene of the trial secret realm, Talong looked down, his mouth could not help but exclaim, "This world, I seem to have an impression of it." He raised his face, his eyes towards the distance, his voice slightly lowered as if talking to himself. Here, humans are very weak. In the previous invasion of monsters, they had almost no ability to resist. The gods were all disappointed, so they no longer cared about this place. Unexpectedly, after a catastrophe, the humans here survive. Not stopping there, Talong continued. Through this period of observation, I am sure that no gods have helped humans, including the omnipotent magic god, which means that humans in this world possess a certain characteristic that helps them to be able to resist the monsters. Speaking of this, he smiled slightly. Interesting. Then, Talong waved his hand forward, his mouth curled up maliciously. Perhaps the omnipotent magic god also saw the potential here, and intends to develop this place into his domain. He frantically crumpled the paper in front of him. How could I let you have your way? Just at this moment, the subordinate dragged his wounded body over, only to see him panting, with wounds all over his face. Talong suddenly said harshly, "What is wrong?" The subordinate quickly replied, "Sorry, I am still stuck on floor 15. I can't get through no matter what." Hearing this, he asked in a loud voice, "You are on floor 15. Have you died 100 times? He hesitated slightly. Sorry. Suddenly, the words 100 deaths unreturned appeared in front of the subordinate. Seeing the horrified expression on his face, Talong smiled faintly. "Don't be afraid, I won't blame you. In fact, this is my trial for you." The system immediately lit up, the way to obtain continuous death 100 times at the same floor in the trial secret realm, effective when the wearer's life is reduced below 15%. For 10 seconds, will be immune to all negative effects caused by injuries or illnesses, and increase 30% damage and 30% defense. Talong continued, his voice steady, not fast, not slow, each word hitting the subordinate's heart. Those who receive the attention of the gods can receive the challenge tasks assigned by the gods. If the task is completed, they will receive permanent achievements and can improve themselves. Some unique achievements can even bring effects that completely change things. Then he turned to smile maliciously. "This is just the beginning. I can bestow upon you things that far exceed your imagination." The words had just left his mouth when his body suddenly swayed. In the Lingnian maze, secret realm, someone's voice keeps echoing. "Based on the data I found, there are a few places in the country where spiritual defense and attack magic have dropped. This place is one of them. If you clear the level a few times, there is probably a chance it will drop." Just then, a panicked cry rang out. "Great king, that battle mage who acts alone is attacking again." The king roared angrily. "What? This is just bullying." A tall figure stood up abruptly, eyes blazing with fire. "Damn it, if I do not do something, that guy will really think he can bully me at will." In another development, Ningfeng tightened his grip on the sword hilt. He strode unflinchingly across the layers of lava. As soon as he saw Ningfeng, the Demon King roared, "You are here!" Then it trembled and knelt down, its voice cracking. "Great one, please I beg you, show mercy, and spare my life." Faced with the Demon King's sudden action, Ningfeng was momentarily bewildered. Is this a new type of mental attack? The Demon King hurriedly waved its hands, its voice trembling. No, please do not attack, hear me out." It quickly explained, its body trembling incessantly. "Your spiritual attribute is so high. I am just a low-level Demon King. My attacks are basically ineffective. Other people at least need to form a team to beat me, and it takes them a few hours. How can anyone be as relentless as you and keep beating me to death?" A moment of silence. Ningfeng interjected, "I am sorry, I just want a skill book to drop." Hearing this, the Demon King was so aggrieved that it burst into tears. It lamented, "It is not like I can control what loot drops. What if I die and it affects the item drop rate?" On this side, Ningfeng frowned, a suspicion rising in his heart. Am I causing a mental breakdown in a mental attack, boss? Back in reality, Ningfeng sighed helplessly, burying his head in his hands. Searching for a needle in a haystack like this really is not a good way. Then he turned to the corner of the table next to him. In the end, I only got one skill book for mages. Active skill, mana reversal. Allies within a certain range receive a mana halo buff. After each skill cast, there is a 35% chance to restore mana at a certain rate. Ningfeng immediately raised his palm, his eyes firm. Now is the time to improve quickly. No matter what, I have to learn this first. The lines of text continued to appear, like a divine call. Active skill, divine favor reminder. Dark forbidden spell. A designated disciple receives a blessing from the gods, breaking through their own limits and greatly increasing their strength. After a while, Ningfeng could not help but feel a little surprised. Not only can I see all my followers, but I can also choose the method of bestowing blessings and preview the effects. Divine power imbue, shadow protection, covenant grace, saintly relic awakening. Inside is divine power imbue, or more precisely, Han Yin. He seemed to be exuding evil energy in all directions. Ningfeng's fingers gently brushed across the glowing lines, then he paused. Han Yin definitely does not want to become like this. Immediately after, Ningfeng quickly poked at the frame. Shadow protection, covenant grace, saintly relic awakening. These have no effect for now. Suddenly his eyes stopped at a point. Ningfeng was almost drawn in by the words achievement trial. Han Yin's eyes shone brightly as he looked directly at him. Achievement trial is a power that every god possesses, used to activate the hidden potential within the target's body. You once said that self-achievement is a part of the universe's rules. The god's role here is more like a guide. Therefore, gods often bestow achievements upon those they favor, even if the recipient is not their follower. Ningfeng nodded slightly, his voice faintly cold. So achievements are not directly transferring my divine power into you, he then confirmed. That is right. Do you have any plans? A light flashed across Ningfeng's eyes. He muttered unconsciously. I looked at the achievement trial just now. I saw something on Chang Mukyu's information panel. A faint line of text appeared, as if carrying the scent of destiny. Lucky magic how to obtain. Use accumulated skills on teammates. Increase luck by 100 points. Luck-bearing effect, +5. After using a luck-type skill, the target receives an attached skill. When an enemy dies, the chance of dropping rare items increases by 30%. Seeing this, Han Yin looked at Ningfeng in confusion. You can see achievements of other professions, he asked blankly. Is there something wrong? A moment of silence. Then he quickly explained. Normally, gods can only see achievements related to their own profession. Hearing this, Ningfeng narrowed his eyes. He carefully speculated, could it be because of the system? Han Yin was half agreeing, half dissenting. It is possible. After all, you still do not fully understand what the true nature of the system is. Then Ningfeng relaxed his shoulders, the corner of his mouth lifting. It is okay. We can study those things slowly. The urgent matter at hand is to help Cheng Mukyu get this achievement first. It might be of great use. The scene shifted around the Crimson Moon Demon Cave's secret realm. As soon as she saw the words lucky magic, Mukyu almost exclaimed, "Oh my god!" Faced with the expected reaction, Ningfeng smiled calmly. I will explain this later. Right now we need to prepare to fight the boss. She nodded without thinking. Okay. At the same time, the messenger's sweat dripped down his temples, his voice trembling. Great king, those crazy adventurers are attacking again. A deep, hoarse voice rang out, full of weariness and despair. Destroy them. Quickly. I am so tired. On this side, the corner of Ningfeng's mouth lifted into a slight smile, his eyes shining brightly at a moment of victory. Finally, succeeded. Before his eyes was a book titled Spiritual Shield. In another development, at the university lecture hall, Xie Yan spoke calmly, her eyes sweeping across the crowd. This is the secret realm that we discovered last week. It was also the first time we came into contact with legends about gods. Speaking of which, she paused for a moment, thinking to herself, the 7 great guilds. Opinion is that we should not take a clear stance on the gods right now. We should only objectively report the gains from this secret realm exploration to everyone. With Alita's experience, I believe everyone will have more thoughts about the gods. Next, we need to make everyone understand that humanity has defeated extremely powerful enemies on its own. This is our miracle, and it is our glory. At the same time, Han Yin praised profusely. To be able to make followers not only rely on gods, but also believe in their own strength, such a generous act can only be done by you, Divine Master. In that moment, Ningfeng's image unintentionally caught Shishong's attention. He could only be seen revealing an extremely tense expression. Just at this moment, Xie Yan smiled slightly. She gently raised her hand. All right, everyone, take a 15-minute break. Coming outside, Shishong suddenly called out, Assistant Ning, there is something I want to ask you privately. In a corner of the corridor, he suddenly probed, do you know about achievement trials? Faced with Xishang's question, Ningfeng did not hide anything. He nodded in confirmation. I know. Receiving the answer, Xishang's face turned pale. He gaped his mouth. Indeed, Assistant Ning knows about it. So those people around him, perhaps they have already obtained achievements long ago. Just at this moment, a line of text suddenly appeared above Xishang's head. On the opposite side, Ningfeng paused, then slowly continued, his eyes flashing with scrutiny. It is a unique achievement, is not it? Although everyone has a chance to get it, the purple rarity is still pretty impressive. The thought caused Xishang's heart to clench. The corners of his lips trembled slightly. Assistant Ning speaks so casually, not caring at all, that the primal Holy Spirit has bestowed an achievement upon me. Perhaps in his eyes, this is not even worthy of being considered a favor. Just how much benefit have those who follow Assistant Ning received? It is truly enviable. After a long while, Xishang hesitantly spoke. Actually, I am a little worried that this might be a way to control me, so I wanted to ask you to confirm it. Ningfeng then reassured him. It is okay. This thing does not have any side effects. Just wear it. Han Yin secretly observed, whispering. It seems like this child is a little hesitant. He initially intended to test you, but in the end, he was still subdued by you. Ningfeng tilted his head in response. That is normal for humans. I am not surprised. On the contrary, I have never trusted him. What he can find out are just things I am not afraid of others knowing. If he is still willing to lend me a hand, then I will consider myself to have made a profit. In another development, at the Tuangniu Guild, Ningfeng was almost stunned by the scene. Strange, too strange. A shadow whispered from behind. Through these two contacts, I can sense that the omnipotent magic god's strength is no longer what it used to be. Zhao Long did not react too strongly upon hearing this. He leisurely continued. After all, he was seriously injured in the battle years ago. If I had not deliberately searched for it, I would have even had difficulty detecting his characteristic magic aura. A moment of silence, then Zhao Long suddenly changed his tone. However, the omnipotent magic god suddenly attacked and challenged my secret realm, revealing his movements. This truly makes me feel confused. Ningfeng's actions are increasingly making me feel confused. A few hours earlier, the subordinate reported strenuously, his face showing clear disbelief. Ningfeng has great strength, but he does not use any skills that exceed our cognitive ability. At times, they are even just ordinary attacks. The improvements he brings to those around him, in your eyes, are just insignificant, low-level tricks. Speaking of which, he lowered his head, his voice rising in a murmur. Sorry for being blunt, but after having sensed your divine might, I find it truly difficult to imagine how Ningfeng can compare to you. Then the subordinate looked anxiously towards him. What I can't understand even more is, if he wants to hide his identity, then why must he participate in our training camp and do so many things to attract attention, not afraid of being discovered by you? Zhao Long's eyes suddenly flashed brightly. He emphasized in a grating voice, I thought of a possibility. Finally, Zhao Long boldly offered a conjecture. This person has perhaps only obtained one or two treasures of the omnipotent magic god. If that is the case, then everything can be explained. A sinister smile crossed Zhao Long's lips, his mind filled with bold ideas. Why, despite having obvious strength, does he only use ordinary attacks? Because the divine artifact can greatly enhance his basic attributes, which is completely sufficient in this low-level world. Why, when dealing with parasitic demons, does not he let anyone near? Because eliminating parasitic demons requires the use of a divine gift, and he does not want others to know what kind of divine artifact it is. Why, when away from the divine artifact, is Ningfeng not truly that strong? He has to rely on training to obtain more benefits. Just at this moment, Zhao Long excitedly waved his hand. Shi Xiong once said that behind Ningfeng is a mysterious big shot. Even if it is not the omnipotent magic god, it can't be separated from the omnipotent magic god. This person is hiding in the shadows, letting Ningfeng come out in front as a shield. At the same time, the sound of rain pattered against the window panes. At this moment, Han Yin could not hide his curiosity, and asked aloud, Divine Master, do you think the primal Holy Spirit has taken the bait? Meanwhile, Ningfeng calmly admired the scenery. He leisurely replied, a lucky person receiving a divine artifact is probably a very reasonable cover. Although many things I do are unintentional, as long as I guide it a little, I can make people feel that they have seen through the secrets inside. Speaking of which, Ningfeng frowned. He carefully offered a plan. In an unclear situation, the primal Holy Spirit might not act rashly. However, when he relies on his analysis to come to a reasonable conclusion, it might break the deadlock. If we want to lure him out, it might be worth a try. Just at this moment, a voice from outside called out, Feng, let us go eat dinner. He happily turned around. Coming. The scene shifted to the cafeteria, the place for students. Only Ningfeng was seen carrying a tray of hot food. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, as if enjoying something. At the same time, Shi Xiang also closed his eyes, a slight smile on his face. As the two passed each other, Shi Xiang quickly reported, "The fish took the bait." "Back to Jia Long," he reminded in a stern voice. "I remember you said that sometimes Ningfeng will act alone, right?" On this side, he was slightly silent. So he is planning to take action when I am acting alone. In contrast to the two, Shi Xiang brazenly observed, next is the duel between two gods. The morning sunlight grew increasingly cool. Standing in the silent secret realm, Ningfeng's eyes swept in all directions. To make it easier to act, I specially chose a remote, secret realm. That primal Holy Spirit, it can't be that he could not find the location, could he? Han Yin interjected. Perhaps he is hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity. Ningfeng prayed silently. I have tried my best to arrange everything. I hope there won't be any mistakes. Meanwhile, Jia Long lowered his head, unable to help but feel a little uneasy. Although I have made guesses based on the collected information, I still can't rule out the possibility that Ningfeng is the omnipotent magic god. Relying on just one incarnation is still a bit too risky after all. If I want to act, I still have to make a few more arrangements. Thinking of this, Jia Long pursed his lips. If we are talking about the weaknesses of the omnipotent magic god. In another development, Feng Rui led a group of people into a dark cave. Just at this moment, he stopped, his eyes fixed on a point. Back to Jia Long, he had meticulously planned in his heart. In the event that I am not sure of winning, I do not intend to go find Ningfeng and start a war directly. So today, since he is not here, I will just follow his friends. Jia Long's eyes brightened with a crazy thought. The omnipotent magic god values the pawns in his hand too much, even not minding facing us for their sake. His biggest weakness is his extremely foolish kindness. Thinking of this, he secretly resolved, these people are all Ningfeng's best friends. I must capture them and use them as pawns. Even if Ningfeng is the omnipotent magic god, I still have a chance to compete with him. The more Jia Long thought, the more triumphant he felt. By the time that Ningfeng reacts, it will be too late. At the same time, Feng Rui and Wang Yue rushed forward without hesitation. Just at this moment, a figure shot into the air. In the blink of an eye, Jia Long's body appeared directly opposite them. Before the group could react, he suddenly waved his hand towards Feng Rui. Only Jia Long was seen spitting out a stream of eerie energy. Just when he thought he had won, he stopped. What? Before Feng Rui's eyes, a black crack appeared. Meanwhile, Jia Long looked around in confusion. This place is the dark world. What is going on? Active skill. Void Han. Dark forbidden spell. Tier space. Enter the dark world. Quickly teleport to the target location, lasting 1 hour. Amidst the chaos, a cold voice rang out. Being a god, yet only knowing how to attack innocent people. Ningfeng turned his head, looking directly at Jia Long. Luckily I knew about your despicable behavior, so I prepared in advance. It was indeed as I predicted. As soon as he saw him, he reacted vehemently. You are Ningfeng. No, you are the omnipotent magic god. Ningfeng did not answer. A murderous aura suddenly radiated from his body. Just at this moment, Ningfeng suddenly asked, Han Yin, do you think the primal Holy Spirit would attack the people around me? He asked back in confusion. You mean, like what they did to us back then? After a moment of thought, Han Yin replied in a low voice. I am not sure, but those gods did do it once. On this side, Ningfeng pondered before the virtual screen. Active skill, divine decree initiation. Dark forbidden spell. A designated disciple receives a blessing from the gods, breaking through their own limits and increasing their strength. He decisively clicked. This divine decree initiation skill has a default blessing of shadow protection. It can help them obtain an early warning and protection when a follower is in danger. Because the person being protected is me, I can also sense the danger in advance. Afterwards, Ningfeng unhesitatingly revealed his intention. I intend to come clean with Hoi Duyet, NHI, and then check the effect of this blessing. If it works, then there is no need to worry about them falling into danger. Back to Jia Long, the two silently looked at each other. At the same time, Jia Long slowly moved his fingertips, constantly telling himself, damn it, now is not the time to think wildly. Even if I lose this incarnation, I must probe his strength. From afar, Ningfeng faintly moved his lips, a voice sounding out, you people, in that moment he emphasized in a grating voice, are not worthy of being called gods. Faced with Ningfeng's attitude, Jia Long exclaimed in surprise, that is. From above, an eye appeared, inside, exuding a violent energy. In the blink of an eye, Jia Long's body was devoured by them. On the opposite side, Ningfeng calmly observed, this guy, he must be dead now, right? This is the first time I have fought in the dark world, and because I was worried about unforeseen events, I did not hold back at all. Han Yin craned his neck to look at Jia Long. To take a direct hit from a forbidden spell, even a god definitely could not withstand it. Of course, you are more special. Hearing this, Ningfeng's heart was filled with thoughts. According to Divine Master, last time I accidentally intruded into the trial secret realm, and in a completely unprepared situation, I was directly hit by a forbidden spell from the primal Holy Spirit, yet I only needed to drink medicine to recover. Then he opened his eyes wide in surprise. I did not expect the primal Holy Spirit to borrow Charon's body and directly invade our world. I hope this time I can restrain him so that I can have more time to continue to grow stronger. At the Radiant Stele, the primal Holy Spirit grasped the divine realm. At the same time, the throne suddenly lit up. Only the leader was seen roaring in pain. Suddenly, his body collapsed to the ground. Witnessing that scene, the subordinate anxiously ran over. Divine Master. Suddenly he roared, "Get out of here! Get out!" The group replied tremblingly, "Yes, your command." But immediately after, he painfully clutched his chest, his heart surging with anger. How is it possible? The omnipotent magic god can actually control the power of darkness. I clearly did not sense even a trace of the power of darkness from his body before. Then he immediately denied it, his eyes flashing with resentment. That is not right. Even the 7 evil gods can't use the power of darkness to such an extent. Silence spread. Then his eyes turned to one side, suspicion and fear. Could it be that the omnipotent magic god has grasped what we have always been searching for? He hurriedly leaned forward, his voice urgent, his eyes flashing with determination. We must quickly contact the other gods. We must. Only his fingers were seen clenching tightly into the ground. Just at that moment, he frantically raised his head. Wait, my current form cannot be seen by you. What if some bastard takes the opportunity to invade? Speaking of which, he angrily punched the ground, screaming madly, "Damn it! Damn it!" In another development, at the Tuangnu Guild, from inside a luxury car, a foot wearing an expensive shoe stepped down. As soon as he came outside, Shi Yu sighed in relief. After being isolated in the hospital for so many days, I can finally come back. He did not forget to turn and ask, "Xiao Shang, in the time that I was not here, did anyone make things difficult for you?" Shi Shang quickly replied, "It is still okay." Although many people withdrew, everyone was quite restrained. Hearing this, Shi Yu once again instructed, "Just let them go if they want to. After all, we still have the trial secret realm. You try a little harder. We can still develop again in the future." Meanwhile, Shi Xiong bit his lip, as if to find courage. He began to hesitate. Should I tell my brother about the primal Holy Spirit? He definitely hopes that I can receive the protection of the gods and become his most reliable fighting force. Just at this moment, Shi Yu suddenly stopped, his eyes flashing with a look of confusion. He exclaimed in panic, "The trial secret realm, what happened?" On this side, Ningfeng heard the news and did not even ripple. He asked quickly, "What is wrong?" "The trial secret realm is closed." Shi Xiang spoke, while glancing back. "My brother just came back and had to endure such a big shock." The experienced Han Yin spoke, "The trial secret realm is the expansion of the divine realm, and it is also a major base for the gods to spread their faith to other worlds. To actively give up the trial secret realm, I am afraid there is only one reason." He was silent for a moment, then a trembling but determined voice rang out. "The primal Holy Spirit, after fighting with you, has completely cut off contact with this world, which means that he has admitted his defeat." Hearing this, Shishang's eyes widened. "So, your confrontation with the primal Holy Spirit," Ningfeng admitted frankly, "can now be considered that I have won." His face was as pale as a banana leaf, and he was secretly grateful. "Fortunately, I did not do anything to betray Teacher Ning." "Then, Teacher Ning will remember my favor, right?" After a long while, Ningfeng instructed, "You really helped a lot this time. Come find me if you need anything in the future." Shishang was so excited that he jumped up. "Okay." At an extremely luxurious mansion, Ningfeng stepped out into the middle of the group, his voice serious. "Although we have temporarily escaped the harassment of the primal Holy Spirit, we still need a clear plan for the future." His voice continued to ring out. "After all, besides the primal Holy Spirit, the other gods will sooner or later pay attention to this place." Ningfeng's eyes swept over everyone. He smiled slightly. "First, I want to say thank you very much for believing in me." On the side, Mukyu stared at him emotionally. "Brother, you probably won't believe me if I say this." Shi Xiang turned with a half smile. "This younger brother has been chosen by a god." Right at this moment, everyone gathered in the conference room. Wan Yu crossed her arms, deep in thought. Indeed, everything that could not be explained before was done by Ningfeng. That mysterious big shot is Ningfeng. On this side, Feng Yi's expression was also thoughtful. Wang Yue's stream of thoughts continued to appear, but he has never harmed an innocent person. On the contrary, many people have been able to survive, thanks to his help. Compared to those unpredictable gods, who do whatever they please, Ningfeng is the one who deserves to be respected and relied upon. At this moment, Ningfeng, with a bright expression, secretly calculated, "It seems that I have reached a consensus with everyone." Not only that, the reactions of some people even exceeded my expectations. Suddenly, He Shisheng cheered happily. That excessiveness caused Ningfeng to glance over and secretly comment, "Friend." He has always had that expression since the beginning. His eyes are full of such fervor that it is about to spill out. Immediately afterwards, he regained his composure and stated grandly, "I believe that no one wants to see the world they live in become a sure field for the gods to trample on at will. Therefore, the urgent task at hand is to quickly increase our strength, and we must protect this land ourselves." He continued to analyze, because our world level is very low, and many aspects are still quite backward, we can only find ways to improve from other worlds. Although I have found some medicine formulas from other worlds before, it is still far from enough. Hearing this, Wang Yue immediately questioned, "Medicine, vague memories, achievements, advanced skills. Besides these, is there any other way?" That question caused Ningfeng to pause for a few seconds in thought. "A few days ago, I absorbed Alita's magic soldier divine realm, and received new memories. In those memories, I found some useful things." At this moment, Feng Rui suddenly spoke, strengthening and enchanting. Immediately after, Ningfeng immediately explained, "That is right. These two methods are both used to improve equipment. Strengthening can increase the basic attributes of equipment, while enchanting can bring special attributes and effects to supplement the equipment." After listening to his analysis, Feng Yi pondered and reasoned. "Our equipment has always been, use whatever drops, lacking the ability to choose flexibly. Some professions find it difficult to find suitable equipment. If we can change equipment, combined with tactical calculations, more powerful combat methods will definitely be developed." At this time, Ningfeng seriously stated, "But the current problem is that both strengthening and enchanting require some special materials to perform, such as mountain copper, secret silver, and star gold." Hearing this, Feng Rui looked at Zhang Yangshuan in surprise. "These materials, we have never heard of them before." Ningfeng continued to present, "The main problem lies here. For us, these materials are all very unfamiliar things, and we can only enter the secret realms to search for them. In the short term, I am afraid." Suddenly, Feng Yi stood up abruptly and announced, "Sorry, I will take this call." That sudden action caused Wang Yu to be startled and look back. Very quickly, she regained her composure and asked, "Are these materials metallic minerals? I do not know what they look like." On this side, Feng Yi, with a serious expression, answered the phone and said hurriedly, "Okay, I will go over immediately." Immediately afterwards, he returned to the meeting and urgently announced, "Xiaofeng, there are heteromorphs causing trouble in Xizang City. I need to go and deal with it." Hearing this, Ningfeng did not hesitate to answer, "Okay, you go ahead." The scene shifted to a tall building in the city, where bombs were being thrown continuously, causing smoke and fire to rise everywhere. The purple-haired man appeared and laughed contemptuously. "There is not even one who can fight." Feng Yi appeared at the scene with a solemn expression. At this time, a subordinate soldier hurriedly ran over to report the situation. "Chief Feng, this guy also disappeared mysteriously a few years ago, and recently suddenly reappeared. Our attacks have no effect on him." Without fear, Feng Yi walked straight forward and reassured, "I will go try." Immediately, he used magic to conjure a blazing flame in his hand. Feng Yi directly launched the attack towards the opponent, and a series of flames were sprayed out. But the purple-haired man calmly avoided those attacks by conjuring a black stream of air to defeat it. Feng Yi was completely stunned by that scene and exclaimed with wide eyes, "What?" The purple-haired man's entire body changed color to pure black. He grinned slyly and said confidently, "Oh, Senior Feng's magic does not seem to work on me anymore." Unwilling to give in, Feng Yi wholeheartedly continued to summon the fire dragon. Even so, the purple-haired man still easily avoided and defeated it, and he bluntly declared, "I told you, useless, do not waste your energy." He revealed a fierce expression and boastfully showed off, "My armor has been strengthened with secret silver." Do you know what secret silver is? It is a special metal that has very good magic resistance. Hearing this, Feng Yi almost collapsed and stammered, "You said, secret silver." Then, without hesitation, he immediately ran away as fast as he could, causing the other party to exclaim in surprise, "Hey, why did this old man suddenly run away?" At this time, Feng Yi urgently took out his phone. He called Ningfeng's number directly and hurriedly announced, "Xiaofeng, I seem to have found clues related to secret silver." On this side, at the scene of the incident, Captain Chu hurriedly contacted through the walkie-talkie, "I do not know what is going on inside." Just at this time, the green-shirted boy spoke. "I heard that the heteromorph is very strong, even Shi Feng could not solve it, and has called for a lot of reinforcements." The entire building was burning and cracking piece by piece. The voices of the two young men continued to ring out. "No wonder I saw several flight paths of flying magic scrolls falling just now. HMPH, and so many people have to be mobilized. Just how strong is that heteromorph?" Immediately afterwards, the bruised and wounded face of the purple-haired man appeared. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Who exactly are you? It is okay to beat me. But," he helplessly cried and wailed, Why are you taking my clothes off too? The crowd surrounded the purple-haired man, each searching for every item. Someone blurted out, "Is there any secret gold in here? I can't see anything." After a while of observation, the purple-haired man also realized their purpose and thought secretly, "HMPH, even if you snatch my things, it is useless. All the strength and equipment will be linked to the soul of the user, and others can't wear it at all." At this time, Ningfeng's face was full of murderous intent as he asked, "Hello, where did you get the secret gold from?" That question caused the purple-haired man to scream loudly. He explained tearfully, "I was noticed by a great demon king, and then taken to a secret realm that he controlled to cultivate for a few years. There are some mineral deposits in that secret realm, which can be mined to produce some special minerals that can be used to strengthen equipment." A series of fiery eyes looked towards the purple-haired man with the question, "Tell me the location quickly," that caused him to shrink back in fear. Immediately afterwards, a purple crack suddenly appeared in the sky, and the system displayed a notification. This secret realm requires a team to challenge. The number of people needed is 30. The number of people is sufficient. Do you want to open it? Yes, no. Seeing this, Ningfeng was very surprised and identified. Unexpectedly, it is a large secret realm for 30 people. Feng Yi behind him also spoke. This type of secret realm has a very high difficulty, and the number and strength of the enemies should not be underestimated. It is better for everyone to act together. At this time, Feng Yi continued to analyze. According to the words of that berserker, the monsters in the secret realm are mainly beastmen, divided into 5 tribes. Images of soldiers with black faces appeared. He continued to express, their common leader lives in the largest tribe. Only by defeating the leader can the entire secret realm be occupied. Immediately afterwards, Ningfeng took the lead and stepped into the mysterious door and shouted, "Let us go!" On this side, the ambulance was speeding on the road. Inside the car, the purple-haired man was handcuffed and guarded by 2 soldiers, but he still calmly showed an unpredictable smile, hehe. This caused the 2 soldiers to pay attention, and one turned to question, "Hey, what are you laughing at?" The purple-haired man seriously replied, "Nothing, just thinking about some fun things." The guarding soldier angrily scolded, "I warn you, do not joke like that." The purple-haired man did not care about that warning at all, and he continued to smile brightly and thought secretly, "I wonder what the expressions of those people will be when they enter the secret realm, even if they can get in, but out." Back to the journey into the secret realm, Ningfeng's group had set foot on the gate of that place. The entire scene dyed red before their eyes, with many unrecognizable shapes. Sharp stakes pierced through thousands of unfortunate lives. The green monster soldiers advanced with fierce expressions. Ningfeng still maintained a calm appearance and observed them. Someone in his team spoke and speculated, "It seems like this is the arena." At this moment, the system board suddenly displayed a notification. "Bloodthirsty arena. The strong, who want to stand at the end, must face a trapped beast." Seeing this, Shu Ting was confused and worried. What does it mean? Are they making us kill each other?" Zhu Jiangshu in the back also frowned in horror. Wang Yue was very calm and prepared to attack with a bow and arrow. On this side, Feng Ye also immediately summoned a ring of firepower, ready to fight. Just at this moment, the fiery red shield was affected by the dazzling golden light, and someone immediately warned, "That screen of light can't be broken." Immediately afterwards, the group of monster soldiers shouted, "Those bugs are trying to escape. Save your strength to deal with your companions. Kill, kill, kill." Suddenly, the leader of those monsters appeared with red eyes. He revealed a fierce expression, along with sharp fangs. Seeing this, Feng Yi widened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, "Those 5 people are the leaders of the beastmen." At this time, the system board displayed a notification. "There are no teammates here, only enemies. Battle countdown 5. Without hesitation, Ningfeng immediately held a fighting weapon and summoned blue light. He directly attacked that screen of light, causing it to shatter. The leader was very shocked to see this. His eyes widened and he stammered, "The screen of light has..." Ningfeng still maintained a cold face and calmly announced, "Everyone, you can go out now." The scene shifted to the Beastman tribe. The city gate was carved into the shape of a skull with sharp teeth. Inside, a soldier of the tribe was practicing alchemy. The leader took Ningfeng to visit and introduced enthusiastically, "This is where we strengthen equipment. In the warehouse next door are the things you mentioned, such as mountain copper, secret gold, and star gold." Immediately afterwards, he shouted at the alchemist, "Useless thing, do not tremble while working. Do not let me lose face in front of the leader." The soldier holding the hammer trembled and replied, "Yes." Ningfeng supported his chin and thought, then honestly expressed, "So strengthening equipment is like this." The leader quickly replied, "That is right, this is our traditional technique." At this time, another craftsman suddenly spoke, "I do not know if you are satisfied with the results." The craftsman from earlier asked uncomfortably, "The leader is the strongest warrior of the tribe, but he is bowing down like this. Who exactly are these humans?" At that time, the tribal leader recalled the moment when he fought with Ningfeng. He was preparing to launch the strongest blow. He recalled and kept exclaiming, "That human mage rushing over really scared me to death. At that time I had a feeling that if I hesitated a little I would be destroyed. Fortunately, I was decisive, so I was able to save my life." On this side, Ningfeng still rested his hand on his chin and seriously calculated. Our world does not have these techniques. Due to the difference in level and race, even if we learn it, we can't absorb it. It is better to directly talk about cooperating with these beastmen. Suddenly, the leader happily suggested, "You need us to provide equipment strengthening. That is our honor. From now on, just leave this matter to us." Hearing this, Ningfeng scratched his head in surprise and asked, "Did they agree already? We have not even discussed the price." His actions also caused Feng Yi and Wang Yue to stare at him with puzzled expressions. Ningfeng looked at all the beastmen in front of him and secretly evaluated. Normally, occupying a secret realm requires destroying the boss first, and then opening the passages and seals. But since the leader has cooperated like this, I can't stab him to death with a sword. However, demons are still demons after all, and can't be trusted too much. Suddenly, the leader stood up and confidently affirmed, "Don't worry, we can sign a blood oath contract. This is the highest contract of our tribe. With coercive, magical power, the violator will suffer extremely terrible consequences." Then, Ningfeng did not hesitate for a second, and raised his hand. On this side, the leader also seriously raised his hand. The two just touched hands, like a promise. Around the two, a blood-red aura enveloped the entire space. The leader exclaimed in fear, "What is going on?" Even Ningfeng could not understand, and secretly asked, "Why did this skill activate automatically?" Suddenly, the system board displayed a notification. Active skill. Divine Scroll Revelation. Dark Forbidden Spell. The designated follower will receive the grace of the gods, surpass their own limits, and greatly increase their strength. On the leader's side, the system also displayed a notification. Has expressed loyalty to the gods, received the grace of the covenant. The offering requested by the gods is equipment strengthening. Reading this, the leader was extremely stunned and stammered, You are..." The sentence was interrupted there, and followed by his reasoning. "Can bestow upon me the grace of the covenant. Surely is one of the 7 demon gods." Immediately afterwards, the leader immediately knelt down and bowed respectfully. "I do not know which demon god has descended. Please forgive the rudeness of your subordinate," Ningfeng casually replied. In his heart, he was very confused at this time. He paled and secretly speculated. Just signing a casual contract, why did I suddenly become a demon god? Wait, demon god seems to be the way demons call the 7 evil gods. The leader showed a very unpredictable expression. He was also secretly reasoning, I understand now. We have always traditionally dedicated life, chaos, and destruction to the gods, but we have never received feedback from the gods. Who would have thought that now the demon god requires the offering of equipment, strengthening? Then, he respectfully presented the items in front of Ningfeng, his heart still filled with thoughts. If we want to become strong, we must use the right offering to worship the demon god, in order to continuously receive the power of darkness. Unexpectedly, I received the grace from the gods. I, Hargar, can become the leader of the Beastman tribe. It must be thanks to the secret protection of the gods. Thinking about it, the leader kowtowed to Ningfeng. That incomprehensible action made him wonder in his heart, why does this guy keep bowing? Does he want to ask for a red envelope? Fortunately, this is another space, and people outside can't see it. After that, Ningfeng immediately gave a stern order. Hey, about my affairs, do not talk nonsense outside. Do you understand? The leader respectfully replied. Your subordinate obeys. The ritual was finally completed, and the two still gave each other a cold look. Then, the leader began to speak. It will take some time to strengthen the equipment. Everyone is here for the first time. Why do not we hold a welcome party? After hearing the order, the faces of all the soldiers fell. The yellow-skinned man turned to say, Do you feel like the great leader suddenly became interested? The green-skinned man hesitantly expressed, Isn't it that he was driven crazy by these humans? Immediately afterwards, the campfire was lit, burning brightly in the dark night. Zhu supported his hand and happily waited for the grilled meat skewers to cook. Even Feng Yi cheerfully raised a glass with the Beastman tribe. After that, he vaguely thought, unexpectedly, humans can live peacefully with demons like this. Is this a miracle brought about by the gods? Looking at He Sheng, happily raising his glass with the leader, Ningfeng stood beside and could not help but exclaim, The expressions of these two are exactly the same. At this moment, the leader stared at Shishong and secretly recognized. At first, I felt strange. These people are obviously very weak. How can they be qualified to be with such strong people? Now I understand. The gods must have a deep and broad plan. I will spare no expense to become the most loyal assistant of the gods. Outside the city gate, the leader's sonorous voice rang out. Lord, the first set of equipment has been completed. Displayed on the frame is a skillfully carved sword. Immediately after, the system board notified, Accept soul binding. Note that after binding, the item will become the user's own item and cannot be changed. Yes, no. Wang Yue was overwhelmed by the luxuriousness of that item. She exclaimed in surprise. Oh, after the equipment is strengthened, all attributes have increased 10 times compared to before. This level of upgrade, most people cannot achieve, even if they cultivate their whole life. Immediately afterwards, the leader's eyes widened in horror. He angrily announced, "Power! I feel the power I have not had in a long time. The great deity has acknowledged the gift I offered." Ningfeng's face remained calm, and he was surrounded by the red aura from before. A cloud of black smoke appeared, followed by a voice full of ferocity. "Who has summoned me? Tell me your conspiracy so that I can. That voice continued to emanate with anger. "Who has awakened me?" That sentence made Ningfeng's hair stand on end. He thought seriously, why is someone talking in my consciousness? Not stopping there, that voice continued to threaten, "Tell me your intention so that I can. Ningfeng felt extremely annoyed. He complained irritably, "It is so noisy, what is going on?" A beam of light streaked across and spread into branches in his head. Ningfeng angrily wondered, who exactly is summoning demons in my consciousness? Immediately afterwards, the monster appeared and roared, "Why have I become like this? Where is this?" Suddenly rising up, the monster faced Ningfeng. He was staring at it. Xie Jin fiercely questioned, "Little brat, who are you?" Ningfeng also showed a puzzled expression and asked, "I also want to ask you, what are you?" Xie Jin angrily shouted, "How dare you, daring to offend a god? I am Lord Xie Jin of one of the 7 demon gods. My strength is so strong that you can hardly imagine." Ningfeng paused for a few seconds and thought, "Xie Jin, I seem to have heard Han Yin mention it." Then, Xie Jin continued to recognize. "Looking at your expression, you must be meeting a god for the first time. Do not be afraid. It is normal that you low-level humans do not know much. As long as you are willing to believe in me, I can bestow upon you the protection of the gods." Suddenly, Ningfeng spoke out, "Ah, I remember, when the 12 main gods and the 7 demon gods fought, you were the one who was defeated by me." Xie Jin shouted in disbelief, "What?" He angrily yelled, "You, who exactly are you? Tell me clearly." Ningfeng was helplessly silent and cursed in his heart. This guy is really noisy. Is there no way to make him be quiet for a while? At this moment, the system appeared, but the content of the notification was not loaded. Ningfeng quickly looked at the system board and exclaimed, "Oh, it is a task again." Not willing to stop, Xie Jin was determined to cling on. "Hey, tell me, look at me, brat." Seeing this, Ningfeng's face immediately changed. He stared at his face and said in a gritted voice, "Shut up for me." Xie Jin was terrified by that appearance, and fearfully expressed, "I am sorry." Just at this moment, the system board displayed a notification. Task: Cocoon Breaking Rebirth -1. Achieve triple change. Complete 10% Divine Persona Fusion. Time limit: 20 days. Over 20 days, failure penalty, deletion of host. Observing the task before him, Ningfeng could not help but exclaim in surprise, Divine Persona Fusion. The scene shifted to the divine realm, Biaming Rui Feng. A guard entered the hall and respectfully knelt before the throne. "Divine Master." The leader of that kingdom appeared with a frustrated expression and said, "Didn't I say, do not bother me?" The guard still insisted on presenting. But this matter is very important. You may need to know." Immediately afterwards, the guard quickly reported, "Returned Soul's residence, an eternal hibernation divine star. The 2 divine master adults are visiting. It seems they have found a way to merge the divine persona." Hearing that news, the leader angrily gnashed his teeth. Then the guard quickly retreated to make way for the guests. It was one of the 12 main gods, Returned Soul's residence. He appeared with a confident expression and said, "Primal Holy Spirit, why is your complexion so pale?" Immediately afterwards, the one of the 12 main gods, Eternal Hibernation Divine Star, appeared after him, with a stern expression. Primal Holy Spirit calmly replied, "Don't worry, it is just a little trouble that needs to be dealt with. I heard your research has made progress." Without saying anything, Eternal Hibernation Divine Star immediately summoned a red stream of energy. Seeing this, Primal Holy Spirit exclaimed in surprise, "This is an evil god's aura." After that, Eternal Hibernation Divine Star explained, "This source of power comes from one of the 7 demon gods, Divine Persona. Although I have only merged less than 10% of its Divine Persona, I can feel that my understanding of the laws of the universe has been improved, and I can even control a portion of the dark power." Then, Return Soul's residence also spoke. "To analyze, according to our observations, this merger is currently stable. It is only that completely absorbing another divine persona requires a long period of time, but at least it can prove that the direction we are going is right." Hearing this, Primal Holy Spirit paled and reasoned, "It is him, the omnipotent magic." God has also understood this. He seized the divine persona of the evil god Xie Jin. I do not know what method he used to merge. Thinking of the opponent's appearance, Primal Holy Spirit became even more angry and thought, It seems that we have once again fallen behind. This guy, always unintentionally, goes one step ahead of us. Then, he secretly pondered, if he could not become my ally. The Holy Spirit True Essence concluded that the only option was to use every means to eliminate him. At that moment, a girl was pouring tea. She gently said, Ning Xianzheng, please have some tea. Ningfeng hurriedly nodded. Okay. Then, he introduced himself. I am Ningfeng. I just advanced to level 90 a day ago, and I am preparing to complete the third advancement quest, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. Just then, the system notification appeared. All system magic god condition, third advancement prequest 1. Enter the Xixiangkong Lin secret realm. Obtain the quest item, symbol of nature. 2. Collect 50 transformation stones. 3. Collect 150 Jingyue Ganlu. 4. Collect 150 Lingmu Jinya. Time limit, 15 days. Difficulty, 6 stars, rank S. Then, the entrance to the Xixiangkong Lin secret realm appeared. The suddenness made Ningfeng exclaim in surprise. What? The blonde-haired young man sincerely expressed. Fellow student, I understand how you feel, but you see, he quickly explained. A few days ago, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, Ningfeng immediately asked, what is going on? The system spirit then spoke up. Great God Lord. It seems this is a sign of the demon tide. It continued to analyze. After some secret realms accumulate enough energy, they will temporarily enter a state of hibernation, beginning to strengthen themselves. The system spirit clearly explained. After the strengthening is complete, the entrance to the secret realm will appear again, several times larger, and release a series of invading demon creatures. This situation is called the demon tide. It continued to deduce. Generally, the longer the secret realm hibernates, the more intense the invasion of demon creatures will be when it reappears. If not handled properly, it is highly likely to cause serious damage. Hearing this, Ningfeng turned to ask, I only have 15 days. Will it be enough? The system spirit immediately replied. Sorry, this subordinate is not sure either. However, Ningfeng also had his own considerations. The matter of godhood, even Han Yin is not clear about it. If the system has sent a quest of this level, it probably won't set me up, right? He looked at the blonde-haired young man before him and thought, that is right. I should still tell them about the demon tide, and try to prepare early. Thinking this, Ningfeng calmly sipped his tea. The pink-haired girl observed him and secretly judged, this young man is too amazing. The team leader reported the information he provided to the higher-ups, and they took it extremely seriously, not only inviting him to take over supreme command, but also specially sending people to help. She chatted with everyone on the road, but was still preoccupied with her thoughts. Who would have thought that he would be sitting here drinking tea? The 3 presidents of the 7 major guilds took the initiative to request to fight the invaders, busying themselves outside, arranging response plans. Just then, the blonde-haired young man spoke up. Guild President Du. Evacuating everyone completely will probably take a lot of time and manpower. Hearing this, Du Linghua immediately ordered. Even so, we have to do it. Because Xiao Feng specifically instructed that if we do not respond properly, it is highly likely to cause serious damage. Receiving the order, the blonde-haired young man immediately replied. Understood. Understood. I will do it immediately. Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise came from behind, causing everyone to turn their heads. Above the sky, a spatial gate appeared, emitting streams of purplish-blue gas. From within, tens of thousands of monsters emerged, one after another. Returning to the Xixiangkong Lin secret realm, night enveloped the entire city. The fish-headed crocodile man fearfully reported, High Priest, starting the rift ahead of schedule, is that really okay? The pterodactyl fiercely said, What are you worried about, didn't I tell you? I sensed the summons of Lord Xiejin. It laughed loudly and proclaimed, I guarantee that Lord Xiejin is not far from us, and to gain Lord Xiejin's favor, we must offer sacrifices immediately. Immediately afterward, Team Leader Zhu issued a warning, emergency situation, everyone, quickly leave this place and go to the shelter. Then, a series of ferocious beasts charged forward to attack. One mocked and laughed contemptuously. Those sacrifices are scared witless, they are about to run away. Another provoked, how about we make a bet? Then, the allied beast spoke up, let us compete. Who kills more sacrifices? The pterodactyl agreed without hesitation. Of course, let us 2 charge ahead. Immediately, the 2 set off together, shouting, Watch closely, the first drop of blood is mine. Suddenly, the stream of power was shattered to pieces, and the first drop of blood appeared. The suddenness caused the pterodactyl to gape in astonishment. It stammered in horror, that place. What is? Ningfeng spoke cheerfully. Doesn't feel very powerful. Han Yin immediately explained, Actually, the demon tide might not necessarily be a bad thing. If you can successfully subdue it, you will gain rich experience and rewards. Hearing this, Ningfeng expressed enthusiastically, Rich rewards. I like that. We are all elites from the 7 major guilds. Although we possess the best combat power among human adventurers, in the face of demon creatures, we are still like weak lambs, risking our lives to face powerful enemies. Seeing our comrades fall one by one, never to rise again, we once thought that such a tragic war would be our endless fate. Until, looking at the adventurers before our eyes, each of them was displaying moves so powerful that it was hard to believe. Zhang Yanquan laughed loudly, charging forward fiercely, his voice filled with extreme excitement. It has been a long time since I have fought so happily. I feel like I have become a different person. Ning Feng looked at the fighting adventurers and felt extremely satisfied. The production capacity of the first batch of high-level potions and enhanced equipment is limited, so prioritizing distribution to the best combat power of the 7 major guilds, now, it seems that it was indeed the right decision. Moreover, this kind of large-scale battlefield is very suitable for doing one thing. At this moment, a pterodactyl riding a bird flew towards them. Suddenly, an arrow flashed, piercing through its head. The surrounding adventurers stared blankly at Wang Yue, secretly sighing. Are you kidding me? That pterodactyl was clearly blocking the line of sight, and she still hit the target. Looking at the pterodactyl being defeated by her move, she smiled in satisfaction. The move I just used is called, Don't Think I Can't See You. Don't think I can't see you. Path gain. Kill 100 enemies when the line of sight is blocked. Accompanying effect. Agility +8. Vision +20. Accuracy +20. Kill enemies when the line of sight is blocked. Experience points +30%. At this moment, Ningfeng, after observing the entire battlefield, smiled thoughtfully. This kind of large-scale battlefield is very suitable for my kin. To earn achievements, Feng Rui and Zhu Jiangshou simultaneously radiated an aura, both of them having received the Monster Qingdao Fu effect. Monster Qingdao Fu, path gained, kill 100 same-type enemies within a certain period of time. Accompanying effect, main attribute +5, designate a type of enemy, damage dealt +30%. Not only that, but Kongding was also radiating a blue aura when casting spells. Having received the You Want to Fight 10 effect, You Want to Fight 10, path gained, provide amplification to teammates, helping them continuously kill 10 enemies within a certain period of time. Accompanying effect, Spirit +8, skill casting speed amplification +15%, duration +15%. Not far away, a pterodactyl, riding a dinosaur, looked at the scene before it in disbelief. No way, no way. The high priest clearly told us that we are warriors favored by Lord Zheijin, but why is our offensive being blocked by the enemy? Just as it felt shaken, a voice suddenly rang out. Warriors, what is hindering your steps? Recognizing this voice, it was slightly stunned. The high priest's telepathic spell. The other adventurers also heard the voice. One of them curiously looked at the person next to him and asked, What is that voice saying? The person next to him explained, It is the language of demon creatures. I do not understand either. Looking at the reactions of the people around him, Ningfeng thought to himself, That is strange. I can unexpectedly understand it. At this moment, the high priest continued to transmit his voice. Lord Zheijin is waiting for your sacrifices. Let the enemy taste the fear of death. Hearing this, the other pterodactyls also became high-spirited, and one after another, they actively attacked the group. Hearing the familiar name, his eyes turned cold as he asked, Who? Zheijin, are these guys your people? Facing his cold expression, Zheijin hurriedly defended himself. Not me, I did not. Don't listen to their nonsense. Then he angrily roared at the group of pterodactyls. You bunch of idiots! Are you saying I do not want to live anymore? Stop it all for me! At this moment the high priest was standing before the altar, muttering something in his mouth. Suddenly, his expression became horrified, and he stammered, I was answered by a god. Immediately afterward, he telepathically transmitted his voice to the other pterodactyls. Warriors, let us listen to the enlightenment from the gods. Thinking that they were about to hear the voice of the one they believed in, they became even more excited. The high priest also tried to concentrate his mind, thinking to himself, I hear it. Although it is a little blurry, it is becoming clearer and clearer. The gods are saying. At this moment, Zheijin's voice rang out. You bastards! You are digging your own graves. Do not drag me down with you. I do not care if you die or not. Hearing what Zheijin said, their initial excitement quickly disappeared, replaced by incomprehensible contemplation. After accepting the truth, the team leader looked at the high priest and asked, Have we been abandoned by Lord Zheijin? The high priest now also had a worried expression and stammered, What should we do now? Hearing the high priest ask him in return, he angrily roared, Why are you asking me? You are the high priest. Facing his anger, the high priest hesitated and replied, How about we close the secret realm? Hearing this, the team leader became even angrier and shouted, It is all because you idiot opened the secret realm early. Now the energy has been severely depleted, and it can't be closed. At this moment, the system panel appeared before Ningfeng successfully resisted the demon tide, starting to settle all rewards. The others also simultaneously received rewards from the quest, and their faces were beaming with joy. They boasted one after another, the experience points rewarded are too much. I increased 4 levels, I got a high attribute gem. At this moment, an item appeared in Ningfeng's hand, accompanied by a system notification, received hidden reward. Remolding holy medicine, unknown item. Looking at the key in his hand, Han Yin curiously asked, "Great God, Lord, what is this key?" Thinking that he knew what it was, he replied, "Haven't you ever seen it before either?" Han Yin scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and replied, "Sorry, this subordinate really has never seen this kind of key." Remolding holy key. Judging from the name alone, you can guess that it is an item that only gods can use. Hearing this, he also acted as if it were nothing. If that is the case, then never mind it. First, let us complete my 3rd advancement quest. Scene change. At the secret realm, Shixiang Konglin. Ningfeng was slowly advancing to somewhere. On the other side, the pterodactyl team leader seemed to sense something and said, "The enemy seems to be only one person. Perhaps we still have a chance." The high priest also came up with a plan. Wait a moment. When he is not paying attention, I will use magic to confuse him. You time it right, and try to shoot him down with an arrow. Then, he continued to look towards the altar, trembling in fear in his heart. Why did Lord Shi abandon us? What did we do wrong? Touching the altar can still feel the whispers of the gods. I want to hear it again. If I can still receive the guidance of Lord Ji Yu, even the worst news. He focused on listening, and Shi Jin's voice rang out, saying something. "My lord, those two are hiding behind my altar, preparing to attack you." Immediately afterward, he suddenly appeared behind them, causing them to panic. The team leader shouted unwillingly, "Why?" After a period of time, a badge with a leaf printed on it appeared before him. The system voice rang out, "Symbol of nature, consumable item, quality, orange, attribute, permanent agility, +5. Attribute, permanent spirit, +5. He gently reached out and grasped it. Immediately afterward, a stream of black gas gradually gathered towards the altar. Xiejin explained on the side, "It is dark force. You can approach the altar to absorb it, it will help you increase your strength." At the same time, he secretly calculated in his heart, "Absorbing dark force from my altar will probably also benefit me. If I want to escape the situation, I can't miss any opportunity." Hearing this, he stretched out his hand and released a source of some kind of power. The source of power exploded the altar as soon as it touched it. Seeing this, Xiejin shouted unwillingly, "Why?" Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and stared at him, angrily saying, "Too noisy." Facing his anger, he trembled in fear and hurriedly replied, "Sorry." After making him shut up, he fell into thought, "I do not know the rules of operation of these demon god altars. It is best to destroy them for safety. Anyway, with the system's support, I do not really need this dark force." Scene change. At some tower, standing before the blue energy that was emitting a foul aura, the orange-haired man thought to himself, "One of the 7 demon gods, the pollution godhood, is in my hands. I will use the eternal succession of gods method to quickly merge with it." Saying this, he began to activate it. Looking at the energy that was gradually becoming violent, he angrily said, "Damn it, it is out of control again." On the side, Yang Yushenjing explained, "These mixed dark forces come from the demon creatures, sacrifices to the demon god. The demon god's godhood will frantically absorb these dark forces and constantly try to escape the seal. Because the difficulty of merging godhood is very high, so it is usually in an uncontrollable state." The orange-haired man ignored her words and continued to try to control it, while saying, "Calm down for me, I do not want to waste time with you. No matter how difficult it is, if that all-powerful magic god can do it, then I can definitely do it too." Scene change. At the job transfer lobby, Ningfeng was merging some kind of energy. Before him was the system panel, rank S quest. Completion rate, 100%. Quest, Rupture and New Life. 1. Achieve 3rd advancement. Complete 100% Godhood Fusion. Time limit, 20 days/20 days. Self-completed. Understanding of the universe has increased. After completing it, his eyes were dull as he asked himself, "So it is fused, I do not seem to feel anything." Seeming to recognize his doubts, the system appeared and explained, "Now you can temporarily open portals to other worlds through your believers. Opening and maintaining portals will consume the dark force created by the believers, sacrifices." He wondered, portals to other worlds. Scene change. At some desolate wasteland, Ningfeng swung his arm forward forcefully. Immediately afterward, a spatial portal appeared before him. An elf standing next to him saw this, and secretly sighed in his heart, as expected of the great demon god, tearing apart space with a wave of his hand. Looking at the spatial portal before him, he fell into contemplation. This skill is very important. If those gods can enter my world, then I must also have the ability to enter the worlds they control. I wonder what the world on the other side is like. Should I try going over there to see? At this moment, that elf also approached him, raising his muscular arm and asking, Lord, do you need this subordinate to accompany you? He replied, no need. I am just going to look around. But this exit is located in your secret realm, so I need you to guard this place and not let outsiders intrude. If you encounter strong enemies that are difficult to deal with, I will appear in time. He bowed respectfully and replied, please rest assured, Lord. This subordinate will definitely do his best to guard it. Then, he carefully and slowly entered the spatial portal. Looking at the scene before him, he sighed. Indeed, it is a wonderful place. The scenery here is completely different from Lanxing. That is right, I should use that first, right? Saying this, the system panel appeared before him. Illusion art, transformation, active skill, or mind illusion vision, dark forbidden spell. The eyes of ordinary people cannot see through your illusion. You can play with them as you please. After merging that skill, he continued to think, this skill book was previously another spoil of war rewarded by the demon tide. It just so happens to be useful. First, find a place with a wide view and see where I should go. Look, there is a very large city over there. Inside the city, people with appearances similar to elves but with blue skin and long ears walked densely through the city. Ningfeng used illusion art to walk through the city, sighing, these people are huge, but luckily they do not recognize me. Moreover, I can understand what they are saying. Is it because my understanding of the universe has been increased? At this moment Han Yin appeared, looking ahead and saying, Great God Lord, please look over there. That is a temple. There are believers of Yongshu Shenjing in this place. He asked him, Yongshu Shenjing is not that the god with the support profession, he replied. That is right, your memory is very good. Looking at the temple before him, he thought, although I am a little curious about the temple, to avoid alarming the snake, I should still not go there. At this moment, the blue-skinned elves wearing cloaks suddenly gathered here. Looking towards them, Han Yin asked, Great God Lord, what are they saying? He replied unsurely, it seems that a combat team has come out of the secret realm and picked up a very rare staff. It seems that staff is very powerful, the others are jealous to the point of exploding. Looking at the staff, Han Yin said in surprise, Great God Lord, if I am not mistaken, that staff is very similar to your staff from back then. Regarding his unexpected words, he asked in surprise, Han Yin continued, this kind of special style of divine artifact can only be created by one member of your kin. Vongka, Deathsong, Sisita. Immediately afterward, they looked towards the two blue-skinned elves who were talking. Ningfeng approached the two of them and asked, Excuse me, what is the origin of the staff that the mage is holding? One of them looked at him with a disdainful expression and laughed. You do not even know. That is the most valuable hidden reward in this secret realm, the staff of the evil god. Also known as Sisita's shame. He looked towards them, his eyes coldly asking, Sisita is... He replied, that is the final boss of this secret realm. It is said that she was once a minion of an evil god. Then she was subdued by this god and imprisoned here. Han Yin was a little stunned at this moment. Great God Lord, it is probably really Sisita. What should we do? Should we rescue her? Facing his question, he gently stroked his chin in contemplation. Then, he asked them, I also want a staff of the evil god, so how can I get it? Hearing his question, he seemed even more contemptuous, laughing loudly and saying, Are you a newbie? If you want to enter that secret realm, there is only one way. Take out 1,000 Bei Lin, and we will take you in. Regarding his request, he continued to contemplate, what is 1,000 Bei Lin? Is it the currency here? Where can I get it? Thinking this, he reached out his hand. In his hand, the shape of a money bag faintly appeared. After only a moment, the money bag was completely created by him. The system panel then appeared and explained. Active skill, mind illusion vision, dark forbidden spell. Ordinary light cannot penetrate your illusion. You can freely manipulate them as playing in Manhwa, the palm of your hand. He thought to himself, this mind illusion vision skill, during the time of effect, can even continuously consume magic power to create new illusions. The skill description says that ordinary eyes cannot penetrate the illusion, so I definitely won't be exposed, right? Looking at the money bag in his hand, their eyes lit up. It is 1,000 Bei Lin. Little brother is indeed a very generous person. Let us go. Come inside with us. Scene change. At the secret realm of the ghost domain of enchantresses, a blue-skinned elf with a sinister expression said, The road in here is very complicated. It is easy to get lost if you enter for the first time. If you accidentally go the wrong way and need us to rescue you, you will have to pay more. At the same time, he thought to himself, later, I can deliberately leave this guy behind, then go rescue him and earn another fortune. Suddenly, his expression became concerned as he said loudly, Hey, I am talking to you. Where is he? He was just behind us a moment ago. The money bag is also gone. Has anyone seen it? At this moment, he ran far away from them at high speed. Han Yin then said on the side, Great God Lord, I am not mistaken. This is Sisida's territory. It was originally called Tombsong Earth City, but it was renamed Ghost Domain of Enchantresses by those people. I am very familiar with every road here. There is absolutely no way to mistake it. If the secret realm has not been changed, then Sisida should be in. After a period of moving, the two of them were now standing before a room surrounded by books. Han Yin explained, Sisida's library, this is where she usually stays the most. At this moment, a pair of feet were slowly approaching them. That person was Sisida. At this moment, her eyes were extremely sinister, and a murderous aura emanated from her body. Han Yin then transformed and shouted, Sasi! Before he could finish his sentence, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. Thorns formed from magic power rose from the ground. The two quickly dodged while asking, What is this? Han Yin looked at her angrily and said, Sisida, you dare to be disrespectful to the great god. Lord, are you crazy? She then angrily looked at the two and said, You damned blue skins, do not even think about insulting me. If it were not for the seal, I would make you wish you were dead. Looking at her situation, he asked curiously, When I saw the great god lord, I regained my sanity. Why is Sisida? Wait, damned blue skins. Great god lord, is it caused by illusion? Hearing this, he cancelled his illusion art and asked, Does this work? Seeing his shape change, her expression gradually softened. Immediately afterward, she suddenly woke up. She looked towards him, her voice filled with joy as she stammered, God, great God Lord, I really can't believe it. Looking at her situation, he was silent. It is indeed caused by a forbidden spell. At this moment she continued to stammer, So it is really you. And also, Han Yin then stood up and continued, And me. Seeing him, she suddenly gnashed her teeth in anger, saying through gritted teeth, And you damned blue skin. You, damned blue skin? Looking at her becoming out of control again, he looked worriedly at him and asked, Han Yin, what is going on? Could it be that Sisida's illusion has not been lifted? He replied, It is nothing, great god lord. Perhaps you have forgotten. Damned blue skin was originally the nickname that Sisida gave me. At this moment, looking at his strange expression, Sisida also regained her senses, looking worriedly towards him and asking, Great god lord, are you all right? Han Yin explained, I do not know why, but it seems that the great god lord has lost all his previous memories. Hearing this, her expression became angry again, as she asked, Could it be that those false gods did something to you? At this moment Han Yin was no longer joking, seriously looking at her and saying, Sisida, when I died, you were still alive, so I think your information can help the great god lord. Also, joking with me for a while is enough. Sisida quickly knelt on one knee and respectfully said, Great god lord, Sisida wants to return to your protection, but this subordinate is sealed here by Yongshu Jingshan, and cannot leave. Yongshu Jingshan deliberately suppressed this subordinate's strength, turning this subordinate into a monster in the secret realm, being killed again and again, then resurrected again and again, enduring torture both physically and mentally. Great god lord, this subordinate, please rescue me. Looking at her current situation, he said unsurely, Her situation is different from yours, and I do not know if the previous method will work. He replied, You do not need to worry, as long as it is your decision. This subordinate will accept it. Saying this, he explained to Sisida, Sisida, the great god lord needs to kill you first, and then use another method to save you. You will be resurrected in this way, but we are not sure if this method will work for you. Facing this request, she calmly agreed. It is all right, I believe in the great god lord. Receiving her answer, his expression became serious. This place is influenced by other gods. We should not delay for too long. Thinking this, he took out the thunder sword. Looking towards Sisida, he thought to himself, We should still leave here as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, his sword pierced through her head. 2 circles of light then appeared at her feet. The circles of light gradually vibrated. Immediately afterward, it enlarged to cover beneath the feet of the two, and golden chains gradually surrounded them. At this moment, outside, the blue-skinned elves seemed to sense something, and they carefully observed their surroundings. Suddenly, an aura enveloped them, and one of them wondered, Forced teleportation! What is going on? Immediately afterward, they reacted and ordered, The seal in the secret realm has been activated. Summon the guards, go in, and see what happened. No matter who is playing tricks, they must be captured alive, so that he can receive the judgment of the goddess. At this moment, the circle of light gradually grew, covering the entire city. In the secret realm at this moment, Sisida said, with a tense expression, It is not good. The magic formation has been activated. You go quickly. Do not worry about me. Looking at her, he fell into contemplation. Sisida did not condense any props. It is likely that this also means that I cannot save her. At this moment, the guards had also found him, and they rushed over in droves. One of the guards said, "That guy is trapped in the goddess seal. That guy does not know his own limits. He is definitely dead." Looking at the scene before her, she felt extremely guilty. "I am sorry. I have implicated you. I am sorry." Suddenly, she was startled by the scene before her. At this moment, Ningfeng was exuding an extremely terrifying murderous aura. He said to her, "I still have one last way, but I am not sure it will succeed. If it fails, then you may disappear forever along with this secret realm." She replied, "Great God Lord, please do not worry. If I cannot continue to serve the great God Lord, I would rather choose annihilation." Hearing this, he used the skill, Yinshi Zifeng. Active skill, Yinshi Zifeng, dark forbidden spell, a violent storm containing the power of darkness, corrupting all light. Sensing the power emanating from his body, the blue-skinned elf was horrified. How? After a period of time, the power emanating from his body gradually dissipated. A staff appeared before him. Staff of Tombsong. Weapon, quality, orange. Can be upgraded. Attribute, spirit plus 12. Magic damage plus 15%. Spell range plus 15%. Accompanying spell. Ling Hun Ku Wei, Gi Yu Shoge. Sesida's spirit received the protection of divine power, so it did not disappear, but is still in this staff. Holding the staff in his hand, he happily said, "Sesida, it seems we succeeded." A large hole lay suspended in the air, amidst the vast scenery. Before that, there was still a monster guarding. At this moment, he suddenly saw the hole retract. Seconds later, he saw Ningfeng emerge from the hole. The monster hurriedly spoke. "Great Lord, you are back." He simply ordered him. "This place does not need guarding anymore. I will close the exit. You go do your work." He immediately replied, "Understood." After the monster left, Ningfeng turned back to look at the hole, thinking to himself, maintaining this entrance must cost a lot. The dark power obtained from the sacrifice has almost been used up. He crossed his arms, somewhat disappointed, and said, "Unfortunately, items from the high-level world cannot enter the low-level world, otherwise I could take some powerful equipment from over there." Han Yin replied from the side, "Fortunately, divine artifacts can ignore this rule. Sesida, you are finally back with us." At this moment, Ningfeng conjured a staff. The system panel displayed an introduction to it. Staff of Tombsong, quality, orange, can be upgraded, attribute, spirit plus 1, 500, magic damage plus 150%, spell range plus 150%, spell sustain plus 30%. Permanent, this equipment ignores durability loss. Weakening, normal attacks add death attribute, has a 20% chance to cause weakening effect. Absorption, as long as there is a death element nearby, it will gradually replenish magic power for the user. He observed the staff, and secretly calculated his next steps. My runes can directly upgrade the artifact blank into a divine artifact. As for resurrecting Sesida, I need to find the world heart. World hearts mostly appear in higher level worlds. Later, it may be like this time again, going to a higher level world to find clues. At the temple of Yongshujing-shen, two subordinates knelt before the seal of the Yongshujing-shen. A shining star flew from the galaxy. Very quickly, Yongshujing-shen appeared, and she asked, "What exactly happened?" The subordinate was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he stammered, "Go, goddess, please forgive us for our negligence. Someone of unknown origin invaded the secret realm that you sealed." She questioned again. "I sensed a very strong, dark force, and even broke my seal. Did a demon creature invade?" The subordinate immediately lowered his head in repentance. "Please forgive us, goddess. This subordinate does not know the origin of the intruder." Yongshu Jingshen heard this, and angrily scolded, "Fool, doesn't that secret realm have a magic formation that records images? Why have not you sent someone to investigate?" The subordinate grimaced, trembling as he reported, But, the secret realm has also disappeared." Scene changed to Ning Feng's location. He held the sleeping man, and stood still, as if waiting for something. It turned out that Ning Feng was standing in front of a room, assessing, "This room is okay, the space inside is also wide, so let us stay here." After deciding, he took out the key. As soon as the key was inserted, the system panel displayed the question, "Do you choose to recreate the Tombsong Earth City secret realm here?" With two options, yes and no. Ning Feng thought to himself, "The remolding holy key that I got from the demon tide last time, so it has this effect. It can make a destroyed secret realm regenerate." As he thought, he reached out and pressed the yes option. While waiting, Ning Feng secretly contemplated, "But in order to save Sesida, I am afraid I have attracted the attention of another god, and they might target me. Even if I go out to level up in the future, I need to be more cautious." Hao Han Xingkong, the god realm controlled by Yongshu Jingshen. She bit her hand repeatedly, asking herself, "What is it? What exactly is it? Such a strong, dark force, and able to directly break the seal I set up. Could it be that some demon god has been resurrected? At this point, Yongshu Jingshen took a breath and regained her composure. It has been a long time since I have had such a feeling of extreme unease. I remember the last time when I was at war with the all-powerful magic god. Mentioning this, she suddenly remembered something, widened her eyes and muttered, "All-powerful magic god, war, Sasida's seal." In the next second, Yongshu Jingshen shouted in horror, "Company, could it be him?" Located at Tihan Sing Kong. Inside Wang Honggisu, someone spoke up. "Are you worried about the all-powerful magic god returning?" Yongshu Jingshen anxiously replied, "I do not know." He then reassured, "The all-powerful magic god has disappeared for so long, no one is sure whether he is still alive." However, Wang Honggisu secretly observed her expression, thinking, Yongshu Jingshen will unconsciously bite her hand when she is extremely anxious. It seems that the war against the all-powerful magic god has left her with indelible shadows. So he once again spoke to analyze, "The all-powerful magic god is just a stray dog who is lucky to escape death, hiding for so long. What can he do even if he returns?" Back then, his believers either died or ran away. Even if they gathered again, can he alone resist all the gods working together? Moreover, as you said, breaking the seal was due to dark forbidden spells. Surely we can't call him an evil god, and really become an evil god. Yongshu Jingshen also felt more at ease after hearing this, agreeing, "You are right, I am being too sensitive." Then Wang Honggisu advised, "Regarding this matter, let us find out for ourselves first. We only lost a temple and a secret realm, there is no need to be too nervous." Yongshu Jingshen finally let go of this matter, and asked about another matter. "How is that Zhen Yuan Shengling doing?" He replied, "Still in seclusion. Merging godhood is not easy to succeed." At this time, at Tombsong Earth City, an entrance appeared. It turned out that Han Yin and Ning Feng had arrived here. Han Yin was very satisfied and expectant, saying, as expected of a divine miracle, when Sasida revives and sees that her world is still intact, she will definitely be very happy. Saying this, he turned to the bookshelf and proudly introduced, "The books in the library are all Sasida's years of collections. It is amazing to have such a treasure trove of knowledge and valuable experience. In her eyes, they are more important than her life." Suddenly Ning Feng spoke up and called, "Han Yin." He immediately asked, "Great God Lord, do you have any instructions?" His expression was very certain as he affirmed, "I promise, I will also make your world restored." Han Yin did not react after hearing this, only staring at him. Seconds later, tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. Finally, 2 lines of tears could not be restrained and fell. He cried out of emotion, wiping away tears, while gratefully saying, "Thank you for your grace, great God Lord. Please forgive this subordinate's rudeness. This subordinate really misses his hometown." Ning Feng empathized and thought, "I completely understand Han Yin's feelings. It seems that in the future, in addition to collecting world hearts, I also need to pay attention to remolding keys." The 3 of them set off together. He was still immersed in his thoughts. In fact, this trip has brought significant gains. In addition to the part related to Sasida, there is also... Ning Feng looked at the badge with the number 120 shining brightly in front of him. He spoke up, "Passing through a secret realm has helped me from level 90, immediately upgrade, to 120, almost at 4th advancement." Han Yin also strongly supported this approach, replying, "In high-level worlds, the experience value is indeed very large. This is indeed a quick way to level up." Ning Feng's expression suddenly became tired as he said, "Causing such a big commotion will definitely attract the attention of other gods, and they might target me. Even if I go out to level up later, I need to be more cautious." Even so, he decided to continue on his way to the job transfer hall to receive the quest first. Very quickly, the system screen displayed the quest content: All System Magic God Quest, 4th Advancement Quest. Preconditions have the following requirements. Conditions: enter the Lingnian Miu Secret Realm to receive the quest item, Shinji Huiji. Collect 100 transformation stones. Collect 150 Evil Nian Shui Jing. Collect 150 Fan Tam Dang. Time: 20 days. Difficulty: 5 stars. Rank S. Ning Feng finished reading and put his hand on his chin, mentally imagining a monster, secretly guessing, Lingnian Miu seems to be that one, crying miserably, constantly threatening me with depression. A hole appeared before him. Before entering, he still sighed. Fortunately, this time the target is not it, but the hidden boss in the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, he entered the secret realm, Lingnian Miu. No one knows what Ning Feng saw that made his eyes widen in surprise. It turned out that before him was none other than the stout monster he had just imagined. This monster was the Demon King. He frowned and then smirked. Then he stuck out his tongue and teased him, running a finger across his neck, implying that he would finish Ning Feng. He gaped at it, the corners of his lips twitching awkwardly as he wondered, "I am not seeing things, am I? It is provoking me, right?" At this moment, within the Lingnian Miu secret realm, another commotion occurred. Countless wandering souls appeared, lamenting, "Great king, that solo acting mage is attacking again. This scene. Why does it feel so familiar?" The demon king clutched his head and wailed, "Ah, I can't beat him at all." However, in response to his cries was a question, "What are you afraid of?" It turned out that a huge, terrifying-looking monster appeared, saying, "Don't you still have me?" The demon king immediately regained his spirit. After finding support, "That is right. We have the hidden boss that was just summoned. He is much stronger than me." The hidden boss then introduced his abilities. "My special move is called Great Wisdom Reduction Technique, no matter how high the opponent's spirit attribute is. Once they are hit, their spirit attribute will be continuously reduced." The more he spoke, the more excited he became, instructing the demon king, "Just attract his attention. I will launch a surprise attack. I guarantee he won't be able to avoid it. Once his spirit attribute is reduced, I will definitely torture him thoroughly." The demon king's eyes burned with fighting spirit as he gritted his teeth and thought, "Little brat, you are done for." Very quickly, the hidden boss appeared next to Ningfeng. He directly used the Great Wisdom Reduction Technique towards him. Just as Ningfeng was not paying attention, the move easily hit him. The demon king excitedly yelled, "Successfully hit the target." Unexpectedly, Ningfeng did not even need to lift a finger to easily resolve the hidden boss's move. He thought of the transformed heart shield, with the passive skill, Evil Retribution, immune to all mental attacks, and will reflect 100-fold to the attacker. Ningfeng thought, "This is the magic I received last time. It can resist mental attacks. I originally intended to prepare it to deal with Zhenyuan Shengling, but I did not end up using it. Not only can it be immune to mental attacks, but it also doubles the opponent's attack back to them." Thus, countless rays of light continuously shot towards the hidden boss. In just a moment, he was sent to the afterlife. The demon king was so shocked that he shouted, "What?" Then, Ningfeng turned his eyes to stare at him. The demon king was completely overwhelmed by his gaze, so frightened that cold sweat poured down like a shower. He clutched his head and analyzed the situation that had just occurred. "The hidden boss did not come. You bullied me. The hidden boss came. You still bullied me. That hidden boss. Was not he here in vain?" At this point, the demon king realized in bewilderment. Before he could even utter a last word, Ningfeng raised his hand and slapped him, sending him flying into the sky. After finishing, a sign appeared with a few brief lines of introduction. Symbol of mind, consumable item, quality, orange, permanent spirit attribute, +20. Ningfeng secretly thought, as time goes on and everyone gradually increases their strength, the rules for the sign drop have also been basically understood. It is necessary to deal with a hidden boss with quite strong strength to have a 1% chance of dropping. Although it is a bit dry, at least everyone does not need to completely rely on me. In this way, it can gradually get on track. Thinking this, he suddenly remembered something and took out his phone, saying to himself, "That is right. I have to ask the exchange if they can help me gather enough transformation stones." Tang Dashi apologetically informed, "I am very sorry. The amount of transformation stones in our warehouse is not enough. We are urgently preparing the goods for you, please see." Ningfeng had a serious expression as he thought, transformation stones were originally a rare commodity, and I also bought a batch for my third advancement a while ago. It is understandable that they can't gather 100 in a hurry. Anyway, there is still plenty of time. There is no need to rush. I will go back to the training camp to see how things are first. Scene changed to the supernova training camp. Seeing everyone gathered densely, Ningfeng wondered, why is the training camp suddenly so lively? Everyone saw him and excitedly shouted, "It is Ningdalo! Ningdalo is back!" Ningfeng immediately recognized them in his heart. They are the top elite group that dealt with the demon tide last time. However, he still spoke tentatively, "You are?" At this moment, someone came forward to answer him. The government just decided to extend the training time in the camp. This person was Lu Ping. He continued to explain, "Because everything is changing too quickly now, all knowledge is new. Instead of dispersing resources everywhere, it is better to concentrate them and invest in training a group of truly high-quality people." The trainees then surrounded him, saying with admiration and respect, "Ning Dalao, we will often have the opportunity to see you in the future. Please give us more guidance." Ningfeng also chatted with them friendly for a few words. Everyone also began to discuss TSK. The group next to Assistant Ning is already the strongest combat power in the country. "What are you saying? Assistant Ning is the one with the strongest combat power?" While they were chatting happily, suddenly a figure quickly passed by them from somewhere. After carefully looking at this person, two trainees quickly recognized her. "Hey, is not that Sister Taiyu Chen? Why is she so flustered?" Taiyu Chen informed with a worried expression, "Ning Dalao, something happened." She tried to remain calm and said, Ning Dalao, can I trouble you for a moment? There are some things." Ningfeng calmly asked, "What is it?" Taiyu Chen then clarified the situation. "Just now, the exchange called and said that the transformation stones prepared for you were robbed." He maintained the same attitude, calmly asking, "Someone dares to rob the things of your Yuancheng exchange. Do you know who did it?" At Yuancheng Exchange branch, the general manager of the exchange placed the box full of transformation stones on the table, saying, "We finally gathered 100 transformation stones. Later, use the fastest method to send them to the training camp and deliver them to Ningdal's hands." The subordinate immediately received the order, replying with a yes. The general manager happily hummed while closing the box. However, at this moment, a black liquid flowed out from the bottom of the box. This thing suddenly rushed over and squeezed his neck in his horror. The subordinate saw this and ran over to call out loudly, "General Manager!" Unexpectedly, before he could run a few steps, a black liquid also grabbed his feet. In a flash, 3 black shadows appeared, tightly wrapping around the subordinate. His mind quickly became blurred. Then, he completely fell to the ground. On this side, the black shadows squeezed the general manager's neck even tighter. It forcefully lifted him into the air. The general manager then had a little time to speak. What is this monster?" Zheng Jisheng concentrated his strength in his hand, saying, "I heard that Yuancheng exchanges have always been stockpiling transformation stones recently, so it is true." The general manager frowned tightly, still not understanding what was happening, exclaiming, This is..." Looking at the man before him, he secretly assessed, Zheng Jiasheng. He is the eldest son of the official Zhengjia exchange. Zheng Jiasheng and Yu Chen were high school classmates, and were also the supernovas of that class. Later, because of intentionally causing injury, he was disqualified from participating in the college entrance examination. It is said that out of anger, he went abroad to settle down, and has not returned for a long time. At this moment, the black shadow suddenly squeezed tighter, causing the general manager to cough uncontrollably. The black shadow's arm bulged, as if using force. Zheng Jiasheng immediately spoke to remind him, "Hey, do not let him die, I still have to ask more questions." He arbitrarily picked up a transformation stone, examining it while questioning, "Tell me, what exactly are you stockpiling transformation stones for?" The general manager frowned tightly because of difficulty breathing. Although frightened, he still did not confess. You do not come over, that is a very important customer. Who ordered them?" Zheng Jisheng exclaimed with a "oh" sound, repeating, "A very important customer." He reached for the box, saying, "Then, that is a coincidence. The official Zhengji exchange also wants to have such customers." Saying this, he turned and left, also casually instructing, "I have taken the things. If this customer comes, tell him to go to the official Zhengji exchange to find me." The general manager weakly tried to stop him. You can't." However, Zheng Jisheng had quickly disappeared after speaking. The black shadow's hand then slowly left his neck. The general manager knelt on the ground, coughing while speaking to stop him. "Don't go, cough, stop for me." After listening, Ningfeng secretly deduced, the official Zhengjia exchange is also a large exchange, with a scale comparable to the Yancheng exchange. Could it be commercial competition between them? Ta Yuchen explained with a helpless expression. "Actually, this matter should not bother you, but we sent someone to negotiate, but Zheng Jiasheng drove them away. Zheng Jiasheng has become much stronger than before. Moreover, the monsters he summoned are much stronger than the bosses in the secret realms." So as she spoke, Ningfeng's phone suddenly rang. He said, "Wait a moment. I will take the call." Ta Yuchen politely replied with a yes. Ningfeng answered the call. Duan. The other end of the line immediately reported, "Dalao, just now, the Thai market contacted me and talked about something." However, Ningfeng knew, as soon as he heard it, "Oh, the transformation stones, right, just now, Tai Yuchen also told me." Duan then suggested, "It just so happens I am carrying them with me, and I am near the headquarters of the official Zhengjia exchange, so you do not need to make a trip." Ningfeng also agreed, replying, "All right. Everyone remember to pay attention to safety." Han Yin commented from the side, "Such a small matter is really not worth you directly taking action. Duan has made a lot of progress recently. Entrusting it to him is reasonable. Moreover, we have to train him gradually." Scene changed to a conference room. Zheng Jiasheng's uncle fearfully asked, "Jiasheng, are you sure it is okay to rob things from the Yuancheng exchange?" Zheng Jiasheng proudly replied, "Rest assured, uncle, is not Yuancheng always taking our market share? I am just conveniently teaching them a lesson." However, his uncle was still not at ease, anxiously thinking, Jiasheng has been spoiled since he was a child, wantonly messing around, relying on his strength to cause trouble everywhere. I did not expect this kid to cause such a big trouble just after returning from abroad. Thinking this, he spoke tactfully. I am just worried that the 7 great guilds have always been cooperating with Yuancheng. What if Yuancheng goes to the 7 great guilds to ask them to help? Zheng Jiasheng again said disdainfully, "What 7 great guilds? They are just clowns." He smiled, cautiously inquiring, "Uncle, you know that gods exist in this world, right?" His uncle, still not relieved of his worries, replied, "I have heard of these things. It seems they were only recently discovered." Zheng Jiasheng raised his face, proudly continuing, "Let me introduce to you, my master is a believer concerned with the gods. The uncle looked towards the man drinking wine on the other side, thinking in his heart, Jiasheng's master. Is he the strange man that the boy brought back from abroad? This strangely looking man was none other than Qin Kabo. On this side, Zheng Jiasheng was still happily introducing. My master comes from a high-level world, a world that receives the concern of the gods. The god he worships cannot be called directly and is often referred to as Wang Hun Gisu. The last 4 characters were spoken loudly, as if showing the power of this name. He enthusiastically spoke about their purpose. This time, my master is traveling around the world to spread faith, developing more believers for the gods. Those countries willing to worship the great God Lord will receive the protection of my master. Speaking this, his eyes suddenly narrowed, with murderous intent. Warning. But those who do not want to worship the great God Lord will be erased from this world by my master. The uncle, who was already worried, was now even more horrified, gaping and thinking, this, even if it is from a high-level world, this tone is too arrogant. Seeing that his uncle seemed unconvinced, Zhang Jiasheng added, you have not personally witnessed my master's strength, so you probably still do not have a concept of it. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. He pressed the answer button. As soon as he connected, he asked, what is the matter? The subordinate on the other end of the line informed young master, a guest has arrived, saying he is here to take the transformation stones. Zhang Jiasheng ordered, let him in. After finishing, he hung up the phone and asked his uncle, where were we? He honestly replied, we were talking about your master's strength. Zhang Jiasheng put his thumb up, saying with a proud tone, that is right. Simply put, if the highest ability that you adventurers can receive in this world is level 300, which is 10th advancement, then my master's level is at least 1,000 or more. This gap cannot be compensated for by the number of people. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, suddenly shouting, in the near future, my master will summon the great God Lord to descend, bestowing blessings and protection on this world. At that time I will also become the first believer to receive the grace of the God in this world. The uncle also became more at ease at this time, saying calmly, then I have nothing to worry about anymore. Even if it is the 7 great guilds, in the eyes of the great God Lord, they are probably not even worth an insect. At this time, a hand suddenly rushed in, like lightning from outside. Zhang Jiasheng quickly turned around, vigilantly asking, who are you? Duan coldly replied directly, I am here to take the transformation stones. He laughed, saying with disdain, ha! I have really been in the country for too long. Are all the kids so arrogant now? Saying this, Zhang Jiasheng stood up and walked directly towards Duan, saying in a raised voice, I told you to wait outside, did not you hear just now? Unexpectedly, before he could do anything, he was directly choked by Duan. Then Zhang Jiasheng's feet slowly left the ground. Duan easily lifted him into the air, asking, where are the transformation stones? Zhang Jiasheng gritted his teeth, thinking in his heart in denial. No, how can it be? I always receive training from my master, and my equipment and skills are also the best. How can I not clearly see his movements at all at this moment? Duan glanced in another direction. On the other side, countless black shadows slowly radiated from Qin Kabo's body. They fiercely and violently rushed out. But Duan was not afraid at all, and man was still sleeping soundly on his shoulder. Qin Kabo smirked, asking, not bad. Are you a believer of Zhenyuan Shengling? The boy immediately retorted, upon hearing this, I am not. Of course he did not believe what the boy said at all. Qin Kabo smirked, oh, you said, I am not. Then prove that you know the existence of Zhenyuan Shengling. It seems you have encountered some miracle that made your strength increase. Qin Kabo sat back with his hands behind his head. But, I really do not like your answer, because there is no respect for the gods in your tone. This is arrogant blasphemy. Qin Kabo continued to grab Zhang Jiasheng's neck, his eyes wide, with difficulty breathing. Sifu, it is over, completely unable to make a sound. Qin Kabo smirked, radiating murderous intent. Although the beliefs are different, I will teach you on behalf of the gods. My shadow guards will make you understand what it means, that there is always someone better than you. Suddenly Qin Kabo's face went blank, with an incredible expression. Qin Kabo turned his back in a bewildered voice. What is that sound? Qin Kabo looked down at his feet, utterly horrified that something like bugs was under his feet. Qin Kabo gaped, completely distraught. When did this thing get here? Where are my shadow guards? Looking down from above at the entire scene below, seeing smoke and dust, one person hiding, one person confused, and one person being choked. This cat pie kept opening its mouth to suck a black substance into its body. Zhang Jiasheng looked at it with a horrified face. What is that beast? It can eat all the shadow guards. Duan looked at Man's movements with some surprise, gradually seeming to really like that taste. Duan's face became serious. If you still have it, you can summon more. Qin Kabo was standing in front of Man in complete panic, while Man remained calm. Quinn Cabo was stunned at this time, his mouth wide open, sweat dripping all over his face. His heart was already in a tangled mess. I said it was a low-level world. What kind of terrifying place did I break into? Quinn Cabo's hand radiated a purple light. I can only take a chance and find a chance to escape. Man walked over and tapped her hand on Quinn Cabo's hand. Quinn Cabo panicked to the extreme, and he jerked violently. Quinn Cabo jerked his hand away violently at this moment. But Man took a faster step, jumping high and slapping Quinn Cabo hard in the face. After that slap, Quinn Cabo's face went blank, and a tooth flew off. Quinn Cabo's leg suddenly knelt to the ground. Quinn Cabo knelt down, crying and begging, "Please spare me, I am just a small adventurer. I encountered a chaotic spacetime while exploring the secret realm, so I was swept to this place." Duan glanced down, his face not showing joy or sadness. Chaotic spacetime, I seem to have heard Senior Han Yin mention it. It can be considered a rare situation which can allow people from high-level worlds to enter low-level worlds. At this time, Man had climbed on top of Duan's head, lying leisurely on it. Duan glanced behind him. "I heard you want to summon a god. What is this about?" Duan pushed the door and was about to leave. Then Quinn Cabo spoke. "I only plan to use the heart of the world to organize a worship ceremony, hoping to attract the attention of the gods." At this moment, Man and Ningfeng's eyes flashed red. "You have the heart of the world, hand it over." In the god realm, Ming Yao Feng Bi, a large castle loomed outside. A muscular man appeared, his whole body was golden light. Yongshu Jingshen, standing beside him, spoke. "Congratulations, you succeeded." Wang Hungisu also spoke up. "Worthy of being the Zhen Yuan Sheng Ling, the godhood has fused 10%. Truly, there is no stopping you." He clasped his hands in a fist. After the godhood fused, the injuries inside his body also lessened a lot. The dark power, that was almost out of control and violent, has finally calmed down a bit. After thinking this, he turned his gaze to the people in front. Seeing him look at them, Wang Wengisu and Yongzhu Jingshen were blank, their heads full of question marks. Seeing the two of them like this, he said coldly, "There is one thing I feel you should know." Wang Hungisu squinted his eyes. The all-powerful magic god, that day, Yangshu Jingshen, continuously bit her fingers, extremely worried. Wang Hungisu stepped forward. "Could it be that last time it was really him who rescued your relative?" He was extremely puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Wang Hungisu, at this time, exuded the aura of a superior. "It was not long ago something happened while you were in seclusion." Yongshu Jingshen bit her fingers and spoke. The all-powerful magic god from before was not like this. He never actively started disputes. Hearing this, his face darkened, and worried sweat flowed out. Yongshu Jingshen was also worried. Could it be that he really became an evil god? Before Yongshu Jingshen's question, Wang Hungisu offered a plan. "I have a way. Perhaps it can deal with him." Hearing this, he immediately became angry. "You say you have a way to deal with the all-powerful magic god. What is it?" Yongzhu Jingshen continued to bite her fingers absently, worrying non-stop. Facing the two people in front of him, Wang Hungisu stared at them without saying anything more. Wang Hungisu smiled sinisterly. "At present, this is just a guess, and it is not certain. Wait for me to try and verify it? Then I will talk about it." He stared at Wang Hungisu. That sinister fellow is definitely secretly making small tricks. Although he said it is just a guess, I am afraid he has already tried it. Wang Hungisu also stared at him. That hot-tempered guy will definitely rush to deal with the all-powerful magic god. Before I am sure, I can't let him mess things up. Yongshu Jingshen raised her hand, her eyes sharp, and her voice also calmed down. "But what about the all-powerful magic god side? Are we just gonna leave him like that without worry?" Wang Hungisu then began to comfort him. "Don't worry, no matter how strong the all-powerful magic god is, in the end, he is only one person. The faith born from the low-level world is very little, not enough to help him resist the gods. Without the kin of other gods, that place called Lan Xing can never become a high-level world." His eyes flashed with fire. "That is right. This itself is a part of the rules of the universe." Yongshu Jingshen, with a solemn expression, said, "In order to prevent a certain god from monopolizing the world and expanding power to the point of imbalance, an image of a monster imprisoned in an iron frame appeared before everyone. Therefore, the hiding place of the all-powerful magic god will also become a prison he created for himself." An afternoon, at a certain high-rise building, Ningfeng was sitting on the sofa, stroking the head of Man, lying next to him. Then, Ningfeng looked at the two people kneeling on the ground, Quinn Cabo and Zheng Jiasheng. They both had the same question. Who is this young man, that demon creature, even more powerful than Master, is so obedient in front of him? Ningfeng then turned his head to ask Duan, "Have you confirmed the origin of that one-eyed man?" Duan replied with a serious expression, "Confirmed." Duan began to tell what he knew after the trip. About a month ago, he appeared in a secret realm of Lavia. Ningfeng immediately asked, "Lavia, is that a small country in Eastern Europe?" Speaking of this, Quinn Cabo, who was struggling, suddenly stood still and was silent. Yes, the Lavia government promoted One Eye to a national-level powerhouse and also used his reputation to build an adventurer alliance, forcing other countries to join, but when contacting our country, it was rejected by the government. Therefore, the purpose of this trip for One Eye is probably to show off to us. Ningfeng closed his eyes to focus. Duan looked at him with a different look. Dalao, is something wrong? A wood spirit appeared beside Ningfeng, whispering to him, well, although this One Eye has been saying that he is a believer of Wang Hong Guisu, the ritual he mentioned just now is actually to summon a god. It paused for a moment before saying to Ningfeng, the all-powerful magic god. Hearing this, Ningfeng's face went blank. Then Ningfeng stood up abruptly, causing Quinn Cabo to startle. Hey, are you not telling the truth? Who exactly is the god you intend to summon? Quinn Cabo said in horror, his speech also becoming stammering. It is the great Wang Hong Guisu. Ningfeng looked extremely frustrated. Immediately after, Quinn Cabo kept kowtowing continuously. I was wrong. I wanted to summon an evil god named the all-powerful magic god. Duan's eyes flashed red as he stared down. Damn it, who told you the all-powerful magic god is an evil god? Quinn Cabo was startled several times in fear. In a moment of panic, Quinn Cabo suddenly looked down, his face sweating profusely. Quinn Cabo looked up at where Duan was standing and said in a frightened voice, all-powerful magic god. Great Lord, could it be that you are also a believer of the all-powerful magic god? Quinn Cabo kept talking in his own panic. Worthy of being the all-powerful magic god, even the low-level world knows his divine name. Sorry. How can a world that believes in the all-powerful magic god be a low-level world? Jing Zhisheng looked over, his head full of question marks. Why did Master suddenly? Ningfeng's face darkened after hearing that long string of words, and he quickly said clearly, explain it clearly to me. Quinn Cabo immediately replied yes. Quinn Cabo tremblingly began to recount everything. My name is Quinn Cabo. In our world, I joined an unnamed organization. That organization does not recognize other gods and only believes in the all-powerful magic god. However, in that world, this is an absolute taboo, so we all call ourselves believers of other gods to the outside. Ningfeng sat on the sofa with a serious face. Who is the leader of the organization? Quinn Cabo replied stammeringly. I am not sure either. No one has ever seen the true appearance of the organizer. The wood spirit pouted. Perhaps the organizer is your former believer, but it could also be a trap, or some people have other intentions. Ningfeng clenched his fist, thinking in his heart, when I use the sacrifices to accumulate some strength, next time when I open the other world passage, I will go there to see. Quinn Cabo suddenly felt extremely happy and smiled. I did not expect to meet my own people in this place. Praise the great all-powerful magic god. His protection is everywhere. Han Yin appeared behind Ningfeng, smiling sinisterly. I kinda like this guy. Ningfeng's face was blank, and he did not say anything more. In his mind, Ningfeng thought, that is right, this guy has provided a lot of useful information, and I have also collected 2 parts of the world heart. Sasita then appeared in front of Ningfeng. Seeing Sasita appear, he smiled. Finally, I can awaken Sasita. At the Tomb Song Earth City, a purple circle appeared, and in that purple circle, a star flashed. While Ningfeng was happy, Sasita suddenly hugged Ningfeng's arm, causing Ningfeng to blush with embarrassment. Great God Lord, this subordinate can finally see you again. In those long years, this subordinate has always remembered you. While those two were being lovey-dovey, Han Yin flew in from somewhere. And me. Sasita's eyes then revealed a threatening look. The person I do not want to see the most is you. Get out of my secret realm immediately. Seeing this, Ningfeng laughed. Haha, teasing. It seems that the relationship between the two of you is very good. Hearing this, Sasita angrily turned around and shouted loudly, no, causing Ningfeng to startle a little. Sasita became more and more angry. Her eyes already had flames, pointing to Han Yin. Perhaps you do not remember anymore. This guy always messes up the books that this subordinate has finished arranging, does not put them back in their original position after reading them, and also often borrows books without returning them. This subordinate has banned him from entering the library. Before Sasita's long speech, Han Yin turned away with a bit of sadness. This is to remind this subordinate, how can I let the great God Lord stand here? Let us go straight to the library to talk. I will lead the way. Seeing Han Yin leave, Sasita rushed over like a gust of wind, causing Ningfeng to blank out and not have time to react. Sasita kneed the back of Han Yin's head, with a resentful expression. You bastard, do not make decisions for me. Finally, the 3 of them peacefully arrived at the library, sharing the same table. Han Yin scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Sasita, this is not the way to treat guests. There is not even a glass of water. Sasita crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking straight ahead, trying to maintain her composure. Drinking water is forbidden in the library. Please forgive this subordinate's offense. Even if the great God Lord is here, It is not allowed? Ningfeng turned to smile at Han Yin, sitting in front of him. Han Yin, do not provoke Suceda anymore. Han Yin raised his hand as if he understood, smiling at Ningfeng. Suceda then spoke up and asked, Great God, Lord, this subordinate wants to understand a bit about the current situation. Ningfeng calmly replied, All right. Ningfeng began to answer Suceda's questions. While he answered, Suceda obediently listened attentively. Suddenly, Suceda frowned and asked, Relying only on this world to resist other gods, the difficulty will be very great. Without other gods interfering, the adventurers of this world cannot become your help. Then Suceda sat up straight and began to argue, You have also seen it, that One-Eye Quincabo. He alone can rely on his strength to suppress a continent. The difference in world level cannot be compensated for by numbers. But in a higher level world, as long as you interfere, it will lead to the attention of other gods. Ningfeng then fell into contemplation and began to ponder. So correspondingly, others cannot come in, and it is also very difficult for us to go out, Suceda replied frankly. That is right. More importantly, it will lead to a problem if other gods secretly send people to hide in and sabotage. We may not be able to detect it in time. Hearing Suceda say this, Ningfeng began to fall into contemplation. What if other gods are willing to sacrifice their believers, sending suicide squads? Like when I rescued Suceda before, it would indeed cause great trouble. What is more, those gods regard believers as pawns. They might really be able to do it. Seeing both of them so silent, Han Yin suddenly spoke up to attract Ningfeng's attention. Great God, Lord, this subordinate has a guest from before. Ningfeng was somewhat surprised. Tell me about it. Han Yin began to speak out his thoughts. This subordinate has previously noticed that the city lord can grant exclusive achievements to believers, in addition to your own field. They are also related to the fields of other gods. Han Yin paused for a moment, then continued to say, to be precise, they are related to two other gods, the swift shadow commander of the agility system, the wise prayer of the auxiliary system. Hearing this, Suceda crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked, in a probing tone, the swift shadow commander and the wise prayer. Those two were destroyed by the great god lord in the previous God War. Ningfeng propped his chin with a bit of confusion. Your meaning is? Han Yin cut him off. That is right. Look at the great god lord who has also thought of that possibility. Ningfeng scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Suceda looked at Ningfeng with a fierce gaze. What exactly do you two want to say? Please consider my feelings. Han Yin looked straight ahead. I only realized this possibility some time ago. The godhood of the swift shadow commander and the wise prayer. Ningfeng's face became serious again. Has also fused with the great god, Lord's godhood. Han Yin then became extremely excited. If this speculation is established, then some things can be explained clearly. For example, the great god lord was hit by a forbidden spell head-on, but quickly recovered as before. For example, the great god lord can grant others the professional achievements of those two gods, but cannot grant the professional achievements of other gods. Han Yin became strangely serious at this time. So perhaps it means that on our side, there is not just one god, but three. Oh, no, that is not right. There are four gods. There is also that evil god, Xiejin. Ningfeng propped his chin and began to calculate. In other words, destroying other gods can fuse their godhood. Han Yin suddenly widened his eyes and looked towards Ningfeng. This is just a guess of this subordinate. It still needs verification. Suceda's expression changed slightly after hearing this. Ningfeng frowned with a thoughtful expression. Verification, huh? At the tower in the god realm, it was constantly absorbing the essence of everything. He was startled at this time, and turned his eyes to the distance. Wang Wenguisu was also startled like him, his face showing confusion. Even Yang Shujingchen was so startled that she dropped her hand from her mouth. All three of them had the same expression of worry. They all had the same thought. What is going on? I just felt a terrible threat. All three of them were hovering in the air at this time. He stood in front, with Wang Hunguisu and Yang Shujingchen supporting behind. He angrily scolded, all-powerful magic god, we did not need to go this far. Why are you still so insistent? The purple-haired person was silent, and did not say a word at this time. Yang Shujingchen glanced down, her voice calm and not revealing anything. You do not like fighting, and we have always forced you, but what you are doing is clearly going against the gods. Wang Hunguisu also spoke at this time, his gaze carrying murderous intent. Stop your behavior immediately. Don't be stubborn, otherwise we will, in the capacity of 11 main gods, brand you as an evil god. Before that threat, the purple-haired person still maintained his composure. Evil god, is this your answer? Then starting from now. The purple-haired person affirmed his identity to the two of them. I am the evil god. Suceda crossed her arms in front of her chest, her face somewhat arrogant. If Han Yin's guess is correct, perhaps you can become the final god, and then take charge of the entire universe. In that case you will definitely be able to restore normal order. Han Yin smiled at Suceda, beginning to explain further to Sucita. The system on your body, perhaps, is the existence of a certain rule of the universe. That is why it must carry out reminding methods through tasks at the key points of me to you. Ningfeng's eyes suddenly became sharp after hearing Han Yin's words. Speaking of the rules of the universe, I suddenly remembered, before completing the 4th advancement quest, I obtained a new power. The system then appeared. You can open the God Realm. The contention between the God Realm and the underworld is becoming increasingly fierce. The God Realm is a field dedicated to gods, and all order is controlled by them. For the gods, the God Realm is both the source of power and the defensive barrier. Sucita slammed the table and stood up with a happy face. I can finally see the great God Lord's God Realm. Han Yin was also no less happy. Sucita propped her chin, appearing happy. This is a wonderful place, called the Endless Sea of Consciousness, with blue beaches, golden sand, and the high tower representing divine authority. As your believers, we once had the honor of admiring a part of the scenery in it. Ningfeng, after hearing all of Sucita's words, smiled with satisfaction. Hearing you say that, I am a little expectant. Ningfeng used his power to emit many sound waves. Since obtaining this power, the method of opening the God Realm has also been integrated into my mind. Just condense my consciousness, and I can... At this time, all three of them shouted together, God Realm! Before everyone, a dark palace appeared, enveloping space. Seeing this scene, Ningfeng panicked and clutched his head, his voice fearful. What the hell is this place? It is dilapidated. This place does not have any resemblance to a God Realm. Ningfeng's face was cold, his eyes full of murderous intent. Where is the sea? Where is the beach? Why is there nothing? Could it be because my level is not enough? This place, not even a dog would stay. While tense, a sigh came from somewhere, high as it seems. I sensed the God Realm. Ningfeng looked up. Ningfeng's face went blank. Xie Jin, look at this place. Xie Jin, hearing Ningfeng say this, also replied, Ah, so it really is my God Realm. Xie Jin revealed a look of horror, speaking loudly to Ningfeng. Unfortunately, it has been a long time since divine power has been poured into it. It is completely desolate. Why did you come to this place? Ningfeng began to sink into thought. That is so strange. Clearly I opened the God Realm, but what appeared was Xie Jin's God Realm. Ningfeng walked forward while thinking, probing. That is really the case. I also do not know why I lost my memory. Now, everything must be explored step by step. Well, let us just go around here first. Ningfeng looked at the dark tower. That temple is extremely dilapidated. It is truly the appearance of being desolate for a long time. When I get close, it seems there is a vague resonance. I do not know if it is because of Xie Jin, or because I fused a part of the evil god's godhood. Looking at the scenery in front, strong winds blew continuously through the mountains. Ningfeng began to observe. The mountains and clouds around shield the line of sight. I can't see the scenery far away clearly. Ningfeng looked for a while, and was startled to discover Ningfeng's eyes revealed a look of fear. Ningfeng then asked the two people in his head, Can you see it? Han Yin suddenly spoke in Ningfeng's head. In the clouds, there seems to be something. Ningfeng did not hesitate, and immediately jumped up, heading forward with a serious face. He jumped a long distance from the ground, leaving behind 4 small streams of gas. Ningfeng did not turn his head back, only heading straight forward, creating a misty gray smoke behind him. Han Yin and Sucita, in many versions, were constantly chasing Ningfeng. Great God Lord, this is... After a period of time, they also flew to the palace. The high tower, representing your divine authority. Sucita flew close to Ningfeng's side. Why did your high tower appear here? Ningfeng's voice lowered. Let us go over there to see. Ningfeng raised his hand and tried to touch the stone. When he touched it, a system panel appeared. The rule structure of the God Realm is incomplete and cannot be activated. After that announcement, Ningfeng's face wrinkled, his eyes full of thought. The God Realm represents the rules that the gods control. The rule structure is incomplete. Could it be that I still have not completely grasped the relevant rules? While thinking, Han Yin suddenly pointed his hand in one direction, saying loudly to the other two, Great God Lord, there is another new discovery. Hearing this, Ningfeng immediately looked over. Ningfeng was startled to discover a magnificent palace. And the palace was surrounded by many clouds. Through those clouds was a very large tower. Sucita then pointed forward with a serious expression. There are 2 other high towers hidden in this place. I have seen them in some pictures. It seems those are the remnants of the Swift Shadow, Commander, and the Wise Prayer. Ningfeng looked in the direction Sucita pointed, his eyes blank. Sucita revealed a worried expression, her mouth open wide. Who knows, maybe that damn green guy is right. Han Yin was also immersed in thought at this time. HMPH, this is called wisdom. Ningfeng looked straight ahead, his voice even, and the hint about the incomplete rule structure. It seems I can only activate Xie Jin's God Realm first. Saying this, Ningfeng slowly walked into this large tower. The tower was enveloped in a jet black color, and the space in all directions was completely silent. Ningfeng placed his hand on the stone door in front of him. Then, he used his strength to pour into the stone door, emitting streams of blue light. The black tower suddenly lit up at this time, illuminating the entire black sky. After a while, streams of blue gas began to appear. On the blue tower, there were many beams of light gathering, and the blue tower gradually recovered. Then those beams of light began to radiate everywhere. At this time, the tower was like a lamp, illuminating everything. Coincidentally, the system panel also appeared in parallel with the stream of light, received power, enhanced the secret realm. You can use the power of darkness to enhance the secret realm. After all the intruders are killed, their lives will increase the power of your divine power. Ningfeng maintained the same expression, pointing his hand forward. This is the power of the evil god. It can increase one's own divine power through killing people. No wonder the secret realm crazily invades other worlds. Ningfeng's eyes darkened, radiating murderous intent. No matter what, this is the first time I have come into contact with the power of a god. I have to spend some time studying it carefully. At Mingduanji, the god realm controlled by Wang Hunguisu, the sky was dark and monochrome. Wang Hunguisu was slowly walking towards the entrance inside the Mingduanji. The all-powerful magic god has appeared again. It is indeed a bit unexpected, but you were originally missing. Now that you are revealing your whereabouts, it is at least better than continuing to hide in the dark. Wang Hunguisu turned his eyes to the inside of Mingduanji, his eyes gloomy. Far away was the place Ningfeng would come to, where the gods reside. Wang Hunguisu looked at the hole in the atmospheric layers. Since the all-powerful magic god left, I have been able to come into contact with and comprehend the rules that originally belonged to you. This has greatly increased my strength, and also made me know for the first time that the rules of the gods can be transferred. Wang Hunguisu and Yangshu Jingshen were both companions and opponents. It is just a pity that I am not the only one who knows this. Wang Hunguisu began to think about more far-reaching things. This has led to mutual vigilance between the gods. They fear that gods of the same system will steal their rules. The 10 main gods are divided into many large and small alliances. It is now very difficult to unite everyone to deal with the all-powerful magic god. Wang Hungisu's eyes became more and more dangerous. Fortunately, I have grasped the new source of power, godhood fusion, the power of the evil god, which can become the key to breaking the situation. Right now, the system also appeared before Wang Hungisu, received power, enhanced the secret realm. You can use the power of darkness to enhance the secret realm. After all the intruders are killed, their lives will increase the power of your divine power. Wang Hunguisu only smiled slightly at this time. All-powerful magic god, you have almost lost your god realm and can only hide in the low-level world. You think there is a restriction from the rules of the universe, so we can only be powerless against you. The wandering soul suddenly exclaimed, then let us give it a try. Behind the distant mountains the sun was just rising, its rays shining down on the modern house. Inside the house, Ningfeng had just woken up. He sighed. So tiring. The power of a god. It is really not something one can understand in a short time. Just then, Duan arrived. Seeing him, he waved hello, Dalao. Ningfeng did not beat around the bush, and went straight to the point. Has everything on the exchange side been resolved? Yes, it has. Hearing Duan's answer made him somber. He tried to instruct him that Dokian Kabo is truly too arrogant. It seems he really considers himself a believer of an evil god. You have to pay attention to him in the future and do not let him cause any more trouble for us. Hearing this, Duan seemed a bit hesitant. He stammered an explanation. Well, actually, that Kabo, he does not seem like what I initially imagined. Kabo, who appeared from nowhere, excitedly recounted everything. I never expected that even the boxing profession would have believers in the God Lord. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would not have dared to believe it. But seeing his change made Duan feel uneasy. Why do you seem like a different person? Kabo scratched his head sheepishly, explaining, sorry, my previous arrogance was all an act. Because when I first arrived in this world there were quite a few people who wanted to take advantage of me, so I had to make them feel reverence, so I could avoid a lot of trouble. Seeing him like this, Duan felt more at ease. I had Senior Feng investigate this guy's situation. It seems that after he came to this world, he really did not do anything against morality or harm others. But Duan also had a question for Kabo. But with this attitude, won't it ruin the image of the great and mighty Dharma God? Kabo looked cute and confidently declared to him, don't worry, they all think I am a believer of the wandering god Giji. When the time is right, I will say that I received enlightenment and spontaneously discovered the Almighty, and then abandoned the heretical path, reformed, and returned to righteousness. I will absolutely not cause any more trouble for the God Lord. After hearing his words, Duan's expression was blank. You do have a brain? After listening to the whole story that Duan told, Ningfeng understood everything and sighed. So Dokian Kabo is not as stupid as he looks on the surface. If that is the case, then we can continue to observe and see if he is worth trusting. As for our true identities, there is no need to reveal them to him right now. Duan then informed him of another matter. Kabo and the Zhengi Exchange have prepared a special apology banquet, hoping you can spare some time to attend. They have also invited the Yuancheng Exchange to come along. Ningfeng readily agreed to the proposal. Then let us go and see. It is a good opportunity for me to relax too. At a magnificent and majestic castle, magical waterfalls flowed like rivers. Kabo and the people from both exchanges were already present. Passersby who saw Kabo's group standing there were very curious. What is going on over there? Why is there such a big crowd? I heard that 2 major exchanges are hosting a distinguished guest. It is a pity we do not know who that distinguished guest is. Just then, a long black car stopped in front of a large restaurant. Inside, Ningfeng leaned back and looked outside, sighing. Just going from the hotel to the restaurant requires such a long car ride. This is truly worthy of the extravagance of a high-end hotel. At this moment, he and Duan got out of the car. Seeing this, Kabo immediately greeted him. Ning Xiansheng, you have arrived. Next to them, the 2 receptionists exclaimed when they saw Ningfeng. Is this the distinguished guest of the 2 major exchanges? He looks so young. The blonde receptionist then spoke hesitantly. You are... She seemed to have recognized Ningfeng's true identity, and recounted that she had met him before. You are the great hero who defeated the hidden boss and saved so many people. My family was also in the secret realm at the time, so I have a very deep impression of your video. The 2 receptionists quickly approached Ningfeng to chat. So you are that great hero. I have also watched your video. Can you give us your autograph? Kabo angrily turned to look at Jia Sheng and scolded him. You damn brat. You dare to provoke anyone. You have killed me. He and the 2 receptionists then respectfully invited Ningfeng in. Ning Xiansheng, please come in. Soon everyone was seated at the banquet. The blonde girl sat down to feed Man, praising it. It actually likes to eat ice cream. It is so weak. Jia Sheng stood up with a worried face, raised his glass, and apologized to everyone. Everyone. This time, it was all my fault. Kabo also stood up to apologize with his student. As a teacher, I did not teach him properly, so I also have a part to blame. Everyone at the table stood up to raise their glasses. Seeing Jia Sheng like this, Wu Chen was surprised. Zhang Jiasheng is actually apologizing to me. This is the first time in history I am still benefiting from Ning Zujiao's aura. Zhang Jiasheng's uncle also stood up to shoulder some of the responsibility. Ning Xiansheng, to express our sincerity, the Yengi Exchange is willing to offer you 25% of our shares and 3 transformation stone mines. I hope you won't find it inadequate. The general manager of Yuancheng also offered a gift to apologize. To express our sincerity, the Yuancheng Exchange is willing to offer you 25% of our shares and 3 transformation stone mines. Please accept them. The 2 receptionists standing outside felt admiration. The 2 major exchanges are offering a quarter of their shares, even if they do not do anything in the future. It is enough to eat for several lifetimes. The general manager of Yuancheng had a plan in his head. You guys do not understand at all. Ever since we clung on to Ning Xiansheng's thigh, the Yuancheng Exchange has not lacked high-end goods at all, and our revenue has soared several times. 25% of the shares is nothing. The most important thing is that Dalao agrees to play with us. After hearing the gifts they offered, Ningfeng thought to himself, the shares are a small matter, the mines are the most important. I have just completed my 4th tier mission. In the future, I will definitely need more and more transformation stones. If I have my own mines, then I won't have to buy them anymore. Kabo pointed at himself and said, besides, there is one more thing I want to ask Ning Xiansheng's opinion on. His expression was worried. He thought to himself, yesterday, I told the Zhengi Exchange to gather information about Ningfeng. Only then did I realize that this young man is not simple at all. Duan is so respectful to him. Could it be that Ningfeng is the representative of the almighty Dharma God in this world? Kabo had also seen Man that he brought with him, which made him even more suspicious. Moreover, that monster with terrifying power is actually his pet. Noticing that someone was looking at it, Man immediately turned its head to look at Kabo. That monster is looking at me. Not hearing Kabo continue to speak, Ningfeng was puzzled. What did you want to say to me? The thing is, he did not hide anything and directly said, actually, I have been calling on the surrounding countries on Libya's side to resist the invasion of magical creatures. But unfortunately, there are very few strong adventurers, and there is really no combat power. Hearing this, Ningfeng understood everything. I heard Duan say that Kabo has established an organization similar to a support agency, which is supported by many countries. Those countries will entrust difficult to capture secret realms to Kabo to solve, and there are many secret realms with rich rewards. The 2 hearts of the world that Kabo obtained were obtained in that way. Kabo clasped his hands together, smiled, and proposed to him. If possible, we hope to cooperate with you to protect the safety of Blue Star. At this moment, Ningfeng was thinking to himself, I heard that Kabo's status in Eastern Europe is very high, and his reputation has spread far and wide. If I can use his influence to gain more support, then it would be even better. After thinking for a while, he finally agreed to Kabo's proposal. All right, I agree with you. Thank you very much. It is our honor to have a master like you. Ningfeng already had some plans for the future in his mind. If I expand the battlefield in the future, I will need more masters to guard the country. It is time to start devil training with the new group of people. At this time, he suggested, to learn more about Kabo. Kabo, tell me about what you experienced when you came here. What happened was that I was exploring a secret realm, but I was carelessly caught in a chaotic space-time. He honestly recounted everything that he had encountered when he came here. I heard that chaotic space-time is extremely rare. I do not know how I encountered it. Thinking about it, I am still scared. Time and space in chaotic space-time are extremely unstable. To be able to survive from it without being injured is truly divine protection. A vast field with a small house in the middle, somewhere on Blue Star. A middle-aged man looked at something in front of him and wondered, what is that? A space portal appeared in the field. The sun was high in the sky, shining its rays everywhere. Inside the house, the guild leaders had gathered completely here. Ningfeng stood high above and observed them, thinking to himself, during this period of time I have been in contact with the guild leaders of the Failure Guild, and they are all very good. Plus Professor Xie. Now, they are the ones who can develop. Although her feet were tired, her heart was still determined. This is the special training that helped Lao Feng's strength soar. I must treat it seriously. Ningfeng created a source of dark energy in the air. That source of energy directly struck the bodies of Yan Chuan and Lu Ping. Now, only Linghua and Ying Zhen remain. Witnessing what had just happened, she felt uneasy. Lao Liu, can we only defend passively like this? This, devil training, is too evil. If I did not trust Xiao Feng, I would have thought it was an evil god descending. Ying Zhen seriously discussed a plan to deal with it. There are many of us. Let us try to fight in coordination, based on the model of a battle team. Now, let us use the Amiri Guardian formation. The group quickly formed a formation, and accumulated an energy ball in the air. Seeing this, Ningfeng smiled evilly and teased them. I am afraid you will be disappointed. Wei Yuer has tried this method before. It is useless. But his face returned to normal as he calculated. But after studying the power in the God realm, and looking back at this method of combat, I have gained even more insights. Everyone in the guild had formed a special formation. Seeing it, Ningfeng praised them. As expected of adventurers with rich experience, they are even more coordinated. At this time, Linghua and Ziyan were the first to attack. The two of them accumulated energy and prepared to attack. Great Earth Shield, Bitter Pain Diversion. But at this time, Xieyan seemed to have noticed something wrong. Both Yingzhou and Lu Ping also noticed it at the same time. In front of Linghua and Xieyan, a system notification appeared. Area, Block Strengthening Profession, Scholar and Profession, Priest simultaneously present when forming a Guardian formation. Defense effect increased by 20%. When Linghua saw a source of energy enveloping her body, she was surprised. What is this? Lu Ping was also surrounded by that light. Area, Silent Step 2 Professions, Assassin, simultaneously present when forming a Guardian formation. Evasion plus 8%, Armor plus 15. We too. Cecita, who was watching outside, was surprised when she witnessed this scene. Activate an area effect based on the team. Does Khan have this? Yingzhen wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to rush up, and he encouraged everyone. It seems that the battle team formation is really effective. Everyone, we have to be serious. But they were quickly beaten to the point of being maimed and lying flat on the ground. The consequence is, because they persisted for a long time, they had to endure even more severe torture. Han Yin flew over and asked Ningfeng, God Lord, was that your miracle just now? After thinking for a while, Ningfeng explained to him, I have been observing everyone's cooperation, so I feel like some ideas in my head have become clear. It seems that, at the time of breakthrough, those areas were activated. The system panel then notified him, your understanding of the rules of the universe has increased. Upon receiving that notification, Ningfeng finally understood everything. So that is how it is, I can understand the rules of the universe. Soon, another new day began here. Feng Yi's face was stiff, as if he had just received some shocking news. But then he laughed and teased Fang Dan next to him. Your appearance is too miserable. You old bastard, do not laugh so fast. Fang Dan, with his body trembling, begged Feng Yi for help. Hurry up, help me over a bit. He went over to help Fang Dan walk, and the two talked to each other on the road. You old man, you did not come here just to laugh at me, did you? I do not have that kind of time. Feng Yi told him the real reason he came here. Xiao Feng called everyone here. I heard that you discovered something very important. Fang Dan tried to smile and asked, something we are good at. Feng Yi secretly sped up to tease Fang Dan, who was annoyed. Old man, slow down a bit. Are you deliberately torturing me? Feng Yi had also entered the room and observed everything through the screen with Ningfeng. He then turned to ask Xie Yan, Professor Xie, how far has it progressed now? We have arranged several groups to conduct experiments, and at the same time, we have discovered that some team areas have different effects. After observing many times, they had also noticed the advantages of each team. Currently, the team area that can be activated is mainly some professions with the agile, magic, and support systems. After listening to her explanation, Feng Yi finally understood everything. In other words, as long as they are trained, even low-level adventurers will have a chance when fighting stronger enemies. That is right. Ningfeng had been sitting there without speaking, but he was worried in his heart. But since the beginning, the things I can understand are getting fewer and fewer. Could it be that I have reached some kind of limit? At this time, Duan went inside and called him. Dalao? He held up his phone with a photo on it and reported everything. The Dokian Kabo side has sent a commission. Ningfeng quickly took the phone and looked at it with some suspicion. Didn't Kabo say that he would send all the commissions to me for me to choose? Because this one is extremely special. The photo was of a space portal appearing in the field. Seeing this photo, Ningfeng was puzzled. What is this? Just a portal? Duan quickly revealed the name of that photo. Kabo said it is a space-time turbulence. Han Yin also appeared behind Ningfeng. Seeing the photo, he was also puzzled. Kabo came here through space-time turbulence, and it has only been a month. In such a short period of time, another space-time turbulence has appeared. Ningfeng stared at the photo with a decisive gaze. Suddenly, some liquid appeared from the space-time turbulence. Something's coming out. Oh my god, what is that? The rays of sunlight from the window shone into the room. Ningfeng had gone to meet Kabo. Here, he further explained the phenomenon. The place where the space-time turbulence occurred is located in Wilken State of Austria. I have completed all the procedures. We can directly use the flight scroll to get there. After hearing his arrangements, Ningfeng immediately agreed. Alright, let us set off. Kabo was surprised that he was going there alone. That? Are you going alone? What is going on? Kabo then told him about the things he had encountered there. I do not mean anything else. But, space-time turbulence, space-time disturbance is really dangerous, and it is hard to imagine what came out. At this time he remembered Manman in his head, and told Lilith, at least, you should bring that super-powerful beast pet with you. After listening to Kabo, Ningfeng pondered for a moment. If there are still unknown dangers, then I am afraid the others won't be able to help. This time when he left, Ningfeng only brought Sisida and Han Yin. With the few of us, it is enough. A blue light beam shone down on Wilken State from above. Ningfeng, Kabo, and Jiasheng were standing there observing. At this time, a mysterious person appeared in front of the three of them. Lilith walked over from afar. Kabo quickly introduced her to Ningfeng. Her name is Lilith, and she is also my disciple. Her father is the head of this place. Lilith walked up to Ningfeng, and suddenly, her whole body trembled. Lilith seemed to be very scared, and her hands clenched tightly as tears fell. Seeing the strangeness, Kabo asked, Lilith, what is going on? At this time, a hand was placed on Lilith's shoulder. Andro walked over and gently hugged her, introducing himself. Everyone, my name is Andro, Lilith's father. I am very sorry for letting everyone see Lilith in this state. I will explain everything to everyone, he asked with a sad face. Please follow me. Everyone here followed Andro to the outside. From here they could see the location of the space-time turbulence. A huge sphere with life on it was floating in the air. Andro looked at the sphere of space-time turbulence and explained. The reason I sent the commission to you is because that space-time turbulence has exceeded our understanding. It swallowed a small town in a short period of time and formed a space similar to a secret realm. He was now sweating profusely, and he seemed very worried about the current situation. The original residents have all turned into powerful and terrifying monsters. The government has sent combat teams to conquer it, but despite sacrificing many people, we still can't destroy this secret realm. Lilith was also one of the people who participated in the battle. Only Lilith managed to escape with all her strength. I still have to thank Mr. Kabo for training Lilith, otherwise I am afraid she would have. After crying for a while, Lilith finally calmed down to talk. I am very sorry, those teammates were all my best friends, so I was a little unable to control my emotions just now. Jiasheng stood watching from beginning to end, and was a little surprised by Lilith. Lilith originally has a strong personality. This is the first time I have seen her so sad. Kabo walked up behind her and asked, Lilith, are the monsters in that secret realm really that strong? Not just that. Lilith also stood up to recount what she had seen in the secret realm. That is a secret realm with a limited time. There are two paths, and only by completing both of them can you win. The two paths are like mirror images, symmetrical to each other, but they can't connect with each other. Even if you complete one path, you won't have time to get to the other path, and you will eventually fail. A system in the secret realm also announced, time is up, conquest failed. After listening to her, Kabo also imagined that also means that the safest plan is for 2 combat teams to go at the same time, 1 team on each path. Hearing this, Lilith also explained, well, if that is the case, the requirements for the strength of the adventurers will be very high. Currently, we can't even assemble 1 qualified combat team, let alone 2 teams. After a long silence, Ningfeng finally spoke and offered an idea. I think Kabo can lead a combat team, and the other team, leave it to me. Everyone was very surprised when they heard his idea. Are you going alone? Ningfeng was thinking to himself. If Lilith can still escape, with Kabo's strength, even if he encounters danger, at least he can retreat safely. Lilith quietly stood watching Ningfeng and sighed in her heart. Master really said he would invite a strong person to help, but he only looks like an ordinary person from Blue Star. His age seems to be even younger than me. No matter how I think about it, relying on one person is too risky. Ningfeng smiled and placed his hand on Kabo's shoulder, causing him to flinch. Kabo, how can this be? Don't worry about me, you just need to try to complete your path. The sphere of space-time turbulence was still floating in the air. Everyone was quickly present in the secret realm of this space-time turbulence. The time limit is 2 hours, we have to seize every second. Ningfeng pointed to the side and instructed, I will go to the left, everyone go to the right. Seeing him like that, Lilith was very puzzled. Master, is Mr. Ning really? Okay, I do not know either. Kabo also revealed the truth to her. To be honest, I have never seen Mr. Ning take action before. But he imagined Mammon in his head and told Lilith, but Mr. Ning's pet ate all of my shadow guard. Hearing this made Lilith wait. She did not expect a tiny beast to be able to eat Kabo's huge shadow guard. Master's shadow guard is extremely powerful and can crush any strong person in this world. How terrifying is the monster that can eat all of the shadow guard? Lilith looked towards Ningfeng, and in her heart she secretly wondered, what kind of person can regard that monster as a pet? She was still very suspicious of Ningfeng's actions. Is Mr. Ning choosing to act alone because he is hiding a secret? Dark shadows were appearing from within the secret realm. The monsters here came out to block Kabo's group. The huge 2-horned monsters stared at Kabo. They wore sinister smiles with sharp eyes. The group of monsters quickly charged forward, attacking Kabo's group. Kabo did not back down, immediately using his special move, creating 2 large serpents, soul-devouring entanglement. His 2 serpent stars immediately charged forward to attack the 2 monsters. Seeing Kabo take them down, Jia Sheng behind him happily praised. As expected of Master, these are the monsters after humans have mutated. Kabo only silently lowered his head, secretly speculating, they are indeed more powerful than ordinary monsters in the secret realm, but for me, I can still deal with them. On the other side, Ningfeng slowly penetrated deep into the secret realm alone. As long as Ning Xiansheng's strength is higher than mine, then there won't be any problems. The monsters that Kabo had just defeated were emitting a source of energy from their bodies. The monsters were slowly sinking into the ground. Soon, the forms of the 2 monsters were no longer visible in front of them. The time on the system panel at this time only had 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 43 seconds remaining. Kabo walked and used the move just now to deal with the next group of monsters, soul-devouring entanglement. But this time, his move had no effect on the monster. It looked at Kabo with an unspeakable gaze, wanting to devour him alive. Kabo was shocked when he witnessed the scene just now, wondering, this is not right. Starting from this time, the damage caused to these monsters by the same skills will become smaller and smaller. Now it is completely ineffective. Kabo's face could not hide his anxiety. He seemed to have guessed. Could it be that there is some kind of connection between these monsters that can evolve through continuous combat? The monster took advantage of Kabo's inattention and charged to attack. Master, the monster is here. Kabo then used a new move to block it, Death-Breaking Rune. A huge source of energy was struck out, causing the monster to push back. Kabo had just learned how to deal with the monsters, but he was also worried. But if you want to deal with the monsters, you must use skills. If this continues, are not we helping the monsters become stronger and stronger? He had used everything that Ningfeng had instructed before. All the communication methods here are ineffective. I can't contact Ning Xiansheng. I do not know if Ning Xiansheng's side. Can Ningfeng withstand everything alone on the other side? A monster quickly charged in front of him. But with just one move, Ningfeng was able to cut the monster in half. The monster was unable to take shape and lost its life. Ningfeng calmly stepped over its corpse and continued to penetrate deeper inside. Once again, a source of energy appeared from the body of the monster that had just died. While Ningfeng turned his back and left, the corpse of the monster disappeared. This guy's attack power is too high. The monster's evolution speed can't keep up at all. Ningfeng slowly walked inside with a calm face. I have no way to stop its evolution. Kabo's group on this side were still trying their best to deal with the monsters. Fortunately, another path is still under my control. The time on the system panel at this time only had 1 hour 26 minutes and 31 seconds remaining. After a series of attacks, the monster on Kabo's side had also been defeated. Seeing him exert so much energy, Lilith asked, "Master, are you all right? I am just a little tired, I can still withstand it." Suddenly, the eye on Kabo's forehead opened wide, as if he saw something. A sword suddenly pierced through his stomach. Lilith was using her sword to stab Kabo in front of everyone's surprise. So how about this? When Kabo bent over, holding his chest, which was bleeding, in pain, Zhang Zhesheng shouted, unexpectedly angry, "Lilith, what are you doing?" She frowned sharply with sharp eyes. "Sorry, the assistant you invited is too strong, so I have to let you die here. Standing in front of you is not Lilith. Of course, I am Lilith. It is just that I have found a way to become stronger. As for you, you just happen to become my sacrifices." He stretched his hand forward, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, with a strong source of energy, "Master, let me stop her, you go quickly." Lilith stood upright and proud as two black shadows charged towards her. Lilith waved her hand, using the power of a strong ray of light that flashed by. She frowned dangerously, angrily. "You fools, do not waste your energy. From the moment you stepped in here, do not expect to leave." Quinn Kabo locked his mouth, blood dripping down and sweat dripping, gritting his teeth and thinking. So she said that only she could escape from the beginning, was deceiving us. This is a trap set by her. She has no intention of letting us escape from here at all. Lilith thought to herself, looking forward, smiling wickedly. "Master, your panicked expression now looks exactly like me at that time. Unfortunately, I am smarter than you." Suddenly her face was stained with blood, and she was frightened unexpectedly. In front of Lilith were many tall and large monsters, with black nails and sharp teeth, smiling evilly as they approached her. Lilith's whole body was covered in blood. Her two hands were raised high as she shouted, "Wait, please wait. I have understood your great power. Please spare my small life. Can you hear me? If you want to conquer this world, I am willing to become your most loyal servant." Andro, standing behind Lilith, heard and shouted angrily, "Lilith, what are you saying? Clark and everyone sacrificed themselves to give us a chance to escape, but you..." A powerful energy exploded, all blood. Andro's head was held high, his eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open, stunned unexpectedly. Lilith had a mysterious dark face, leaning her head back, and replied coldly, "Shut up." The three men behind saw the scene in front of them and stood stunned. Looking at the deep pit, the surrounding purple flashed, and a voice echoed, "You are too weak and not worthy of being loyal to me. I would rather see you as sacrifices." The black and purple spirits embraced the three men tightly, laughing eerily. All three men were surrounded by spirits and fell to the ground. Lilith reached out her hand, smiling. "Of course, you can see all of us as sacrifices. But if you are willing to grant me strength, I promise to offer you even more sacrifices, just like now." In the deep black and purple pit, the light flashed and suddenly fell silent when she said that. In the deep pit, the light echoed loudly. "It is really a lowly and disgusting race, but strangely, I find it quite interesting." Lilith looked up at the strange black heart. "What do you mean is, I want to see what kind of sacrifices you can offer me." She was stern with some small bloodstains on her face. "Thank you very much for your grace. I will definitely not disappoint you." Lilith's face darkened and she frowned with dangerous eyes. "I do not have time to waste with you. Obediently, become my sacrifices." Zhang Jiasheng gritted his teeth and Quinn Kabo held his chest, looking forward anxiously. The system panel lit up, displaying, "The left route has been completed." He and the guy saw the system panel, raised their hands and clenched them, shouting with joy and excitement, "Ning Xiansheng, it is a success." Lilith stood upright and stretched out her hand, seriously saying to them, "It is useless. These two routes do not exist in the same space-time. Even if he completes one of the two, he will absolutely not be able to complete the remaining route." The system panel displayed, "The right route has been completed." She was stunned when she saw the system panel, stunned and surprised. "Huh?" Lilith did not believe what was in front of her, and shouted, "Impossible! How did he do it?" Ningfeng stood in front of a huge monster lying flat on the ground. Ningfeng solemnly raised his head. Just like Lilith said, these two paths are really symmetrical, like images in a mirror. He flew from the blue door world to the purple door. In that case, as long as I directly use void travel, I can cross over and get there. There is absolutely no need to go back the path in front again. While teleporting, Ningfeng suddenly realized something. "Hey, it seems like I am about to be teleported to another place." The teleportation beam then slowly disappeared. Lilith stood with her eyes wide open and her mouth wide open, stunned. Only one person, how can he complete both paths? Suddenly, Quinn Kabo, Zhang Zhisheng, and Lilith inside the world were blurred by a hazy beam, unexpectedly. In a circular space, A huge pit tornado. Qin Kabo and Zhang Jiasheng and even Lilith suddenly appeared at another location. He looked up and asked unexpectedly, "Where is this?" She looked around. Both routes have been conquered and will be moved to the owner's independent space, but this is also the first time I have been here. Because I failed to conquer before, the owner thought I was not qualified to enter. Suddenly, Lilith opened her eyes wide and glanced, unexpectedly. She stood, looking at the jagged rocks, and the large stones engraved with the footprints of some strange animal. Qin Kabo looked, and Zhang Jiasheng looked at the rock, trembling, and said, "Master, that is, the final boss of the secret realm. Such a terrifying pressure. At least a monster of the Demon Lord level." They went closer to the stone image, and the engraving flashed with light. "Demon Lord, that is the most powerful existence under the demon god. We will all die here." Lilith looked up, frowned, and thought to herself, smiling wickedly, "Is this the portrait of the owner? Just looking at it from a distance makes people feel admiration. I can't see that little boy surnamed Ning. Maybe he has been destroyed." Lilith reached out her hand towards Qin Kabo and Zhang Jiasheng, introducing. He and the guy were shocked unexpectedly, and she closed her eyes and smiled. "Owner, I am Lilius, your small servant. These are all the sacrifices I brought to you. I hope you are satisfied." Lilith stood upright in front of the large stone statue, unexpectedly startled when the stone statue spoke. "What did you say?" Lilith's face darkened, and she thought to herself, suspiciously alert. The owner's voice. Why is it different from the voice I heard before? The stone statue moved, making a very loud noise, and there was a black shadow of a person behind it. Ningfeng stood on the stone statue, upright and proud, looking coldly. He glanced down at her, scared. "Lilith, explain to me. This is..." Zhang Jiasheng and Qin Kabo looked at Ningfeng and shouted unexpectedly, "Young Ning!" Lilith gaped her mouth, opened her eyes wide, and sweat dripped, thinking to herself, stunned unexpectedly. Why is that little boy surnamed Ning stepping on the owner's head? Why does the owner have no reaction at all? Sweat flowed from the stone statue, thinking to itself, anxiously trembling with fear. I am so scared." Ningfeng stood upright and raised his head, with some light around his body, thinking to himself, "Originally, I thought this guy only had relatively high attack power. Who would have thought that he went to the end of the road and found that the normal attack was too slow? He directly used a forbidden curse, destroying all the guards that I personally sent out." Ningfeng appeared and stepped out of the teleportation door in front, below the stone statue, thinking to himself, seriously. Then, he used the forbidden curse, ignoring the separation of space-time, and appeared on another road. The guards there had not reacted yet, and they were also destroyed by the forbidden curse. Ningfeng stood upright and looked straight ahead, thinking to himself, solemnly. He casually threw out 3 forbidden curses. Only the demon god in the past could do that. What is his background? Zhang Jiasheng frowned and shouted angrily, "Lilith, your conspiracy has almost failed. Tell me, why did you betray Master and deceive all of us?" Lilith stood with half her body turned, and her face darkened, dangerously, solemnly replying, "Why, because you are all stupid." She shouted angrily, "Master, I have said it before. With your strength you can completely conquer the world. I and my family will become your greatest help, willingly devising plans for you. But you have not even thought about it and rejected it immediately." Ningfeng pondered, and Qin Kabo spoke, smiling, "Sorry, my previous arrogance was all an act." No wonder Kabo said that at the time. Lilith turned her face, opened her mouth wide, frowned, and shouted angrily, "I do not understand. What exactly is it? Don't you enjoy the feeling of being above others? The strong dominating the weak is originally a matter of course." The tall, dark-faced man with long white hair stood upright with authority. Qin Kabo solemnly said, "Because the God I believe in does not like people who are greedy and stupid. Coincidentally, you and your family have both of those words." She paused and asked again, stunned, "You, what did you say?" Counting Sasita, Han Yin, and Ningfeng in turn, "Oh, this is really your style, Godlord. This Kabo also understands you clearly." Lilith pointed straight at the stone statue, angrily, "Owner, you must still have other ways, right? Quickly kill them, kill them." A large hand reached out in front. Danger was imminent, and Lilith turned to look with blank eyes, stunned. The large hand reached out around the pieces of rubble. Ningfeng stood on the stone statue, upright. "It has been a long time. Let us finish off this giant and go home." He prepared to rush straight down quickly, activating his skill. The 2 sources of energy collided, and the light burst out strongly. Ah, hoo. Ningfeng was stunned in the dark world. Unexpectedly. He looked ahead and said, surprised, "Oh, there are unexpected gains too." In front of him was a stone sparkling with light. At the same time, the system panel displayed 2 options. Reminder, a terminal alien poison has been detected. Do you want to absorb it? Yes. No. Ningfeng, Sasita, and Han Yin turned to look, unexpectedly. Han Yin solemnly said, "Space-time turbulence is inherently unstable, and most of the time, it will quickly disappear. But the space-time turbulence here still exists. I am afraid it will be very troublesome. Ningfeng turned his face to look at him and asked, "Why?" Han Yin solemnly explained to him, "Because even the power of the gods can't erase the space-time turbulence. You can only let a large number of believers of the Kati level borrow divine power to temporarily seal the space-time turbulence," Suceda solemnly said. "However, the existence of space-time turbulence is still a hidden danger after all. You do not know when a stronger existence will appear to break the seal. A few worlds have been destroyed like this before." Ningfeng touched his chin, and Suceda and Han Yin looked at him. "Such a dangerous thing. If other gods find out, it is just to deal with me." Ningfeng glared sternly. "Then they deserve to die 1,000,000 deaths." His eyes widened, unexpectedly. Ningfeng reached out his hand in front, and touched the wall that was slowly cracking and flashing with light. Han Yin behind said, "God Lord." Ningfeng solemnly, Suceda, and Han Yin said in unison when they heard him say, "Unexpectedly, it seems like I can repair this crack." Ha! The system panel appeared with a mission, repair the world, study the space-time turbulence, and restore it to its normal state. Time limit, 2 hours. Above 2 hours, the penalty for failure is deletion of the host. Ningfeng solemnly looked ahead, and thought to himself, even the power of the gods can't destroy the space-time turbulence, but the system has issued a mission to repair it. Could it be that the system is in existence above the gods? He was confused and thought, stunned, that is right anyway. It uses deleting the host to threaten me at the slightest mistake. It completely does not regard the almighty god of Dharma like me as anything at all. I should start studying it quickly. Zhang Jiasheng stood behind him and turned to Qin Kabo. "Master, what should we do now? It seems like Ning Shansheng is considering something. Let us not disturb him." Ningfeng reached out his hand and touched the wall that was flashing with light. His hand touched the wall, and there were some beams of light and energy around. Ningfeng opened his eyes wide and gaped his mouth, shouting painfully. Sweat dripped on his face, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, "Space-time turbulence is tearing my body apart. The intense pain is completely unimaginable." Ningfeng looked up when he saw the warning. Unexpectedly and stunned, "God must fall. Around, it seems like there is some sound." Words appeared and the system panel flickered and displayed vaguely, "God must fall, God must fall, God must fall, God must fall, God must fall." Ningfeng looked ahead with his mouth agape, unexpectedly thinking, "Crap, is this a trap?" Ningfeng solemnly thought to himself, angrily, "Damn it. Whether it is a trap or not, as long as the system sends the mission, there will definitely be a solution." He stood upright and said to himself in his heart, to reassure himself, "You have to be calm, calm." Ningfeng's eyes widened, thinking of something, unexpectedly. Ningfeng stood upright, with a ray of light behind him, thinking, "I have sensed it, even if it is just a fleeting moment." He looked ahead at the strong and bright ray of light and thought, "But there is a pause point that is completely different. If I can grab it." Ningfeng calmly closed his eyes. He gritted his teeth and trembled, thinking to himself, "The turbulence around seems to be deliberately disturbing me. I have to concentrate my mind even more." Ningfeng opened his eyes wide and thought, "Found it." The man in the polite vest stood on the high edge. The dark-faced man with a muscular and powerful body. It has been 2 hours since they entered the secret realm. It seems that Lilith's plan has succeeded. Andro frowned with sharp eyes and smiled evilly. "But I hope that the Demon Lord in the secret realm will be satisfied with this sacrifice. As long as I have the support of the Demon Lord, no one will be able to stop me from ruling this world." He glanced at a person behind him wearing a suit of iron armor, coming over. "Adult Andro, people from the Alliance Guild are surrounding this place." Andro's eyes were sharp and bright, and he glanced over, smiling wickedly. "These stupid fools. How are they only reacting now? Then let us send them all to hell." Jagged stones and ribbons blocked the area. Johnny Wilson stood upright, elegant and sophisticated, the leader of the Alliance Guild of Austria. Johnny Wilson and the man in the purple cloak had many people behind them coming forward seriously. The Adventurer Association of Austria is mainly established by large corporations, and the Alliance Guild is the highest authority managing the adventurers of Austria. The man in the purple cloak behind him asked, "Commander, can we go in to arrest Andro?" Wait a little longer." Johnny Wilson looked over at the 3 beams of light that shone down from above. He looked over, reached out his hand, and said happily, "Old friend, you have finally arrived." In a vortex of blue light energy, Ningfeng looked at the blue vortex in front of him and thought to himself, "This is the starting point of a space-time current. I can use my divine power to fix it." Some beams of light flashed in the blue vortex energy. "After fixing it, this part will no longer be out of control. Then, in other places I can see the second bright spot." Sweat dripped down his cheeks, and he worriedly thought, "Just follow this method." Suceda and Han Yin shouted when they saw some beams of light flashing in the vortex, unexpectedly. The crack is really closing. This is the great power of the God Lord. However, Ningfeng was very calm, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, finally done. In front of him, the system panel appeared and displayed a new notification. Your understanding of the rules of the universe has been improved, and the recovery ability of the world you protect has also increased. Ningfeng read the system panel and asked, recovery ability. Your understanding of the rules of the universe has been improved, and the recovery ability of the world you protect has also increased. What is that? Sisida and Han Yin stood behind him and said, sorry, this is not knowledge that your subordinates understand clearly. Literally, it may be a kind of ability to restore a damaged world to its original state. Ningfeng solemnly replied and thought, maybe so, I can slowly study it more in the future. There is one more thing. His face darkened, and his eyes lit up, remembering the system panel that had previously announced with the words, God will definitely die. What was the sound I heard at that time when I was repairing the space-time current? What does that mean? Someone pointed forward and said loudly, Master, look there. Zhang Zhisheng pointed to the purple space that was slowly cracking, and Qin Kabo looked in the direction he was pointing. Ningfeng stood upright. Qin Kabo and Zhang Zhisheng walked towards the purple light mass that was gradually cracking. Master, the surrounding seems to be gradually recovering to normal. A miracle, it is unbelievable. The sound of black shoes walking came. Qin Kabo walked over to him and spoke. Ningfeng touched his chin, pondering. Qin Kabo said worriedly, Mr. Ning, please believe me. I, Qin Kabo, have never intended to rule this world. Ningfeng put his hand on his shoulder, smiling. I believe you. Shouts echoed in the rocky land. Ningfeng heard it, turned his head to look and asked, Hey, what is that sound over there? There was a crowd of people gathered on the roof terrace 20 minutes ago. The man in the purple scarf discussed with them was the 3 flight scrolls. Just now, a friend of the commander, Wang Yue, Lao Fang, and Zhang Yanchuan, stood solemnly listening. Lao Fang asked him, Johnny, what is the current situation? Wang Yue stood with his face turned away, thinking to himself solemnly. Holy Light Knight, Johnny, the chief commander of the Austrian Alliance Guild, he and Senior Feng are both legendary figures that can usually only be seen on the news. Johnny Wilson lowered his head and glanced, worried and impatient. We are chasing the ambitious Andro, however, we can't get close to the secret realm area. The situation is still unclear at present. I am very sorry for dragging the adventurers of your country into this shameless conspiracy, Lao Fang solemnly said. Because there is Ningfeng in the secret realm area, there should not be any major problems. You just need to focus on dealing with Andro. He will pay the price for deceiving Ningfeng. Johnny Wilson was stunned when he heard him say, Hey, you said it backwards. The secret realm area is the most serious problem. A secluded place inside a building with a number of people inside. Inside, the floor tiles were covered in blood and corpses of the people. The green-horned monster, the purple monster, the red eyes, the sharp teeth and hands, the large body. These lowly people do not make me interested in the battle at all. The monster with fiery red eyes and sharp teeth, that Lao Johnny is at the foot of the mountain. Why not go deal with him? A boy ran hurriedly to Johnny Wilson, unexpectedly turning to look. Commander, we have been attacked by the enemy. Johnny Wilson went to the boy, worried, looking at the boy. Why are you so badly injured? Don't move, let me heal you. He stood hunched over, wincing in pain. That Andro guy has gathered many missing people under his command. Lao Fang turned his face, glanced redly, sharply and dangerously. Missing people? What missing people? Johnny Wilson stood solemnly, with purple light shining in his eyes around him, angrily, smiling wickedly. A group of mysterious missing people, who then suddenly appeared. They were originally humans but obtained the power of magical creatures. Ordinary adventurers are not their opponents. Lao Fang raised his fist and his eyes were fierce, associating and thinking of many people, the murderer behind the scenes covering his eyes, coldly. Could it be that... Johnny Wilson suddenly remembered something. That is right, Andro's daughter Lilith once caught missing people. It seems they have used this opportunity to build up their power for a long time. A powerful beam of light charged straight towards him and Johnny Wilson, unexpectedly. He turned and Johnny Wilson shouted, Unexpectedly, watch out. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped, unexpectedly panicked. 2 arrows pierced straight into his back. A beam of light burst out strongly. He and Johnny Wilson looked up, turned around and gaped their mouths, unexpectedly panicked. Wang Yue held his sword in front of him for defense, solemnly. The 2 purple and blue monsters had fiery red eyes. Fiercely and angrily, my attack was blocked. Johnny Wilson turned his face to look and said inwardly, unexpectedly frightened, how could it be? This young girl is even more powerful than me. Wang Yue, Zhang Yanchuan, and Feng Yi charged straight forward in turn. The 2 green humans and white hair fell to the ground. Johnny Wilson turned to ask Feng Yi, Feng, how did you become so powerful? He touched his chin and stroked his beard, saying smugly, "It is thanks to Ning Xiansheng, conducting special training for me inside." Johnny Wilson shouted, tensely solemnly. "Ning Xiansheng is inside! Heavens, it is hard to believe. No wonder you are not worried at all." Feng Yi turned and reached out his hand to call, "Johnny, please take us inside. If we delay—" On the roof terrace of the building, a number of people were standing there. The monsters that had been killed were piled on top of each other. Ning Feng, Qin Kabo, and Zheng Jixing stood solemnly. Ning Feng suddenly realized something and said, "You error. Senior Feng, President Zhang, why are you all here?" He stood in front of Feng Yi. Johnny Wilson solemnly said, "The head commander of Austria, Holy Light Knight Johnny, discovered that Andro had some unusual actions, and because it was related to your safety, he contacted me immediately." Feng Yi turned his head to look behind and introduced, "Johnny is an old friend of mine. What is wrong with you?" Johnny Wilson stood blankly, distracted, startled. The secret realm. That is terrifying. Looking at the hole that had been pierced through, cracking into pieces, it is gone. Ning Feng, Wang Yue, Feng Yi, Zheng Jiasheng, Qin Kabo, Zhang Yanchuan, and a number of other people were present, discussing something. Qin Kabo sternly grabbed the clothes and lifted a man up, fearfully softly calling, "Johnny." The man shouted, "I request that you accept the judgment of the country. I am the chief of the state. According to the laws of our country, no matter what crime I commit, foreigners are not qualified to judge me. Otherwise, it will be considered a declaration of war." "You are right. But I am preparing to use my authority to invite Ning Xiansheng to become an honorary citizen of Austria. I hope Ning Xiansheng will not refuse. I accept the invitation of your country." What? How dare you? "Andro, you crazy bastard. I hope Ning Xiansheng will represent the whole world and send you to hell." Everyone was helping each other carry the corpses outside. The pink-haired girl roared angrily with an annoyed expression. "Why do I have to carry corpses? This is not something women should do." The boy next to her saw this and scolded her. "What stupid words are you saying?" He looked at all the high-ranking people in front of him, trying to talk to Ning Feng, and explained, "Here, other than Commander Johnny, they are all the presidents of top guilds. They are fighting each other to chat with the hero from the Dragon Kingdom. The people with the lowest status left are only a few of us." The pink-haired girl's face immediately became embarrassed when she saw Ning Feng's face. That Dragon Kingdom teenager is really strong. I also hope to be able to talk to him. It would be even better if I could go on a date with him. While speaking, she dropped the corpse on the ground, letting the boy next to her try to stop it. "Pick it up for me." "Who told you to let go?" Johnny Wilson expressed his intention to send an invitation to Ning Feng and Ning Xiansheng. "We are organizing a banquet for you. I hope you can show face and participate, allowing us to express our respect and gratitude." When he heard the invitation, Ning Feng was secretly calculating in his heart. After finishing the space crack, I will directly level up to 150. If I carry out the job transfer in Austria, my personal information will also be saved here, which does not seem necessary at all. However, expanding my influence and staying for a meal is still okay. Moreover, restoring the space crack requires consuming physical strength. I really feel a little tired. After thinking for a while, he finally agreed to the invitation. Using our Dragon Kingdom's way of saying it, "Then I will respectfully obey the order." Feng taught me this sentence. I understand its meaning. At a magnificent and majestic castle, in front of the castle was a clear blue lake. A sumptuous meal had been set out in front of them. Johnny Wilson reached out his hand to invite Ning Feng, Ning Xiansheng. "Please sit down." "Thank you." Looking at the delicious meal in front of him, Ning Feng could not restrain his hunger. Looking at everyone at the table at this time, he was secretly calculating in his heart, Austria, Dragon Kingdom, Europe. This collaboration lineup is already extremely powerful. I hope we can quickly establish the Blue Star Protection Alliance. Just then, a sound behind him attracted Johnny Wilson's attention. He held the phone in his hand, stood up, and opened his mouth. "Sorry, Ning Xiansheng, please excuse me for a moment." "Please, feel free." Johnny Wilson slowly stepped outside to answer the phone. After answering the phone, he seemed worried and questioned the person on the other side. "What happened? Is it something related to Ning Xiansheng becoming an honorary citizen?" The pink-haired girl had just called to report the situation to Johnny Wilson. People from the Congress said that they do not have detailed information about Ning Xiansheng. The Dragon Kingdom also refused to provide it, so they can't easily pass the decision to let a person with an unknown origin become an honorary citizen. Hearing this, Johnny Wilson was momentarily stunned. He walked and instructed the girl on the other end of the line. "It seems like I have to be away for a while. You stay here and help me watch over him. You must not delay anything with Ning." A meeting was also quickly being held at this time. Yes. The people sitting inside the meeting were very surprised when they heard Ning Feng's name. The meeting room. It is really hard to believe. Why did such a strong person appear in the Dragon Kingdom? A middle-aged man with silver hair also spoke about this matter. "I am about to start envying them too. If we offered generous enough conditions to this Ning Feng, we might be able to directly poach him to Austria." Suddenly, An explosion rang out behind the people participating in the meeting. A group of monsters appeared here out of nowhere. The people in the meeting screamed in fear when they saw them. I think we can try it. Monsters. The shadow of a man smiled sinisterly at this time, while the rest of the people in the meeting were scared pale. The man with the wide mouth shouted, "Why are there monsters inside the Congress? Where are the guards? We will absolutely not let people from the Dragon Kingdom with unclear origins join our country." The green-haired man turned to question the person who had just spoken. "What are you talking about at a time like this?" The man then smiled mockingly. "It is just that we did not expect that the evil Dragon Kingdom would not only fantasize about ruling the world, but even cruelly kill our national cadres. This is a declaration of war on Austria." The people in the congressional chamber were frightened when they heard his words. "What? Killing national cadres? What are you talking about?" The fat man's head was slowly being cut in half. From within that head, another face appeared. Lilith had infiltrated here by impersonating a member of Congress. Since who knew when? "I am talking about you." She tore apart the puppet that she had created at that time and slowly flew into the air. Johnny Wilson was also rushing to the congressional office in a panic. When he arrived, everyone in the office was already dead. What is going on? Suddenly the phone in Johnny Wilson's pocket rang again. When he answered the phone, the other side immediately reported the current situation. "Hey, Commander, a large number of statements of unknown origin are sprouting up on the internet. Now many articles that are not very good are spreading on the internet. They say that foreign adventurers killed Austrian officials, but the major guilds of Austria want to cover up this matter because of their own interests. The Congress refuses to let such murderers become honorary citizens and calls on everyone who is not afraid of power to suppress them together. At present, many people have spoken out to support them on the internet." When he received this news, Johnny Wilson was extremely angry, and he also knew who was behind this. It must be Andrew and his family. These people are really like vengeful ghosts that won't go away. The corpses of the members of Congress were lying all over the ground. Seeing this scene, Johnny Wilson could not restrain the anger in his heart. They want to use public opinion to attack Ningfeng, and even spare no effort to provoke war. If we can't let everyone know the truth quickly, the matter will be out of control. But looking at the chaotic scene in front of him, he hesitated. Unfortunately, this place has been severely damaged, and I am afraid I can't find any clues. Suddenly, an arm on the ground grabbed Johnny Wilson's ankle. Johnny Wilson looked down at the ground, unable to hide his surprise. One of the members of Congress was still alive, and that person was trying to grab his leg and ask for help. "Johnny, save me." The sun was now at its peak, shining into the congressional building. Ningfeng seemed to be very hungry. He ate several stacks of food at once. Cabo had also received a new piece of news. "You mean Lilith is still alive?" The surviving member of Congress had come to meet Cabo to recount everything. "Yes, I saw with my own eyes that she released the monsters and killed everyone. Because I have the skill to fake death, I was lucky enough to escape with my life." Cabo wanted to know more about Lilith's whereabouts. "Where did she go afterwards?" he stammered fearfully. "Sorry, I was faking death at the time, so I did not see." While eating, Ningfeng speculated, "Does Lilith still have some kind of life-saving or resurrection skill?" Cabo next to him understood what he meant when he heard this. "As far as I know, there is none, unless she learned it afterwards and hid it from me." The member of Congress suddenly knelt down in front of Ningfeng and begged, "Please, Ning, please be sure to become an honorary citizen of our country. We need your protection." Johnny Wilson stood behind, listening to everything. At this time he was very angry and slapped him on the head, ordering, "Shut up." After listening to the matter, Ningfeng was secretly speculating in his head. To be able to survive under the attack of the Demon Lord, this Lilith is really not a simple person. It seems that I have to pay attention to her movements in the future. White clouds began to cover the sunlight here. Johnny Wilson had taken Ningfeng to the roof terrace. The two chatted together. "I am very sorry for bringing so much trouble to you. If you need anything, we will try our best to fulfill it. Actually, I do have a request." Ningfeng did not hide anything, and directly made his request. "I need some special magic system skill books from Austria." Johnny Wilson smiled and agreed when he heard the request. "It is absolutely no problem. I will immediately report to the guilds to bring the skill books that meet the conditions." Suddenly, the book in Ningfeng's hand suddenly glowed. Johnny Wilson quickly explained at this time, because special skill books are extremely rare, they are not easy to find in a short time. If we have any in the future, we will definitely give them to you immediately. Of course, I can also personally go to the secret realm to find them. Seeing his enthusiasm, Ningfeng felt satisfied. "I understand, but I still have other things, so I need to go back to the country for a while." Before returning to the country, he also arranged everything here completely. "Cabo will stay here to help you deal with the aftermath." "Thank you very much. I hope to see you again soon." 5 days later, the congressional building was still very silent. Johnny Wilson was surprised to meet Ningfeng again. "Young Ning, I did not expect to see you so soon." Ningfeng showed an embarrassed smile and replied, "I did not expect it either. It turned out that he came back to carry out the mission. Who would have thought that the Round 5 Secret Realm Conquest mission would be in Austria again? Johnny Wilson quickly reported the Secret Realm situation to Ning Feng. The secret realm you want to find is located in the desert in the west. We have never conquered it, so we do not have detailed information. On a dry desert, a small monster was holding a broken bowl and devouring it greedily. Suddenly, a source of energy struck, causing the bowl in the small monster's hand to fly away. The small mole only knew to freeze blankly, not understanding what was happening. A car was speeding on the small road. In the car, a voice rang out, "What? You have not seen anything like this before either." Johnny Wilson sat inside the car and kept explaining, "Sorry, when we transfer jobs, we only use transformation stones, but that transformation essence you mentioned, we have really never heard of it." Cabo became anxious at this time, and he told him about the transformation essence. Transformation essence is the high-level form of transformation stones. That, in the world I lived in before, there was such a thing, but on this blue star I have never seen it. After hearing that both of them did not know about that kind of stone, Ning Feng became gloomy. He felt dejected in his heart. Who knew that the 5th-tier mission would have such requirements? A lot of my accumulated strength has been consumed when repairing the spacecraft, so I do not have enough power to open the way to another world now. At this moment, the system panel appeared again to issue a new mission. Omni-System Dharma God. 5th-tier mission. Prerequisites. 1. Enter the secret realm. Yongyuan Liegu. Receive the mission item, Abyssal Symbol. 2. Collect 10 transformation essences. 3. Collect 200 blue obsidian stones. 4. Collect 200 pieces of Crimson Purgatory. Time limit, 30 days. Difficulty, 6 stars. Level 5. The car was still moving at an amazing speed on the road. In the car, Ning Feng was secretly calculating, and there is only 1 month. If it is not enough, then I can only ask the orcs to work overtime. The secret realm, Yongyuan Liegu. Here, a large amount of lava was slowly flowing down. A small monster was lying on the ground, its whole body trembling, as it was beaten and battered. The huge monster kept whipping the small mole in front of it. "I saw you loafing around just now. You have only dug up a little ore. Who allowed you to rest?" The elder behind kept begging him to spare them. "Sir, please be merciful. In the past few days, the workload has suddenly increased a lot, and we have not been able to eat enough, so we do not have the strength." But he was not spared, and was beaten by the monster. He threatened all the moles angrily. "If you trash can't dig ore, then you would not be able to live to this day. How dare you argue with me?" The small moles only knew to silently obey the orders of the large monster. "You stupid idiots, you have to double the workload today. If you can't complete it, then I will kill the slowest one and hang it outside the door as a warning." The mole next to him immediately went to whisper to its elder, "Elder, if the workload is doubled, then it is impossible to complete. In that case, is not it certain that a compatriot will be killed?" Tai Meng was lying on the ground, trembling all over, but still tried to reassure everyone. "Everyone does not need to worry. If they want to kill someone, then just let them kill me." The elder seemed distressed when he heard his words. "Tai Meng, what are you talking about? We can't abandon you." Tai Meng could not even cry anymore, and he questioned, "But there will always be sacrifices anyway, won't there? We are too weak and do not even have the power to resist." The moles next to him had sad faces when they heard those words. The elder could only helplessly instruct, Tai Meng, I will take everyone to work first. You rest for a while." Soon they turned away and continued working. Now only Tai Meng's silhouette remained. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Found Tai Meng. There is actually a corpse of a magical creature here. Could it be that there are other adventurers here too?" Inside the secret realm, a stream of lava rose into large flames. Inside that secret realm, a huge monster was sitting there. The monster priest turned around and questioned the monster. "Where is the ore? Why has not it been transferred here yet? I am really sorry. I have made them work already. We will replenish it soon." The monster priest threatened them when he heard this. If those idiots did not still have some use, and could improve the quality of the ore, then I would have killed them all long ago. Suddenly the large skull radiated a green flame. Seeing the flame, the monster priest cheered. "It is a success. Lord Demon God has responded to my ritual." The monster behind him then spoke. "Lord Priest, do you need more ore? Quiet. Do not disturb me when I am listening to the oracle." The demon god was slowly instructing them, flesh and blood, sacrifice. Hearing the things he needed, the priest immediately ordered the monster behind, "Go find the items to offer to Lord Demon God, but... He quickly instructed his subordinates to carry out, "Bring those idiot caddies who are digging in the mine over here for me." The ritual to summon the gods has succeeded, so they do not need to continue living. The priest wanted to eliminate all the moles at once, to be able to become the sacrifices of Lord Demon. God is already the most glorious moment of their lives. Ansuk, the realm of the God realm, the wandering soul, returns to control. A large mountain was tied tightly by a chain. The place called Blue Star This is really strange. Every time I contact the secret realm there, the news is interrupted halfway for some inexplicable reason. The wandering soul returning seemed to have guessed something. It is like there is a strange power disturbing the power of the evil god. But soon a vortex of energy appeared on his head, making him happy. Finally, I have contacted the new secret realm. The wandering soul quickly placed his hand on the large stone. He continuously muttered incantations while placing his hand on the stone. Secret realm, Yang Yuan Liegu, the streams of lava were getting bigger and bigger. The demon god in the well was continuously muttering, flesh and blood, sacrifice. The small moles were now bound tightly. Those moles, with fearful faces, were brought before the demon god. Priest, the sacrifices have been brought. The monster priest quickly knelt down and begged the demon god to appear. Lord, demon god, please enjoy your sacrifices. The moles all panicked when they saw the scene in front of them. The first person to be brought out as a tribute was the elder. A source of energy immediately controlled the elder to fly up. The elder was now sucked into a huge ball created by the demon god. The huge ball was slowly swallowing flesh and blood and sacrifices, shrinking rapidly. The demon god's mouth was slowly shrinking, and then that power disappeared. The elder then fell to the ground. He slowly sat up in a state of confusion. The monster priest seemed surprised. What is going on? The connection between Lord Demon God and me suddenly disappeared. After thinking for a while, he finally understood. I see. It must be that this kind of low-level creature is not worthy of being a sacrifice. He pointed to the moles and announced, then let me absorb your power and then go find higher quality sacrifices for Lord Demon God. The priest then transformed into a huge vortex, Demon Abyss Devour. When he was about to launch the move towards the moles, he was trapped inside a button ring. A large sphere controlled the remaining monsters, preventing them from escaping. The shadows of someone and a small mole appeared outside the cave. Ningfeng had taken action to save the moles from danger. The moles looked at their hands and realized that the magic that imprisoned them had disappeared. Look, it is Tai Meng. Tai Meng quickly ran to the front of the moles and explained, who is that human? I invited that demon god to rescue everyone. The moles were agitated when they heard this and wondered, rescue, demon god, Tai Meng, what are you talking about? The story is long, but I contributed my strength to the demon god. But why would the demon god value small and weak creatures like us? Tai Meng quickly put his hand to his mouth, signaling, everyone, please do not make noise. The monster priest was not convinced, and he quickly counterattacked, Demon Abyss Devour. Suddenly, beams of light appeared and surpassed in front of him. Before he could understand what was happening, he was cut into pieces. Ningfeng had turned him into a pile of minced meat with just one attack. The monsters next to him were frightened when they saw this. What kind of magic is that? He was able to defeat priests. Ningfeng prepared to create a new sphere to attack again. Johnny Wilson on this side declared forcefully, it is absolutely no problem. I will immediately ask the guilds to bring the skill books that meet the conditions here. Holding the glowing book in his hand, Ningfeng's face became even more dazed. The book that Johnny Wilson brought was the short-distance teleportation book. Transformation, active skill, space-time modification, dark forbidden curse. Using the power of darkness to carry out distortion, separation, fusion of low-level worlds, requiring belief to consume according to the level of the world. Seeing the skill from the book, Ningfeng thought to himself, maybe this is another very useful skill. A small stone suddenly fell from above. The small stone fell right in front of the monster's corpse, and then bounced up high. A small badge was formed from it. A stone badge with a small flame on it, the Abyssal Badge. Consumable item, quality, orange. Attribute, permanent spirit plus 10, permanent critical damage plus 50%. Holding the new badge in his hand, Ningfeng was gradually approaching the process of completing the mission. I have obtained the badge. Next, I am missing. At this time, the things in front of him caught his attention. The elder and his group of moles were kneeling and kowtowing right in front of Ningfeng. Feeling confused, Ningfeng turned to look at Tai Meng and asked, Tai Meng, what does this mean, Lord Demon God? My compatriots wish to express their loyalty to you and ask what kind of tribute you like. After hearing Ningfeng's request, Tai Meng quickly passed down the order. Everyone, Lord Demon God has instructed us. We need to provide all kinds of gems and minerals to Lord Demon God. Ningfeng also gave a typical example. For example, what I need most right now is 10 transformation essences. The elder immediately agreed when he heard his request, but still had additional conditions. Of course, no problem. As long as you provide 100 transformation stones, we will immediately make 10 transformation essences for you. Hearing this, Ningfeng quickly took out a box of transformation stones. Only 100. I thought you would need more. The elder quickly took the box of transformation stones and told him more. It will take some time to make the transformation essence. If you want more gems, you can let Tai Meng lead you to the secret realm treasure. Timeng followed the elder's order to lead Ningfeng to the secret realm treasure. Follow me for 10 days. He quickly led Ningfeng to the front door of a room. The secret realm's door was slowly opening. Inside the secret realm treasure, there was a huge mountain of treasures. Lord Demon God, these are the treasures that the high-level demon realms are collecting. Ningfeng then walked over and picked up 2 blue and red jewels in his hand. Oh, compared to the gems on Blue Star, these have more flaws. The attributes are also clearly raised a lot. Suddenly Han Yin discovered something, and reported to Ningfeng, Godlord, it is there. In front of them now was a jewel shining brightly. Han Yin quickly went to take the jewel and brought it to Ningfeng, explaining, this is Xuanbing Fire Seed. It can be used to upgrade your artifact necklace. Just hand it over to subordinate Huang Cheng. Timeng seemed surprised when he saw Han Yin. Ningfeng was beside him, giving the necklace to Han Yin and reassuring Timeng, don't worry, he is also my confidant, so that is how it is. Han Yin placed Ningfeng's necklace in the middle of the jewels. The other materials just happened to be available in the treasure, which is much more convenient. Quickly, a source of energy was slowly enveloping Han Yin's body. He suddenly stretched out his arm and looked in front of him. A red source of energy was slowly approaching Timeng. That red source of energy was being absorbed into him. The power of darkness so powerful, the demon god has accepted my gift. Timeng was still absorbing the source of energy, and Ningfeng looked at the treasure in front of him, only gently refusing. There are many precious things in this treasure. I will accept them. Absorb more. The power of darkness. More. After absorbing enough of the power of darkness, Timeng knelt down to thank Ningfeng. Thank you for the kindness of Lord Demon God. Ningfeng then gave an order to Timeng. I have also received the power of the offering. Timeng, go see how the transformation essence is progressing. Receiving the order, Timeng excitedly disappeared from this place. Yes. Everything in his body was now increased. My speed and strength have been clearly increased. Suddenly, Timeng stopped abruptly. The small moles were terrified at the scene in front of them. That is, 2 monsters appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the small mole. They questioned, that is strange, where did everyone go? Also, what are you protecting? The elder quickly stood up and ordered all the moles. This is the transformation essence of Lord Demon God. Absolutely do not let them. The monster on the other side immediately opened its eyes wide. Timeng unexpectedly attacked the monster. Seeing this scene, the elder was very surprised. Timeng. With just one move, Timeng knocked the monster into the wall. The remaining monster was horrified. How can this be? After absorbing the energy, Timeng had become stronger than before. I will clean up these remnants, for Lord Demon God. The tails are waving crazily in the wind. Each of these creatures is bowing their heads and waving their tails hard. Ningfeng and the others mumbled with confusion. Hey, why do I have the feeling that they are waving their tails faster? Timeng has tears in his eyes and is sobbing as he murmurs, thank you, Lord Demon God, for giving me strength. We, finally, no longer have to be bullied. Ningfeng himself is paying attention to the item on his hand. Is this transformation essence? This form has more rules than normal transformation stones. Han Yin at this time smiles and adds a word. The higher the level of the world, the higher the level of the gem, and the form will not be the same. These little furries, if you know how to use them in the future, there will be a lot. Ningfeng smiles, not quickly, not slowly taking over his words. It really is so, luckily thanks to them helping me to find the gem to upgrade the divine weapon. Then I found out, it turns out, on the orange equipment. At this time the information board of the item appears. Han Yin's necklace, accessories, quality, red divine weapon, can be upgraded. Attributes spirit plus 2400. Spellcasting speed plus 200%. Magic recovery plus 200%. Magic resistance plus 60%. Spell critical plus 30%. Eternity. Equipment never loses durability. Freeze. Normal attacks have an additional water attribute and have a 25% chance of applying the freezing effect. Water travel can move freely in the water. Cold air. Every 30 seconds, the speed of enemies nearby in a certain range is reduced by 15%. Set equipment 2. All attributes plus 10%. Supplementary spells. Firm ice wall, ice storm, frost ray, surging cold tide. The spirit of Han Yin is protected by divine power, is not dissipated, but also goes with the inside of this necklace, he mumbles when reading those lines. Red equipment, huh? Han Yin on this side is showing off. Still my divine weapon is more powerful. Upgrading first. Cecita loudly points her finger at him and scolds. I see that you are itching for a beating. Suddenly, a lightning strikes their place. Ningfeng senses this. Several lightning bolts are concentrated towards him. Ningfeng's eyes widen with disbelief. That is not right. What was that just now? I feel like part of the divine power in my body has been taken away. In his heart he is constantly thinking, the divine power that was taken away is not much, but the speed of disappearance is extremely fast. I can't even trace the direction of its trail. Ning Feng just left like that, leaving Tai Meng and that group of people behind, bowing their heads, loudly reciting, "Respectfully send off Lord Demon God." When he is already outside, he mumbles, "The divine power suddenly disappeared." Sasita says, her expression is strangely serious. "Really sorry, we know very little about this place, so we do not dare to say nonsense." At this time, Ning Feng frowns again and replies to her with a dark face. "Never mind it. First, we go back to the country to complete the job transfer mission first." He quickly goes to a place, covered in blue light. The message displays in front of Ning Feng, "You have increased your understanding of the universe." Ning Feng leaves satisfied, while still mumbling and wondering. This job transfer helps to fuse the divine persona with evil aura by 20%. He remembers his team. Recently, everyone forming formations. Also helps me to understand more deeply the three parts of the god: agility, spells, and support. Then he looks up at the sky and calculates, besides the final alien poison that I just got, it also contains the memories of the demon lord before his death. I need some time to digest these things. The space is transferred to Ning Feng's god realm. Ning Feng at this time is closing his eyes to sense the divine power. Several faint purple powers are flowing into his body. Ning Feng's eyes widen in shock. His words are extremely unexpected. Part of my divine power has been taken away again, but I have vaguely caught the source of the divine power that was taken away. He quickly draws a conclusion. It seems like it is not in the country, but seems to be somewhere in the southern hemisphere. Cut to the African grassland. A vortex of power suddenly appears. Ning Feng, Sasita, and Han Yin come out of nowhere, and each of them says a sentence with emotion. "So it is this, what is this?" On the other hand, at the Anshuk Mingdo, the wandering soul quibbles, happily speaking. "Finally, I have succeeded." He mumbles to himself about his plans. Devouring the abyss, swallowing time. This is a special secret realm. Before, those demon gods also used this thing on us. He even kindly draws a different vision. This secret realm will generate a countdown timer. When the time reaches 0, then it will randomly suck in a certain number of adventurers. The wandering soul quibbles does not forget to ponder about other possibilities. Even if it is an adventurer who enters actively, or is sucked in passively, then once the secret realm is broken unsuccessfully, then they will not die, but will have to live to pay the price. He concludes arrogantly, the secret realm will absorb the divine power of this world, and then give it back to the demon god who is holding the secret realm. Ning Feng is still in the grassland, standing in front of the vortex. Not only that, this secret realm is also powerful, in that, his hand reaches out, towards it. Ning Feng's eyes widen in surprise. "Why can't enter?" The notification board displays the reason. Law system profession, cannot enter. Ning Feng smiles bitterly, muttering to himself, "Why are there still professional restrictions?" At this time, Sasita in the back releases words explaining, "This kind of secret realm often appears in some high-level worlds, equivalent to an evil god challenging the god lord. They come with some special rules, for example, restricting some certain professions from entering, increasing the difficulty when conquering. The specifics of how is unclear to subordinates." Hearing this, Ning Feng slowly concludes, "In other words, it may be that the evil god has influenced this secret realm, or it may be like me, who has merged with the power of the evil god." She and Han Yin support at the same time. It is really possible. His eyes narrow, with a serious expression. In his heart he begins to calculate. The matter is becoming more and more complicated. The most urgent thing right now is still how to solve the secret realm. Ning Feng's train of thought continues. "Most of the masters on my side are law system professions. If they can't enter, then their strength will be greatly reduced." Attached to this is an extremely bold proposal. How about forming a battle team to try it out? In Ning Feng's mind at this time is the image of a team with Wang Yue, an extremely powerful people. He ponders, during this period of time, everyone has progressed a lot. Yue Er and Xiao Hui are both close to the 4th transfer, and the president Lie has completed the 6th transfer. If we do not count the law system professions, this is probably the strongest lineup on the blue planet. And then Ning Feng's hand clenches. His expression becomes more determined by several points. "Everyone, do not worry. This secret realm will not cause the adventurers to die. You can comfortably display your strength." Wang Yue and the other members respond at the same time. "Got it." They all head towards that bizarre purple vortex. The scene is transferred to inside the secret realm. Light Feet says with a serious voice commanding, "Arrange the conquering formation. Pay attention to cooperating tacitly with each other." Wang Yue and them again respond at the same time. "Understood." Having said that, they quickly move. The silhouette of a stranger appears, with the intention of attacking the group. But Light Feet has quickly reached out his hand to take the blow. A hidden weapon from somewhere aims at him and flies. In an instant, it is wrapped around Light Feet before he can react. Not only that, another member in the team also encounters the same thing. This boy's expression becomes confused. The pink-haired woman grinds her teeth to comment, Such a narrow gap too. The silhouette of the attacker has appeared behind her. Since when? Absolutely accurate. Ningfeng at this time is mumbling when checking his own situation. My divine power has been taken away again. Everyone has not been in for 10 minutes and the enemy is already this strong. Several silhouettes simultaneously appear on the ground. Wang Yue and them arrive at the place almost immediately. She is the one who opens her mouth. Honestly, sorry, Ningfeng says gently. No need to rush, everyone is not injured, right? Light Feet observes his hand, the place that was attacked just now, and then says with disbelief, strange, all the wounds after coming out have healed. Ningfeng, hearing this, breathes a sigh of relief. Then it is good, everyone rests first, and then goes in again. Wang Yue suddenly inserts a sentence, hey, you have a way to help us, right? He looks at her and explains, I am not sure, I still need to understand more. At this time behind him, a voice of agreement rings out, no problem, how Xiaofeng says it, we will do it that way. Ningfeng sits and practices. In front of that purple gate, he breathes out each breath, tiredly. Wang Yue comes closer, worriedly speaking, Ningfeng, are you all right? He replies with a neat sentence, I am all right, I can still bear it. And then does not forget to explain more with a smile. Although I have consumed quite a lot of divine power, but my goal has been achieved. After that, Ningfeng asks her for help. Yue, help me over there. Wang Yue smiles, letting him put his arm around her shoulder for support. They head towards that purple gate, while Ningfeng speaks, let me transform this secret realm a little. When they are already inside, it is still that prairie place. Wang Yue hesitates to speak, like this. Is it all right? Ningfeng looks up, happily commenting, that is right, you all can try to enter again. Several other members frown looking following, pondering in their hearts. It seems like the entrance to the secret realm is still the same. What exactly has Xiaofeng done? At this time that gate suddenly has changes appearing. The screen appears where Wang Yue is, causing her to exclaim in surprise, huh? In front of Wang Yue is the notice board selecting mode, easy, reward experience less, reward item poor, normal, reward experience normal, reward item normal. Hard, reward experience more, reward item good, suffering, reward experience very much, reward item, very good. Nightmare. Reward experience extremely much, reward item, extremely good. Wang Yue discusses with the person next to her, how should we choose this? Choose easy or normal. At this time, the wind begins to rise at their place. The silhouettes of magical creatures begin to appear. Following behind is a thunder arrow. Its trajectory is winding, successfully piercing through the bodies of several of these people. Fortunately, there are still magical creatures that manage to escape. Wang Yue happily looks following, mumbling and commenting, the easy mode is equivalent to the normal secret realm level on the blue planet. Adventurers from the third transfer and above can probably all pass. Light Feet is the person who continues her words. However, the experience is really too little, wait until we get out. This information must be told to Xiaofeng. At the same time, outside the secret realm, Han Yin says curiously, God Lord, what have you changed? Tasita beside him continues his words. I did not expect them to persist for so long and still be inside. Ningfeng smiles faintly and explains, I have let everyone try, again and again, many times. Finally found the convergence point of the black dark power in the secret realm. Then I used the forbidden curse to create 5 small spaces, separating that place. After that, he secretly calculates. Those 5 small spaces are already the consumption limit that I can maintain. I do not know what changes will happen inside. Wang Yue's footsteps come out from that purple gate. Ningfeng does not waste a second, directly asks her, Yuor, how is it? Wang Yue excitedly recounts, we have successfully defeated the boss in the secret realm. At this time, Ningfeng then comes forward, touching that gate. He thinks to himself, I can feel that the black dark power in the secret realm has reduced a little. Although, this method cannot completely conquer the secret realm, but it can slow down the strengthening speed of the secret realm. At this time, a member of the team says curiously, do we have to continue going in? Wang Yue excitedly raises her hand to propose, I want to try the normal and hard mode. Her message board again is a red circle with the words, cannot re-enter within 7 days. She mutters confused. Why are there still restrictions? Ningfeng by her side continues his words. It is all right, we can find someone else to try, to explore the rules of the secret realm. He thinks seriously. As long as we do not let this secret realm continue to develop, I will have more time to find a way to deal with it. After that he looks to her and calculates, at least, we must let everyone become stronger. Wang Yue blushes when she sees Ningfeng's 2 eyes glued on her. What? What is wrong? He smiles, calmly replies, nothing. However, after those words, Ningfeng's expression immediately becomes more serious. Before that, I had received the new terminal alien poison in the space-time turbulence and absorbed the memories of the Demon Lord. Inside there is actually a piece of extremely important information. In front of him at this time is a stone. The scene again cuts to a sea area. Ningfeng thinks while observing the item in front, that bow seems to be. In the sky at this time are several silhouettes. One of them is the Rapid Shadow Commander. She uses lightning to summon something. Very quickly, she has taken a bow in her hand. The point marked to shoot at is the head of the omnipotent Dharma god. At the same time, at Anshuk Mingdo, the wandering soul touches a flat surface while mumbling, "Strange, what problem has occurred again?" He sees the scene on the prairie. The swallowing time abyss on the blue planet is clearly still here, but it has not absorbed divine power for a very long time. And then annoys him and grumbles, "That is really troublesome. If I could directly investigate, then it would be great." On the prairie at this time, people are chatting with each other. Someone's silhouette stands with arms crossed commenting. On the third transfer, selecting simple difficulty, wanting to challenge the normal difficulty, at least needs 4 people above the 5th. The transfer to form a team. This person speaks to Light Feet. "Thank you very much to the Long Nation for helping us to open up this whole secret realm. This is the Skarlu Alliance. Commander Kipta, now this has become the hottest secret realm in the whole world. We have also earned more and more resources to cultivate new adventurers." They switch to grilling meat. A large piece of meat is roasted on a large fire. Ningfeng, while tending to the fire, is thinking to himself, a large number of adventurers can continuously consume the black dark power of the secret realm, causing the countdown time of the secret realm to be constantly prolonged, temporarily unable to actively suck people inside. He brings it up and takes a bite. His thoughts still do not stop running in his head. But right now at most we can only conquer the normal difficulty. We still have to think of ways to upgrade the strength of you, and them. Ningfeng at this time remembers that bow again. In the memories of the Demon Lord there is a very important piece of news. That is one of the lost divine weapons, the Shining Mark divine bow. He again silently comments, "The Shining Mark is the divine weapon of the Rapid Shadow Commander, one of the 12 main gods." Then he can't help but remember the story connected to it. After the Rapid Shadow Commander was dealt with by me, her divine weapon fell to the human world. Someone borrowed the power of the divine weapon to deal with the Demon Lord, then the Demon Lord remembered it. Having thought enough, Ningfeng happily eats this piece of meat. Wait until I accumulate enough divine power, go to that world, and bring the divine weapon back, and then give it to you. With the divine weapon, perhaps we can conquer the secret realm at a higher difficulty. At this time, Light Feet comes from afar with a call. "Xiao Feng." Ningfeng raises his head and responds, "President Liu, Mr. Kipta." Kipta in his hand is holding a skill book, proudly explaining, "Mr. Ning, this is a specialty skill book of our country." He continues to present. "But because the power is not strong, so very few people use it, I do not know if it has any use for you." The book is flipped open by Ningfeng. He mumbles, "The effect of this skill is nonsense." Kipta at this time then continues to present. "It is mainly for others to disrupt language for a short period of time, normally used to interrupt mages chanting, but because it has no other effect, it will quickly be eliminated." He reaches out his hand and takes his hand. "Thank you very much for this gift of yours. I will use it well." Kipta smiles and replies, "That you can like it is really too good. Thank you very much to you and the Long Nation for doing everything for us." Ningfeng looks at the hand that is grasping his red light, smugly thinking to himself, "Anyway, it will become a forbidden curse. In my place it probably won't be wasted." Kipta is again raising his hand requesting, "Give Mr. Ning a little more fruit." Very quickly on the ground there is only the bone left, what remains of that piece of meat. Ningfeng hugs his stomach and expresses a sentence, "I am full." He himself is secretly thinking, "Lord Demon God, is this your granting of grace?" At this time Ningfeng unconsciously remembers another matter. The voice of the Beastman leader Hargon. The sky is gradually getting dark in the Beastman territory. The silhouettes of several monsters are chatting together. Who would have thought that Ningfeng would appear from afar, with a question, "Why are you people so happy?" Those guys loudly exclaim, "Lord Demon God has arrived." Then they introduce a guy, "Lord Demon God, these craftsmen have just been promoted to become Blood Curse Masters of the tribe." Ningfeng can't help but feel interested. Blood Curse Master. That person explains again, "It is said that if the weapons that the craftsmen forge can get more offerings to the gods, then it can let the craftsman get promoted." He does not forget to present the principle of operation. The Blood Curse Master can use less time to forge and enhance excellent equipment. If they can get the recognition of the gods, they can also take a step forward to promote. Ningfeng himself begins to improvise. Could it be because everyone takes the Beastman's weapons to enhance and beat monsters, so it is also seen as getting offerings? He smiles wickedly and continues to calculate. Even if there is how, this is all a good thing. I can accumulate strength faster, and then open the channel of the other world. Time passes to a few days later. Ningfeng appears alone in this place, looking around and mumbling. "Finally, I have accumulated enough divine power to open the channel." His hand reaches towards the front. A gate is just opened under the control of Ning Feng. The space once again changes, taking him to a clear blue sea area. Ning Feng is diving in this sea. In an instant he has arrived at the place of that bow. It is here. The message sounds. The moment Ning Feng's hand touches it, you have obtained the simulation of. The second line appears, divine weapon shining mark. Ning Feng exclaims, in shock, a fake. At this time Hanshi and Sasita have also appeared, with a sentence of emotion. God Lord, you mean, this divine weapon is fake? Ning Feng's eyes narrow. His discomfort is clearly evident. The divine weapon in my hand is indeed fake, but something is wrong. The story is remembered. In the memory of the Demon Lord, it had seen this bow release attacks of true divine power. Otherwise it would not have such a deep impression. A question is raised by Sasita. Could it be that it was swapped by someone? Ning Feng, not fast and not slow, agrees. Possibly. He continues to look into the distance while speaking. This place looks like an underwater temple. Luckily, there are supporting skills of the pendant helping me to breathe underwater. And then comes to a conclusion. It seems that I have to go out and find someone to ask. Sasita curiously exclaims, do we have to use that powerful disguise forbidden curse again? Mingy's hand touches a flat surface. She is silent and does not say a word. In the back, another merman appears with a suggestion. Your Majesty, do you need subordinates to enter with you? She closes her eyes, sadly refuses. No need. I want to be quiet alone for a while. The door in this place is open. Mingge's silhouette heads towards the light on the other side of the door. Her expression is an indescribable melancholy. The old story is remembered. Mingge, at that time, had asked back the one who was below, what did you say, a marriage proposal. The messenger smiles evilly to explain. That is right. If Her Majesty the Queen agrees to marry our handsome prince, I believe that this cruel war will end quickly. Mingge's soldiers angrily warn this person. Audacious, it is clearly you who launched the war. How could Her Majesty the Queen marry an invader? But he has frowned, arrogantly warning, don't shout loudly with a messenger like me. If you have the ability, you should have won us on the battlefield. That guard nearly shouts, damn, but Mingge had timely reminded, don't be rash. That guy happily comments, still Her Majesty the Queen is rational, actually according to me. Agreeing to the marriage proposal of His Highness the Prince is a good thing for both countries. Although the truth is, Mingge herself is angry on her face. Your hands are stained with the blood of civilians. I will absolutely not marry a demon. That messenger smiles evilly. His expression becomes more dangerous by several points. Then it will be troublesome. I will convey your attitude truthfully. But he releases a burst of laughter full of mockery directed towards them. I hope His Highness the Prince will not be too angry. Mingge's subordinates are angry on their faces. That guy laughs and leaves arrogantly. He heads towards the entrance door, but no one dares to stop him. Mingge's hands can only curl tightly into fists. She grinds her teeth tightly. Her eyebrows are also furrowed. The memory flow ends. That year, we went against the will of the gods. Is this the punishment for us? Who would have thought that when opening her eyes, she would see Ning Feng, who did not have time to transform, standing below. Mingge opens her mouth wide, pointing towards him and questioning, who are you? Why did you come in here? Her eyes widen in surprise as she thinks to herself, outside this temple, so many layers of defense are set up. Why is there someone who broke in but we did not detect it? At this time Ning Feng then speaks smiling, his meaning amiable. You hold your horses, I want to hear about a few things. But Mingji, who is hot-tempered like ice cream, has already begun to draw her bow. Her face does not change expression as she pulls the bowstring taut, heading towards Ning Feng. The move that is unleashed is called Defiled Earth Defense. Even so, Mingji's expression changes in just an instant. What? When Ning Feng is completely unaffected, on the contrary, he darkly proposes again. Well then, can we talk now? One of her hand trembles as it reaches out. Mingge's complexion is pale. Her pupils also contract, showing a deep fear. Only to see a gate appear. She stares at it without looking away. This guy came from the channel on that side. Her eyebrows wrinkle, showing clear discomfort. Just now, my attack was completely ineffective. This guy has a layer of defense with very strong shadow power. Furthermore, he wants to steal the divine weapon. Ningfeng's face suddenly pops up. It is the image of Ningfeng in the goddess's eyes. Just thinking about this makes her feel trembling. Could it be that my country is really about to be destroyed? He points the great blade in his hand, and after just a glance she recognizes it. This divine weapon is just a copy. Do you know where the real divine weapon is? Mingge is startled and shouts out in a jumble of confusion after hearing Ningfeng speak like that. What? A copy? I do not know where the real divine weapon is. In her subconscious, Sasita, seeing her speak like that, immediately reminds him, God, Lord, she is lying. Han Yin also chimes in, she probably sees us as invaders. Ningfeng understands what they are saying. The next second he uses a gentle face to reply to her, that, you do not need to be rushed. I do not have any ill intentions towards you. I just want to use this divine weapon for a while. Right the next second, only to see Mingei's expression suddenly drop, she can't help but complain. Is this guy calling white robbery borrowing? All of Mingei's expressions are gathered into their vision. Sasita is shocked and speaks up. Ah, it seems like she is even more nervous. Suddenly she flips her face faster than a rice paper, turning to criticize Ningfeng. My country is being invaded. This divine weapon is our last hope. I will absolutely not hand it over to you. Just having spoken those words, she only then manages to realize she has misspoke. Her expression then becomes flustered. Crap, what am I saying? If I anger the other party, then we are definitely done. 4. Even so, but unlike her thoughts, Ningfeng displays a surprised face and says, Invasion? Can you tell me what is going on? Suddenly a voice cuts off the conversation of the two people. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Mingei also does not pay attention to anything more, and immediately reacts, asking flustered, what happened? The soldier rushes in, hurriedly presenting. The vanguard of the enemy has broken through the line of defense, is heading straight towards the royal capital. Everyone is ready to fight, please give the order. Her expression immediately becomes stunned. A frightened look flashes. The next second, only to see Mingei sit down limply, thinking helplessly. I again have become the king of a country that is about to be destroyed. Suddenly, a foot approaches the side of her. Ningfeng reaches out his hand, his voice says gently, let us go, I will go with you to take a look. At this moment, in her heart have appeared ripples of agitation. Her 2 rows of teeth bite together and endure. In Mingei's eyes, a glint of determination shines. She says loudly, Demon God, no matter what, I will not agree to any of your conditions. Do not you even think of forcing me to submit. That will that has just been ignited is immediately and completely put out by just a look from Ningfeng. Then he only leaves behind the words, got it, I will not interfere. Having spoken these words, he immediately turns his back and leaves. Suddenly another soldier rushes in. Your Majesty. Seeing Ningfeng's appearance, his expression is momentarily stunned. Then he asks Mingei in confusion, Your Majesty, who is this? Her face flusters, as if having just been caught in the act, and immediately deflects to another matter. It is a long story, let us solve other matters first. Just having finished speaking, she leaves him behind with a dazed face, and quickly leaves. Having not gone far, she immediately meets a group of people blocking in front of her. They call out in unison, Your Majesty. Mingei, seeing them, can't hide her surprise, and speaks up to ask, Why have you people come here? Among them an old man with blue skin steps forward to explain, You and the ancestors of you have all protected us, these heretics, and have been invaded by the enemy. At this time we must definitely fight with you. Having just heard him speak like that, the group of people behind also speak in unison. Although our strength is not like it was before, but it is enough to go to the battlefield and fight. That is right, I too. Receiving the heart of them, drops of tears silently flow on the mounds of her cheeks. Mingei brushes away all her pride, bowing deeply to express her sincerity. Thank you, everyone. This scene once again falls into Ningfeng's eyes. Sasita, seeing this, turns to ask him, God Lord, these heterodox believers all seem to be believers of your God. At another place, a merman immediately rushes in a panic, respectfully presents a letter. Your Highness. This is the reply of Queen Mingei. This Your Highness is now arrogantly sitting on the head of a monster. Having just heard the reply of her, he smiles coldly. The queen of the naive women. Could it be that she truly thinks that she can stop my army? At this time, a subordinate seems to feel that something is not right, and speaks up to ask, Your Highness, could there be trickery here? After all, they are still grasping the divine weapon commander's swift shadow. He thinks of the god he submits to, the wandering soul to return, then arrogantly replies, No need to worry, it is just a failed god. How can he compare with the God Lord that I trust in? Recently I feel that my strength is becoming more and more powerful. Surely that is a gift from the God Lord. How about letting Queen Mingei try it a little? Prepare to attack, the order is just given. His subordinates then shout in unison, Kill, kill, kill. Scene changes. At the Merman Palace, an old merman mage at this time taps his staff on the ground. Taking the staff as the center, at this time a defensive circle is gradually expanding around. Looking at everyone who is busily preparing something, Ningfeng can't help but be curious. What are they doing? The Queen Mingei at this time also does not hide anything, and replies, They are setting up a strengthening formation to increase strength, but unfortunately cannot activate the best effect. Suddenly, her complexion changes greatly. She stammers, That. Looking towards the front, at this time a horde of monsters is fiercely approaching towards them. Those merman mages, seeing this, also immediately react, giving the order, Attack. Their magic quickly strikes the bodies of those monsters, but seems to have no effect at all. Seeing this, he, the commander of the merman mage squad, can't help but exclaim, No, there is no effect. What exactly is this thing? At this time, on the other side, there Your Highness is now standing on the head of a monster. He raises both his hands high. A strange power radiates from those hands of his. Seeing them now having to rely on even outsiders to help, he can't help but even more despise the merman. Even the clergy of a heretical cult has taken action, huh? Mingge, it seems that you no longer have anyone that you can use. Let this group of heretical cult clergy know what strength difference is. Having just spoken those words, a monster at this time spews an attack from its mouth. That attack quickly collides with the defensive circle and immediately causes it to crack open. The merman looking at this scene in front of him can't help but fall into despair. The defensive circle has broken. At this time, behind the merman mage, suddenly a voice rings out, counterattack. He immediately does not understand and speaks, "Huh." He turns around, his face full of helplessness, looks at Ningfeng, and shouts, "Quickly use the counterattack art." Hearing him speak, he is somewhat embarrassed, stammering a reply. "But I fundamentally can't move that monster." The Queen Ming-Ge at this time also notices the Yu, and in shock, her mouth agape. Since when has he been over there? At this time, a subordinate comes to report to her, "Your Highness, that monster is attacking again." Without hesitating at all, she hurriedly gives the order, "Tell the people on that side to retreat, they can't block it." Suddenly, a magic attack unexpectedly shoots on the body of a monster that is attacking. Immediately in the middle of its chest, a hole appears in its own surprise. Seeing this, she and the subordinate can't help but gape their mouths. It is difficult to believe what is in front of their eyes. Speaking up in unison, "What?" Ningfeng at this time is also close to the shoulder of a merman mage, giving a thumbs up and praising, "Good attack." That merman mage at this time is also in a disbelief that has not yet been awakened, stammering to ask, Did I launch it?" At this time, Sisida on the side looks at everything, saying with a proud face, "The God Lord personally presiding over the formation is just amazing." Han Yin standing beside also continues the word, "I am so jealous." In contrast to the side of the merman, that Your Highness at this time has a shocked expression, saying with disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible you think that. With just this you can defeat me." Having just spoken, the hole on the chest of the monster from just now immediately heals. He laughs loudly and continues speaking. "This group of putrid sea monsters are all summoned by me, unless the connection between it and me is interrupted, otherwise it will just continue to regenerate endlessly." Ningfeng at this time is using eyes to look at an idiot, to look at him saying, "Did you hear that?" The merman mage next to him at this time also reveals a puzzled look and replies, "Heard it, he shouted it so loudly. But how can there be anyone who would directly reveal their own weakness?" At this time, the interest in him is also aroused. He shows an excited smile and says, "This new kind of forbidden curse is a little interesting." Immediately, the system board shows up before his eyes. The skill he is using is babbling nonsense. Release, active skill, follow will, dark forbidden curse. The enemy, in the range of the forbidden curse, will have to endure a continuous curse. And you can see and control their minds. Now, the monster that just regenerated is shouting and preparing for the next wave of attacks. Suddenly, a magic attack, from who knows where, shoots into its eyes. It immediately falls backwards in pain. Seeing it about to fall, the invaders shout in fear, "Quickly get out of the way." Your Highness at this time is also looking towards them, with a dark face, angrily shouting, "Damn it, how can they find the core of the sea monster? Clearly the core position of each sea monster is different." In contrast to his anger, on the side of the merman at this time they are joyfully cheering, "Great, it hit again." They are happily whispering, in turn, "I did not expect that in this formation, even the piercing magic type can be strengthened. I can see the exact magic core on the monster." The merman mage commander at this time also has tears of joy. This kind of feeling has not appeared for a very long time. It is like the year when the God Lord was still alive. The Queen Ming-Ge at this time also realizes something. Approaching Ningfeng, her voice gradually becomes respectful. "You, who exactly are you?" He happily replies, "In short, I am not your enemy, we can talk slowly. But for now, can you get me some food? I am a bit hungry," she quickly replies. "All right, I will immediately have someone prepare it." Having said this, he returns to the main topic and asks, "What relationship do these heterodox believers have with you?" Knowing that he is not the enemy, she also begins to recount her story. They were originally all citizens of the countries. The god that they worship is the omnipotent Dharma god. The omnipotent Dharma god was also one of the main gods of our world. But in the war of the gods of that year, we received a divine oracle, seeing the omnipotent Dharma god as an evil god. People who worship the omnipotent Dharma god were forced to give up their belief. Otherwise they would be seen as heretical believers and killed mercilessly. The gods seemed to also encourage believers to do so. But the ancestors of me thought that these people were innocent, so bravely stood out to take them in. Unexpectedly, the god that our country worships, Swift Shadow Commander, also died in the War of the Gods. We lost the protection of the gods. Our strength greatly reduced. Other countries began to stir, planning to take advantage of the crime of taking in heretical believers to carry out invasion. Perhaps the heavens are taking care of us. the ancestors of me happened to obtain the divine weapon of the god, Swift Shadow Commander. Borrowing the strength of the divine weapon, they were able to repeatedly beat back the invasion of magical creatures and enemies, protecting the safety of the country. After hearing the story, he can't help but think, this must be the scene in the memory of the demon lord. That divine weapon indeed exists. It can't be said that you guys are very lucky. Having thought this, he continues to ask, now that divine weapon. But before he can finish speaking, a voice rings out. Not good. The merman at this time no longer has the joy from before. Each and every one has a frightened look looking towards the front. In front of them at this time is a monster whose name is not known. Its eyes are red, and it opens its mouth wide to reveal its terrifying fangs. A merman mage at this time quickly uses an appraisal look to check and then says, that is a monster using the soldiers and civilians who have sacrificed condensed into. How dare he use such evil magic? Those other merman mages also do not sit still waiting to die. After trying to attack, each and every one of them becomes desperate. No, our magic can't cause damage to it. That your highness at this time his face becomes dark says, I have to kill you. All of you who have died will cause it to become stronger. This is the strong power of the gods, enough to destroy heaven and earth. I want the whole world to tremble beneath my feet. Looking at that your highness who is shouting, those subordinates below whisper, don't you feel that the prince is very different today? That is right, it seems like he is saying strange words. At this time, that monster raises a tentacle up high, seeming to realize something, that your highness's face suddenly stiffens. When the tentacle is about to fall near him, he only then is shocked to react. He quickly creates a defensive circle to defend against its attack. He asks himself, why? Why is my sea monster attacking me? On the other side, the system board appears before Ning Feng. Active skill, Shadow Ritual Soul Snatch, Dark Forbidden Curse. Use your own spiritual power to control the mind of the target. Can temporarily transform into a powerful clone. At this time, the wronged souls from inside the monster's mouth are screaming miserably, Mom, I beg you, spare me my legs. Commander, do not abandon me. Commander, it hurts so much. Even if you kill me, I will not surrender. Those who kill civilians, the ones who deserve to die, are you. The Queen Ming-Ge and those merman mages are stunned looking at what is happening before their eyes. That your highness at this time has been smashed, and is lying down in a pit on the ground, in an extremely miserable state. His eyes have rolled back, his mouth is open wide, it seems like he has lost consciousness. His subordinates quickly surround him, stammering saying, Prince, your highness. Suddenly, he wakes up, self-comforting. Don't panic. The god that I worship is the adult wandering soul to return. How can I die so easily? I have once received the grace of the God Lord. Can exempt me from 10 critical injuries. Just now I have only used it once. Suddenly Ning Feng's voice echoes from behind him. Oh, so there are 9 more times. Sensing the monster from behind, he gapes his mouth. His subordinates at this time no longer care about him, hurriedly scatter in all directions and flee, saying with dissatisfaction, Prince, your highness, why do you have to reveal the secrets of yourself? In short, the war has been reversed in such an unexpected way, but in the next few days, the enemy still has not completely given up resisting. Those subordinates who ran away just now are still not willing to submit and say, this failure was just an accident. We will beg the god to descend stronger power to avenge the prince. At that time, you lot, who have been abandoned by the gods, what will you use to resist the blessing of the gods? The Queen Ming-Ge's subordinates hear this, draw the bow towards the sky and say the blessing of the gods. Is it similar to this? Looking at that attack, they gape their mouths in awe. One of them has a fearful face, saying with disbelief, how can this be? Hasn't your god already fallen? She shows a calm smile and replies, I am very sorry to disappoint you. We have received the recognition of a god who is powerful and kind. Ning Feng looks at 2 people with one eye and says, you can sit too, no need to be so formal. Hearing this, the Queen Ming-Ge dares not sit, waving her hand and replying, it is all right, you can just instruct me on anything you need. The merman mage at this time has teary eyes, hurriedly uses his hand to brush away the tears and then says, that year I only heard about the deeds of the God Lord in the classics. I did not expect that I could personally witness the God Lord descending, and even save us. On the side, she also can't help but smile and think to herself, I also did not expect that the omnipotent Dharma God adult is even stronger than recorded in the history. Remembering the image from before, she stands in front of Ning Feng, her voice carries a disbelief as she asks, You are the omnipotent Dharma God adult. He replies, that is right. I came here originally to take away the divine weapon that the Swift Shadow Commander left behind. Hearing this, she is a little confused and stammers, actually the divine power of that divine weapon is always gradually weakening, my mother, in order to find a method to restore the divine power. Secretly took the divine weapon away. What you obtained is just a copy, actually that was left behind to reassure people. He continues to ask, then do you know where the divine weapon is? Hearing him ask, She bows her head even lower, shyly replying, Mother did not tell anyone about her whereabouts. I also do not know. However, Mother is always researching. In the trial secret realm of the Swift Shadow Commander adult, you may be able to find some clues there. Hearing her recount, he can't help but remember the unhappy past. Last time accidentally breaking into the trial secret realm of the true source Holy Spirit. I was blocked. This time I do not know what unexpected things will happen. Having spoken, he cautiously steps closer to the gate, his hand shaking as he touches the lock. Suddenly, the system panel appears. Secret realm of trial that has been abandoned has been detected. Activate again. Seeing the system panel, Sasita can't help but admire. Too powerful. If we can activate the secret realm of trial, it is equivalent to expanding a part of the God realm here. Your believers will benefit from this. He asks himself, is that so? And then lightly presses the yes button. Suddenly, a stream of aura envelops the tower. Queen Mingay is startled and asks herself, What is this? Immediately after, that stream of aura gradually envelops the entire tower. It seems to have been reactivated. Queen Mingay, seeing this, is horrified and shouts, the secret realm of trial that has been abandoned for a long time has actually recovered. Having said that, she clenches her fist. In her heart, she is happy. After the gods fell, the divine weapon was our only hope to resist strong enemies, but having obtained the secret realm of trial is equivalent to we receiving the blessing of the gods again. At this time, Ningfeng has slowly stepped into the tower. He is walking and thinking. I can sense that this secret realm is still unstable. I do not know if I can find information about the divine weapon. Hey, there are images already. Looking at the image that appears, Sasita and Han Yin stammeringly say, This is not it. This is not it, God, Lord you. In the image, the omnipotent Dharma God gives out the bow, lightly saying, Thank you for protecting my believers. Take this divine weapon away. Continue to maintain your kindness and justice. After seeing the entire matter, he scratches his head. So this bow is after I defeated the Rapid Shadow Commander and gifted it to the ancestors of Mingyi Queen. I thought they were only purely lucky. Then this can explain it clearly. The connection between the divine weapon and the God realm is very weak. To search for its whereabouts, I have spent a period of time. Now I have finally found the location. Wait until I replenish my stamina, and then I will go there. At this time, Queen Mingay steps forward and says, God Lord, do you need us? Not letting her finish her sentence, he interrupts. You people still have internal matters that need to be handled, right? I can go by myself. Having said that, he does not hesitate at all and flies straight in. Looking at the passage in front of him, he says, It is this place. But beside him, Han Yin says, dazed, there is nothing at all. Without saying anything more, he reaches his hand towards the front. A stream of light suddenly appears. Immediately after, a cave appears before their eyes. Sasita opens her mouth in shock. Ugh, it is a hidden cave. Han Yin replies, That is right. Below is the rune representing the Rapid Shadow Commander. Wait, what is that deep in the whirlpool? In the whirlpool, a merman woman suddenly appears. He comes closer and supports her, saying, Hey, can you hear me talking or not? Wake up. Immediately after, she gradually wakes up, dazedly asking, You, who are you? He replies, I am a friend of Mingyi Queen. You are her mother. Hearing this, she says blankly, Mingay. Suddenly, her eyes unexpectedly widen. After waking up, she asks, Why am I here? He replies, I do not know. I just came and saw that you were already unconscious. Immediately after, she shouts, My seal is losing its effect. The divine weapon is about to escape from its control. Queen Mingay at this time, although she is outside, but she seems to also sense something, she is slightly startled. Looking at the power radiating from the whirlpool, Ningfeng can't help but be shocked. What? She replies with an ugly expression. The divine weapon will revive the god, but the price that has to be paid is the destruction of the world. Sasita and Han Yin, hearing this, whisper on one side. This is the first time we are hearing about reviving the Rapid Shadow Commander. Can a god who has died also be revived? After pondering for a while, Ningfeng rushes straight into the whirlpool, saying, Go down and try. Seeing this, her face turns black, her eyes show fear and say, It is too late already. I thought I had found the ritual to restore the divine weapon, but I was wrong. The truth of that ritual is that the divine weapon absorbs the weak divine power from the bodies of the believers, helping the god to revive. Due to not being able to withstand the strength of the god, the world will gradually be destroyed. When I realized the mistake, the ritual had already begun, and furthermore cannot be stopped. I can only use my strength to barely seal the divine weapon again. So we are only the nutrients of the god. We can become sacrifices at any time. The care of the god is a lie to bewitch mortals. Mingji, I am sorry mother has failed. It is a pity that before the world is destroyed, I can't be by your side. After entering, observing the surrounding environment, Ningfeng realizes something, saying, The surrounding environment is affected by divine power, and has begun to deform and disintegrate. If this continues, I fear that space-time cracks will appear. At this time, some kind of imprint suddenly appears. Immediately after, from inside that imprint comes the God Commander Swift Shadow. Looking towards Ningfeng, she offers an invitation. I can sense the power that belongs to me on your body. Are you willing to become my subordinate tribe? Facing a god, his face also becomes serious and asks, subordinate tribe? She explains, subordinate tribe are the highest level believers that have obtained the recognition of the god. You will be given permission to enter the god realm. Furthermore, to follow by my side, helping me to complete the ritual, you will have my care. After listening, his expression then becomes indifferent, and replies, I do not have any interest. Hearing this, she laughs loudly. It seems that you are as stupid as that woman. For protecting low-level mortals, you would give up the qualifications to become a subordinate tribe. Hearing her mention that woman, he can't help but think that woman is probably talking about the mother of Mingay Queen. So, the mother of Mingay Queen once refused the request of the Swift Shadow Commander. She at this time looks serious again, and continues speaking. It seems that I have been asleep for too long. The mortals have forgotten my divine might, then let me help you remember. Having said that, she releases her own pressure. Kneel down, mortal. Even so, facing her pressure, he is indifferent and does not know what to say. Suddenly, a stream of pressure envelops her in reverse. Sensing this pressure, her face gradually becomes afraid. Swift Shadow Leader said angrily, a god kneeling to a mortal. She knelt on the ground, clenched her hands, grinding her teeth. The anger in her is growing. I want you to pay a heavy price. For Swift Shadow Leader, this is an insult, she shouted loudly, trying to stand up. But the result is still powerless and cannot stand up. Ningfeng stands looking at her with boredom, not knowing what to say. A hole is opened behind Ningfeng without his knowledge. An illusion shoots out from the hole, attacking Ningfeng. Fortunately, he detected it in time. More illusions appear surrounding Ningfeng. Although still unable to stand up, Swift Shadow Leader excitedly laughs with complacency, daring to despise a god. You are truly a pitiful mortal. To be able to try my forbidden curse is your honor. But in just a flash of an eye, purple light streaks flash past, tearing the crowd of illusions into hundreds of pieces. Ningfeng does not have a bit of fear, coldly speaking. A trap set up beforehand. Lucky I was not careless. Swift Shadow Leader is startled with panic. How can you possess such strong power? I know now you obtained it from the all-powerful Dharma God, right? Ningfeng does not understand what she is saying. Swift Shadow Leader's anger is mixed with worry. That traitor has actually opened up the knowledge that the gods have to mortals. No matter how we persuade him, he will not change his mind. She remembers back then, everlasting Godstar has already yielded to all-powerful Dharma. God's stubbornness. You do not like to fight, but we have never forced you. But what you are doing is clearly in opposition to the gods. Wandering Soul Return also says with dissatisfaction, stop your behavior and do not stubbornly follow your own will anymore. Otherwise we will use the identity of the 11 main gods to demote you into an evil god. They fear one day when humans have enough power they will shake the position of god they hold. Mortals cannot restrain their desires. If they obtain strong power, then they will lose their fear of trash. The gods, when their ambition expands to the extreme, they will even challenge the position of the gods. So the gods, in which there is True Source Holy Spirit, Wandering Soul Return, and Swift Shadow Leader cannot allow that to happen. But those mortals like you fundamentally do not understand that the gods are the pillars of this universe. Those gods believe that their fate is tied to this universe. A vision appears. In the light of death, everything in the universe is turned to ashes. A non-god dies. The rules of the universe will lose their balance. All things will be destroyed. The final outcome is the advent of the apocalypse. Ningfeng silently listens. In his head, he also has his own calculations. Swift Shadow Leader imagines speaking out these things can make Ningfeng afraid and submit. Therefore, help me complete the revival ritual. As long as you are willing, I can recommend you to replace the all-powerful Dharma God to become a new god. But she was wrong. Ningfeng was not made to waver by her words. His hand gathers power, using eyes that could kill to question her. Aren't gods the pillars of this universe? But you want to eliminate the all-powerful Dharma God. Could it be that the threat of the all-powerful Dharma God is more terrifying than the advent of the apocalypse? Swift Shadow Leader panics and raises her hand to stop. Stop it quickly. Do not do something foolish. If I die, the rules of the universe will definitely lose balance. In Ningfeng's eyes at this time is a determination that does not change. He says with gritted teeth, it is okay, there is still me. A powerful blow lands, destroying the remaining piece of the spirit of Swift Shadow Leader, causing her to have no chance to revive. Mingay's mother, who is standing from afar, does not know what happened. She covers her face with her hand. Her heart is slightly fearful. The god has been revived. Ningfeng comes from behind, asking her, causing her to be startled. Are you all right? Ningfeng happily brings in front of her a bow and arrow. Mingay's mother, seeing the bow and arrow obediently lying in Ningfeng's hand, is scared, stiff, frightened. She remembers blankly to when she first held it. She had been verbally rejected. Mortals, take your dirty hands off. She dares not believe that Ningfeng can hold it so easily. Her eyes widen, pointing her finger towards the bow and arrow. Her voice trembles as she speaks. After the ritual lost control, it possessed its own consciousness. It is always rejecting me. Ningfeng smiles awkwardly. It is a long story. In short, its own consciousness has disappeared. Mingge's mother hesitates. Can you let me see this bow? Ningfeng generously gives it to her. Here. She holds the bow in her hand, feeling that it is a little different from before. How is it? A stream of faint purple light wraps around the bow. It seems that there are more words that are very scary. Godslayer, what is that? The system board also updates the information of this bow. Godslayer lightning mark weapon. Quality orange god weapon can be upgraded. Attribute agility +1. 500. Attack speed +120%. Armor penetration damage +50%. Movement speed +30%. Physical critical +30%. Eternal. This equipment is not consumed for durability. Quick shadow when quickly moving. There is a probability to make a mirage after image that bewitches the enemy for a short period of time. Mark can mark on the body of the enemy, following the trajectory of the enemy's action. Godslayer kill God, increase 20% to all attributes. When facing divine power, set equipment not activated. Accompanying spells. Quick shadow continuous shot, covert retaliation, full sky arrow rain, post-attack first will. She looks around and unexpectedly realizes the divine power being attracted in the surroundings has also disappeared. The ritual has been interrupted. Ningfeng proposes, tell me about what happened. Mingge's mother agrees without hesitation. Before that, I plan to find a way to help the divine weapon recover its divine power. She looks at Ningfeng with glittering eyes, somewhat embarrassed, probably because my strength was too weak. In the end, the divine weapon escaped from its seal, causing it to become like this. So you are our savior. I never thought that there would be someone who could defeat a god. Mingge's mother affirms, from now on we will not believe any gods anymore. Please tell me your name. I want to spread the heroic deeds of you throughout the world. Ningfeng smiles confidently and introduces, they all call me all-powerful Dharma God. She frowns, her face paling as she is unable to believe what she just heard. In her eyes shines a fear that is extreme. Her whole body involuntarily shakes. She bows down respectfully. God adult, please forgive my audacity. I did not know that you personally descended. Sasita appears beside Ningfeng and says softly, Godlord, she seems to be very afraid of you. Han Yin has some sympathy for her. Hai is to have just been tricked by the god that she has had faith in. For many years, it is indeed difficult for her. Ningfeng takes back the divine weapon and says lightly, I will take this divine weapon away, the war has just ended, and there are still many matters that need to be handled. Mingge probably needs your help. She obediently listens to Ningfeng's arrangements. Yes. But in her heart she still has many questions that she cannot answer. Everyone together returns to the supernova training camp. Ningfeng gifts Wang Yue the bow that he had just taken. She holds the bow in her hand, stunned. You are giving this to me? Everyone around gathers closer, happy for her. Her heart is filled with happiness that is difficult to express in words. Divine weapon. I never thought I could use a divine weapon. Everyone looks at her with admiring eyes. Ningfeng smiles gently. Not only that, the whole building suddenly shakes violently, causing everyone to panic. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? Wang Yue's group, seeing what has just appeared, are extremely stunned. This time upon returning, Ningfeng also brings back a secret realm. He stands in front of the secret realm, with his arms crossed before his chest, introducing this special gift. There is also a trial secret realm that is suitable for you. Similar to the form that Duan took to clear the levels. Wang Yue worriedly, ugh. Ningfeng smiles and thinks to himself, after activating the trial secret realm, I can open a path to the world that I control. Everyone is in the key stage to increase their strength. First let you, try it. Wang Yuan does not hesitate, and holding the bow and arrow alone proceeds into the secret realm. Wow, it looks like the skeleton of some kind of giant beast. The monsters in the secret realm surge and charge to attack. Wang Yue quickly shoots arrows in response. The monsters in the blink of an eye have been eliminated. The people standing outside watch attentively what happens inside the secret realm. Jiang Shu exclaims, the attack power is too strong. Zhu Ting, no less excited. Just the attributes alone would cause even 6th transfer masters to be crushed by Yue. Ningfeng smiles, thinking of the image of Wang Yue and Mingge. Both have their own qualifications and are both very strong. At the same time, he also senses movement on Mingge's side. Oh, Mingge Queen also wants to carry out the trial. What a coincidence. On this side, Mingge has also just opened a secret realm, preparing to proceed inside. But her mother is somewhat worried. Mingge turns back to ask her mother, Mother, what is wrong? Looking at Mother's complexion, it seems to be not very good. She again hides her worry and replies, Mother, Mother is all right. In her heart, at this time, are many messy thoughts. I do not know if I can trust those gods or not, but I can't directly stop Ming-ge if I accidentally anger the god. She looks following Ming-ge's feet that are excitedly stepping into the secret realm and secretly prays, Ming-ge, you absolutely must not have anything happen. In the secret realm, those mutant wolves are fiercely charging over. Ming-ge also bravely shoots arrows to take them down. Ningfeng smiles approvingly. Different worlds, the trial's secret realms look similar, but the difficulty still has differences. The monsters on Ming-ge's side are clearly stronger than on the blue planet. Ningfeng suddenly realizes that there is something unusual. On Ming-ge's side, a notice board appears that has been locked. Ningfeng, looking at the locks on the board for a time, also does not clearly know what is that. He closes his eyes and concentrates on thinking and sensing. While that is happening, Ming-ge is still fighting with all her strength. That seems to be some kind of restriction, restricting the knowledge that Ming-ge can have. Could this be the blocking of knowledge to open to mortals that swift shadow leader? Ningfeng realizes. Ming-ge seems to not have noticed this point, so only gods like me know the existence of this restriction. I can directly interfere with the secret realm to remove this restriction, but I do not know what the consequences will be. Ningfeng uses the thoughts to transmit his voice. Ming-ge, hearing Ningfeng's call, causes her to be startled and turn back. Oh God Lord. Ningfeng advises. Ming-ge also attentively listens. Don't rush to clear the level. Slow down a little. I need to confirm a few things. Ming-ge, after hearing Ningfeng's advice, then continues to fight. All right. Outside the secret realm, it is extremely silent. Ming-ge's mother is clasping her hands, piously praying for her daughter. While Ningfeng is concentrating to understand the problem that is still hindering him, Ming-ge and Wang Yu are bravely fighting with all their might. Ningfeng, after concentrating on thinking for a while, finally understands the problem, so that is how it is. Ming-ge's mother stands outside the secret realm worriedly. Ming-ge has been inside for so long. The speed of conquering is very slow. What exactly has happened? The monster's hand is gnarled and full of sharp claws and is summoning power. In Ming-ge's secret realm, a new monster appears. It is larger and stronger than the ones before. It is fiercely approaching her. An arrow flies and shoots straight into its chest, causing it to end its life before it can launch an attack. The monster falls down before Ming-ge. Since stepping into the secret realm, she has continuously fought, but still her will has not weakened at all. Ningfeng cares and asks, how do you feel? Although she is not afraid at all, she is still a bit unable to adapt. God Lord, perhaps I am still not very used to it. I need a little time to get used to it. Ningfeng reassures. No need to rush. Just take it slow. Ningfeng is thinking about the restrictions of Ming-ge. These restrictions appear at some important points, sealing off a part of the rules of the universe. If believers want to use this part of the rules of the universe, they can only pray to the gods and then rely on the power to activate the rules of the universe. The power of Ming-ge at this time is having the large stone that is divine power, blocking the way to come into contact with the rules of the universe. But this method will cause the believers to be hindered by the divine power and unable to make direct contact with the rules of the universe. Ningfeng has gradually realized the core of the entire problem. Over time, the believers will firmly believe that they must rely on the gods to receive strong power. A giant spider monster again appears, and Ming-ge does not retreat at all, but bravely raises her bow to fight, so it is through this method that the gods control mortals. A crack opens beside Ming-ge without her noticing. Those sharp claws from underground stab up. Ming-ge has timely dodged but is still injured. Ming-ge's hand is scratched by several streaks, causing her to immediately become panicked. Sorry, God Lord. Am I too stupid? Ningfeng gently guides Ming-ge. You do not need to ask my opinion. Feel carefully every movement of yourself. See if there are any points that are different compared to before. She pauses for a few seconds. What is different compared to before? Ming-ge follows the instructions of Ningfeng, closes her eyes and concentrates on sensing. She is hiding behind a large rock. Behind it is a new wave of monsters coming closer. But when they approach behind the rock, they are shocked when they do not see her. Ming-ge unexpectedly appears behind them, bravely raising her bow. She decisively shoots the arrow. At the same time, countless powerful arrows are shot out. Ha! The crowd of monsters are quickly eliminated. Ming-ge feels happiness surge. Before, I never thought that skills could be used like this. It seems that my understanding of battle has become deeper. She quickly discovers in the distance a monster that is preparing to ambush, immediately causing it to have 10,000 arrows piercing its heart, disintegrating it in an instant. Not knowing after how long, finally, the secret realm door opens. Ming-ge steps out with a somewhat dazed expression. Ming-ge's mother, seeing her daughter return with wounds all over her body, is startled. Ming-ge, her whole body is scratched, but she happily steps forward. Mother, did I make you wait for a long time? Ming-ge's mother also excitedly runs over, wanting to know the results of the trial. Ming-ge, how was it? Ming-ge smiles sweetly. Mother, I failed. Ming-ge's mother does not hear clearly and tightly grasps her hand, congratulating. Success is good. But the next second she realizes that something is not right. What? You, Ming-ge still happily says, smiling. That is right. I failed. She tightly clenches her hand. Her eyes are full of determination. But it is okay. With the guidance of God Lord, next time I will definitely do better. Ming-ge remembers Ningfeng's smile, and her heart is filled with admiration. Ah, God Lord is really a great existence, both gentle and erudite. I can't wait until the next trial. Seeing her daughter like this, she is dazed. What exactly have you experienced in there? On Ningfeng's side, he is still constantly thinking of a way to break the restrictions without causing any effects. The believers have gotten used to relying on divine power. Once I remove the restrictions on a large scale, it will conversely cause no small amount of chaos. I should still be cautious a bit. Wang Yue is also fighting extremely resolutely with the monster. The monster opens its mouth wide, absorbing power, and forming a large fireball. Fortunately, the side of the blue planet is not restricted, so I can magically survive without the intervention of a god. The monster crazily spews fire towards Wang Yue, but she has nimbly dodged. She decisively shoots out thousands of arrows. Each arrow stabs straight into the monster, causing it to look unable to escape. Wang Yue tightly grasps the gift of Ningfeng, looks up high, shows a smile full of pride. A stream of blue light surrounds her. The secret realm door opens again. Ningfeng, seeing the secret realm door open, temporarily puts aside the matter of removing the restrictions. Unable to hide his happiness, he rushes over. Wang Yue also slowly steps out of the secret realm. The two happily embrace each other tightly. She happily shows off to Ningfeng, I succeeded. And without paying attention, her bust is right in front of Ningfeng, causing his face to blush with embarrassment. Before Wang Yue is a shimmering screen, as if congratulating her for her success. The system also quickly gives the rewards. Have obtained the blessing of the god, first time clearing reward. Ningfeng, with Sesida and Han Yin, are sitting in the study discussing. The forbidden curse is very powerful magic. Normally speaking, the conditions to cast it are very harsh. The body of a mortal cannot satisfy the requirements. Ningfeng raises his hand to give his opinion. Then the reward, forbidden curse in the trial secret realm, is an illusion. Sesida denies. Number. Sesida says the things that she knows. There have been very few tribes who have passed the final trial and grasped the forbidden curse, but due to the influence of the rules of the universe, these powerhouses will proceed into the god realm, to follow beside the gods. Han Yin rests his hand on his chin. Sadly, if that year Sesida and I could have grasped the forbidden curse, then we could have followed Godlord, and fought shoulder to shoulder. The system notifies. Inspection detected that the profession of the adventurer is not complete enough to learn the forbidden curse. Wang Yue attentively watches the notification. Reward adjustment, current profession promotes to advisor. Scene shifts to a house by the lake. Behind it are forests and mountains. In the sky are birds flying. The scene seems to be very poetic. Kong Wei happily waves his hand. Great God, long time no see. Ningfeng steps over. I heard that you have again refined a new type of medicine. Kong Wei also admits. That is right. Kong Wei gives out 3 bottles of medicine, with different colors and shapes. These 3 types are all refined from the formula that you gave me. In turn, they are high-level healing medicine, high-level protection medicine, high-level resistance medicine, can carry out forced action towards myself during battle. Ningfeng wonders, I remember in the formula, there are many materials that you do not have. Kong Wei excitedly shows off. Fortunately, there is Mr. Kabo. He found a completely new secret realm overseas. In it there are some special materials that appear in the formula you gave me. The scene again shifts to a dense forest, green splendor forest, secret realm. Quin Kabo is in the secret realm, fighting with all his might. From his hand, bursts out fierce green dragons, cleaning up all the monsters around him. Behind Kabo, a few people are standing watching him. Fortunately, there is Mr. Kabo. The speed of killing monsters is fast enough, but the monsters here are not to be trifled with either, and have knocked Kabo back to the ground, causing the 2 people standing watching to be startled. But to be able to beat Kabo into this, clearly it has exceeded the strength of monsters on the blue planet. The 2 people hurriedly run over Mr. Kabo. Kabo sits on the ground, also injured, not lightly. Kabo knows that they are in danger. Gritting his teeth, he endures the pain and grasps the wrist of the other person, trying to warn, go quick. The people who are going with him, seeing the monster in front, are extremely frightened. In the sky appears an aura of death, red as blood. Those with fiery eyes who are standing below look on blankly. His teammate brings Kabo over and anxiously begs, Ningfeng, great God, please save my master. They quickly bring him to the medical room to rescue him. Xu Ting and Mu Qiu are working hard to treat Kabo. Ningfeng asks, what happened? His teammate standing beside the sickbed explains, Master was attacked in the secret realm. He did not see who the enemy was. Ningfeng ponders. Although Kabo, after losing his shadow guard, his strength was greatly reduced, but to be able to beat Kabo into this, clearly it has exceeded the strength of monsters on the blue planet. Man sits on the sickbed with its master. While Ningfeng is busy thinking, Sesida feels that there is something. Han Yin, do you feel? Han Yin also has the same feeling. There is indeed a familiar feeling. Cut back to the Green Splendor Forest secret realm. Someone speaks up to blame. Why did you let those people go? Ma Ka worriedly explains, I was not careful. A large tree demon fiercely scolds. Ma Ka, you brat. I originally wanted to give you a chance to prove yourself, but your performance was terrible. The tree demon, thinking of the time when Kabo's group of people fearfully ran away hand in hand, becomes even angrier. Those foreign people want to destroy our homes and steal our lives. Today, letting them go like this. Later, they will bring over more assistance. He loudly threatens, your mistake will cause the entire secret realm to fall into crisis. Could it be that you want to kill all of us? These words cause Maka to fearfully take a step back. Maka tries to salvage the situation. I am sorry, really sorry. I guarantee I will not let you down again. Maka stands there timidly, seeing everything as his fault, but he does not know that he is being used by that tree demon. This guy is a hidden boss that I summoned not long before that. His strength is unbelievably strong, but his mind seems to not be fully developed. He has an inexplicable reliance on me. The tree demon smiles darkly. So I am using this weakness to make him become my subordinate. With his help, I can start the conquest plan.